Last year in Sapporo, Apex Legends put on the biggest Battle Royale event in esports history. And today, Saturday, day 3, where we sent 20 teams home and 20 teams to match point finals, the fans have already lined up in droves from 5:30 a.m. this morning, settling in their seats for what will be an even bigger weekend in ALGS history. It all starts today. The glory that you can claim and the despair that you'll have to go another year with if you do not perform. It all is on the line, and they know it as we welcome you to the Sapporo Daiwa House Premise Dome, where 20 teams right now on this stage are set to fight for their life in the Elimination Bracket Round 1. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. What a story we have unfolding here. Day 2 has gone by, and day 3 is upon us, where we send our first set of teams home. And my goodness, do they want to avoid that by any means necessary. Coming up, it's going to be a scintillating start and an even better finish with 3 sets of Apex Legends today to set up our match point finals for tomorrow. My name is Rain Day. I'm your host, and I will be joined alongside my incredible desk of talent, Snipe Down, Graceful, and Jayhawk. And I just have to say I apologize for going against the bomber jacket starter outfit for esports casters. I just had to do it today, but trust, the other part of the desk has represented us well in that esports. We still have your back. I also don't have a good opportunity to do this. I'm going off script a little bit because Sunday's busy. To thank everyone behind the scenes, our producers, everyone who set this stage up, everyone who works tirelessly to make this event happen. A special thank you at the top of the show, because we may not get a chance to do it again with all the fanfare. We appreciate you. We love you. This doesn't happen without you. Okay, let's go down the line. Snipe, how are you feeling today, buddy?
I'm feeling incredible. I mean, we had an awesome set of matches yesterday, the highest cutoff we have ever seen before. We had multiple teams in the hundreds end up not making it in. You know, some of the favorites that we were talking about, the Crazy Thieves, the Rock Esports, and all these. And it's been an absolutely electric event. And if that doesn't tell you how close this competition is, I don't know what else will besides the matches we're about to see.
Grace.
I mean, it's just absolutely exhilarating to see everything happen, unfold in front of our eyes, in front of all the fans, and having that momentum of adrenaline. When we see the teams that do good, or you want to do good, you're so happy. When you see the teams that you want to do good, do bad, you're so devastated. And this flow of ups and downs is just crazy.
You got to flow with it. It's like water. You've got to become the teapot. You got to become the wave. Bruce Lee said it as best as you can. Harder to do, though, Jayhawk, when this stadium is pulsating.
Absolutely, and this tournament is the most competitive that we've ever seen it. Falcons in first in the group stage is the second lowest first seed we've ever seen, and then Crazy Thieves, the highest point total from a 21st place team ever. This event has been incredibly competitive. We were talking about it earlier in the green room. There hasn't been that one team that's dominated all the way through in every single group set they've played, so today's going to be exciting.
It certainly is. Let's take a look at the schedule as we head into day 3, which, as I mentioned, will be an action-packed day. We will have not only our Elimination Bracket Round 1 here, but then we'll go straight to our Winners Bracket after a short break for the players. And then we will have Elimination Bracket Round 2, which means the teams that made it all the way but couldn't quite clutch up will have a chance to go against the losing teams, the bottom 10 teams of the Winners Round, to fight for those final 10 spots in tomorrow's match point finals. It's going to be an exciting one, Snipe. I mean, it's really hard to describe what we have in store for us, but this is really the day that Apex, I think, this tournament really starts to take shape and the storylines emerge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've seen this many quality teams in the lower half of the bracket that we're about to watch. I mean, there's so many storylines that have built up. I mean, the Liquids, and it's just overwhelming in terms of what we've been able to witness. Who knows if that has to do with the new map being added into the mix. You know, it's a little bit of inconsistency along the lines. But, I mean, if you just take a look at some of these standings, I mean, you have a lot of these teams. Look how high those leaders are. The Sentinels and the 98s, that's usually going to get you in as well. The Mangoes, all these teams are just doing so well. But I really do think it's really time for a lot of these to step up, especially, you know, I want to see the FYRs who are at the top half of the bracket all the way down to the bottom half. So it's just inconsistencies along the board. It's now or never, do or die.
That's a great point. And remember yesterday, you look at these numbers, we had Crazy Thieves have that exhilarating yell thinking that they made it. They didn't. With 101 points, that's never happened before. And it just goes to show that the teams in this lobby, including Crazy Thieves as well, you know, are going to have a lot of times where they can doubt themselves. But Jayhawk, it's actually been the most competitive entrance into that top 20. So nobody should be feeling too down on it. It's the hardest to have pretty much gotten into in any tournament we've had.
Absolutely. I mean, there was 5 teams there in the Elim side that had over 98 points.
Yeah.
That's it. In every other tournament we've ever had, that's enough to get you through. So I don't think any of these teams should be feeling down about themselves. And if you are, now is not the day to feel that, because you got to bounce back.
Well, you know, we saw a little bit of our teams there. As you could see, a lot of storylines across the board that we've mentioned on main stage. But I want to focus in, Graceful, on one team that we've had doubts on. We've also had high hopes for, and that's Team Liquid Alienware.
I mean, it's almost heartbreaking to see somebody like Zero, you know, specifically being able to win several titles and having that with several teams as well. You know, he won the first one, well, not the first one, but he won with my old teammate, JMW. He's won,
right.
you know, with Gam Burning, he's won with Watson and Hal as well. And when you have all of these top-tier players and now you're rotating into this team, people were already questioning, is this going to work out the same way it has with that old heartbreak of the super team, essentially?
That's right.
And we have seen that they have been struggling. But I would also like to see, we also saw the likes of Alliance struggle, which is also a top-tier team. And then I think really the biggest issue we've seen so far is the mesh of same playstyles teams. You can't have several teams dominate in the same way, whereas before, and I would like to say as well in previous LANs, is that you've had almost 1 to 2, max 3 teams play a super niche, unique style, which is why they dominated. Now everybody has access and everybody streams even more, and VOD review the same footage. They copy and take whatever they can from each other. All of a sudden, you have 3 teams playing the same way. All of them get eliminated.
And that starts to be very difficult when you're trying to carve out your own path. In some ways, though, to bounce back on that, I think the elimination bracket could do wonders for a guy like Zero, a team that's not necessarily as tested as they would like to be coming into a tournament like this, to build up some momentum, because one good set here can lead to a great set or maybe get into winners. Obviously, elimination round 2 to make it to Sunday. That would be a fantastic thing, I think, for a team that Zero has tried to usher into the new era of dominance in the ALGS. We'll see if that occurs today. Snipe, I want to talk about another team that's been on point. I mean, they performed very consistently. Guys I like, I'm going with them for my talent pick for this group. It's Rock.
Yeah, I actually picked Rock as my team to watch throughout this whole tournament, not just because they got second at the mid-season playoffs, but honestly because I wanted to see if that whole honeymoon phase, kind of like what I was talking about then, was going to carry over. When they first picked up Saucer as a true IGL, Vax tried to IGL at the Open. It went all right, not as well as he wanted to, but he took that skill, brought it into that roster, helped Sauce out, and they got second place, and it was a dominating fashion. Since then, they got 10th in Pro League. They really haven't been as on point. You know, they ended at the bottom half. It looked like they were going to get through with that 100, but you have to ask yourself, you know, when these guys have started, you know, going at it. Vaxlon specifically is very outspoken. You have Saucer, who's an IGL, and when it gets to the point where you're not as dominant and not as consistent as you were, you start, you know, questioning the calls, and then it gets combative. You know, is it, you know, Sauce might be thinking, you know, are they questioning me? Vax might be thinking, is that the right call? And then you start to have these decisions where it really comes down to you have to be on the same page no matter what. Like we talked about the other day, a bad play that you all do together, you can break out of it. But if it's a good play that you do separately, there's a good chance that it's not going to happen. So I hope that they have more cohesion today. They bounce back from not making it in. I know they felt a little safe, but as we can see the stats here a little bit, you know, they got 6th place overall, 15th in the second set, and then 9th. So not very consistent right there, not what they're used to doing. 23rd overall with 100 points is very, you know, you don't really see that very often.
Yeah.
But honestly, this team itself, like I said, my team to watch, I think Deeds has just, his evolution as a player has been incredible. His ability to control open space and make plays for the team is one of those things that makes him an X factor on that roster to make those plays, get the kills, open up the you know, map for them to then get to the next spot. It's an impressive roster, and I do think that they have the talent to win the tournament, and it really just comes down to them being cohesive and trusting each other.
Well, there's a lot on the line for all of these teams, but maybe no more on the line than the APAC North home teams, the ones who have to sit in front of this crowd, which was rumored to be over 10,000 people today and even more tomorrow, and show up now, not later, not at a different time when you feel like it, immediately right now, or your chance to do something great will be gone potentially forever. Seriale, a team that was in with 98 points, just barely missed out on the opportunity to make it into that top 20, is still fighting for their lives. And Ayanaga knows it's not just about performance. Sometimes it's bigger than that. It's about fate.
自分の周りにいたら、最終円が最初から分かるみたいなことをおっしゃられるので、本当プレイヤーとして光栄なことだなと感じています。そうですね、APEX っていうのは、技術ももちろんなんですが、運もかなり必要だと思っていて、その運を高めるために 自分の場合は定期的に神社にお参りしに行ったりとかお守り買ったりとか結構すること多いですね。神社のお参りの仕方としてはまず神社に入ってそこから、手を洗って、神社の、鈴があるところがあるんですけどそこを鳴らした後に二礼で、2回拍手パンパンってやってそこから、お願い事をするんですよ。こうやってその時に、自分の努力がうまくいくようにとか家族が健康であるようにとか本当に、自分がやってることがうまくいくようにお願いした後に一番最後に、一番気持ちを込めて一礼。
世界まで届くか。
地域決勝に関しては本当に最終盤うちのチームメンバーのアインが 1v1 を制して勝ったんですけど
レイが落ちてるがここで落としてツービッツシラル届くかどうか 1v1
これまでの人生の時間の中で一番長かったんじゃないかなってぐらい長い 1v1 だったんですよ。ただそのアインが 1v1 に負けることを疑いきれなかったんですよ。なので本当黙って見てもう勝ちを確信してもう黙って見ていて
ノックダウンで耐えてもう一度ボールを引き出す長い 1v1 まだ終わらない球がないかこれは冷静になればシラルが見えている
不安になるってことはまだ自分の中で練習が足りてないとか、そういう伸びしろがある状態だと思うので、本当にそれを受け入れながら練習してその不安をなくす作業が、個人的には人としてかなり大事なんじゃないかなと思います。本当にイヤー5始まって、レイ、アイン、家長っていうのは本当リージョンの中で、余り者の3人だったんですよ。チャンピオンシップに出場できたことは本当に頑張ったなというかといったところはありますね。札幌のチャンピオンシップで、たくさんのファンの方々の前でプレーできるのは本当人生の中でもあまり経験できることではないと思っていて自分は本当恵まれてるなと思いながらプレーしています。
Feeling anxious means there's still room for practice and improvement. I love that understanding of what he's feeling, and I think it's true when you're competing in anything. He knows that there are ways to get better, and that's something that they're accepting graceful rather than shying away from.
I mean, that's the thing. At the end of the day, you just have to keep going and working hard. But the thing that I love the most is that the honesty and the raw emotions of not wanting to let down your fellow countrymen or even your region, for that example. And you really don't want to. It's not bringing shame, but that's a kind of, you don't want to let anybody down.
Yeah.
And that can either push you forward or make you more scared. But accepting that anxiety, that pressure is what will mold you into a better player. And they've really shown that, as well. They said, maybe we were considered leftovers. Many regions have those players that are just on the cusp of making it. But when you work hard, you stick to your guns, eventually you will overcome and become out a better player. And then they're here at LAN.
Very much like in life, accepting responsibility can help transform you into something greater than you currently are. One of the great things about having a chance to look at the responsibility accepted is through all regions, everyone's got a lot on their shoulders. And of course, that does not leave Crazy Thieves out of the equation. They've combined with Crazy Raccoons and 100 Thieves to make something special occur in Sapporo, but they just missed out narrowly yesterday. Lace caught up with some members from Crazy Thieves to see how they're feeling heading into Elimination Bracket Round 1.
It was a bit of a tough start for Crazy Thieves yesterday in our group stages, and I am joined by one of them today. I have Verholst here with me. Now, Verholst, what were some of the challenges that you guys think you faced during the group stages?
I think we just had really bad macro, and we weren't playing aggressive enough, and it was really just came down to that. We were just bad macro and not just swinging hard enough.
And what do you think lit the fire in the last couple of matches yesterday?
I think we got to the point where we kind of felt like we had nothing to lose, but we kind of hit rock bottom in terms of our placement. So we kind of just went balls to the wall and just started not really caring and just played way more loose, way more aggressive, and just way more confident.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, you know, that it didn't have a beautiful start, but right at the end, we were sure cheering for you. Now, Crazy Thieves is going into the elimination bracket today. Do you think you guys are going to bring the same energy that we saw from match 5 and 6 today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're going to be playing even more aggressive than we were yesterday. Hopefully, we'll be repeating what we did in those last 2 games from that last group stage set.
Well, you heard it here. They're going to go a little bit more crazy. Now, thank you so much, Verholst. Best of luck for you today, and I'll give it back to you, Rain Day.
Thank you, Lace. Great to hear a little bit about how Verholst is feeling, Jayhawk, heading into what is a do-or-die moment for him.
Absolutely. He talked about that pressure and how, you know, they were a little bit more nervous at the start of it, but they just had to start playing loose and just play to their strengths, get aggressive, and that's what got them those 2 big games yesterday. Over half of their points in the group stage came from those 2 games.
Yeah.
And so it shows they were putting up massive kill numbers. But here's the thing. When it comes to Phony, he is no stranger to the elimination bracket, and it has never really affected his finals performance. I mean, Snipe can even attest to this because he was on some of those phase teams where they were narrowly making it through in 10th place in Elim Round 2 to get to the finals, and then they placed top 5. So I have no worries about Crazy Thieves right now. I do think that they're going to bounce back, and I actually have them as my pick for this stage right here.
Okay, all right.
The reason being is when we look at the POIs they selected throughout this tournament, they have been trying to play more zone-oriented.
Yeah.
They've been taking Cascades in the middle of Storm Point, going for more of those central POIs. This time, they went back to the bread and butter, things that Phony has played at for years. On World's Edge, the #1 draft pick normally is SkyWest Trials. Instead, Phony said, you know what? I like Climatizer. That is a POI that I have landed at forever. I know the macro there, and that's something Verholst brought up, that he wants to strengthen the macro. And also, it's an edge pick.
Yeah.
They want to be aggressive. He talked about that. Climatizer's a POI that's going to give them a lot of loot and allow for them to do so. So I think they're going to be able to bounce back here on World's Edge. But when we go over to Storm Point, they continued that trend. Once again, they have been landing in the middle of the map. Cascades, a very non-aggressive POI. Instead, Phony goes back to Launchpad. Another POI dating all the way back to his phase days, his SSG days that he had been landing at forever. I feel like Thieves have gone back to the comfort that they know, and with the firepower this roster has, triple controller, Phony, Verholst, Gen, 3 champions, this is a roster that should absolutely decimate this lobby. I think in terms of kills, I'm hoping that they go really hard, because I know that what we saw yesterday, if they can just start steamrolling, they can get those wins.
That's a great showcase, especially how the changes from a macro level have already started to seep in to the decision-making from Crazy Thieves. Another update we want to make sure you know is that Men of Culture, who are in this lobby, which many expected because they were playing as a duo over the last 2 days, have got their 3rd. That's right, Aveki has made his way into Japan after several missed flights and delays, and finally will be playing with them. So that's an exciting nod, especially for a team that, well, you know, needs that 3rd. It's not even about showing up. It's about finding their full potential finally here, Graceful, and we're going to be able to see it as we head into Elimination Round 1.
I mean, we've even seen the potential as a duo. They also won a couple 2v3s, several 2v3s actually, where they even got a few boards on the leaderboard, 2 points on the leaderboard. However, now that they are in full strength, I think we've always been talking about floating ever since the Open, I believe, where they were dominating.
Yeah.
And if they can keep that form up now as a trio, I think it's do or die literally now, and I think that they can go really hard.
All right, let's talk predictions as we head into the start of this game. The talent always have an idea of who they think is going to come out on top. No alliance this time, Snipe, so we're not going to do that. Rock, though, so far, it's pretty close. Me and Vicky up there. I like the Crazy Thieves pick from Glitter. VK Gaming from Dia going out there, and FaZe Clan from Genome as well. It's always funny. This is where people start to veer off, trying to, you know, get some points if they're behind. And, of course, Reddit, you guys have stayed pretty consistent, and you're still here with Crazy Thieves and Jayhawk as well. Snipe Down, you're also on the Crazy Thieves train. A big Crazy Thieves win, which shift up these things as well. Big shout out to Tiff on the Men of Culture pick also. Guys, it's been a phenomenal start to the day. The crowd, it's bigger than you would have ever expected. You have to find your way to Sapporo, because guess what? We already signed with the city to be here next year as well, if you did miss it. But I know who's ready and who's here right now to get it going. It's our casters to start the day. You know them, you love them. They're looking fly as always. It's Mark and Dan, or better-wise known as Onset and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Rain. Boy, I'm ready for this one, Dan. We have been waiting all night, all morning. We cannot wait to get into these games today. It's Elimination Bracket. Teams will be going home after this series is done. It is a day full of jeopardy.
Oh, it's so scary for all these teams on the main stage now because there is no safety net. There is no falling back and playing extra games. It is 6 matches to try and get through to that next round. And even then, you're already through to Elim Round 2. You've got to go on a gauntlet today if you want to get to those match point finals.
I mean, we were looking at the lobby, some of the names in this lobby. If you wanted an indication of how tough the competition has been on day 1 and day 2 in Sapporo, let me throw a couple of things at you. The fact that we have 4 players in this lobby who this ALGS season have lifted winners' trophies is an absolutely ridiculous statistic to throw at you. All of VK Gaming. You have 0 who won the Open with Falcons. All of these players are in the lobby, and that's before we even touch on some other teams.
Yeah, not to mention the fact you've got 2 of the reigning world champions from Aurora as well as Crazy Thieves, 3 LAN winners in this roster as well. This is an insane lobby, and we have to send 10 teams home. Not to mention, we've got Men of Culture playing as a 3 rather than a 2 today. I'm very excited to see what they can do, because as the desk was saying, they won a lot of 2v3s yesterday. Now they have that extra player. As we take a look across World's Edge, because that is where we're going to be starting here today, and this is the draft. You may have seen it from the desk, the biggest talking point. Crazy Thieves picking Climatizer rather than Skyhook West because they wanted to go to a tried and tested POI. But interestingly, gives FaZe Clan Skyhook West. Now, FaZe Clan are the best performing World's Edge team in this lobby. They're actually in the top 5 World's Edge teams the whole tournament, but still find themselves in the elimination bracket.
I mean, just looking over at the dome side of the map as well, the bottom right, you can see Men of Culture are there. Now, yesterday, a lot of teams, a lot of players were very aware that that was a duo. This time, hopefully they remember that there's an extra player there, because if they push them, there could be problems. But this is it, everyone. We are in the penultimate day here in Sapporo at the ALGS Championships. It's match number 1 in our elimination bracket. How'd you feel about some World's Edge?
Over 10,000 fans roaring in this arena as well, ready to get their teeth sunk into some action, and I think we are too. We are now underway, and why not have a little cheeky look at the Men of Culture, because they have been so active through the tournament as a duo. We've seen them get the Red Bull versus Strike many a time. But now you have to change the pace completely, Mark. They would have just been playing to probably stay warm, get in some action, learn a few things, but now they'll be looking to actually play the game in a sense of we actually need to rotate and try and win now.
Yes, it's a very different proposition, isn't it? One thing that's very interesting, by the way, just looking across the POI draft and looking at where we are actually headed here in game number 1 for our potential end game, nobody landing at Fragment. Now, it looks like the zone is going towards Fragment, maybe just to the streamer building, maybe just to the south of it, in and around those tracks. But for Reignite, who basically have Monument and Fragment to themselves, that's going to be a huge, huge opportunity for them to get a god spot here, to get a great position, and really bunker down for this game.
And remember, Reignite were one of those teams who did suffer from the Men of Culture aggression yesterday. They really found themselves in a lot of 3v2s that they maybe didn't expect to have early on in those games, and they lost points because of it. So now maybe they have a little bit more chance to actually play the game here today, and certainly a good starting zone for them. Elsewhere, there are going to be a lot of teams moving fast. Cupid Esports got the information at Overlook. You can see Sentinels have moved pretty quickly as well. Aurora now starting to traverse their way over, so a lot of teams now going central here.
Yeah, and also, if you can get here early in Fragment, look at the compositions. I mean, no Legends band at the moment. You've got Caustic, you've got Newcastle, you've got Valkyries, you've got a couple of Alters in there as well. And it's actually a tie for pick rate on both Newcastle and Caustic here. So we'll have to see how that one works out. I know you know the rules a lot better than me, because you're a man of truth and honor.
Yeah, it's going to come down to which composition actually wins, and if both of those legends are on the same composition, it goes down to tiebreakers. It goes down to a coin flip, potentially, but we will get there when it comes. Now, you can already see there is a knock in the kill feed. Strafing Flame's gone down.
Sorale going to get that knock as well. They're trying to punch him back in, but not going to be able to do so now. Do you have a Moby in the back pocket, in the backpack? Doesn't look like Crumbs does. You have to hope that Easy Flash does, if they want to get Strafing Flame back into this game. But, I mean, what better way to set the table for today than with a Fragment zone, right? I would only argue that a Skyhook zone would give us a more exciting endgame. So many places to play here for all of these 20 teams who are fighting to stay alive in this tournament. It's going to be the perfect way to start the day. You really couldn't ask for more. I would say Fragment or Fragment Skyhook, sign me up every time.
3 key areas to hold. You're going to have, of course, the buildings amongst Fragment were going to be the initial pulls, but then everyone else is going to play either the Northern Ridge by Epicenter and then the Southern Hills that are moving up from Harvester and Geyser as well. Good areas to hold if you want to pick up KP. Now you can see Killfeed is starting to pop off. A lot of individual knocks coming through, but we've yet to see official wipe of one squad at the moment, so people are kind of getting back up on their feet, and again, that is help to Newcastle. Now, the Men of Culture not playing Newcastle, not playing Caustic, going for something a little bit different, something a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, no Horizon today, but it's still looking pretty aggressive, like you say, with the Bangalore being picked. 5 Fears will be eliminated, by the way. That's going to be our Red Bull first strike of the day. They'll be the first team out of the lobby. The Men of Culture at the moment are walking on hot coals, and I've heard apparently there's like something good about doing that, or maybe it's just one of those things that like people do to say they did it.
I've heard there's health benefits, mental benefits. I'm not really sure. I certainly wouldn't try it.
Yeah, I think
it would be hot.
Really hot feet.
It would be terrible, I think. But SBI are one of those teams that are looking over towards Men of Culture, and I think it is just SBI. Gaming Gladiators have kind of left this one now. SBI, another team who really struggled in yesterday's competition as well as Thursday's, of course. Can they find a little bit of form here? I think the POI draft, very different now, because you were kind of stuck with the POI as you were drafted Thursday, Friday, but now you've had a chance to assess the competition. How are things going to play out? How's the lobby playing out? Who are teams we need to avoid, for example?
Well, SBI Esports, a pretty shocking day yesterday, to be honest with you. You know, you call a spade, as we like to do. We try and find the positives a lot of the time, but when there's not really any to talk about, you have to say it how it is. A Men of Culture at the moment, maybe with the first opportunity in certainly the first opportunity in a 3v3, to put that pressure back onto SBI after a little bit of a lax day yesterday. Men of Culture, at the moment, though, taking damage. And they're going to lose the first one. That's Egoist who's going to go down.
Well, they've done this as a 2v3 already, but this time it's going to be Aveki coming in. First games of the day, first games on LAN since arriving here today. Well, actually, it was last night, but still, he's here. Now, SBI have the advantage, though, and they need to make sure they press this correctly.
Just playing this one reserved at the moment, trying to make no mistakes. I think it's a very simple thing that you can get wrong if you're in a 2v3 scenario. You don't have to force things, you don't have to go crazy, you just have to get the job done. And Men of Culture will be eliminated. Their first 3v3 of the tournament. It doesn't go their way. Maybe the 2v3s are something to go for. Just play as a 2. Other player just goes zone.
Huge confidence builder, though, for SBI. They really needed that, as you said, as they struggled in the group stages, but now perhaps they can take that, use it as momentum as they go forward. The downside is they are very far away from zone. They are all the way down towards dome, and they're going to have to move quite some way.
One thing they can do, however, over at Stacks, they have great information. They have Survey Beacon, they have a Survey Beacon at Big Mord, they have a ring console over at the paintball just outside of Big Mord as well. So they're going to get not just zone information, but also a lot of Evo to play with. They're going to be pretty much guaranteed to be on purple, approaching that end game from the edge of zone. For Gaming Gladiators, already up to blues at the moment, and had some really good signs on day one, but fell off a little bit late yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of winning things as a 2, they had that end zone where they did win the entire game as a duo, and I do think there is a lot of potential on this roster. We spoke about Aku at the start of the tournament, and what an up-and-coming player he is as well. You put him alongside the brilliance of Blas and Lufka. GG have a lot of potential in this tournament, and perhaps an elimination run could do them some good.
Well, it looks like we're actually pulling over to the monument side of where this end zone is going to be. Initially, I was looking at it going, oh, it's looking like a fragment zone. However, we do see some ping-pong in those 4th and 5th and even 6th zones now here on World's Edge. A little bit unpredictable, maybe a little bit, I was going to say, third beacon information could be useful here to know that approaching from that western side is going to be an advantage. And I still wonder if it's going to pull up towards those tracks a little bit. I think a lot of teams are obviously hedging in a game one that they want to get a building and play from there. But if you take a little bit of a risk and move from that Harvester side, you might be in a pretty good spot.
How about this? This is a big fight. FaZe versus Crazy Thieves. I mean, that's 2 teams who have been arguably the favorites for this lobby now in terms of their POI draft positions anyway. Crazy Thieves going up towards Climatizer and then FaZe up towards Skyhook. Now, on their rotation, they have actually found each other, but it looks like FaZe are just going to hunker down, and CRT say, we don't really need to be fighting this right now.
Yeah, they had the Void Nexus down there, so they were just maybe just trying to see if they can pick onto FaZe, maybe just put a bit of pressure on. That's obviously a building that's going to be hotly contested. We see a lot of end zones just pulling outside of that particular building that is held by FaZe. So just have a look, but making sure they had that fallback in place.
So interestingly, VKG, the only team running Rampart right now, no Caustic, so that's with the hope that they can carry this composition through several games and hope that Caustic goes by first. But VKG has been a very disappointing tournament. QQ's down again, but they should be able to get him back up. But from mid-season playoff champions to now finding themselves in the elimination bracket, can they find any form here today?
Well, XD little bit of res farming maybe coming in here. It's not going to be a huge amount of Evo being gathered, but it's going to be enough to get him a little bit closer to purple. Also got the knock, which is just going to put some pressure on other teams elsewhere. But Cupid Esports, just top of this streamer building, could be a really good place if the zone does ping pong back to this side.
I remember there were changes made to res farming as well, to how much you get from the Evo from each res in this kind of tournament build of Apex Legends that we are playing, so that you can't overachieve when it comes to just farming that Evo just from dying and resing.
So most teams have now made their way in towards this zone. Elsewhere, we can see one team who's having a little bit of success is going to be Team Liquid. A couple of knocks coming in onto ALGS Year. 0 from distance with the scout. Not going to be able to confirm if that's going to be thing to say. Need to do better yesterday. A little bit disappointed to come down to the elimination bracket with a team which has so much history, has so many championships, has so many great moments amongst those players. I mean, you got to remember as well, a lot of talk about Sykes and a lot of talk about Zero on this lineup. Well, remember Funk almost won champs last year with Luminosity Gaming. He was in that top 3, in that top 2, and could have been an ALGS championship winner.
And then what a journey he's been through, changing regions just to try and compete. I mean, similar to what Phony, of course, did as well, moving over to a different region, then moves back and finds himself on a roster that was, questions were said, you know, are they going to be a team that competes with the biggest and the best? They haven't performed at that level thus far. But again, they are a team that is certainly capable of making a run through the elimination bracket here.
It's going to be interesting to see this next zone pull, to be honest with you, after the beacon information that we have. Is it going to pull towards the Monument side or the Fragment side? Both still very much options for both teams. We've seen a lot of kills in the feed, or should I say a lot of knocks in the feed at the moment, but all from range, all 30-30s, all scouts, and maybe not so much the 30-30s. That was just a force of habit for me, but Triple Take certainly having an impact in those distance fights, but none of it is being converted into kills. And speaking of Liquid Alien West, shout out to our observing team for not just giving us a lay of the land, but also finding out where they found themselves at the moment. Mythic Beam's going to spawn quite close to them, but with so many teams in the vicinity, that's going to be a tough one to pull up. And we have pulled all the way back to the respawn building outside of Monument. Now, look at the likes of Kinotrope Gaming. If they can move down and secure that southern side of this zone where those rocks are, everybody else on that eastern side has to shift. And this is what I was concerned about with this particular zone. Very difficult to read from Zone 4 onwards. It can bounce back and forth, and now you can see the problem and the dilemma that all these teams on the eastern side have.
And you might assume because Reignite are already there, and they were there very early. Remember, they dropped over at Monument. They decided to play this building, and they're going to be pretty happy with that zone pool when they find out. But a lot of teams on Valkyrie are going to be joining them later. So depending where you're holding in that building is going to be the difference maker here. As you can see, Strafing Flames just gone down in the kill feed, as Crazy Thieves now starting to get aggressive.
Yeah, Phony's going to get the first knock here onto RRQ. And now the swing is going to come in. Verhulst has gone down, and that's the Newcastle down, which makes it a little bit more awkward to get him back onto his feet. Jim Burton's going to get stunned here by that Newcastle wall and is going to be forced to retreat and drag his teammate back to his feet. Phony's going to be doing that himself, so Jen's going to have the time here just to pop this battery. But with that building being free, they can slowly just kind of tease their way up. FaZe Clan at the moment is split across 3 buildings, by the way, on that northern side. So they should be able to bully their way back in here, Crazy Thieves, but good KP for them.
Yeah, but then where do FaZe Clan go from there? That's the situation. You either try and bully away in the north, but there's so many teams in front of them, so you kind of have to be thinking about that Valkyrie Skyward dive as well. Now Sentinels are starting to get joined by a few more teams coming from that eastern side you were talking about. 38 seconds until this zone fully closes, which isn't going to be where all the action is. It's the next zone which will close when we actually start to see these teams forced together. Everyone currently is within this zone that is closing.
Yeah, I think the only team who wasn't was SBI, but they are now. I mean, I'm being pedantic, I'll be honest with you. They were pretty much in zone. So we're going to have a little bit of a slow burner here on this next zone, unless a couple of teams try and take the opportunity to take to the skies, which we're also seeing with the Valkyrie ultimates coming in, the Skyward dives. Yuka Peredator now having a look himself on the Crypto to see if he can find a bit of information on where they can play from.
Crypto Caustic Bang as well. It's another very off-meta composition that we are seeing. No Caustic, no Newcastle. Again, comfort. You don't have Legends eliminated for at least the first 2 matches here.
That zone is going to continue to trend towards the west, by the way. So Reignite inside of that building will not be safe.
No one's
where that zone is going to be. And as we take a look at it, you can see now how valuable those rocks that we were talking about and highlighting become, because that is not only your back being clear, but high ground, pretty much the only sustainable cover. So if you can make that move like Cupid Esports are doing right now, this could be a game-winning play.
That's disaster for Kinotrope. Unless Kinotrope decide they want to take the fight, which with the composition they have, they don't have the ability to play as a Newcastle and just get a wall down and play late. So they're going to have to really push Cupid Esports off that position if they want to find themselves in the end game.
Things are going to get nasty on this side of the map, though.
That's one way of putting it.
44 seconds left until that zone closes, and everybody has to move. Rock Esports are going to be one of those teams. Let's see how they try and navigate this rotation and jump into the comms with Rock.
Running at me, first floor. Cracked him.
I have a lot of barrels there. Hey, are they playing second? They're playing second.
Yeah, I'm shooting.
I dropped. I went first.
I'm batting on our wall. Breaking our barrels.
Yeah.
I barrel them.
Thermiting.
I thermited it.
Looking left.
Surging.
I'm playing close elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am too.
They have our height?
I think so.
That's not good, we can't block all that. It's side out right, look around. Look around lava.
Wait from the Valko.
They're not
They're Valk team, I thought.
They are. Okay.
Yeah, they're Valk. Okay.
Go. Coming.
Oh, you got the castle off. Hold on. I have all you too.
Come. Or last Valk.
Start it. Go. Yeah, start it.
Well, as SBI Valcol, Rock Esports will do exactly the same. In the meantime, by the way, Team Liquid Alienware were eliminated from the lobby, and I think it was Crazy Thieves, if I'm not mistaken, who won that fight.
I think we just saw 6 teams all Valcol at exactly the same time, but there's not much playable space. This is where you need to really be relying on your IGL to actually commit to a call and be prepared to fight. Kinotrope are starting to get involved on Cupid here.
Yeah, this is the one we were expecting to see. Kinotrope forced to make this play. They had to try and take the space away. Cupid Esports, though, will win that fight, and Kinotrope will not be able to force their way in. Johnny's going to have to try and stick this res, but GG have made the play now. They're wrapping behind them, and this could be the end of Cupid Esports. They're down as well. ALGS will be next. 13 squads still remain.
What a win for Gaming Gladiators, now taking one of the best positions, I would say, as long as they can get back up to a healthy 3, and it looks like they will. Crazy Thieves again in the kill feed against FaZe. Synetic's just gone down, and you can see desperate people trying to stay alive at the moment, just behind anything that they can find to call cover.
Yeah, Riddlord are trying to get anywhere near this zone. You can see how far they have to go. They're so aware that there's teams around them as well. Maybe just thinking KP is going to be their way to put points and placement on the board by killing players on this side of zone. FaZe Clan been eliminated. It was Crazy Thieves who were engaging with them, and we've got the majority of those KP as well.
Massive for Crazy Thieves. It means they will have the majority of the North once they get through Aurora as their next target. Sentinels also being fired upon by Crazy Thieves. Riddlord finally do get wiped. That's brilliant from Sentinels because they did it without taking damage, but now Crazy Thieves pushing out here.
Yeah, fantastic cover though coming in from Riley to keep his 2 teammates down on that low ground alive long enough to hold the push that was coming in from Crazy Thieves. They were desperate to third-party that situation. Team Mango will be the next team to fall.
And remember, technically, Crazy Thieves a chance to go back to back to back right now because they had 2 victories at the end of yesterday. Imagine if they could find another one at the start of the day here on Saturday in Elimination Bracket style. Crazy Thieves are pushing up onto Aurora now, though.
Jabbert's going to get that first knock, and he's going to follow it up with the caustic ult. The Nox gas goes in, a couple of barrels. Things are getting extremely toxic inside of this building. Phony's got to be careful, though, because he's getting chipped away by the gas from Xhako. He'll go down. Luckily for him, Verholz on the Newcastle still on his feet and able to drag his teammate and his IGL back.
What a different team they look at the moment, though, with that confidence. We said that could happen. Fire will go down. Aurora have fallen, but can Crazy Thieves actually hold off Sentinels, who are now pressing up, as Rock have also gone down as well?
Rock have gone down. Jem Burton's trying to stick this. Zone is closing behind them. He's going to have to give this one up. The zone will force Jem Burton to play this one out as a solo for Crazy Thieves. Up on top of the tracks, though, VKG have found themselves on the high ground with the castle wall down. Crazy Thieves have been eliminated. Jem Burton could not make it work. It was Riley who got the last kill onto them for Sentinels.
GG still in the power position at the moment, and they make it a living hell for VKG, who will go down. SBI start to press up on Sentinels now, and there's a couple of teams who really need to take advantage of the open space that's available at the moment.
All of a sudden, though, these teams are taking care of each other. We're down to 4 squads. Every single squad is a full 3. Gaming Gladiators have those rocks we were talking about as a prime position to play from. They have the high ground overlooking everything that's in front of them.
Only difference in terms of composition is SBI are running Mad, Maggie, and Bang. Everyone else is running the traditional Caustic, Newcastle, and Valkyrie here. So I'm very keen to see what SBI try and do here, because if they had a Wrecking Ball, it could be a big game changer going into this last fight. And they do.
They do. Skynade's usually pretty good as well. Looking for the big numbers to pop up. Not going to happen, but now it does! The bombs fall from the heavens and will contribute to Reignite being wiped off the face of World's Edge. Reignite eliminated top 3.
Gaming Gladiator is still watching from high ground at the moment, probably trying to encourage a little bit of an engagement between the other two teams right now. But SBI will probably want to reset, see if they maybe have any ability to get these ultimates back right now, as GG still trying to avoid gunfire.
One thing to point out about the Mad Maggie and the wrecking ball that you were talking about isn't as effective when you're having to fight uphill. If you're going downhill and you're throwing that thing, you can cause all sorts of problems. But getting to bounce consistently uphill, very, very difficult. And that means advantage to GG. They're going to use this mobile shield just to walk forward behind the Newcastle and try and pressure SBI, who are crawling up below them.
Yeah, just bully the two teams now to fight each other. I think that's what's happening here. SBI are going to slowly have to walk around these rocks and take the fight against Cyrilli.
Much better game, though, from SBI in comparison to what we saw yesterday. It started off with a 3v3 win all the way over at Dome. And now they find themselves with an opportunity to maybe win game number 1 here on Elimination Bracket rounds. GG getting ready to poke. That riot drill's going to chip away, but not quite hitting the armors. The damage taken by Mike forces him to retreat, but they've got a couple of armor swaps down.
The armor swaps are huge. It allows them to reset with having to push around. Otherwise, they would have been forced into that 3v3 engagement. All teams reluctant to be the first to fire here, because as soon as one bullet gets fired, everyone then changes their plan, everyone then changes their position, and hoping they get to be the third party to win this one.
This young man we talked about has been a superstar in the making. Well, making your name on LAN is how you become the superstar. Now, Aku looking to put some kills on the board here to secure this game 1 victory for GG. SBI all trapped down on that low ground, but it's the experience of Blast, who not just takes down one, he hits a 124 into a second. He's taking both teams on himself. SBI trying to climb up. The Thermites are chipping away. Blast ain't missing too many bullets with this spray at the moment. Blast now changes to the triple take, but now the gas is starting to chip away. Sorale will be eliminated, and SBI have made a game of this one. Lufka, he's down on his knees. It's a 2v1, I believe. It's a 2v0 as SBI Esports will be your champions at game number 1.
I mean, we said what a confidence builder it could be, winning that initial fight against Men of Culture right at the start of the game at Dome. And they go on to win this first match. And how vital could that be for their chances moving forward in this elimination bracket? It's going to build confidence and also set a precedent here going into the next games that they have to be a team who should be respected going into this lobby.
What a difference a day makes. What a difference a night's sleep makes. What a difference a little bit of VOD review and some different POIs, different maps makes, different lobby, whatever it is. All of the ingredients to this recipe. We had a delicious game number 1 here for SBI Esports at the bottom of the leaderboards yesterday, struggling to win a 3v3. Today they come out on fire, and it feels like for GG, it's a good game, it's a great game, but maybe one that in that position they were hoping could have been a first place finish.
I think GG will look back at that and say, how did we not win it? They did everything right. They held the high ground. They were getting the engagements on the other two teams. In the end, they just couldn't hold, and they took so much damage from other ultimates. But I will say, in terms of compositions, it was the Bang, it was the Mad Maggie who came out on top. Didn't need a Caustic, didn't need a Newcastle, which is even more impressive because it's so hard to hold some of these angles with a roster like that.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive stuff from them in SBI Esports. I think the fact that there was it felt like both teams down on the low ground recognized that GG were the team who were probably going to win the game. So kind of focused their attention onto GG, and then we're like, if we deal with that, we can deal with each other and see what happens. GG did a great job of holding, but had to hold off multiple waves of both teams' players flying towards that position. And GG at the end up in second place with 7 KP, but it is SBI Esports who are on top here. 24-12 across the board, both the kill points and their placements.
And then interestingly, Newcastle, the legend that is banned here after those tiebreakers. So Caustic will survive another game. I don't know what my preference is. After we've seen it flip-flop on Thursday and Friday with Newcastle going first or Caustic going first, I think typically I'd rather see Caustic go and Newcastle stay because it creates for a very different element. You can create some new space, but at the same time, you have to be far more creative in your pushes when you don't have Newcastle, which I enjoy at the same time.
I mean, we'll take a look at our top 3 finishes from that game as well. Some statistics to back up those performances. And you're looking across the kills, and just shout out to Egoist. I mean, he had a really good start to the game, remember, all the way over at Dome, contributing to some of those impactful kills that got the momentum going for them. He ends up with 5 blasts on the other side for Gaming Gladiators. He had 5 himself. So Raleigh, a little bit of a quiet game when it comes to the KP, but we heard from Ian Aga, in the interview saying that man knows his zone and he needs a little bit of luck. Well, they got into a great position for the end game. The kills didn't really matter because they got the placement points to go alongside.
If you can consistently find top 3, even without kills, you should be able to progress just about into the next stage. I mean, you might need a couple here or there, but you're still picking up great points purely through placement, and there will be games where those kills come towards you. That was a bit more of a different zone. You're going to struggle to find kills in certain places when you're kind of hiding in a building. You can only do poke damage. Instead, teams like SBI, who are out in the wild playing a more aggressive comp, they're more likely to get the kill.
Yeah, as the opportunity just presents itself. Something like a riot drill, it just creates an opportunity. It's almost free damage if you can angle it properly and really create that opportunity to put the pressure on. But game 1 is done and dusted. Game 2 is coming up just around the corner. The Elimination Wall bracket will continue in just a few moments.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Deserve this.
Clever tactics, bold maneuvers. You've a curious mind. Care to fathom the mysteries of the universe?
됐네요.
픽.ゆっくりで。들어와.
예린다.
소리 다.
먼저 다 만나야 되나?
2人ダウン。3人ダウン。5か。人死んだね。
はい、あと1人見け。
やばい、終わってきた。2人だよ。
Welcome back to the beautiful city of Sapporo, and welcome to not just the people in the arena, but also some snowmen outside of it. Dan, looking well dressed for a Saturday, I have to say.
Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't actually attempted to build a snowman, because it's all I wanted to do as a kid. I never got the opportunity to do, and now I'm here and I still haven't made one. But look at that incredible audience that are here. Now, of course, we want to thank one of our sponsors, Sony InZone, because they are powering the monitor and audio experience for the ALGS Year 5 champs. Lightning fast OLED monitors and their lightweight wireless headsets give pros the tools to win. Thank you, of course, to Sony InZone. Now, in terms of the game that we just witnessed, Mark, I think that we learned a little bit in terms of the speed of which we're going to see people play here. There was a lot of early rotations with that zone, people getting hunkered inside buildings, but that could all very quickly change if we suddenly get a more open zone here in match 2.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing about World's Edge. I think it gives us some of the most congested end zones like we saw there, and it gives us some end zones that are a little bit more kind of flexible for edge teams to work their way into. I think the zone pool on that one was very interesting. It felt weird. I don't know why. When that zone first popped, it was like it wasn't fully Fragment, it wasn't fully Monument, and it just felt like it was too indecisive, like to decide which side you wanted to play. And yeah, I mean, first thing I thought is you could play from this south side here if you're brave. It was a very brave call to make, to play from that south side and kind of let everyone else in front of you wait to see what was happening and then try and pick a little hole, and it would have worked out. You know, hindsight's 2020. I sound like a genius IGL, but it's a huge risk to play like that if you want to make that decision. But it is the decision eventually that works. But I think that's what World's Edge is kind of posing to some of these teams at the moment with some of these zone pools that we see. It's like everyone's probably thinking on zone 2, zone 3, we've got a great spot for this endgame. We're going to play for this endgame. We're going to try and navigate building to building, and then we'll see what happens. But when you get that big shift into the open, over to those rocks, it completely changes what your approach is going to be.
And these games are going to very quickly run away from these teams as well. Suddenly you're going to blink and you're going to be in match 5 and say, actually, we haven't achieved enough points here, and we're in the oh crap situation. Now we desperately need points just to stay alive in that entire competition. Otherwise, we might be going home. So these World's Edge matches that are a little bit more formal, a little bit more traditional, could be so important to your chances of moving forward. Now, there were a couple of teams we didn't see much of in that game because of early eliminations. Men of Culture, Team Liquid being two teams that I hope have a little bit of a better matchup this time. We'll have to see what happens as, of course, we go into our legend picks. Remember, Newcastle banned, but we will still have plenty of Caustic.
Certainly will indeed. And Caustic had a big influence on that end game. You saw those barrels and the gas just ticking away at people and actually contributing to the downfall of some of those players from GG in those final moments. And you're looking across some of the players on our stage. You're looking at world champions, defending world champions from Sapporo last year, looking to make their mark once more. Map number 2 is ready. Match number 2 is ready. We're back on World's Edge.
16 Caustics, 11 Bangs, 9 Altars, as well as 9 Valkyries as well, before we go into 7 Cryptos. But then you get into the off-meta picks. 2 Watsons, 2 Wraiths, a Mad Maggie, a Catalyst, a Gibraltar, and a Seer. So there is plenty of legend selection here of people trying to do something a little bit different.
Seeing a Wraith in here as well for Aurora. A little bit of an early pick for that by the looks of things. So that's always an interesting one. I always feel like when you look at World's Edge, Wraith is just such an effective, I mean, Wraith probably one of the most well-balanced legends, I'd say, in the history of the fact that it's one of the launch title legends and still has the impact that she does. Very, very interested to see how they're going to be able to navigate and rotate using that portal and, of course, jumping into the void when required. Now, let's take a look at the zone down. Where are we going? The answer is Lava Fisher.
We are going all the way west. Kindertrope going to be very close.
The answer is probably Lava Fisher. Let me just...
ALGS Year over at Lava Fisher are going to learn that very quickly. They do have a ring console as well. Team Mango can move from Landslide, and Rock are actually already moving from staging. Yeah, they did have a ring console. So, yeah, Rock have that information. They're going to start to move very quickly indeed. My question is going to be, are we going to see the Men of Culture versus SBI Esports matchup happening yet again here? Will SBI choose to be that aggressive? I think previously they were looking to try and get the information from Dome, but the question is there even a ring console at Dome this time?
There is a ring console at
Survey
Dome.
beacon.
If you could see us right now, by the way, we're both leaning
squinting
incredibly close to the giant monitor that we have, trying to make sure that we don't give you misinformation. I am mostly confident that there isn't. So
mostly is always something that makes me very confident.
That's all I can give you, I'm afraid.
But
I don't know if there's one at Stacks or Maud either, by the way. So
like
launch site is the only close one for both teams to go to. I mean, shout out GG. They're going to get the info before anyone else.
Which might create a natural engagement anyway in the southeast, because they'll either all be looking for the same kind of rotation.
You know where we're going? They're just kind of shouting at each other.
Someone please lead the way. Well, Rock did move fast, but they have moved already into a little bit of danger by the looks of things. ALGS Year, who did drop down here, just forced them away, and Rock maybe have to find a little bit of a different spot to play now.
And Rock just going to play down in the graveyard here outside of Mirage Trois. And you can see how quickly they rotated, and the fact that Sorcerer has no sight on his G7 Scout. No mag R9, no sight G7 Scout.
Pretty poor.
It's in ranked, everybody. ALGS Year getting some kills, though, onto 5F down on this low ground, and 5 Fears. 5 feet could be dead very soon if he's not careful. Caustic last one alive. Not looking good for them. We say in England, not looking good, bruv.
I don't say that, but
You're
I've definitely heard people in England say such travesty.
How dare you?
Sadly, it's going to be about trying to rat out, I would imagine, for 5 Fears. They were eliminated early in the previous game as well. We've had some incredible rat stories throughout the years, even on LAN. Remember, there's a Seer in the lobby. That makes things a little bit more different.
So I would say of all legends, Caustic maybe not the one you want to be ratting with.
Well, Cupid Esports had an opportunity last game. They found themselves in that southern spot, but they got bullied off it a little bit. And they're going for quite a different composition again here. We are seeing a lot of these APAC teams going for very different styles of approach for their composition. Gibraltar and Watson on board. If they can find themselves in zone, I mean, they certainly will be able to find a way to keep people out. But right now, it's about just getting ring information.
That's exactly what they're going to get here at Landslide. Phew. They're going to know exactly where we're going.
They should have got you to do the sound effects, I think.
I am available.
So Men of Culture and SBI, by the way, in the Southeast, just to keep up, they have gone different ways as we check in with Crazy Thieves, who are currently up against Aurora at the moment. They're both having a little bit of a poke, and actually that is a bit of a singe to the backside. Some damage being done by Jen Burton, and more is going to be thrown that way. They may choose to push this if we get this knock, but not quite.
One thing that Crazy Thieves did pretty well in that previous game, and at the end of yesterday, I mean, you heard it from the Verholst's mouth. When everyone was saying, we kind of hit rock bottom, we were like, well, we can't go any lower. Let's pick up the aggression. Let's start swinging onto teams. Let's start taking the fights. Well, it seemed to be working pretty well for them in that first game, winning a couple of fights on that northern side of zone. It was just at the end game where the traffic became a little bit too much for them to navigate, where they eventually fell. But good KP from kill points, it's a confidence booster. I think if you're put yourself in their shoes and you're expecting to take maybe 3-4 fights per game, and if you're winning the majority of those in game number 1, but you just don't have a great spot for end zone, when you have a better rotate and a clearer rotate, you're probably thinking you can win those fights to then win the game.
The Riddle Order in a similar position that we just saw Aurora and Crazy Thieves. All of them probably trying to work out where do we go, because I think going west from Monument puts you in a very vulnerable position, trying to force your way through that choke point. You're very open to a lot of gunshots that are going to arrive from Lava Fish's side. And maybe they want to try and go through Skyhook instead, or even down south through staging, depending on which team it is. Now, Men of Culture, I said earlier they had moved away from SBI Esports, and they might be rotating through Thermal to get even Ring 3 information from Thermal Station. Gaming Gladiators have just done a pretty similar journey through the southwest side of the map.
Cupid are in trouble. Your boy Johnny's down, Dan.
Well, Johnny be good. He's going to be back up on his feet. And it looks like Cupid will have a chance to reset here. But again, you're in a position where you don't have anything really to play at the moment. This is one of my least favorite areas to actually try and get late game, because you struggle. You have to drop down low and you're just vulnerable from too many angles.
One way that you might be able to get up top, though, if you can find a place to place it, is with an evac tower. FaZe playing on those rocks. A bit of a pause coming in, which gives us a chance to catch our breath. Good news for everyone, though. No big engagements going down. But when we are looking at zone and we're looking at the traffic, a lot of people, like we imagined, Dan, when we first saw that zone pull, playing towards that Lava Fisher side.
I do feel like this pause might be my fault. Only reason I was teasing Genome and Vicky earlier, well, yesterday, because they had a pause every game and we had none. I was like, oh, we had a flawless day. What are you guys doing? But okay, maybe I've turned that onto us. So I apologize for that.
Can't believe you've done this.
But I am interested how this zone goes, because, well, again, oh no, we can talk about it, because our voice isn't going out. So it has moved a little bit further south, the zone. It isn't moving all the way west to Lava Fisher, so it is going down towards the bridge area. And there are a few teams that committed hard and early to that who are going to be delighted. They won't know just yet. But that means there's going to be some terrifying fights happening on the northern side of Lava Fisher. And if you think about Crazy Thieves in the rotation they were making, they decided not to go through that western side of Monument, instead went up towards Skyhook. They're now going to have to not only go through northern side and go through Countdown, but then once they win those engagements, if they were to win, they still have to continue to go further, unless they Valkyrie.
Yeah, one thing that to keep in mind, like you say, they have that Valkyrie in the composition. They also probably are just playing for the ring console that's over at Sky West at the moment. So if they're going to play for that, Liquid Alienware currently sit on it at the moment, but they don't really need to fight, to be honest with you. They can just allow each other to hit that console and then move from there. They're going to be able to probably overtake that traffic that's built up on that northern side. So Crazy Thieves and Liquid Alienware both in a good spot to maybe out-rotate and take over some of those teams who are currently at Lava Fisher.
Crazy Thieves do look like a different team today, has to be said. I mean, they look like the team we saw in the final 2 games of yesterday. But I think we said this right at the start of yesterday and even previously. If Crazy Thieves find momentum, if they start to actually believe in themselves, they will turn into a different team. As we look back at some of the highlights from the last 2 days of group stages, it was a very rough start for them, but now they start to look like the team that they should look like. At one point, they were in 37th position, 36th position. Should never happen when you have players like this on your roster. So I'm glad they've been able to wake up, and it isn't too late. That's the good thing. They've woken up early enough that they can actually compete here today in the elimination bracket.
I got to respect as well, you know, Verhulst and what he said, I think, in the interview with Lace a little bit earlier on. It's like, what went wrong? Lace asked, and he was like, macro's bad. And you know what I mean? Like, it's like, we're not going to make excuses. Our macro was bad. Like, it wasn't anything else outside of it. It's like, we just played badly. We were not getting into good spots. We were playing scared. And the way to remedy that is kind of just, you know, take the chains off a little bit, get a little bit more busy, get active on the map, take some 3v3s if they're there. Some of the most talented players in the world, land champions, all of them. They know how to win championships, but sometimes you need to remind yourself that you can do that. The pause is going to be over. We're going back into the game, and we're going to jump on board with Crazy Thieves here to see if that narrative continues from yesterday or if some of the problems continue to rear their head.
Yeah, do Crazy Thieves know of Liquid Alienware would be my question, because Liquid Alienware are very close. Well, now they do. I think they did spot one of them. So, yes, both teams should be aware of each other. Liquid Alienware at the moment hovering in and around the zone next to Trials, and they might make a rotation around on the northwest and try and go through that that far corner and maybe try and catch like the likes of FaZe Clan off guard. We'll have to wait and see. As Five Fears, by the way, have been able to respawn. Remember, when we checked in with Five Fears originally, it was just a solo rat Caustic, and we didn't really know how it was going to go, but back alive, excellent work to keep this team on their feet.
I'm not quite sure how he's got out of that position, to be completely honest with you. Just looking at where they were respawning as well, I'm like, fair play. You managed to make it work, and that is one stealthy Caustic, just showing that it doesn't matter the size, it just matters how quiet you can be moving through the crowds down.
The motion of the ocean. Now, FaZe Clan have seen Liquid Alienware just rotate on that northwestern side, and Crazy Thieves have actually opted to go through Countdown on the east. All of these teams who are in Countdown, though, are going to learn very shortly that it's not enough. You're going to have to keep moving a little bit further south. But this next zone is going to close in only SBI, Five Fears, Men of Culture outside of it right now. Men of Culture are approaching RRQ. Might have to take that fight. You can see already some gunfire happening there.
Yeah, one difficult spot here. When you look at the map overhead, you're like, oh, Graveyard, that looks like a great place to play. But Graveyard early on is very difficult to hold. There's a lot of angles above you that surround you. Late game, fantastic, but you have to be able to take it late game. Playing it early, very, very difficult. And when you take Newcastle, for example, out of the composition, obviously being banned, makes it even more difficult to do so. Liquid Alienware, we mentioned how they've been rotating from this northern side where they've worked their way into Lava Fissure, but they don't have zone information on where this next zone is going to be pulling. So that's going to be new information for not just them, but FaZe Clan as well. We're pretty much rubbing shoulders with them.
Of course, FaZe Clan, who were dangerously close to getting into the winners bracket yesterday. They only missed by a couple of points in the end, as well as Rock, as well as Crazy Thieves. So naturally, they become some of the favorites that are going to be in this lobby, but they might find themselves contested by the likes of Liquid Alienware and Cupid shortly. But a lot of teams just avoiding these gunfights at the moment. As I say that, I've just seen Rock have just lost 2 in the kill feed. Deeds and Sorcerer have just gone down.
Yeah, they have indeed fallen. We'll have to see if they can escape. But not looking good for them at the moment. And there is Vaxelon, the last alive. Reignite, extending from that little compound of buildings below the ship of Mirage Etoile. It looks like Rock actually, I was going to say, well, could potentially, maybe, possibly, perhaps,
per maybe,
be able to reset here. They certainly can't get Deeds back in right now. I wonder if Sorcerer's got himself a little Moby in the back pocket if they can get him back to his feet, though. Vaxelon certainly doesn't. He's going to stick this one on Crypto. There's a drone knocking about in front of him, which is very frustrating, as is consistently picking your teammate up for him to fall back to his knees.
It's the worst feeling, by the way, when you're just that person that's getting knocked over and over again.
Resme. A big moment here, Crazy Thieves versus VK Gaming. This is in and around Countdown at the moment. Both teams won't be safe when that next zone does close, but they are safe for now. QQ trying to get a cheeky angle here. Cass is going to try and back him up. Jen's having to take a little bit of time here to pop this med kit and get healthy. It's a little bit of damage. That's a really good couple of arc stars, though, that should force VK back a little bit. And now with a Q2 from Jen Burton. Both players have gone down on either side, but it looks like the advantage now is heavily in the favor of Jedburn and Co. One player left alive here. It's a 1v2. Casa has to escape, and Casa will escape.
And there's a lot of Crazy Thieves fans in the audience at the moment. You can hear it when they start to win these engagements, and they will be able to take the victory here, even if they don't wipe the entire team. And they had to push off that utility because they were out of it afterwards. But now there's going to be another team. It's Team Mango looking to try and capitalize on the damage that's already been done.
Here come the soft fruit enjoyers. Let's see if they can get into this fight and take advantage of the damage that was done. It looks like Crazy Thieves have been able to reset enough to force Team Mango away. Maybe a little bit of an armor check as well from Team Mango, recognizing that Crazy Thieves had purple armors, just forced them to step back a little bit. But now you can see that Verhulst has gone down because Aurora have now arrived.
Everyone's starting to take a piece of this cake.
Beautiful port in, by the way.
Brilliant from Aurora. And we are seeing the differences of those legends now come into the equation. Of course, Team Mango running the only Catalyst in the lobby. Aurora running the only couple of Wraiths that are in the lobby as well, as Liquid Alienware have gone down in 20th place. And again, it is a struggle for them as Rock also fall. Two heavy hitters when you talk about coming into this tournament. Two teams who you would expect to be in the winner's side, if not the grand finals, find themselves eliminated again in the early stages of this game.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You get the feeling there's some upsets on the horizon today, or maybe there's going to be some heroic comebacks a little bit later in this series. Crazy Thieves have respawned Verhulst by the looks of things to get him back into the game. I think there was another respawn as well that's gone down, so teams getting back up to a full complement. As Riddle Order on your screens right now, a landslide are trying to hold off this push that's coming in from that low ground. It's actually going to be Valco up into the skies. It's going to get them ahead of Riddle Order here. And SBI Esports will be able to overtake them, and now Riddle Order have to walk their way, and Cupid Esports has been eliminated in the meantime. That's going to be Kinotrope who are going to be credited with those kills and those points.
There are still 3 teams who are in Countdown who are not in zone. They're being held out by Team Mango right now. Crazy Thieves, Aurora, and VK Gaming as we look across to that part of the map. Crazy Thieves down to a 2 again, but maybe you get a chance. No, they will not. Those nades hurt.
Zone is closing. Verhulst has got to be careful here, and it's not looking good for him. Little mantle jump is going to get him ahead of the zone, but with Aurora in front of them, VK Gaming in front of them, it might be a case of let's just try and get what points we can. Let's play for these KP, and let's see if we can come out of this with something instead of nothing.
Only has a slither of health, was able to shut the door, but Verhulst is going to go huge here. Triple taking RE45. Do you get the opportunity? Of course, if he goes for the revive, it will give the audio cue. At least he used the caustic so he can drop a couple of barrels down and protect, and now he goes for it.
Are
you brave?
LQ's going to pick this corner. And then Aurora going to swing from the backside as well. So Verhulst, the one-man army at the moment, trying to stay alive. And you got to give him credit. It's a phenomenal job for him to survive this long, but maybe it's just too many numbers. Won't get the armor swap either. Gaming Gladiators and Crazy Thieves will be eliminated.
Fantastic effort. It was Verhulst against the world. And honestly, I'd still bet on Verhulst for the most part.
I'd still bet on World.
I'd still bet on World. Well, maybe I should have. Crazy Thieves go down. Now there's only 15 squads remaining. VK were able to survive in that instance, as will Aurora. But that means we might get a VK Gaming versus Aurora matchup.
And remember, it was VK Gaming initially who lost the fight inside of this building.
Here we go.
2 Crazy Thieves, so they get their revenge, but LQ will not be able to get around that corner. He gets turned into mincemeat as Aurora look like they're in a position to win the fight on this side of the map.
Gets smushed into Mango, sadly, because Team Mango were just waiting, biding their time, as VK Gaming will be confirmed as eliminated. Aurora will be able to push them into Mango. But now Aurora going to have to work out, how do we get past this squad?
Mango turn them into smoothies. I could do a smoothie right now. That'll get me going. RRQ now in a fight with FaZe. That's going to be FaZe Clan who are eliminated. RRQ come out on top of that one. Bangol goes down to buy them some time to try and reset here with a lot of pressure coming towards them. But if they can hold, then this might be a really good spot for them in that endgame. Aurora now move a little bit closer to the edge of zone, but they're going to have a lot of targets in front of them they'll have to deal with if they want to be safe.
It was great news that Mango did disappear. It does give them the chance to walk out, but now they're going to have to take this fight against SRL. They're not going to have much in terms of utility because they used so much in those previous engagements.
Well, they did manage to avoid the caustic ult, and I think they hit a really good caustic ult themselves that just created the space for them to move up to here and take this 3v3. The problem is there's some great shots coming in from other players. A single Mozambique with no ammo is going to be difficult to do anything with, and Hyaka now is going to be last alive.
Just about avoids the Valkyrie shots as well, and now you're going to see 2 teams eliminate. SBI are going to go down. Aurora will fall in the end. 10 squads now remain as ALGS Year still alive in the building. They've been in for quite some time, but the zone is shifting further into the bridge that I was mentioning earlier, where Team Mango have now found dead center of the zone.
Five Fears who were a solo a little bit earlier on, have got into the top 10. So from where they were to where they find themselves, you'll take that every day of the week. And then once again, it's Fafafi who finds himself as last player alive on the core stick. 10 squads still alive here, but Team Mango, with that Valk ult that we saw as well, from the position that Aurora were trying to take, now find themselves in one of the best positions. The interesting traffic is all on this western side, though, Dan. So many teams are stacked up in and around that train car.
Also, this lobby being dominated by APAC right now, by the way. If you think about the big teams that have been eliminated, a lot of EMEA, a lot of North America as well.
1v1 here between Riddle, by the way, and 5 Fears. Titus trying to stick the res. Mozam's not quite sticking this time. The armor swap good. He's got a purple bot on these dual Mosies. And off the missile swarm, and the crack, he's going to swing this one. Core stick, it might be finally time to go to bed. Riddle Order will take down 5 Fears.
And the Riddle Order fans roar
I'm gonna get the res here.
Sapporo Dom, and maybe, yeah, you get the res, and you might be back up to a 3, because I don't think anyone's going to contest this, and then they will be holding the bridge. And the bridge is arguably one of the most powerful positions on the map right now.
Yeah, with everybody else stacked up on that western side, they control the east side, so they might have the easiest walk-in of all time here. Reignite, though, looking for the play towards zone. Razy's going to get that raked portal down and tell his teammates it's time to join me, but maybe not quite the time, as the Corsican will land on the end of it.
Zone is closing. Sentinels, ALGS and Men of Culture all have to move in. Kinnetrope currently fighting against Fire and Reignite as well, just being underneath them. But look where Riddle find themselves.
Wow.
Prime position. Best spot you could possibly want here. That 1v1 was massive. Now Men of Culture pushing it.
And Riddle are moving in for KP. Riddle are moving in for more points. Men of Culture will be next to fall to Riddle Order. Kinnetrope will be next to fall in the lobby. As we are scything through the numbers, thanks to Riddle Order, they are taking this game over.
They just need to make sure they don't give up their position here. They have to stay strong, yes, apply damage, but also retreat, heal up, and hold this spot, because you have the ultimate high ground at the moment. But there are still other teams that could potentially take it away from you. RRQ could go up.
They are sending it down onto Sentinels, and I think that might have been a little bit of adrenaline that just made that play seem a little bit more valuable than it actually was. Riddle Order will be eliminated and Sentinels will survive.
And now RRQ are going to pick up the pieces here and take prime position. Sentinels should be obliterated at this point. They're going to try and get away. But now RRQ also going to overextend? No, they will hold out. But now Team Mango, out of nowhere, just popped their heads up. And like meerkats, everyone are just saying, well, you know, is anyone going to hold on to this position?
By the way, Sata Kohai here has got 5 kills to his name. This is a monster potential game coming in from RRQ.
12 kills at the moment.
12 kills as it stands, and still 4 squads remaining in this lobby. It could be a very memorable game, but Sentinels will be the next to fall as RRQ move forward and take the high ground from Mango.
RRQ, Mango, Reignite. I told you it was a very different lobby that we're going to be seeing here today. But now that's the only Catwall, the only Dark Veil that was going to be available here, because only a single Catalyst in the lobby. It splits this entire zone, but it might force Mango and Reignite to just have a little scrap. But remember, it's a solo from Reignite that could change how this goes.
6 kills here for Mosudisu as well. So again, we're talking about the numbers, everybody contributing. Thermites go in. Damage is done. RRQ looking for yet more KP, for more points. They are feeling greedy. They are feeling hungry. As Reignite in the solo just try and survive here.
At least he's on a Wraith, I guess, but he's not able to climb. It's going to fall, but now is that enough for RRQ to push it?
Should be. Thermite, light him up, buddy. Satoko Hyde on this high ground. Just a case of hitting your shots at this point. Might be some desperation plays towards the end game here from Team Mango, down on the low ground, but Strafing Flame might be first victim. Not going to go down, though. And even though the damage is done, someone's got to push and make this decision here. There's one. There's 2. There's 3. It's a monster game for RRQ. They're the champions here of match number 2.
16 kills for RRQ, a 28-point game to put their best foot forward already for Elimination Bracket Round 2. And what a different game it was. It was dominated by APAC through almost the entirety once we started to see some of the heavy hitters from different regions fall. And there's the confirmation. 5,000 damage, 16 kills. What a beautiful game it was from them. I will say, it was a matter of who was going to actually hold that high ground at one point. I do think you were right. Riddle Order maybe just full of adrenaline there, just wanted to push, gave up arguably the best spot on the map. But they did have to deal with Sentinels, it has to be said. Maybe they were a little bit worried that if they didn't push it, they were just going to get shot in the back, so they committed in the end.
What a game that was. We just feel like when we get into these big days of Apex Legends, I'm talking Saturdays and Sundays, especially on Saturday when we have the Elimination Bracket and the Winners Bracket, and we're trying to find who's going to make Match Point Finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday. There's always a big game on the horizon for someone that puts them in a position to step through to that next round, to keep their tournament dream alive. And for Rex Regum Q1, it's going to be 28 points on the board, 16 KP for them. That is nothing short of superb.
That's the good news, though, for teams like Liquid, Rock, Cupid, Gaming Gladiators, like teams that didn't put points on the board there. A lot of the points were gobbled up by RRQ, but with Liquid Alienware, I mean, 0 points, game 2, didn't get much in game 1 either. They are struggling, and when you consider they have one of the best IGLs in the world, and I'm not just saying that lightly, trophies speak for themselves in Zero, and the team that he's put together here, pressure is starting to accumulate for this roster.
In his own words, Zero said this team is not built for now when it was put together, it's built for champs. Well, we're here, we're at champs. We have 4 games remaining in this Elimination Bracket round 1 to find the points required to not just progress, but to stay alive in the tournament. It would be headline news if Team Liquid Alienware were to fall in the first round of the Elimination Bracket. A long way to go, but 0 points on the board after 2 games is a big concern for them.
I don't want to say it, but Hal's probably smirking in a corner somewhere. Or maybe at this point, you just feel bad for them because you don't even want to see anyone in that position. 0 points from 2 games. But we do know Liquid Alienware are very capable of turning it around. And what the previous point I was making, with points being gobbled up by one single team, all you've got to do is get to the top 10.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Just have to move on. Sure, your POI draft might not be great. You're going to be in last position in that POI draft once you get to Elim Round 2. But it's about progressing and staying alive at this point. But a team that's doing more than staying alive is RRQ. What a bomb of a game it was in the end. 28 points on the board.
I think one thing to take away from the 2 World's Edge games as well, Dan, is we look at the end zones. I think teams have been fooled twice almost. It feels like the first one over at Monument where we had that pull over to the western side where everyone was kind of like on the eastern side going, guess we're going over here then. Yeah. And then that one, which off of initial ring console, we looked at each other, we're like, Lavafish are probably looking pretty strong to be the end game, and it pulls all the way down to the bridge area that you were talking about, which again just makes everything so much more difficult. It makes you question so much, like, is our macro right? Are we reading things right? Do we change and try and play for later ring consoles now because we are seeing these unpredictable pulls? These simple things, they have that multiplication effect where you kind of start second-guessing everything. It's a very interesting first couple of zones, and I think a lot of questions for teams to answer.
A lot of questions to be answered, and maybe they will be answered going into match 3 because that's where we're going to be heading. But of course, we're going to go for a quick break before then. RRQ take match 2. Can they carry on going into match 3?
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
10มาสั่นแคทไม่เอาไอ้เหี้ยปล่อยซ้ายบอลละหนึ่งก็เกิดแตกตัวหนึ่งเฮ้ยกดแตกกระดงบอลลงบอลละหนึ่งเฮ้ยฟุ่มลื่นลงสวิงลง
Great to have you back, everybody. Welcome back to Sapporo and welcome back to the ALGS Championships Elimination Bracket Round 1. With 2 games already done on World's Edge, we are heading towards match number 3 now with RRQ with a huge win in match number 2, which puts them in a very solid looking position. Dan Gaskin.
RRQ, they set the pace, but now can anyone actually catch them up here, Mark?
We'll have to see. And of course, we want to give a quick shout out to Google Play, which is powering a premium fan experience here in Sapporo for our ALGS Year 5 Championships. I know that everyone out in that crowd is having a great time, and the games are only going to get better, Dan. They are going to keep increasing in intensity as we get through these matches.
Also, the fan zone here in the Sapporo Dome is insane. I luckily was able to go and check it out yesterday, finally, as I was a bit busy previously on the Thursday, but an amazing place. And of course, Google Play have their stand there. Go check it out if you are here in the arena. But now it feels like we're already getting to crunch time, and it's only match 3 here, Mark, because it's the worrying times, especially for those at the bottom of the leaderboard. And I was looking at just the bottom 10 in general. Liquid Alienware, Men of Culture, I will let off because, you know, it's been a bit of a tricky situation for them. But Rock, FaZe Clan, VK Gaming, ALGS Year, like, there are some huge names here who are in the elimination part of this bracket, right? They are in the elimination part of this series. We could be saying goodbye to some of these huge teams already here on Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be a heartbreaker for some of these teams. I mean, turn up early on a Saturday, don't play well, you have to watch the rest of Saturday. You have to watch the rest of Sunday. You don't get a chance to participate in the the gold standard of Apex Legends, which is that match point finals, one of the greatest things to watch in all of esports, one of the biggest spectacles that we have in esports that captures the imagination of so many fans, not just of Apex Legends, but of esports in general when it does roll around. So for players like Sykes that you can see on your screen, you've got to step it up. You've got to do something, because after this game, Dad, we're halfway through this Elimination Bracket Round 1 series.
Yeah, and then you do move over to Storm Point, and, you know, there is still a chance that you could have that miraculous run. And Liquid Alienware did prioritize Storm Point when it came to their POI draft, for example. But just as we saw Crazy Thieves have their moment yesterday, get those victories, and you saw the roars that they had when they were able to get those wins, just getting one win on the board can change everything. Same for Rock that you're seeing on your screen right now. 17th place. They are struggling. They're a team who, if you go back to mid-season playoffs, they could have won that entire thing. They looked unbelievable. They came into this tournament as maybe outside favorites, potential winners with how they had been playing at previous tournaments, but we have yet to see them at their very best. Yes, they just missed out on making the winners bracket, but now they find themselves potentially at death's door if they do not pick up something here.
Yeah, Fire Strays on your screen as well. I mean, placement's not fantastic for them so far. A couple of kills as well. I mean, everyone that you look at on the stage at the moment, it's very difficult when you get to the elimination bracket stages of tournaments to not kind of look upon the teams who are in the lobby when, like, you look at the negative, like the bad that could happen, because it's kind of survival, which is the best you can do by getting through to the next round, or it is the ultimate, you know, disappointment in going home early. And as we take a look at the map rotation on the bottom of your screen as well, you can see we have one more game on World's Edge before we change things up a little bit and we get that fresh map into the rotation. So for teams who feel confident on World's Edge, it's the last chance here.
And the biggest thing for me is you've got SBI Esports in RRQ, who came in 39th and 38th from the group stages, and now find themselves in 1st and 2nd here in the Elimination Round 1. That is how quickly you can turn around your tournament, but it's better to have a bad group stage and a good bracket than it is to have a good group stage and a bad bracket.
Yeah, nobody won anything in groups. Everybody wins something if you get to match point finals. It is such a tall order for these teams. 4 days of intense competition to get an opportunity to call yourselves champions here in Sapporo. And I think everybody knows now that the pressure is starting to ramp up. And as we enter World's Edge for the final time, I believe when we look at legend bans, Dan, if I'm not mistaken, it was Caustic who went as our second ban. So Newcastle and Caustic have been removed from the Legend pool. We will not see them in our match number 3 here.
Does mean we get 10 Ramparts, 10 Altars, 8 Valkyries, 8 Cryptos, 8 Bangalores before we go into Watson, Seer, Catalyst, Maggie, Wraith and Gibraltar. So again, starting to trend away from just getting constant compositions, and instead people are starting to go a little bit different here. Can that be the different maker in this final matchup of World's Edge? Because match 3 is underway here. And I've got to say, I'm more impressed. RRQ have been doing this from Tree. They were 38th seed coming into this. They had one of the last picks on this POI, but they are getting the job done. But it is not confirmed yet, because 28 points, great, right? But I've seen the cutoff be lower.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to point out for RRQ after that big game is we say from Tree? The zone might be going their way. Yes, it's going over Thermal Station, so Tree pretty close for them to get to where that zone is going to be going. They have a ring console as well, so this is an opportunity. Put a good game on the board here. You might be securing yourself into the next round of this elimination bracket. You have your life in your hands.
Then on the flip side, Crazy Thieves, FaZe Clan, Liquid Alienware, all at the top of the map are going to have to move quite some way. Now, Crazy Thieves, a little bit less pressure on them because they have already found points in these first 2. But in particular, FaZe Clan and Liquid Alienware need to be picking up points sooner rather than later. You cannot rely on it just being one match to progress you through. Now, one match, if it's big enough, it can put you up there into the top 10. It's definitely doable. We've seen it happen in bracket stages before. But the further you get into this series, the more nervous you are going to be. I did see, for example, Liquid Alienware stepped away after that game, made sure they got a little bit of a break. They did seem a little bit dejected, but all it takes is one. All it takes is that one win, and it just changes your spirit completely. As I was mentioning, exactly what happened to Crazy Thieves yesterday.
I mean, the crazy thing is, I think it's not just one game. We've talked about this a lot. It's one fight. One fight that you just roll a team, and you're like, oh, that was a good team that we just rolled. Confidence multiplies, and all of a sudden you feel unkillable. And then decisions, fights, how you interact with each other and bait and switch in those moments really does just, for some reason, become natural once again. Whereas before that fight might have felt a little bit unnatural for whatever reason because of the pressure that was on yourself. It's a fascinating psychological game sometimes, Apex Legends, and yeah, Liquid are going to have to deal with that right now.
Or RRQ, from winning the first game, or the second game, sorry, now into this one and already being down on the floor. But it looks like they've been able to find position at the top of Thermal here. And they're kind of just hovering and watching, and these nades are hurting, and Fire are pushing.
Fire are pushing, and Desi doesn't really hit the shots that he needs to with Sheila. And now Satukohai is just scarpering away. Once again, just running on the coals. And that will be an opportunity squandered. Our Red Bull First Strike team eliminated is the winners of game number 2. Didn't have that on my bingo card.
That's why I said don't get too comfortable. Things can turn around very quickly in these games. Now RRQ, you just have to watch from the sidelines for the entirety of this game as everyone is moving down to Thermal Station. Oh. Men of Culture in a fight against SPI again, but SPI have the first pick.
Yeah, Floating just got turned into styrofoam packaging as he got hit by that Sentinel bullet. And the Egoist will finish him off as well. So a 2v3, something that they haven't been too adverse to in the previous 2 days. Not looking good for them right now, though. It's a one player left on his own, and he's going to be eliminated. Metaculture will be falling. That's 2 teams out of the lobby, and SPI will win that fight once more.
What a different look SPI this is today. They looked dreadful yesterday, I'm going to be completely honest, but now they look like a team who means business. They are so much more aggressive than they were yesterday. They were running from teams, now they're running at teams, and maybe their composition is part of that. Perhaps they were discussing, look, we're trying to play other regions' games. Let's play what works for us in our region, and it is actually finding success so far here today.
Well, Team Mango in a really good spot here as well, just playing this building, which is kind of away from a lot of where teams will stack up in and around Thermal Station. They also have a really good composition for holding this. I mean, you've got Watson and Catalyst, by the way, in the composition. This building is going to be heavily fortified by reinforced doors. You're going to have those interception pylon down as well. You're going to have the fences on the... I mean, it's going to be difficult to get in there. You're going to have to certainly knock on the door and do some damage. Bangalore might be something that can change that, but Team Liquid Alienware, I do feel this is the kind of now or never game for them. It's still 3 games left, but we know that psychology, mental game can be something that's questioned with these players. I feel like they need to produce something good now.
I mean, you saw the frustration there from Zero when they didn't capitalize on potentially catching FaZe Clan rotating from Skyhook there. There was a chance for a bit of KP there, because if they get that knock, they push it. But they're not going to just unnecessarily chase that way in Shadow, because then you're not going to get the information and you set yourself up for an ambush. So now they have to change their plan completely, move over to the Monument side to get their information. And again, it's going to be a slow game. They're going to be late to zone. They don't have any points, any KP. And we may well look at Storm Point with a Liquid Alienware who don't have any points at this rate.
So FaZe do manage to get ahead of them. They're moving through Landslide. If you're wondering what happened to Liquid Alienware, they went all the way back to Monument. So they're going to be playing for a little bit more information over there before they make their move in towards where this zone is going. And they're pretty isolated over there. They don't really have anything to worry about at Fragment, so they're going to be chilling for quite some time. The zone, though, is very busy right now. The zone is very, very busy. Most teams have found a place to play. Crazy Thieves have moved all the way from the northern tip of the map at Climatizer over to Lava Siphon now, where they're hitting a little bit of console information by the looks of things. So they're going to be playing for a little bit of a later game play. Maybe some Valkyrie action to the skies. As Fire sit on top of the structure of Thermal. With the rampart walls down, I think the only thing they really have to worry about is someone dive bomb them from the skies, or maybe a cheeky little auto queue coming from a team below them.
And obviously, I'm pointing out something that we all know, but the zone shift is going to be very important going into this Ring 3-1, because the further it pulls southwest, the better it could be for a team like Aurora, who have heavily committed to the southwest. But sometimes you just see it shift a little bit further north, and okay, well, it's kind of in the middle of everything right now. We don't learn too much from this one. What we will know is it's not going to go all the way down southwest, that's for sure. So Aurora are still going to have to do a little bit of a job from their current spot. Five Fears will be more than happy with where they currently reside, because not only will they be safe, but they can also hold out to any teams that try and play from the eastern side, which could be the likes of Crazy Thieves and SBI Esports, maybe even Liquid Alienware, depending on where they go in their journey here.
Yeah, I think Crazy Thieves are going to be the first ones that Five Fears are going to engage with here as they move towards Tree at the bottom of your map.
And look at Crazy Thieves' composition, by the way. Catalyst, Maggie, and Alter. You don't have the Valkyrie to go up and over here. It is a comp that allows you to gain cover, but also a comp that allows you to kind of transition through, but go aggressive at the same time. Crazy Thieves are looking to try and maybe take advantage of some teams just trying to hold them out here, and maybe this could play perfectly for them.
They do have Survey Beacon over at Tree as well that they can hit to give them the information that Five Fears are looking at them. I'm sure they will know that Five Fears are looking at them, and imagine some bullets are coming their way. But also seeing what spaces are going to be available, very, very important for them. They could also play for the hill houses for the Survey Beacon just to their west as well, if they go through that little choke to get even more information next to Aurora and their position, playing inside of that bar. So options for info here for Crazy Thieves, and when you're struggling for macro like they said they were yesterday, info is going to be king.
Definitely see they're communicating that Five Fears are looking at them, and there's the pings to confirm it as well. Now, but with a comp like this, you can push this fight. Are we going to see a more aggressive and confident Crazy Thieves come in? If any of these nades hit, the answer's going to be yes.
They queue up, and they're trying to force Five Fears back, and Five Fears aren't even going to take the fight. They actually retreat all the way back to the houses in the train station outside of Thermal Station.
Riddle Order are coming in, so they've definitely heard this engagement, so it's probably good that Five Fears backed up, and it was smart from them. Otherwise, there might have just been a mosh pit over here down towards the Tree side.
But we're just trying to move through the tunnel here. The tunnel was always a little bit a risky spot. You're so easily focused by a lot of teams who are on the other side of it. But to be honest with them, I would say you've got as good a rotate as you could ask for from this position. Five Fears is the only team at the moment that could potentially hold them out.
Checking in elsewhere on the northern side, Team Liquid Alienware again having pop shots over towards FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan up towards staging, Liquid Alienware just over in between staging and Harvester at the moment. But both their rotations are going to be probably held out by teams. Cupid Esports, for example, are holding the train tracks near Liquid Alienware, and the tunnel as well below it is being held by Rock. FaZe Clan arguably have an easier rotation, but a more vulnerable one from shots coming from teams at Thermal at the moment. Liquid Alienware maybe realizing they might actually have to bully this team through this tunnel.
Cupid Esports are inside of the tunnel. Funk's going to jump into the drone, maybe look for an EMP in this position. If he can get this off, then the fight becomes a lot easier. A couple of nades coming in now from Zero. Not sure if there's an interception pylon down, which is going to eat these up. It doesn't look like there is, even though those what some fences are going to be down. And you look at the armor differential between the team, the advantages seem to be with Liquid Alien, where they want to take this fight. Let's jump into a listen in as the EMP goes off with Liquid.
Standing back, right side. Back one, back dead. I'm stuck. Dead. What's it dead? Dead. I'm going away. We're getting in, John. Getting in, John. Johnny backs. You guys have to look the other way. Look at this. Oh, the guy walking out here. I need to heal, bro. We're chilling. They're running back. We're chilling. He's one. There's another team here. New team here. Okay, guys. Make sure you heal. I'm fucking one right now. You're good. I'm just humming the teams, bro. I know. I just had no bets. New team took this building. They're gonna. They're drone. I don't know if they're on crypto or not. Can you give me a flare, please? Yep. Take that. I need an ult cell, guys. If we can't. Yeah, I need an ult cell. There's one on the ground. Right here in the corner. Yeah, I need to grab that. I have no smokes right now for 5.
Get the job done faster.
We're walking up. I'm gonna. You want to big ult? Or take TP? Take TP. Yeah.
Well, it was a quick fight. It was an efficient fight. It was a brutal fight from Liquid Alienware. Initially to get themselves into that tunnel position, but now they have pushed themselves back towards Harvester, and SBI Esports are looking to move onto them. Now, Zone Dan, your eyebrows went north when you saw it.
Yeah, well, the Zone didn't. The Zone went very far east, over towards Five Fears, over towards Crazy Thieves. It is going towards the train station on the eastern side of Thermal, which is going to be huge for the teams that are playing there, but terrible news for about the 10, 12 other teams that are all playing currently around Thermal. But this is brilliant news for teams like SBI and like Liquid. Speaking up, they're engaging right now.
Oh, the double tap on the alternator causing problems after the Maggie Ball. Sykes is trying his best to slide away. Funk is left on his own as well. And now it's just about retreating. SBI Esports again are chasing down targets, and Liquid might be next.
Someone just might have to put their body on the line here to allow the others to escape, but where do you even go? I think it's do or die. You have to fight as a duo right now.
And FaZe are moving up onto this as well. FaZe might be the saviors, actually, of Team Liquid. And Zayn from distance would take down Ugoist. And might have given Team Liquid an out here. But the zone is closing. Everybody here is just going to cannibalize each other.
Yeah, if you don't get killed by another team, you're probably getting killed by Zone. SBI just killing themselves at this point.
Yeah.
And FaZe Clan are going to be the winners of this entire engagement.
I mean, Liquid will probably quite rightly think, what are you doing, SBI? Somehow they're still alive, by the way, Liquid, because FaZe are being forced back towards the zone. Sykes is the last hope. He's going to die as well. Liquid Alienware out, and another disappointing game for them. Reignite will also fall. But that was a car crash happening over at Harvester. That was not good.
You know when you're watching scrims and you're like, well, you wouldn't make that play on LAN.
You wouldn't do that on LAN.
That LAN was played. That play was on LAN. I'm lost for words because what are you doing in that instance? I mean, sure, you've got a bunch of points on the board, but like, I really think that is so detrimental to your own game, but it also ruins Liquid's game at this point. I'm sure they're going to be distraught about that one.
I'm sure they're taking it really well, personally. FaZe Clan queuing up through the tunnel. And have found a spot to play here. They've got Rocky Sports next to them on the high ground. They do have that armor advantage with an R9 in the hands of Zayn. We've seen him do some crazy, crazy things with his gun in his hand in history.
Great use of the Q there just to make sure he avoided all those grenades. But now ALGS Year also joining in. Nowhere is safe right now.
It's Kraber in play as well. So Raleigh have that in their hands, and Ray has managed to pick up one onto 5 Fears. GoGaps is going to feel that one. But ALGS Year moving up now with the thermites in the hands of Kimchi, trying to force Rock away. Now Rock have fallen down to that low ground inside of the tunnel, and now it's just a 3v3 for FaZe, but they've got to be careful that Rock don't queue up on him.
Yeah, Nags has just gone down as well, so now FaZe is just going to be a 2. ALGS Year currently the winners of this engagement, absolutely. The other two might just trying to retreat a little bit. ALGS Year need to not allow them to escape because there's important KP they can pick up here. And actually, you want to wipe as many teams from this side of the zone so you can control it. But now Kindertrope also arriving to this one.
Oh, Pricey. Oh, Pricey's going to tell everybody just where they are. Pricey somehow stays alive. Aurora cannot do that elsewhere. And even though Kindertrope find one, Player K is going to be the second. Can they make this clean? Yes, they can. ALGS Year will be eliminated as Kindertrope will come in and wipe this northern side.
And all the meanwhile, Rock and FaZe both survive. FaZe have just respawned Zayn as well. Rock are back up to a full 3. So in the end, ALGS Year, who felt like they were on top, sadly, they're the first to go down.
This northern side is like watching a brick being thrown into a washing machine. It is just absolute carnage. Everybody is taking each other apart. Kindertrope now are in trouble themselves. Reignite also eliminated inside of this building. And Vols might be falling next. Team Mango have fallen though, but the zone is chipping away. Even with this mantle jump, it might not be enough for them to survive. 11 squads now remain.
Yeah, just one solo from Kinatrope as FaZe and Rock are both going to be looking towards that solo, and Kinatrope might have been the fourth
wait.
Now they will go down. And now Rock and FaZe can start to turn their attention as Zone is still transitioning east now. Sentinels have just fallen. GG go down next. 7 squads now remain, dropping like flies because all these teams had to move away from Thermal.
And it's VK Gaming who are just showing some signs of life. The mid-season playoff champions are finally announcing themselves in the lobby. With Castle on its back and Crazy Thieves pushing. With the composition they have, they will want to push. Rock Esports have been eliminated on that northern side, and here comes Jemper.
Yeah, Crazy Thieves did not try and play on the eastern side. They decided to go southwest, wrap, and look for kills, because then they are the only team who's going to be on the west here. Verholz gets the final damage onto one. BKG, QQ is the last player remaining, and surely is going to be not short for this world very soon.
QQ. GG, brother. It's going to be VK Gaming eliminated. Top 5 now, and Crazy Thieves have arrived.
Up into 3rd place now are Crazy Thieves, and they can go right back thanks to that altar portal as well to the southern side of Train now.
They have all of this western side of Zone. Closest team to them is FaZe Clan. You can see on your screen right now, everybody else is stuck in these buildings that you can see. In and around the train tracks in front of them. You've got Sorale, you've got Riddle Order, and you've got 5 Fears all clustered up on top of each other. And probably with the same landlord, I'd imagine.
And interestingly, Sorale and 5 Fears haven't got a kill so far this game. They are very much just playing placement right now, whereas you've got FaZe Clan with 7 kills, Crazy Thieves with 4 kills. Actually, Riddle Order also don't have a kill. 3 of the teams in this top 5 have yet to find a kill. It is just Crazy Thieves and FaZe Clan who have been killing on the edge. They're going to be more well-equipped. They're going to be more confident, and now they're pushing it!
They retreat, though, very, very quickly, but now they might be getting swung on. They've got to be careful here, Crazy Thieves. They're trying to force the issue, but that cat wall is superb. It completely splits and denies any LOS from the teams inside of that building. It got a little bit shaky. They played for that bomb floor, but when it was occupied, they adjust appropriately. A car in the hands of Phony is going to make this a lot more simple for them.
It's a nightmare for these teams that are holding these buildings because both teams outside have an altar, which means at any point you can get abducted or you could get pushed through the wall from the queue here. As Crazy Thieves are just trying to insert a little bit of presence here and be a nuisance as again Phony sends it.
I think that queue went a little bit deeper than they wanted, but it's all up to Verholz to keep Crazy Thieves alive here. Shield Barry going to be popped behind this knockdown. Go Gaps is looking for him for 5. It's not going to happen for Crazy Thieves. They will be eliminated, and is that a mistake again from them? Could they have been a little bit more patient on the outside? Things they will be thinking through right now.
A little deeper than they would have liked for sure, but now FaZe Clan have been the ones who are really the winners of this entire engagement. They take prime position where this zone is going to be pulling out. All 3 of these teams in these buildings have to move, and as I mentioned earlier, they have been struggling to find kills. They're not going to be as well equipped. They won't have as much utility as FaZe Clan do.
These queues are giving people heart attacks because teams are just appearing through them. 3-mans on 3-mans. Sorale eliminated and Riddle Order once again involved in an endgame. FaZe also up on high, and Zane, R9 car, is going to cause problems.
Don't want to make the same mistake, though. You don't want to go too deep here. Instead, you want to just hold the advantage you have with high
get
ground.
Back out of there, Zane!
Gets messy.
FaZe finally realized that there's a lot of space to play on this side of the map. They didn't have to kill everything immediately. 5 Fears have been eliminated, and FaZe Clan may now be in possession of the game-winning spot. The rest of Riddle Order are trapped inside of this building and have to leave.
What do you do, though, if you're Riddle here? If you can play this wall and get Zane, you might have a chance, but that's great damage coming out from FaZe.
Tied us down. Baltzera, even though we've got an armor swap, might be next. Momon desperately trying to survive, trying to play for a battery to be popped, and even though they're bottomless, unfortunately for him, FaZe Clan are healthy, and it will be FaZe Clan who close out game number 3 here on World's Edge by calling themselves champions.
All the way from Skyhook West, FaZe Clan dominate through the entire lobby, finding 14 kills, putting 26 points on the board just from match 3, and sending themselves up into 1st place in this lobby. 32 points total now, and maybe, just maybe, they can start to think about that elimination round 2.
Yeah, I mean, with the way the lobby's been going, though, yeah, one good game is great, but I feel like you need another game just to settle the nerves a little bit. But FaZe with a fantastic game number 3 here as we say goodbye to World's Edge. We are halfway through this series, and with 14 kills, FaZe will be very happy to see the back of World's Edge.
And I mentioned just at the start of the series, they were the best performing World's Edge team in this lobby. In fact, they were in the top 5 best performing teams on World's Edge in the entire tournament, and they have just shown why. That one huge game is going to be massive for their chances of progressing here. And even though it was maybe helped out by a couple of teams making some interesting decisions with their pushes, FaZe Clan, all it matters is when they had the opportunity to take fights, boy, did they show us what they're made of.
Very, very impressive stuff. Shout out to Riddle Order, by the way, as well. Once again, involved in the end game with some KP alongside it this time around. When we look at those overall series standings, knowing half of the games are done, there are some big dogs, some big names, some headline teams involved in some very scary conversations.
This is the results from that game. Confirmation of 26 points for FaZe Clan, 12 for Riddle Order, 5 Fears doing pretty well for their rotation. As soon as they saw that zone shift, they were delighted to be holding Train Station. Crazy Thieves maybe could have done a little bit more, but I think they were concerned about the presence of FaZe Clan, which maybe encouraged their push into those buildings. But again, they'd probably want that one back. Shout out Kinotrope Gaming, 10 points on the board despite not getting much placements as well. Liquid Alienware did have that fight. We said if they can have one fight where they can get a little bit of confidence, maybe that could be what they build momentum off. But they will still find themselves down in the bottom 3 when it comes to the overalls, with a lot to do on Storm Point.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to ask SBI some questions about what the play was after that game as well, because that was a tough one to take for Liquid Alienware. We're going to take a look at some stats from Crazy Thieves, though, in that previous game, and something to highlight, and Verholz was talking about it, we need to be more aggressive. Now, maybe not the best when it comes to placement so far, but you're looking at kills. 18 first in the lobby, assists second in the lobby, damage second in the lobby, knocks first in the lobby. They are being aggressive. They are willing to fight here.
Yeah, and they went for a composition that encouraged that aggression as well. And sometimes it does find that situation where you're in the final circle and you're like, well, we've got an aggressive comp. Let's be aggressive. But I think just maybe a little bit more patience there, and they might have found a couple of more points. But as long as they are still finding a consistent amount of points through their games, they're going to be in a good spot. Right now, they are in 4th in the overalls, but it is still pretty tight with 3 matches still to play. It can very quickly turn around here.
It certainly can. Now, a reminder, if you're joining us for the first time and you don't know how this works, this is the Elimination Bracket. Top 10 will stay in the tournament. Bottom 10 will be going home. So you look at some of the big names that were down in that bottom 10, some teams, some champions. You've got VK Gaming, who are down there at the moment, the mid-season playoff champions. You've got Aurora, 2/3 of the team who won on this very main stage here. You've got Liquid Alienware, one of the winners of the first event of the year. It's going to be an insane final half of this series, and you can't help but think there's going to be a big name falling out extremely early here.
There's only so many points that can go around here. Only so many teams with only 3 matches left can actually find points on the board to try and save their lives here in this tournament. But the Desk are about ready to probably dissect and pick apart some of that. Guys, what do you think about the first 3 matches?
Well, I mean, what to say? It's always tense when you have going home after 3 more games up for grabs. So we know that these teams have been trying to get their rhythm. Some teams have found it, some certainly have not. Onset and Gaskin, great calls for those first 3 on World's Edge. We're switching maps, we're giving the players a break, and we're going to dissect, as they said, the action thus far after 3. Welcome back to the Desk. I'm Rain Day. This is Snipe Down, Graceful Jayhawk, and starting with this whole thing, Snipe, you know, we knew the pressure was on the crowd, the environment. It's major here. How have you felt with these first 3? Still nerve settling for some of these teams, or are you feeling that people at this point need to be having their direction of their gameplay going and just kind of moving into more momentum?
Yeah, we have some teams that are carrying over the momentum from yesterday, like the Crazy Thieves. You know, they're doing pretty well at the top of the leaderboards. SBI doing very well. They won that first game. And
that's right.
But you have to look at some of the teams we talked about. We have the Rocks and the Liquids, who are really at the bottom half of the leaderboard. Liquid had 0 points going into that game. Finally won 1 team fight. We'll see if that makes a difference. And Rock finally is going to be going into Storm Point with a POI that they're comfortable with. But overall, I mean, a lot of these teams are that you expect to be doing well are not, and you got to understand the pressure is setting in now. We are now in the last 3 games, but all it does is take 1 game. We've seen these teams drop absolute masterclass performances before, especially that Liquid roster. So if there's any teams that can still do it, it's that.
Yeah, I mean, bro, even if we just look at this, match number 2, RRQ. If you're a fan of Thailand, สุดยอด นะ They are super good at the moment. They pretty much secure themselves into the next round, and we could potentially, and I really hope so, potentially be looking at 3 Thai teams in finals. The rise of Thailand is finally here. We've been waiting, and now that could potentially be it. I'm just hyping them up. Let's see what the rest of the day unfolds as well.
Sub storylines, the rise of Thailand. I didn't imagine that, but Graceful, I love it. Holding down 5 Fears engaged in this matchup, Jayhawk, that we just saw with FaZe Clan coming out, taking the win.
Absolutely. Thieves was talking about being aggressive. The firepower of FaZe has shown up. They were another team at 101 points, one of those squads that thought they had done enough to make it to the winners bracket. Unfortunately, they didn't. They started out a little bit slow in those first 2 games, but they dropped a massive 14-kill win here to get 26 points and secure themselves most likely into the next round.
I mean, we've seen the same clips from previous LAN where everybody thought he was cheating online, but he's that good on LAN. And we also have Nags, and then we have the whole roster cleaning them out, and that was so good. And I predicted them because I know we expect them to make it all the way. Even though it was a little bit shaky, potentially they're here now.
Well, you know what? There's a lot still to play for, and obviously looking at the standings, it does set the picture a little bit clearer. I think it's very sobering when you see, okay, we've got 6 games, anything can happen, but then you go to 3 games are down. We just played World's Edge, the most prolific and historic esports map here in the ALGS. Doesn't get more comfortable than that for most players. And if we're in 16th place like Rock, if we are mid-season playoffs winners like VK Gaming's in 15th place, if we're in Liquid Alienware and we've just won 1 team fight, you start to get scared. Rock, a team I had going into this, they've been consistent in a way. That 19th throwing them off, I think an 8-8-7 would bode well, Jayhawk, for what Rock has done, but they have not found that big game yet.
Absolutely. We talked about this in the group stage, that historically they were one of the best teams at converting these top 5s, these top 6, 7s into wins, and they haven't been able to do that throughout this entire tournament. You can see it here once again, an 8th with 3 kills, 7th with 3 kills. That's pretty good games, but they need to get a little bit deeper. That said, I will say, historically the cutoff, 33, 34 points. They're at 11 right now. That's only 1 big game. If you can have a game like FaZe just had, you're into the next round.
I think that also becomes the major talking point as we take a look at Sorcerer here, getting set, mentally ready. Their coach, Psycho, no longer in the green suit. We'll see if he brings that out or if he has a chance to bring it out. He's anticipating making it to finals before that happens because we've already seen that conversations are more so about the gameplay here than anything else. But it is about 1 big game, Snipe. If you can translate even some of these bad moments, I even look at Team Liquid Alienware and say, if they pop off 28 points, something like that, we've seen SBI do it. We see RRQ. They're currently second in the standings so far. That's all it takes to be successful right here in a bracket like this where it's so tight.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the history of a player like Zero in that Liquid roster, Sykes, just the firepower, Funk, the guy who can just really play any character that you want him to be on. But it really just comes down to that roster going into Stormpoint and hopefully being comfortable enough. I mean, like I've said before, the Sykes and rosters in the past, when they start underperforming at these stages of the bracket, they start getting combative. Zero's not one to hold back when it comes to, you know, letting his teammates know if there's a play that's wrong. And now it's desperation mode. So I'm wondering if we're going to see something like we saw with Crazy Thieves the other day, where it's just kind of backs against the wall. We're deciding, you know, we need to start taking more fights. They finally got that 1 big team fight win last game. A couple misplays, they decided to take an alter Q back. It was a little questionable, but I'm wondering if that's the confidence they need. They need to decide that, you know what else can we do at this point? We needed to start getting the kills, and maybe we'll see that right now.
Well, a lot still to unfold here as we start to transition over into our next set of 3 games to close out our elimination bracket and send 10 teams home. But before that, we thought we'd introduce a little bit of levity to this halftime show. You know, in Japan, they love to play games. We put our own Apex players through a couple of games themselves. Let's see how they fared.
Yo. 私たちは毎日箸を使って食事をします。しかし皆さんの中にはまだ初心者の方もいるでしょう。今回はこちらのゴムリングを30秒でどれだけこのガラスの中に入れられるか、このように。それではグッドラック。
Oh, grab 2 at once. Is that the strat? Just get in here and I'm gonna blow through these.
Jumo's going crazy right now.
He's taking mine. My cup doesn't. I have no room. No, my cup. Oh my god.
Oh my god,
like
bro,
what?
Crazy. Yo, chill, bro.
4 fell out of mine at the other time. I didn't think I would do good.
2つ目のチャレンジ、チョップスティックチャレンジの勝者はジャンバク。なかなかやるみたいだね。これはユキオのリアルエイペックスゲームでした。
Yukio's Apex game, some smiling and laughter in the crowd of seeing that. You know, Jumbo was pretty good, but he was try-harding, you know, a lot. I feel like he practiced that, maybe went out, had some sushi the night before, some unfair advantages. I feel like we needed to participate to make that easier. So we actually have a couple of games here. If you want to, guys, try it, give it a hand. That game, Snipe, you've played that one before. You got to knock down the blocks. He doesn't have the hammer right now, so you might have to use your hand without it falling over. Oh, there, the hammer's in there. Okay, let's try it. Jayhawk, you can do it as well. Let's see.
I'm getting Nessie out of the splash zone here. I feel like Nessie's in the danger zone.
Come on. Okay, what?
Here we go.
Oh, you missed it.
You actually got
Bro,
that.
you guys got it right when I did it. Oh, my God. They're clapping. I practice all morning. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. Ow.
Oh, no.
I can't believe I did this.
Here we go.
We cut.
I don't know if I'm going to be as good as Snipe was.
Oh, this is great.
Oh, you can't want to.
Oh, nice try. All right, guys, I'm not going to touch this for the rest of my life. We had some fun here on the desk. It's time to have some fun here. With 3 more games, we're sending 10 teams home. We're sending 10 teams for another shot at glory. Let's send it to our casters here. Vicky, Kitty, and Genome standing by.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Welcome, everybody. I got hit with the collateral, by the way. Nessie may have been safe in the splash zone. Unfortunately, Vicky was not. But it's fine because we are moving on to a different look of shores when it comes to Storm Point Genome. And in this elimination around 1, unfortunately, but this is how it works here in Champs, especially at LAN. You got to say goodbye to 10 teams. And with FaZe kind of quietly there for the first 2 games, having a pop-off Game 3 winning finish has now skyrocketed them in the overall standings in this lobby.
Yeah, look, I picked them. I was very happy to see that 3rd game play out the way that it did. But my lord, is this a hard lobby. I had Walty come up to me at breakfast this morning, Vicky, and say, hey, Gina, do you think this is the hardest Elim round 1 we've ever had? And I sat there and thought for a second. I was like, yeah, I think it is. There are so many big names in this lobby, and chances are, as the with the way battle royales play out, Vicky, one of them's gonna go home. Maybe more of tournament favorites. Just very strong teams. It's so crazy right now.
Past winners, it's crazy. I mean, I'll be honest, let's talk about the team that everybody is looking at right now. I mean, aside from FaZe having their pop-off opportunity, Liquid, I knew were struggling in scrims, but there's only so much I take away from scrims, right? Because it really matters when you're on the big stage. When you have that experience, you may not have those nerves that maybe other teams may have, except we're actually seeing something very similar, if anything worse than what I was expecting there from that team, as we see a quick pause after we just got started here on Storm Point. And we did get to see a little highlight, at least, of the map and where that zone is going to be pulling over to the southeast side of Storm Point, where Crazy Thieves continue to write the script in the background.
Yeah, 25 points for them so far. Could be another little bit of help for them, especially, I mean, they're running the Catalyst this time. Perhaps you'd rather have the Rampart or the Watson. Look, why don't we just have a quick look at the POI draft, since we have just switched maps to get a sense, dial you guys in a little bit further with how this one has played out. So if we're looking at teams that have prioritized Storm Point here, you can see that Rock Esports went for Lightning Rod in 3rd pick. An interesting one, I will say. I mean, often we'll see the first 3 picks go the way of World's Edge, maybe a Skyhook West, a Climatizer. But this time, we actually see the 3rd pick go over there to Lightning Rod, a very strong POI, especially for Edge teams. Rock Esports, probably a little bit more hybrid, but interesting to see it goes that early. There we go. I'm sure you guys got the rest of the information. I only need to explain one. The Giga Brains out there were checking out the other 19 while I was yapping. And meanwhile, the admins were getting the game restarted, so we're straight back in.
Let's get it going. I like how you highlighted like just the composition, the POI drafts of Rock, because in this game specifically, of course, we won't be seeing Alter, Caustic, or Newcastle. Those are the 3 legends that were banned over on World's Edge. Instead, though, Deeds, Vex, and Saucer are rolling out with the Mad Maggie, Crypto, and Bangalore. And since they wanted to prioritize Lightning Rod, playing much more on the edge of this next zone, as they're going to be rotating over to that south side. But they still have to look behind them because Rex, the APAC North and South teams have been waking up when it matters, Genome, and now going to be able to try to capitalize off of that going into a new map.
Whoa, just had some great info come through from the observers. It's hard to see right now with all their names over the POI, but in fact, the Crazy Thieves do not have a ring console. Very soon, they'll be seeing some of those Valk teams fly in as they notice the Skyward Dives coming towards them. Crazy Thieves have to make the correct prediction that the ring is on top of them. They need to get together and find a spot to play. 5 Fears, Team Mango coming in, Men of Culture, VK Gaming coming in from the north right now. One of the risks of this, Vicky, is that if you don't have the ring console, you say, okay, let's loot a little bit slower because we're going to have to go somewhere else to get the ring console anyway. All of a sudden, everyone's on your head. Maybe you'll be split when the Valks come in.
And that's why when you see the survey beacon and you have a lot of teams congregated in one spot, you try to take that gamble if you don't have access to that information. We did see one of the members of Mango get taken out as Men of Culture are reunited as a 3. Aveki may not have had the best grades, but it's fine. At least he makes his way here to support the duo that I played the first 2 days in the group stages. After they're able to reset, Floating has that blue Evo shield. They're trying to see if they could approach from this low ground, but they've settled down with the rampart walls, trying to take this patiently because they know that they're not isolated. There's so many teams that have already gone ahead with the rotate over by this side of the map.
So many teams flying in. You can see Mango is one of them. Floating has Crumbs in his crosshair, just barely misses that last little burst there on the RE45. God, if he had taken him out there, you can only imagine the Men of Culture would have tried to push the second floor, but that's the difference between them coexisting and maybe picking up 3 early KP.
A little bit of a jump square too, right? They weren't expecting Floating to approach from the stairwell right there. Creeping about. Now it's this time for Too Many Cheaters to try to approach with his own RE45.
Yeah, they're coming up against a double controller setup though, right? So Team Mango, we saw this. This is a Strafing Flame special as they start to just trade a little bit more damage. But Strafing Flame, I mean, he picked Landslide on World's Edge. They're playing Cat and Watson together. You don't really see anybody else do this. As I said, a Strafing Flame special. I'm a little bit more surprised to see it actually come out on Storm Point. They are landing in Pylon down here. This was their first pick. Usually this is a composition that Strafing will bring out because he has engineered it to work from lesser POIs. He's trying to make the most of a second round draft pick, but apparently he's got enough faith in it to try it here on Storm Point as well.
And that goes into the different compositions depending on what kind of playstyle you want to utilize, right? He knows he wants to play in the middle of zone, so play these 2 controller legends and have the Valkyrie reposition you quickly depending on where that zone is pulling. You get that information, but you have to bunker down, you have to survive in these buildings, even if you're denying yourself blue, as Seriali is going to be able to follow up, finish off Cupid Esports as they are the first team to get taken out of this lobby. Time is of the essence now as we are in Game 4. After this game, we got 2 more games to go to see which of our 10 squads will be eliminated from the tournament. $2 million prize pool with first place walking away with $600,000.
I mean, money's nice, Vicky, but these guys are playing to stay alive right now. I don't know if the money's on their mind. It's survival that they are concerned with at this very moment.
Almost like the carrot dangling right in front of their face, being pulled by a trident. Akatsia with player K being in the crypto drone, just trying to scan ahead. Pricey being on the red. He tries to eat the nade. The crypto EMP doesn't see at the same time on the other side of the trident. They get off on the other side of the hilltop to try to reposition, and Pricey trying to take a very aggressive approach. They want to try to keep them at this choke, but they don't want to overextend for another team to wrap up on the other side.
Yeah, it looked like the EMP, I mean, they got out of the Trident very quickly. I thought it might have missed, though, just from what we could see on the screen. Interesting to see, though, yeah, they immediately get out. They port, they set up the rampart walls. It was a pretty safe play by the other team trying to break through there. Now, this is over in Jurassic Park, where we've got Sentinels coming up against Liquid.
Isolated fight, too. We were talking about Liquid before. A lot of pressure on for this team. Gotta be careful. Maybe Yanya may have had that curse, right? With NRG and now Liquid. I'm a little nervous. Here is a huge nade. Oh my goodness. Slab. He finds all three as Rex gets sent back to the lobby. Talk about clearing up that real estate. A demolition ground here as Aurora now move up.
Banger double nade there coming through. 2 knocks, 2 finishes. Had the lineups. Whew.
Always feels so satisfying when you see those hit markers too. Just hits different. Scratches an itch in my brain real quick as we take a look at SBI, who have the high ground, looking down at Gaming Gladiators. Another isolated fight. A lot of these teams actually being outside the zone. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for these teams to find their own space, whether they try to opt to rotate from the pylon choke or if they want to wrap around the other side of Jurassic, where Sentinels didn't want to take that fight versus Liquid, where eventually they'll have to go through the water side. SBI now take to the skies on the Valkyrie.
Yeah, so you can see Liquid and Sentinels have disengaged. I was a little bit worried about the third party coming through there from perhaps RGG or SBI, but all 4 teams playing it safe. And I mean, hey, if we go and look at the scoreboard, Liquid bottom 10, Sentinels 6th, SBI somehow found themselves in 3rd spot. That is very surprising considering their group stage performance. So out of those, Liquid are really the one who need the points the most right now. They're going to be trying an approach from the southwestern side, coming through Pylon. You know, maybe they have to try and push through that house that Aurora is currently sitting in. The question is, I guess, does their composition support this? I mean, Liquid are playing Watson, Bang, and Val.
And with SBI now finding their own landing, coming out from the skies, Mike gets the knock. SBI want to continue on with their domination. You heard the crowd. Give them their support. As now they're going to have this height. He's got the gold stock on that triple take, and you got the alternator with the double tap. We've been seeing a lot of the action from the alternators. You take the gravity cannon. Sentinels want to keep their tournament dream alive. Same thing could be said about Rock Esports, which, you know, they have signs of life, but I really feel like this is a squad that relies heavily on their mental fortitude.
Yes,
to build up
momentum.
that momentum. Exactly.
And yeah, I've had so many people, you know, like people from the scene, players, insiders, say that Rock are a team, that if they have a bad first day, that might be it for them.
Snowballs. It's hard to get out of that mentality sometimes when you're in a rut. You got to find that trust. And they've done it before. You know they could do it again. And having these pop-off opportunities, and with how close the overall standings are, it does come down to that one big game. And Onset and Gaskin were talking about before. SBI, though, have lost out on Egoist. It's going to be 2 still up here. They're trying to wrap around. It's Carter. You see the Mad Maggie drill, too, from above, but they're trying to set up with these rampart walls. Can they get the reset? They hear it being set up on the other side.
Mitarashi just trying to delay for his teammate here. A couple of nades used just to make sure that they can get that revive off. I know D is clapping his hands in the green room. When we were watching the scrims, that was one of his favorite players, actually. One of the revelations, being able to see him from his POV. He actually looked really strong, so it's great to see that we're finally seeing his potential here come out, even if it is in Elim round 1.
It's a little scary, though. I know it's round 2, but it's closing in behind their backs, and there's going to be a team waiting for them on the outskirts of when this zone closes in, and it is Riddle Order who have made their rotate out of Stormcatcher, and they had the information from the survey beacon and ring console to see all the action happening on the outskirts, so they position themselves in those buildings on the island to look at SBI. Riddle Order now have the Sheila. They're looking at the gravity cannon. They want to stop them with a huge 102. They want to prevent the reset from going on, so they see them take the gravity cannon. They rather take their chances outside of the choke. Got the knock here, too, onto Egoist. But they're not going to try to extend on that, right? They want to hold this position to make sure no other team wraps up behind them, because, again, they got the survey beacon. They know another team could wrap on the northern side of the choke, closer to Stormcatcher, where they just came from. And that's going to be where Gaming Gladiator specifically rotates. So now Riddle Order are settled down. They saw where that next zone is pulling. The only difference is that since they may have gotten that ring console in that previous zone, they don't know where that zone is actually pulling, minus this zone that just presented itself to them. And Reignite, have that Mythic been isolated on that north side?
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few teams that, you know, I think might have expected it to go a little before, a little down towards Devastated Coast. I'm not sure if that's why Liquid were playing down there, or perhaps that was just really their only option. So many teams clustered, you know, main building, probably on the catwalk around. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a view of that soon to see where the teams are set up within North Pad. But it does feel like those teams now coming from the south, at least when this zone is revealed, very soon Aurora, Liquid, Alienware, and Kenotrope are just going to get taken out like ducks in hunting season.
Let's burn them through. It's to be scary here as Gaming Gladiators try to take this isolated fight versus Rock. Neither team in that next zone with round 3 closing behind their backs in the next 5 seconds. They want to prior the zone, and there is no team waiting for them on that north side at the very least, but it's a little unforgiving in terms of the coverage with the amount of squads that had gone ahead with a quick rotate. Over by Launchpad, though, as Kenotrope look beyond. They see FaZe, who've been scurrying away the whole time, but they don't see Zayn, who's on the high ground, by the way. Cannon now calls him out. He puts down the smoke, though, to build up some space. And with the PK in hand, you don't want to take this close fight, but with the nades coming up, he takes just a few PK shots and an R9 follow-up from Yuka. It's a trade from both ends. And being able to hold him to the high ground comes in clutch before dropping down Kenotrope. They wipe out FaZe as they go out in 17th.
Anyone with a Valk here, this is a great fight to win. I think they will be able to make quite a late Valk rotate over the mountain and close to the position where Crazy Thieves is. Meanwhile, it's about to get a bit chaotic down here on the south. Riddle Order, Liquid, Alienware, Kenotrope. Maybe they hold on to that position and go for that late Valk ult play like I just mentioned. Maybe they try and get some pickoffs. Maybe they try and put a thorn in the back of Riddle Order as they have to try and move in. Either way, I think we're about to see a bunch of very desperate Valk ultimates.
Oh, but this is great here. Reignite come up, and they find the picks onto Gaming Gladiators, when originally Gaming Gladiators, they were looking onto Rock, but their cutoff from that rotation made them go from Reignite side. Now Rock go uncontested on the north end of the zone. They inch forward into that low ground building. They're still slightly in that next zone, but they hear all the action happening in the far south. And you talk about a bloodbath. I mean, looking at Riddle Order and Kenotrope, it's just a matter of time before they're forced to move up towards Launchpad in the line of sight of the teams that have not only the building, but the height catwalk.
Okay, here is one of those Hail Mary skyward dives. Riddle Order pull the trigger. They're moving in. Traces fly towards it from left and right. They're trying to dodge. Is that a Gibraltar ultimate? Do my eyes deceive me? Maybe a bang one.
Gotta be a bang one. It's gotta be. Big boy Gibby takes a lot to take him out. Although there is no Newcastle, but there's a lot of Bangalores out here, and there is actually one Gibby. So Genome, your eyes may not have been deceiving you as 5F are
I was
rocking
like,
the Gibby.
it's too small. It's too small for a Bangle. Yeah, 5 Fears are actually running the Gibraltar.
A late zone like this, though, I'd be a little nervous. We still haven't seen the Mad Maggies coming out. May not be as usual, though. Some of these squads have fallen. The Ramparts are another scary feat to deal with. Kenotrope do have the Mad Maggie at the very least. Imagine that, as well as Rock. As Aurora now settled down here on this low ground, they got the amp barriers up, as well as a Sheila ready to go. Reignite and uncontested once again. Once they were able to take out Gaming Gladiators, they've held this side of the zone, but they have to inch forward. At least they'll have a Kraber, though, in their hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty potent force coming in here from the west. We see 5 Fears. The Gibraltar team are the ones holding it down on the catwalk right now. And with the way that this zone is pulling to the center, Vicky, that team is going to be in such a good position.
Always get a little excited when you want to get in with a Kraber push, but they don't fully take advantage because there's a team looking from the catwalk that we were mentioning before. As Kenotrope are the next to fall, they were trying to desperately force their way into this building, and we saw how chaotic this building was from the very beginning of the game, Genome. When you talk about the teams looking at their composition, so bunker down, Aurora now have inched forward from the low ground of the tunnel side, here of Launchpad, and with the Rampart have now settled in.
Yeah,
Mango's still on the high ground, too.
Yeah, Mango, they moved up from second floor to the high ground. They're doing great. Correction, we do have a ring console in Launchpad. So Crazy Thieves most likely would have been able to predict this from the start, and that's why they played one of the best spots. The back building, very isolated, easy to hold until late game.
So they have to start moving up, at least in the next 47 seconds. Reignite, painting the floor, rather the water, with these fences. having to look behind them because the one team that could put a dent to their side is Rock when they eventually have to start moving in the next 35 seconds. But will they do that when Liquid Alienware is playing for their tournament lives? A team that has not been able to get any progress, 18th in the total series. Riddle Order, a different story as they're sitting in 9th and hugging the wall to their backs. They don't want to be in the line of sight of the team that has the catwalk.
We've still got 12 squads left alive. Round 5 is about to close. Strategies are being formed right now. Rock move a little bit in towards from the north. Liquid Alienware will be forced to make their move very soon. They don't have a catwall to do it. They are just relying on Bangalore smokes for movement.
Anything, they may be forced to try to take a fight versus Crazy Thieves, but this is the fight that we were hinting on before that Rock has to take. And Liquid, they see their opportunity to try to 3P, reignite. They take care of Rock, and while Liquid looks on, Riddle Order goes in for the 3P. So Liquid delay their push, and now will be the fourth party as their invitation got lost in the mill. Meltstera, fully healthy and alive, beaming with the R9, and here comes T-Law, putting in the damage and cleaning up another team. Riddle Order get eliminated.
They desperately need these points, but not only that, they now have half the zone to themselves, Vicky. The pylon didn't quite go up in time. Was that the Gibraltar ultimate that was causing them so much pain there? Look, that or the bang ult, I guess. Again, it was one of those that was just keeping them pinned down while they were trying to reset after that fight. They almost had so much space to themselves.
With 5 Fears being right there, you absolutely could be right here, but at least they're outside of their line of sight. But there's a crypto drone looking right at them. Can that team even capitalize as they may hold the height? Men of Culture have stayed alive. A lot of these teams have been shuffling from floor to floor. Ochako's going to be able to find Zero, so it's going to be Aurora who do have them in their line of sight. Drone detected, Slap trying to make a move with the Wraith Portal. He's solo for now, but it was worth it. He takes out Liquid Alienware. They go down in 8th place, and Mango are still collecting more KP. Onto SRL. VKG now move up from the low ground, but have to look behind them. And EMP now could delete all the progress of these amp walls too. Now the ramparts will start building up the extra cover as they want to be able to deter a lot more of this damage. 5F have finally dropped down. You talk about the Gibby, you talk about the bubble. That's one big heck of a bubble before they back away. Floating, going to be able to find fire here too.
No one, not a single player is currently playing on the north side of this zone. Newcastle's gone. Gibraltar from 5 Fears might be one of the few things that can allow a team to take some of that space. And here we see the ultimate that might put them in that spot. Rampart walls could, but you don't have time to set them up. Not while Mango's on the high ground. They'll be shooting them down immediately, assuming they have the ammo to do that.
You see, we have a problem before we try to find our landing. We're seeing the Bangolds come out and VKG stuck in this corner between 2 at least of the Rampart walls. They're safe and sound with 7 squads left. Final ring closing in. This is going to be a bloodbath. 6 squads left. Men of Culture, they inch forward, but they have Blue Evos minus a Veki who's on that control legend with that passive, but they lost out on their Valkyrie when they poke, forced to get out of that doorway.
So many teams clustered into the building, about to have to jump off. Team Mango have done well, picking up 3 kills so far from that position. Now they make it into the top 4, but 5 Fears play the wall. They're hugging it, not giving sightlines to the teams above them.
And while 5 Fears were holding the hype for so long, Papa Fiva set up with the G7 Volt, unlimited ammo, and he's got the amp damage as well. Team Mango get eliminated. Last 3 squads here, and no one's looking at 5 Fears. VK Gaming, though, outside the ring. What are we doing with the ring closing right behind them? They committed to an unfortunate Valkyrie that cost them their life, but the Gibby composition is working.
You have to be so on point with those Valkyries if you're doing it late in the game. Fire Strays are coming in here, and it's a win for Fire Strays. That'll move them up into 1st place. 11 kills they take out. But this is a close lobby, Vicky. Oh my God. Clustered up at the top end. 35, 32, 31, 31, 30.
what was it, before that game, there were like in 12 or so here in the lobby. Only 10 teams in this elimination round 1 get to move on. And with how close that overall standings was, it takes a game exactly like this, exactly the one that we saw from FaZe in game number 3 with 14 KP. Even Rex has set them up in a much more comfier spot. You want that cushion behind you here when there's so much on the line, but Fire Strays, they're able to take it with 11 KP. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, what was VK Gaming taking that Valkyrie? I mean, I guess desperate times call for desperate measures in a case like that, but you know what's at stake. I mean, you know, it's the final ring, right? Like, where can they go, I guess, in a little bit of nerves?
Yeah, I mean, it might have been a situation where literally if they just mantle up, they're instantly dead. So they're like, this is our best option. I mean, it may have been a question of, you know, just 1 or 2 seconds that they've pulled it too late, and obviously all 3 go down to the ring. It's been quite effective. We've actually seen teams use those super late Valk ultimates very well, not only to stay alive and gain placement points, but also sometimes to come back down on the other end, slam people with the new mid-air missile swarm, and be able to pick up points that way. So I think the idea is correct. It's just the execution, obviously, that failed BKG there.
And I want to take a specific look at Men of Culture, who find themselves in 6 for this game, but overall, believe they're the second to last team in 19th place. It begs the question that, you know, having to play this out as a duo, having a different pacing, you're running a different composition to try to not only wrap, but maybe try to force out a lot more of these 3Ps, kind of throws you off a little bit. And even bringing in their third, who finally flew in last night, hasn't been working out in their favor. They're forced to play out of this elimination round 1 because of the fact that they were a duo and haven't really been able to find their footing after 4 games. You only have 2 chances left.
2 maps left. There's 10 teams in this lobby. Half of the lobby, Vicky, that is the case for them. That is their reality right now. For a bunch of them, that's okay. Like, you can get there with 1 game. 1 big game is enough to actually push them up into 10th spot, to just sneak in, to give yourself another hope later on today. But as you can see, 3 teams currently on 24 points. That, like, the top's tight, but so is the midsection. So is this cutoff.
You say 3 teams at 24. There's 2 other teams at 25. And then you have Sentinels with 23. VK Gaming could have one also pop-off opportunity. This is such a tight lobby in this elimination round 1. And with only 2 games to go, literally any of these teams, you look all the way down from even like Crazy Thieves, who are like, what, 30, 31, all the way down to VK Gaming Aurora, who is in 15th. It's crazy how 1 game can make a difference and shift the entire top 10 side of the overall standings.
Yeah, and not only that, Vicky, but I don't know if there's a single team yet who's actually put themselves out of contention. Yeah. Usually, after 4 games, someone's ahead enough, someone's hit 40+ points, you're good, you chill, you're safe. At 35, our leaders Fire Strays. Like, who knows? That could be the cutoff. Like,
that's the thing. Like, we keep seeing the teams that have won with these big explosive double-digit KP take control of that first place spot. That's how volatile the overall standings are looking like.
Yeah, it's actually nuts how tight this lobby is, and I guess we maybe should have expected that, considering there are so many good teams here. It's not like we have some easy beats who are just, you know, going to get shoved down to the bottom, and you didn't really expect them to make it past the bottom 10. As you said, we've literally got a bunch of LAN winners in this lobby.
It's unbelievable, and I can't wait to see more of the action unfold on Storm Point with 2 games to go. Who will survive in the top 10? Let's find out next on the other side of this break.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Inside the Grimace Dome. New dreams in the dome.
Yeah. Ricky. Yeah. 羽羽ばたかせて世界中横断でかいことになってきちまったようだミスター・ビーンじゃなくてマスター・ヨーダーえらくよく回ってくれてるトラ絶対遠く切ってよかったね俺がレなってお待たせ初めから知って止まらんねいけてるやつらごっちゃ混ぜ立ちなれましがた街に去った今日は俺たちなら基地で道の猛作パタヤでも忙しそうな後藤さん俺にとってはオズワルドの父さん今打ち上げる花火と関東南風が襲いかかるぜ関東オズワルド住んでるにルランド俺たちの
Go forward. I could have done that. Hold it. Oh, I see. Hold on. I have no EP. It's here to tell me what. The bubble go down. Keep your unders on the left. I'm just chilling. I'm chilling. I'm sitting. Give me everyone. Okay, let's fucking go.
It's a good day for more Apex in the lovely city of Sapporo. It's chilly outside. Get your jackets, get your blankets, and cozy up because we still have 2 games to go in this Elimination Round 1. And right now, any of these teams can have one heck of a match that skyrockets them into the safety net of the top 10.
Insanely tight. It is just, oh my God, every single team is on the bubble. The bubble is like 20 teams right now. I don't know if I've ever seen that
The whole
before.
lobby?
That's a big bubble.
Maybe it's bigger than the Gibby one that we just saw, actually.
Yeah, they've gone for the big bubble perk. That's what we're doing here.
Let's see if we still got that one straggler coming out of left field with that legend pick. It is nice to note, by the way, that Bangalore will be the next legend band. So no ban going into game number 5 after Fire had won game 4 with that 11 KP, putting them in first place in the overall series, but not by much. Only by like a 3-point difference compared to FaZe, who are right behind them in second place. Look at this crowd, by the way. Sapporo showing up even bigger and better than ever, especially after we saw an insane crowd last year. They're looking to turn up in our second to last day of championship. Let's get this going. Game number 5.
I can't lie, Vicky. It kind of makes me cheer for the Japanese teams even more as well, because every time we see a sick play from one of our home teams, the crowd goes wild, and we can hear it all the way back in the green room. When SBI were popping off before, the ground is shaking here at the Daiwa Premier's Dome.
Gives me goosebumps. It's literally a different experience. Those individuals who have been able to make their way to an ALGS LAN, they always tell me the same thing. It's just like no other experience. And we take a look at our winners from our previous game, and looking at a different look of a zone on Storm Point. I love diverse zones, by the way, Gino, because we have moved from the southeast side all the way up to the northwest on top of Fire Strays. Again, script writers must be hard at work right here, because Fire Strays, after coming out of that dub, could feel a little bit more secure, but they will be lacking in loot. You can imagine the other teams that want to go ahead for a quick rotation, like Reignite, having that zip line right there. They have a beacon to get some information, as well as a survey beacon that's to the south of Fire Strays, to at least get that information, as well as additional Evo Shield charge.
So it does look to be pulling up towards them. Feel like it's pretty unlikely to be checkpoint. I'd say it's almost certainly not going to come the other side of the choke on Cascade Falls. So certainly I think we are going to be going back to trench warfare. Now, thinking about what has been banned so far, Vicky, as you can see on your screen, Newcastle, Caustic, Alta, and Bangalore. Now, Bangalore typically has been very strong on Storm Point, so it goes out in 4th. What have teams switched over to? Most of them to Maggie. We're seeing a lot of Maggie now in our 5th game, and I can tell you, maybe it'll help you drill around the corners a little bit if you're hiding behind one of those like tiny partitions down the bottom of the trenches. Sure, you might get a drill in through there, but it's not going to help you stay alive very much, is it? This is going to be a really interesting zone to test how good some of these teams are with these more aggressive compositions. I mean, there's a lot of Cat in here, but very few Watson teams. And so teams like ALGS Year, Team Liquid, and Riddle, who all need points, could be they could be doing so well out of that one pick here.
Like we see from Crazy Thieves, when they get that momentum, they keep it rolling, and they found 2 from Kinotrope. Kinotrope now down to a solo. You don't want to be the first ones out here as Yuka's trying to keep the dream alive, and Verhos is on the hunt. Why are you running? You can't take that with all of us looking at it. You gotta keep using your feet to trek through, but you have to pressure out Crazy Thieves because they're on the hunt. They're looking for blood. Verhos is gonna get sent forward here, but this is an isolated fight. They could take this, honestly. They just will delay their rotation. No one's looking at them. The EMP, the Hail Mary attempt from Yuka, who burns Verhos, but I mean, at the very end of the day, having that Sparrow and having the Stinger Bolt comes in clutch as Crazy Thieves are your winners for the Red Bull first strike, wiping out Kinotrope.
I mean, if you want to talk about momentum, Crazy Thieves seem to have been able to take it from last night and bring that exact same vibe in that they had from the last game. It's been solid so far from them. Getting closer to that 40-point threshold where I'm a little bit more comfortable saying that they are going to be moving on to the second round of elimination, especially if they keep playing the way they've been playing.
It's an interesting fight here, specifically in Barometer, because it's Men of Culture who are on the Trident, and we just saw the point of view of Liquid Alienware by the Spider Den. So they can hear some of these pop shots, and Liquid Alienware are one of the teams rocking the crypto, so they'll get information in the distance. Nice ring console info, too. At least for Gaming Gladiators, because that was the fight of the info over by Barometer. So you see Men of Culture now just back away. They have the Trident. They're going to rotate through Jurassic to have a very similar game plan. But as we saw from Crazy Thieves, after they took their fight over by Devastated and Launchpad, now they've moved all the way up and could meet Men of Culture on the other side of Jurassic.
Seems like duo or trio, Men of Culture's modus operandi hasn't actually changed that much. Still just skirting around the outsides, looking for fights early on. I mean, hey, that's what got floating to the finals of the ALGS Open to start the year.
Oh, starting out though, Aurora. SBI gonna be able to get the trade up. Hierarch is gonna be able to follow up right afterwards. Trade for trade, looking right behind them. They hear the climbing. As Mike is the last one alive for SBI. The advantage going over to Aurora. In his Northern fight, other teams, they get a whiff of this. There was a survey beacon over by the southern side of this building, so it's about the information as Mike is trying to take this slowly, being on the Mad Maggie. Got the res though. They're right now set in that corner. They set up the rampart walls, but Mike gets burned. He at least gets the knock. He forces them to try to get at least another res, but one by one as they come down, it's just too much. No recent opportunity as Slab finds that.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look at the Red Bull first strike replay just for now. Here we can see Kinotrope going up against Crazy Thieves, and it's a desperate EMP attempt on the back end to try and save them. But easy enough for them to get finished off there by Phony and Jen Burton.
He put up a good fight. I mean, there's not much you could do in that situation. You got no evac tower, right? You had the EMP, but then you have to deal with a Stinger Bolt. Unfortunate slowdown there. But they're going to have to see if they have another chance. It was risky, too. You talk about how close the overall standings were. I mean, Kinotrope were in 8th with 25 points. Like, going out first in this lobby in Game 5. You know how I feel about Game 5s, Gino. This is where a lot of these teams start playing a little differently because they know what's at stake. Except it's just so tight right now that a lot of these teams know that if they overextend, especially looking at a zone like this, there's a lot of open area. Honestly, where Sentinels is positioned on an island behind these rampart walls could keep them out of trouble. And we've even seen the zone continuously pull over to that north side by the water.
Yeah, it could do. Yeah, the observers just gave us a lovely little panorama of that area as Sentinels play on the extreme north side of it. And if you can get on the other side of those rocks and just sort of bunker down there, keep, you know, one gun faced in each direction, it's very hard for people to surprise you, and you can survive there for quite some time. Of course, I also wouldn't be surprised if we saw a pullback into the trenches. Also very possible. And as we've talked about, there's just so little hard cover amongst the teams that we've got here that kind of no matter which way it goes, I think a lot of those teams are going to be in trouble, and they're going to have to play very aggressively to try and clear out sight lines because they've got nothing to hide behind.
Rocking the Sparrow. Crazy Thieves looking at Rock Esports, who has that slight high ground. Nice G7 shots. A juiced up G7 in the hands of Phony. And while they do try to take these trades, Team Mango do hear this fight. They're looking to see if they have an opportunity. Do they have the time? The ring closing in shortly, but now we're just gonna zoom in. Meltsera trying to stay alive. They're trying to destroy the Trident. It's on fire, but he's got another one, the back appliance. The 2-for-1 deal. Meltsera zooms away into safety, but they're still trying to catch him out. At least he manages to stay alive to see if he can try to get this reset.
Is he friends with the guy at the car dealership?
Must have been Labor Day weekend, honestly, as he has a replicator right there too, so they know what they want. Crowd getting a little excited here as Meltsera has the beacon right in front of him. No one around to stop him. He's going to be able to commit to this. No one's going to stop him in this choke because Gaming Gladiators are rotating from Cedo Station side.
Yeah, Liquid Alienware are looking at this, but he's actually gone from the... He's going for the safer res all the way outside. Just as he was leaving the checkpoint area, Liquid Alienware scanned the survey beacon. And I think they've decided it's just too far to chase. I mean, they're going to be putting themselves in an even worse position if they were trying to get the chase this guy giving us drifting masterclass over here.
Meltsera's side questing. He wanted to go Omega safe. Look at the smiles on his face as he comes through with the respawn. Rid orders back.
Apex Tokyo Drift Edition.
We're zooming through, man. Anything to stay alive when you're in game number 5, and Rock did hear this res. They're looking right behind him because they have a Trident of their own, but they cannot turn around because Gaming Gladiators are waiting for them. They called in the catwall. I do like this move because they get to safely at least go into the bunkers because they didn't have the information if there was another team waiting for them.
Shenanigans everywhere. Okay, going a little closer to the zone. Might get back to some checkpoint action in a second, but right now it's Men of Culture trying to find a place to play. As we said, this is going to be so tough for these teams to find their way in. Men of Culture feeling that right now with a Veki on the ground. Cupid Esports go down. Mock are now a duo. And they're well on the southwest side of this map. It actually pulls towards them. That bunker is hella good to play towards. And I can tell you, this is actually fantastic news for Liquid Alienware, who just picked up a Mythic bin in checkpoint and can actually just waltz down the hill from checkpoint here. We've got Crazy Thieves on board. They're fighting GG. Let's have a listen in.
Walk it up. Back. I'm saying. Fuck this.
One on my backside. I'm gonna try the back.
This is the crypto. Hill. Get outside. Grab it. Look at the crypto.
Use west, southwest. Give me another team southwest. Powell's going down soon.
Going high, peeking high. No one's southwest.
Can we kill this guy south?
Yeah. He's over here somewhere. You need to look for him soon.
Yep. Up another cells.
I need to loot too. He's running. He's in the car. He's running.
Yep. I'm double Elixir. Get my catwall back. You need Elixir, Jay?
Okay. Yeah, I did. So we need to go kill the gaming team, our fucking evac, and start forcing the team on buildings.
One of us can evac, the other two can walk up.
I need to pop this ultic cell before we do anything. Yeah. Get ult first.
I could...
Can I hit recon anywhere?
Maybe Phony, you evac by yourself, bro.
Evac by myself.
The comms from Crazy Thieves noting the solo who is trying to dip away on the car, but Gaming Gladiators were also hearing what was going on from the other side. Rather, it was Gaming Gladiators managing to back away here. While now Crazy Thieves have this choke clear for themselves, moving up towards where VKG is.
Oh! The best man with the Kraber in the game has got it right now. He's trying to escape on an evac. They They knock Funk. Surely they have to drop and come back for him. No, they leave him behind. They're going into the zone as a duo. They didn't want to take the fight. They didn't want to risk it, but it was a risk anyway, Vicky. I thought they were just going to take the 3v3. You know what? I almost guarantee you, a Zero with more confidence would take that fight first.
I mean, you know better. I mean, we've seen it before, right? And instead, when your backs are against the wall, when your tournament lives are at stake, they want to play it safe instead. Riddle Order, the team that we're looking to originally try to 3P them, have now taken to the skies to try to find space within these trenches. And now have wrapped around Team Mango with Liquid Alienware down over to the side to see if they can try to get that reset originally off to the isolated area of that bottom left zone.
Well, we heard from Crazy Thieves that this wasn't going to be an easy walk-in. And as you can see, it's too hard for them to manage. VKG will get them down.
I think Liquid Alien was able to get the res, by the way, as they're trying to back away at the same time over to the bottom left side of that zone. Men of Culture are only down to a Veki, who had gone down first, and he's forced to slow hero now. As you can see, Team Liquid, Funk, he's back. They get the Evil Shield swap, and now he's going to be able to get information to see if he can fully reset, because look who's waiting for them on the other side. It is Riddle Order by the other side of the trenches.
I mean, we didn't see the green pop up on the top of the screen. The observers are telling me he crawled.
Yes, he did. I
from
saw
checkpoint.
That. He did. And Zero had tried to make a move too, whether it be portal or not, because he's only at 66% on that portal, but he had moved up. Drop the Evo Shield, they get the res, they get the reset, no one to stop them. But here, ALGS, they moved up from their position in trenches. Another team could take their spots as they try to take this fight versus Men of Culture. Men of Culture, though, they're putting up a good fight while Zero in the feed gets a knock with the Kraber. ALGS, who had the advantage taking that fight, trying to pick apart Men of Culture, fall when they were holding the trench where the zone was pulling from the very beginning.
Well, Men of Culture are having a ball by the looks on their faces. Very distinct difference between them and ALGS, who now have been eliminated and know they've got one
They'll never see him.
Fight left. Apparently we've got a shorty hiding in the boxes over there. That's nice little hiding spot.
Dude, how did Men of Culture live? How ALGS with that push, man? They were in such a good spot, but that's what happens, right? You risk it, and now this is going to allow free real estate for the other teams to move up as Men of Culture stay alive.
Yeah, look, Sentinels didn't get that ring pull they were hoping for, having to leapfrog forward now with their rampart walls. Men of Culture do get found out in the end.
Oh no!
Oh, yeah,
he was stuck by the boxes.
Yeah,
he couldn't get out.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. That's why he was dropping everything. Oh no! Literally couldn't do anything about that. Well, now Men of Culture get taken out as Team Mango are waiting by the edge.
Okay, FaZe, they look towards RRQ, Fire Strays, and Sentinels. I don't know if they can get into the next ring. I mean, they've got a trench behind them. They should be able to walk into that, but first they're worried about teams jumping on their head. So they look for the kills first. RRQ already down. Now Rig and Sentinels coming together.
FaZe are locked in. They find more knocks now. As the zone closes in, it's chaos on the north side. Sentinels cannot do anything as they were posted up on that north side by the water for so long. FaZe now looking back at Fire Strays, and VK Gaming are showing their face, wrapping on the other side, but FaZe Clan have been able to stabilize. They hear the fighting over to their side as VK Gaming show their face. One left from Fire Strays. 9 squads left. Tenetic is able to get the following knock. Fire Strays get eliminated. VK Gaming go uncontested by this rock, but eventually they'll have to move forward as FaZe Clan go in for the attack. They're wrapping on the other side of VK Gaming to utilize their own rampart barriers before taking the portal back. He wanted to go for a kidnap, it looked like, but VK Gaming are safe and steady as Team Mango also getting information in the sky.
Oh, hopefully that comes up in time for the next zone, because, I mean, portals are absolutely golden here. Considering how this map, the architecture of it works, portaling to a new space might be your only chance to move your team from A to B right here.
Oh my goodness, there's literally nowhere safe. Like, good luck, little to no cover. FaZe Clan, they're hungry, ready to pick apart the leftovers left here in front of them as Reignite get eliminated. 7 squads left. That they back around, but another team on the other side of the trenches is still VK Gaming that have not let loose with their pressure. They've been hearing FaZe from the very beginning from their previous flight. And there's only 2 teams in this next zone, minus Riddle Order, who's also playing on that northwestern side.
Yeah, Liquid Alienware They're the ones on the high ground. They're the ones with the Kraber. The other teams are now coming towards them, but it's FaZe Clan in the #1 spot overall in the series.
VK Gaming trying to find a spot to land, though. They take advantage of FaZe, who are split up. There's one member of FaZe, and they got the scan after taking to the skies of the Valkyrie. That was so worth it for VK Gaming. Thanks to QQ being the human UAV that he is. FaZe is still alive, though, but with the zone closing in, they're feeling the pressure. Aurora down to a solo. Calling the Exterminator as VK Gaming are trying to hold on to their tournament lives. FaZe eventually get eliminated, but Slap is still alive for Aurora.
Thermite! Perfectly placed, barbecuing them alive.
They gotta put them in the smoker before the catwalk comes up. Zero up on the high ground. Liquid Alienware, could this be their game? Zero wraps in with the alternator. Kraber in hand, double tap on the ulti. As Sykes follows up, 5 years get eliminated. 4 squads left, and Liquid Alienware, they clear the west side of the zone.
Riddle Order have got nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The catwall wasn't enough to hide them from the prying eyes of Team Liquid Alienware. I haven't seen a crawl as fortuitous as Funk's since they won in Raleigh. Sorry, Sweden, actually, it was. On Storm Point, crawling out in the open, that won them a trophy. This time, it might just be enough to keep them alive in the tournament. 3 bullets left in the Kraber. You know, I checked the stats on this the other day, Vicky. Zero has, I think it's something like more than double the amount of Kraber kills of the second best person in the ALGS with the Kraber. No one comes even close to him.
I just sweat a little bit. I don't want to see more of these hipfire shots unless you're really right there. He aims down the barrel and he gets the knock. When it matters, onto Crumb, no catwall. As he finishes the job, they don't hear the solo, and now Sykes wraps up behind him. The sandwich that is Liquid Alienware. Aurora's the solo, but this is all for Liquid Alienware to feast on for game number 5, for them to take the dub into the pop-off.
Look at that pent-up excitement. It took 23 games here in Sapporo. But Team Liquid have finally come alive. Nine kills.
Look at their faces.
21 points. Most of the points that they will need to progress to the next round. Can you even imagine a match point finals without them?
I can't. When we were talking about previous winners, I mean, you're looking at Zero, you're looking at the history that this player has. We talk about the rivalries that could be made in terms of storylines, and I mean, again, was looking at the progress of their practice going into this tournament, and I wasn't expecting this lackluster performance to be this severe. Now they get the dub, though. They close the door. Even in this game 5, you have one more game to go. You've moved yourself up into the top 10, but can you hold it when you are literally tied with SBI in 8th? Rex right behind you with 30 points, a 1-point differential. Riddle Order, another 1 point with 29 points. Reignite, Gaming Gladiators, they're not safe despite that win with 9 KP.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid is safe either, right? The 21 points, as you say, moves them up into the top 10, but I don't think 31 points is a top 10 number. Aurora with 18. They're likely safe now with that. Team Mango have moved up into 3rd place. Strafing, exactly the kind of guy I'd expect to make a lower bracket run, actually.
We take a look at Liquid and the stats that they've put on, at least for this match 5, because it's important to highlight. I mean, you talk about Team Mango being in that top 3.
Oh, man, look at that.
And it's just a single point difference, really. 17th, 20. I mean, World's Edge put that in the books. You got to go back to the drawing board to figure out what went wrong there and these rotates. But then you start things off on Storm Point. You get at least placements before getting the dub and KP.
And, you know, HAL or Zero, Stormpoint always seems to be where things come together. Them as a team, apparently them separately as well. I mean, you know, Falcons put up 70 points, I believe it was, on Stormpoint the other day. And you go back and look at them playing together, some of their record-breaking days, some of the days that pulled them back into a series when they were out of it, always seems to be on Stormpoint.
I mean, maybe it's the revelation that they need here, especially since that's going to be our last map into these last 3 games. Again, bottom 10 teams get eliminated, and 5 games are done and dusted. Looking at the series results and where it stands thus far, look at the cusp. Only top 10 teams move on into the tournament, into round 2 eliminations. Rex is at 30. Liquid, again, 31. SBI, 31. Either of these teams could pop off and boot 5 Fears, even Fire Strays, down a few notches. Riddle Order could just come up, take over Liquid, Rex. Anything could happen in this final game in our first elimination bracket.
Well, I think we're blessed to be casting this series, Vicky. It is just going to come down to the wire. It's going to be exciting. I guarantee you we're going to have people swapping places right at the last moment. And if you are out there watching right now, do not miss this next game. It is going to be so much fun.
It's so much energy in the crowd. I love the vibes. I love being able to have our fans hype us up here right on top of our heads. I want to hear more flow from Lace as she's hanging out with some of her fans right now.
We're back in the fan zone, and the best way to be a fan is, of course, support your favorite team. You can come down here and make yourself a poster and show it to the rest of the world. Behind us, we have a couple of fans here. We've got one, Go FaZe and Gen G.
Go FaZe, go FaZe. They're the best. They're going to win. They're going to take the whole thing home.
And I see that we got a little bit of a Falcons fan, and of course they're doing exceptionally well. How are you feeling about the Falcons so far?
I mean, Imperial House, awesome. Their team's really good, so if they keep playing like that, they're going to take the whole thing home.
That's it. And these guys are going to show their support with their posters, but I think there's a poster over here that I'm a little bit more in tune to. Lace is #1. So if you take anything away from this, this is the one. Come down to the fan zone and make yourself a poster.
Oh, Lace, thank you so much. I love the vibes from Lace here, too, especially in her nice outfit talking to some of our fans.
I reckon she forced him to write it personally. I know Lace. I know. That's something she'd do.
I believe it.
She's got fans everywhere.
I believe it. She's my homegirl, though. She's always coming in clutch with the best fashion tips. As we get to see more of our fans in the crowd, it's just been a beautiful time here in the wonderful city of Sapporo. Literally a winter wonderland, by the way. And now, with only 1 game to go, Gino, this is scary because there's so many teams that are side by side with one another in terms of points.
It's so scary, right? I mean, look, at least Liquid did it with 1 game left to go. So now they've given themselves the option of just, you know, maybe taking an early fight, chipping in a few points to get over that line. For, you know, other people sitting down there like Keenan Trope Gaming, Sentinels, ALGS Year on 15, they've left it to the last possible moment.
I'm just still thinking about that push from Alcatsia. And it was very unfortunate the Men of Culture were stuck against the wall and the rampart barrier, as well as the death box is literally compiling on top of his head. There's unfortunately not much you could do, but it's even worse when you are in the position that you are, as Men of Culture are sitting in 18th. A team, another team, honestly, that we weren't expecting to find their footing even later on in the bracket is going to be Rock Esports. The fact that they're sitting in 19th, we talk about their mentality and how you could try to keep the vibes up, except the vibes haven't been there from the very beginning, whether it be from World's Edge and now onto Stormpoint. They haven't been able to find those points. Only 6 KP over the course of the last 5 games, 13 total points behind Men of Culture, who finally get reunited with their 3rd still, not being able to find their stride. But it's really that cusp between Riddle Order, Reignite, a 1-point difference. Again, I have to emphasize, Liquid could still get booted out of this top 10 because only 10 teams here in this Elimination Round 1 will be moving on through the tournament.
Having a look at Winnie's face there, she doesn't think the job's done. Maybe a slight smile, maybe a little bit of relief after the last game, but still 1 more to lock in.
I have to just say, by the way, the fans are amazing. The support is so crazy. There's somebody here right next to us with a big sign saying Vicky will love you into the Kawhi. It's so great. And a lot of the Fnatic fans are usually sitting right on top of the bleachers over our heads, and they're so loud. Now they want to give their energy to our other Japanese teams who are fighting for their tournament lives. We saw a great sign of life from SBI, repping APAC North, as we see a nice flyby. FaZe still holding on to that #1 spot. I feel like if anything, FaZe is the one that is feeling the comfiest, as they should. I mean, they have 42 points, right? You compare that to how tight the rest of the lobby is, sitting at 31, tied apiece, 30 with Rex. Like, at least they have extra room to breathe. But you have to imagine, though, this is an opportunity going into this last game. With FaZe being the only ones that feel more secure, they could grief other teams that they do not want to deal with into the Elimination Round 2.
Yeah, it's probably a less common occurrence than we saw a year or two ago, right? The POI draft has changed that a little bit. You can't look at someone and say, hey, we think you might be trying to drop wall. We're going to defend our home spot. Now it's like, well, I still need to stay #1. I still want that. It's only going to be the 11th seed as they move up into the elimination bracket because, of course, the top 10 will be taken by the winners bracket.
All right, everybody, Sapporo is ready, and I hope you are too, because it is our last match in the Elimination Round 1. Everything on the line here for our bottom 10 teams. As Team Liquid Alienware, they showed up when they needed to. They take the dub, but the job's not over yet. You talked about it before, Winnie, and it looks like she is ready to go. It's not over yet, Genome. But they have to capitalize off of this. They cannot be one of the first teams down, obviously, right? So they want to be able to play the way that they were in that last zone. And it's not that far of a trek for them because this zone is pooling on the outskirts of Jurassic and Cedo.
I was just about to say, they have not gotten a zone so far on Storm Point, despite what we've been saying about, you know, how well they're playing and how they've managed to give themselves a chance here again. But as you say, it was actually, it's got a lot of the sort of northwestern in it. But when Zone 2 appeared, it looks more like a Ceto zone. And of course, Barometer, fantastic priority to that. The question, of course, is, do they have the ring console, Vicky? And I'm trying to take a look. It spawns in the middle of Barometer, and I don't think it's there.
Cupid Esports are done. They're like, all right, let's full send it. They're running a Pathfinder, Revenant, and Lifeline. As Men of Culture, they haven't given up. Floating, getting that knock onto the team, running the very interesting composition. Sit down, Revenant. He climbs like a roach, but Men of Culture have other plans, gets the following knock. If anything, this benefits Men of Culture to get the extra KP that they need to get the next knock. One more to go. Too Many Cheaters has that bolt with a blue mag, and it's more than enough to wipe out Cupid Esports.
And that's it. Yep. That's it for Cupid Esports. They will be finishing the tournament in 40th place.
First team eliminated in our Apex Legends Global Series Championship here in Sapporo. On to the next one, though, as we see now Riddle Order moving up. Be able to get that scan at least here before Meltzera drops down. See the big boy Gibby, by the way. 5F are still sticking to the Gibby too, which has been interesting as we've been seeing a lot more of these different compositions.
Gibby has started to creep in a little bit more. You're right. Riddle, as you can see, they're a little bit isolated over there. SBI sort of in the area. It looks like they're going towards checkpoint. Maybe hit that survey beacon and continue on. So yeah, Cupid Esports, as you can see, out in 40th. A little bit disappointing, honestly, Vicky. They added Gugu, who was one of the best players, one of the most exciting players in APAC South. We've seen massive highlights from him, both in the APAC South Pro League and occasionally at LAN as well. And it felt like it should have been an upgrade for this squad. So for them to come in and actually have worse results than they've had with the previous roster that was together for quite a long time is frankly a little bit sad to see.
It makes you wonder, you know, what else needs to be changed, right? Their approach, the compositions here, how they want to approach the POI drafts. There's so many different influences in a lobby like this. Not only do you have to readapt around the legend bands and the swap over to the maps, as we've seen in the history of the ALGS, but it's more specifically playing out of these POI drafts, running with these compositions, and finding yourself in the best spot with Reignite. Having the higher ground, they're trying to make their next move. They do know there is another team within the vicinity, and we know that there's a survey beacon here. It is SBI Esports that are waiting in the vicinity to their south. And before they make their next move, other teams have moved into the southern side of the zone because there's only so much real estate you could play from in Cedo, and we've seen the zone shift even away from Cedo into the south side, closer to the water, where Crazy Thieves, who have scanned the ring console over by Jurassic, have been running the Sparrow. They have the information in case another team like Kinotrope, who's leaving Pylon, tries to get that same set of info, and they could gatekeep Kinotrope with no other team behind them, isolate this fight while still holding the best position in where this zone can be pulling.
Yeah, the evac go up for FaZe over at Wall. I think probably the furthest away from the zone just now. Meanwhile, Riddle Order going up against Rock Esports here.
Oman's gonna be able to try to follow up right here, but with the huge name from Saucer. He puts down the gen too late. Meltstera gets a little bit of revenge, and Riddle Order now have the number advantage.
One left. This is it. Rock are in 19th right now. Some people were putting them in the top category on their tier list, and all of a sudden they are at risk of being eliminated in 39th.
Just at me at this point, Gino, because I was one of those people here, and now Riddle Order with the Gibby are looking to reset with one player left from Rock, looking to back away at the very least. This is it here as Riddle Order follow up. They get the finishing blow. Onto Vax here, looking onto the other side.
One member remains. It's just Deeds left alive. He's made his way out to Command Center, where it does look like there's a replicator that he can get his teammates back on. I think the res might come in here. It doesn't look like Riddle Order are in a hurry to chase him down. Rock are down, but they're not out.
Deeds zipped away, by the way. Like, you blinked and you may have missed him. He was gone. That further highlights how desperate they want this. There was that replicator that was right there, too. Looking to see if they could get that full reset because they're one of the teams that don't have a support character. And when you lose out on your crypto too, you're going to have to utilize this catalyst to do the best that you can in trying to get the res.
I mean, it's the right play.
Yeah.
This isn't the time to be going for a hero 1v3.
Yeah,
this
literally.
Is the time to be going for the clutch. You know, we were complaining about the Lobers in ranked just yesterday, Vicky, talking about how they're braceleting out at the drop of a hat, but this is exactly the situation. You'd want one of those flighty members. You need to get the respawn in. It is do or die for Rock.
Gonna have to tune in to see how that side quest is gonna look like because they're gonna be forced to go all the way to the wall where there is a Moby for them to work off of, as well as a survey and a ring console, but this will delay their rotate significantly, but it could also work into their favor if they go through Cascade with nobody else to contest for that survey beacon.
Yep, so we see the respawn coming in off the top there. Know if we've mentioned it yet, Rampart was the Game 5 ban, so that's why we're seeing so many Watsons up in and around here, quite a few Wraiths, but just looking at this circle, Vicky, is this the same one we've seen that will pull down towards Jurassic? It looks a little more north.
Could pull a little bit more towards the water side where like Mango's trying to predict as well. And you mentioned the Rampart ban, and it's also important to note why we're seeing more Catalysts, because then they don't have to be afraid of the Sheila just spamming through that catwall.
Yeah.
It's really important with more of these teams trying to bunker down. T-Law in the middle of the action. SPL trying to make a play with the raid portal, but EMP, they're lighting them up like a firework. And as T-Law gets to at least survive into this corner, Men of Culture find a knock onto Aku. Gaming Gladiators also fighting for their tournament lives. As now playing off this high ground, you can see the Wrecking Ball. Lost out on Aku, but huge shots with this R9. T-Law in trouble. VKG. Queso's gonna be able to get the double knock. Liquid Alien where? They get eliminated. And they're in 9th place with 31 points. That could very much be it for Liquid. We will have to see for these other teams.
There's a bunch of teams below them right now. RRQ, 30 points. Reignite, 28 points. Sentinels, 26. So many teams could overtake them with a mere 5 or 6 points. Gaming Gladiators has been eliminated. They go down with 25 points and they are eliminated from the Year 5 Championship.
Love the slow approach to that fight from Men of Culture. From the very beginning, we saw Gaming Gladiators. They had high ground advantage. They saw the Wrecking Ball, but they lost out on Aku early. Men of Culture, they open up the doors, and they haven't given up. despite being, what, second to last or so in that previous game now. Moving up the ranks, though, as Rock still stay alive in 19th with 13 points. Riddle Order move up. This is the team that was tied with Team Liquid Alienware. 31 apiece, as Rex are also still alive in 11th place with 30 points.
I mean, if I was Team Liquid Management, I would be out there hiring hitmen right now to be taking out RRQ, Reignite, and Sentinels. We need some targeted hits. If you are a Liquid fan, that is how hard it is going to be for them to qualify from this position.
Cut the cords. Cut off the keyboard cords. Anything. Take away the rollers. But with these teams now, still in this final game of Storm Point. Melcera is getting melted, by the way. Taida has to be careful. These triple take shots are lethal. As Middle Order are looking to their back, it's FaZe Clan, who have been harassing them from the other side of Cascade Falls. Zay tries to make a play. Lovely follow-up onto Melcera to find that first stock. And that's crucial because I was onto the Gibby.
Riddle Order's one of those teams. They cannot get another point. Even a single full kill in this could cause problems for Liquid Alienware.
Oh, he doesn't have another fence right there. He can't block off and electrify that one door. He gets it at the very end right here, but this fight taking a little long has now opened the doors for Rex to have their chance, to have their opportunity. But they back out. They're afraid. They didn't see the fights. They didn't see them trying to fully extend, but they at least have a portal if they want to come back.
There's two members of FaZe Clan on the ground right now. Rocket back into it.
Oh, Rock getting the KP that they need. Riddle Order. They get eliminated.
And they got a point.
They get the extra point at the very end. This pushes them up to 8th overall on top of SBI and Liquid.
I mean, Riddle still might not be safe. But with SBI and Riddle Order now moving above, Liquid sit on the bubble at 10th place.
Good karma comes out though for Rock because they lost out on Deeds and they're able to get that respawn. Rock are having a hell of a time right now and just trying to stay alive. It is Rex being one of those teams in 11th place, just trying to also get that extra point.
Rock need minimum 15 more points. At the very minimum, it's going to have to be a banger game for them, and Fire Strays will also be removed. 37 points for them, most likely job done. Liquid Alienware have been eliminated in the first round at the Year 5 champs.
Officially, with Rex moving up in the top 10 of finals with no Zero, no Liquid Alienware. The book has been closed on this chapter for now, but there's still chance for other teams like Reignite, Sentinels, Crazy Thieves. They're pretty cozy, although they are tied with Fire Strays right now, but they got the Mythic pin. They have the tools that they need as Kino Trope being another one of those teams trying to stay alive for their tournament lives. Beautiful gold mag and barrel for the RE45 as Volt is letting it ring. He gets the knock onto Jen Bird, and I love the way that Kino Trope are playing up the crates. One shot onto Jen though, as Yuka is hiding up in the back lines with the bow check in hand. They wrap around Crazy Thieves. Show them where you're from. Kino Trope Gaming as they send Crazy Thieves back to the lobby.
Tier out with 37. As things stand, I think that might be enough for them, but they will still sit here with their hearts in their mouths as this final game finishes for Elim Round 1.
Look at the amount of teams that are piling up from the Jurassic side is Rock, who is right behind Kino Trope. Have they been able to fully reset? It doesn't look like it because Men of Culture, two teams who are desperate to get KP as Kino Trope are caught in the line of fire. Rock on one side, Men of Culture on the other. Neither team wants to overextend as Kino Trope have lost out on Volz and forced to play off this low ground. They hear the fighting. They hear the fighting right above them. They have to go in at this point, at least try to reset and reposition while Men of Culture are looking at Rock. They lost out earlier on too with Rex going out. 13 squads left, and FaZe get more KP from earlier on.
RRQ now another squad sitting on 31 points and hoping that no one surpasses them. But with Rig on 29, with Kino Trope on 29, it does feel like it's only a matter of time.
We've seen this zone before, everybody. It's pulling towards the mouth of Jurassic, where Men of Culture are posted up. Kino choked though with the wingman RE. He looks at them dead in the face from the ring, but he did the damage. He gets his guy. Kino choke, cannon, Rock for the tournament lives with 13 squads left. Get eliminated. Rock will not be moving up as they go out in 18th overall.
Unbelievable scenes. What were we talking about before? One heavyweight favorite might get removed here. That number just keeps climbing.
We could see more to go. As Yuka's committing with this res. Kino choke. One member specifically trying to hold a building that we saw Rock in before because Men of Culture wanted to capitalize, but they cannot overextend. Why? Because they are the only team in this next zone. The difference is these other squads do not have this ring info. Coming out of Cedo, even the teams waiting inside the DBZ building over to the north side where Team Mango is, none of these teams have this info. They're scared. They're playing up the building to the south side of Cedo, and now Men of Culture, they have to capitalize off of this fight because it's isolated for now, but maybe not for long because SBI have moved up.
Valve teams are loving this circle, and Kinotrope Gaming are loved by the crowd. They start popping off Men of Culture. They had their time to make the move over at Jurassic, and it feels like they've waited too long. Unless there is an overheal amp on the Men of Culture player here, this is going to be a very hard fight to win against Yuka Peridata.
With the EMP though, healing just a little bit, trying to see if they can reset in a 1v1, but this fight is taking too long.
Oh my god.
We talked about SBI. They're getting whiff of this fight.
Oh
they're about to grief both teams. Kino Chope in trouble. Kino Chope get eliminated, and it's cleaned up as SBI desperately trying to keep their position in the top 10, wipe out two teams that were bludgeoned.
Reignite and RRQ both have been eliminated from the tournament. Most of the teams left alive are safe, but Sentinels and Sarale, maybe even Alcatia, still have a chance to move on.
Oh, but with Sentinels now losing out on Carter, this is not what you like to see. Riley, the last one alive. 8 squads left. They fully push on to Sentinels, and the dream is dead. Sentinels get eliminated. 7 squads left. It's really being another one of the teams trying to get the res here. At least isolated with their backs against the walls, but they need some help. So some press fire. That's Katsia also losing out on some members, also playing behind the crates. And Team Mango, they get eliminated.
Team Mango with 42 points are safe. Sarale, 29. They are 3 points off the cutoff right now. A simple wipe, maybe even just staying alive till 3rd place would be good enough for them, Vicky.
Now Akatia trying to get the scan. A team with only 20 points looking to see if they can get the dub. They've called out Zane, who phases away. Cannot run, but maybe getting some backup help from a triple take behind them, but Zane cannot keep himself alive. But it's fine, because Faith were sitting in that 1st place spot with 51 total points, and now Alcatia, a lot more on the line for them as the crypto drones hover around their heads.
Perfect job from Alcatia there. They identify the solo, they take it out. It buys them both placement points and KP, but there's still a lot of work to do. Player K down, Pricey down. It's all up to the North American import here. Kipchi is trying to get around, but he's got a whole team ahead of him. Alcatia has been eliminated.
Oh, Cirelli with the extra KP. Can he stay alive here? With 4 squads left, he gets taken out.
They did enough.
They had 33 points. They were tied from Kino to Riddle order. They jump out of the later half of the top 10. We have our top 10 squads moving on to the next elimination round 2.
The crowd goes wild. Another APAC North team makes it in just the nick of time. And SBI, who've had a great set, are now looking to cap it off with a dub. It's them versus Aurora and a 5 Fears Rat.
Is it going to be done with a bow on top? They opened up the day with a Game 1 win. Will they do it in Game 6 as well? Last 2 squads as Aurora get eliminated, and it looks like that's exactly what SBI will do here with the home court advantage. SBI, they are your Game 6 winners as the crowd shows them their support, repping Japan.
Thousands of fans light up the Primus Dome as SBI takes the win and takes the series. They take the lead with that final dub. We look around now. You see the faces of elation from the top 10 who have made it through. We see the faces of disappointment from the bottom 10 who have not.
It's inevitable. When you have a level of competition like this all across the world, when mere 1 KP could make a difference, whether you keep on through the bracket or not, all smiles as SBI not only take that dub, but they find their safety in the series. That dub allowed them to go right over Aurora with 53 total points. It was like a 1-point difference between the top 3, right? Like, it's also about the seeding, which is something that we gotta highlight going into the next Elimination Round 2. But with SBI taking that dub, they were slightly behind, I believe it was like, what, 6 or so, and then now they get pushed all the way up, 53 total points. Aurora with 52, and when Zayn was the last one alive for FaZe, they end in 3rd place with 51.
The top 3 or 4 seeds in any given series are very important for getting those ultra good POIs, your Skyhook West, your Lightning Rod. But the bottom 4 are also quite important. You want to stay away. There are some POIs that just leave you feeling a bit battered and bruised before the game has even started. As you said, SBI coming through with 11th is going to be really huge for their chances to make it into a match point finals.
Love the vibes here too, waving to the crowd. They had opened up the day so strong, so loud. We're seeing them pile up against the fences. We take a look at our match 6 results. This is what I love, everybody, about the ALGS. This is when we can come together to enjoy some amazing Apex. SBI finish it off with 12 KP, rather 10 KP, winning on top of the 12 additional placement points. 5 Fears right behind them too, another team that was able to show up at the very end. Aurora right behind them. 5 Fears honestly were able to at least try to rock out the Gibby composition and then try to make it work.
I mean, 5 Fears have done well. They've made a lot of finals this year. Surprised a lot of people, including me, who have been watching them for years. They felt like this gatekeeping team that was never really top level, but was, never going to crash out completely. But this year, all of a sudden, a resurgence from some of our APAC South veterans. Now, here's the series results, Vicky. Obviously, the 10 on the left side here will be moving on to Elimination Round 2. The 10 on the right side will not be joining us for any further matches in this tournament. And of course, the biggest name there is Liquid Alienware. It has been 7 LANs. 7 LANs since Zero has not made a finals, a match point finals. It has been that long, and in that time, he has won more ALGS LANs than any other player, but he will not be adding to his tally now. Hal has a chance to catch up with him here in Sapporo.
Something in the air, Genome. We knew that things were shifting when it comes to Comp Apex. And now seeing Liquid Alienware fall out of the tournament, in addition to even the likes of Katsia, Rock, even Sentinels, who had shown some signs of life but have been struggling for a little bit, but then when it really matters, they have been able to find those pop-off moments, but they will not be joining us in that next Elimination Round 2. Seeding is really what matters here too, as well as that top 10 at least having the chance.
I mean, APAC North had been copping a lot of flack, but more of the APAC North teams have advanced here from the Elim Round 1 than actually got eliminated. So 3 will go on further today, and then we've got Riddle, Order, and Reignite, who unfortunately will be joining the other eliminated teams in the bottom 10.
It's crazy to see the action play out. It's always very sad, but it's inevitable, right? This is what it comes down to when it comes to a competition here, and you got to send people home. $2 million prize pool with first place walking with 600K, and everything is on the line here. It's not only egos, it's talking about roster mania that is inevitable, but also the results.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah, you would only imagine that one. And it's going to be crazy It's going to be a fantastic job. And obviously, by the end of the day, we're going to find out what that final lobby is going to look like. But we got some more Apex to go. I want to hear more thoughts from you guys at the desk after the action that we just saw from SBI.
Well, first off, congratulations to Vicky and Genome on a great cast. Thanks, guys. It was fun to watch. And in many ways, yes, the emotion has started to show up. You could see that the teams have their heads hung if they weren't able to make it, a la Team Liquid Alienware, a big disappointment for that organization. For this round, of course, still a lot of future, hopefully, with Zero at the helm, but didn't quite get it done. That puts an end to the Hal and Zero conversation for the championship. We don't know where that's going to lead, though. Of course, Hal coming up very soon, so we'll get to see how he performs. But also teams like our defending champions, Aurora, who actually have a new introduction with Slab, still somehow make it to the top of this leaderboard. And Jayhawk, this is not a team that kind of did it in a flashy way, but they know they're defending their championship. We might not be talking about it, but Hayurka certainly knows what he's playing for.
Absolutely. He's a veteran of the scene. He's been here since day one. So is Yusako. And so I'm not surprised that these two, when their backs are against the wall, they were able to perform when it matters most. I mean, when you're a LAN winner, at some point that championship DNA has to kick in. Unfortunately for Zero, it didn't, like you pointed out. But not only Aurora, Crazy Thieves, VK Gaming, all of those teams who featured LAN winners were able to come out and advance.
And I think that is Snipe Down, one of the elements that we have to keep looking to towards the winners and obviously towards the second elimination round where we send our final 10 teams home later on this afternoon. That championship DNA, if you don't have it, this could be the moment you build it, but also if you do have it, you got to feel a lot more comfortable in these seats where, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points in the case of Riddle Order is the difference between them or Seriale advancing.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time that I've seen an elimination finals that close-knit. We had multiple teams on 31, 32 points, and you know this tournament is getting more exciting when all of us in the back in the analyst room and the talent room are just on the edge of our seats, freaking out with the crowd, going nuts, just cheering on for their teams. So it's amazing to see. We're really happy to see some of these teams that have been the LAN winners make it through to these next rounds just for us to get a better look of, I want as many champions in one lobby as possible. This is the greatest event of the year, accumulating the entire season together. So we want the best competition and the best teams possible. And it's really cool to see, Seriale, especially after the piece that we did on them, looking at them and them working their way in with that final game. It's just a wonderful way for that to end.
I mean, I have to mention the going to the temple, the praying, the clapping twice, making a wish. You know how important it was for Ayanaga. Those 3 points at the very end, dying immediately after. It feels like maybe part of that wish came true, Graceful, but also for a lot of different regions who had a little bit of a highlight here. Five Fears, a team from APAC South that you were highlighting earlier. FaZe Clan, a team that you've been actively tracking as well from EU, who maybe haven't gotten their rights. Of course, SBI Esports, who take the top spot. Not so surprisingly, 2 wins out of the 6. They were phenomenal today. But teams that were maybe on the secondary card, not necessarily the main title fight, and now are proving that they need to be paid attention to.
Yeah, I mean, that it really goes to show to see that every region is fighting with tooth and nail to make it through, clawing their way in. And it was, like Snipe said as well, it was so closely knitted. Even at the end right there, I was counting point by point. Literally, they don't even need to kill. They just need 3 placement points, and we're seeing it slowly rise up. And I mean, wow, I can't really say it either because, the weapon meta, everything has been so clear, so visually appealing. Everything has been absolutely wonderful so far.
It's been a great event. Overall, too, I want to get back onto SBI Esports. I mean, that is a hard thing to do in a situation like this. Win a couple of games in a row, start and finish strong. But they were able to put something together that was kind of elusive in this lobby, Snipe. What made this performance from them stand out for you, but also what made this lobby so sticky in terms of having it be very hard to separate yourself?
Yeah, I think what I noticed with that team specifically, especially in that first game, is they just played so tight-knit together. No one swung anything on their own. They knew exactly. They drew out, even in that very first game. They had Blast, who had the Caustic Ult. They baited out the Caustic Ult. They had the worst spot in that entire zone in the very first game. Ended up just baiting out the ults that they needed to, playing together, and then working around the hill, taking the fights when they had the openings. And then in that final game, to win the first game and the final game, the momentum that you can build like that, and you can go back and watch those games. How do we play that? How do we finish that? Perfect accumulation of exactly what they need to do to carry over into this tournament, into the elimination finals, and then into the grand finals, I'm sure is what they're looking for.
I mean, I also think that when we see, every game, when you have a donut or when you have low amount of points, you start to kind of play differently. We already talked that they play differently in general because the lower lobbies, you have that pressure, but it's also the roster is the group is completely different. But for each and every game, as you go further and further, people start to stray away from that consistent plan, and we can see that in the way people end up playing as well.
Consistency has to be the name of the game here. You're going to see it tight already, and now it's going to get even crazier as we head into our second sets. Just some highlights, though, Jayhawk, of how these 4, 5, and 6 games went, and actually all starting at the beginning as well here. SBI Esports, you know, they started off with a really great pace, and it was just difficult to stop it. But I think that has been the surprise maybe for me of how from last year, APAC North as a region have really stepped up when it comes to competing here and saying we're going to play to our potential.
Absolutely, and I don't know if it's the crowd buff or what, but SBI in the group stage was not impressive whatsoever.
Right.
And this is what the elimination round is about. We talked about at the beginning, there has to be a mental reset. All of the games that you've played up until this point do not matter anymore because this set is the only thing that does. SBI had a massive turnaround. Like Snipe said, they weren't in a position to win that game one, but they played it so perfectly when it came to baiting out GG, who had the best position, and were able to capitalize on it.
I mean, I also think that, though, in general, is that, you know, we talked about that anxiety and overcoming it. And like you said, maybe, you know, the group stage wasn't that impressive. They overcame it.
Yes.
So far in this series, they overcame it to an astounding degree to where they performed this level. And it's so much fun to see as well. Not always seeing that team that you expect to win, but when that team fought for their win. That first game, you know, they probably shouldn't have won with that Maggie game, but hey, they pulled it out, and that's so big.
I think the difference, too, is when you look at the win in the beginning, how much that sets them up confidence-wise. You know you can get a first place. They go 13th, 17th. They don't even hit first place till they get back to the final game. But it's because they've already done it that it's easy to go, we can win this, guys. They add another 22 points and take the lobby. So, Snipe, starting out strong is really a key for success. A lot of teams would not be in this battle had they not gotten that 24-point first win like SBI 8. So, how important is it now that we start looking towards winners to start strong in a lobby that's even stronger than this?
Well, I'm looking at those points they had, and for them to go first place and then not break the top 10 at the next 4 and then get another first place the moment they break the top 10, it seems like once they get near those end games, they have a much better understanding of what to do, but it seems like maybe their macro leading up to those points is causing them issues, so they might go back, see how they can get into those end games more specifically to give them a chance to win those games, because, I mean, 2 first places is an incredible just accomplishment in general, but not getting any points in the middle, that's tough. You got to at least average those, 5, 6, just to make it a little easier on yourself to not be that stressed.
Some of the disappointments, too, I think some of the big names that haven't made it, I mean, you look through the list, you've got Rock, who's no longer here. That's a surprise. I picked them. I know a lot of you were thinking they play great zone. It's hard for them not to get some points. Ended with, I think, 17, maybe 12 overall in the day. Somewhere in between that. Really surprising, Graceful. This is just what it looks like sometimes in these types of elimination brackets. You've been here before in your life. It's not easy to put together the consistency. And when things go wrong, felt like they weren't able to find the switch to somehow make it go right again.
The thing is that, as you say as well, you have your consistency in your plan, but it all goes, it just goes away. The moment other people are pressured, they start playing differently. Like we said, you said they didn't triple swing, but you have the opposite way where when people are so pressured, mistakes start coming up, macros start changing. All of a sudden, normally they go west, now they went back south. All of this messes other teams up as well, and I mean, hey, it's a tough match, especially in the lower, with the pressure and everything.
It just starts to get serious. That's what I, of course, feel for the players for, but I love watching as a fan of this esport. We've also got some teams who get to be on the other side of that feeling in true elation, winning in front of a crowd of thousands in their hometown, family, friends watching them, and of course, that's SBI Esports. We have a chance now to catch up with them live. Lace is standing by with Egoist, I believe. Lace?
Yes, thank you so much, Rain Day. I am indeed standing next to Egoist from SBI. It's been such a grueling day for everyone here, but I can literally feel the energy right now. Now, we do want to ask Egoist, what was, the sort of thoughts going through your head heading into that final match, knowing that you could have went home?
첫 번째 아까 질문에 어떤 게 머릿속에 있으셨는지 게임을 진행하면서
첫 라운드 챔피언을 먹은 다음에 저희들이 포인트를 2에서 5라운드까지 거의 못 먹었거든요. 근데 6라운드에 모두 다 이제 포인트가 이렇게 다 얼마 차이가 안 났어요. 그래가지고 무조건 한 번 기회가 온다 그 생각을 해서 저는 그냥 게임에 임했습니다.
Where there was not so much differences among the team, so he focused on okay, there might be a chance to like follow up all the like scores. So he only focused on the like yeah.
Yeah, so just full of focus. Now, Egoist, what was one of the teams heading into today's matches that you were maybe most scared of or most a little bit, terrified going up into this elimination bracket?
가장 위험했던 팀은 아무래도 1라운드부터 3라운드에 있는 맨 오브 컬처 팀이었습니다. 왜냐하면은 랜드마크가 너무 가깝고 저희들에 대해서 아마 공격하려는 의지가 굉장히 많았던 POI 선택이었기 때문에 저는 그것을 보고 1라운드, 3라운드에서 저희가 그 상대를 압살할 수 있으면은 무조건 그 흐름이 저희에게 온다고 생각했습니다.
Yeah, he was so much focused on men of cultures, the team, because he said they shared the like territory together.
Yeah, so a bit of close rivalry from SBI and Men of Culture, but of course SBI did exceptionally well. What was the biggest lesson that you're going to take away from these games moving forward?
이 게임에서 제일 큰 교훈, 앞으로 나아갈 수 있게 하는 힘.
두려워하지 말고 그냥 게임하면 되는 거고 주변에 있는 사람들 대단해도 그냥 어차피 똑같은 사람입니다. 그리고 가장 큰 거는 아무래도 오늘 이기면 한 번 이기면 30등, 두 번 이기면 20등까지 올라갈 수 있는 점 굉장히 기분이 좋습니다.
Anyway, he's so happy to win the game, and he didn't feel really nervous because all the like we are same human being, and then yeah, he got his like confidence to carry on his game flow.
Well, you heard it there. Egoist, not only one of the greatest players, but humble too. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, Egoist, and thank you so much. And I'm going to pass it back over to you, Dave.
Egoist is humble. I can't believe it. This is just not on brand. Somebody's got to talk to his PR. Okay. Graceful, what do you think about that interview talking to Egoist after the win?
I mean, I really like how, regardless of the situation, like we said, they won the first and then they were struggling the next four. They were super focused on, we don't care what the rest of it is. We just work our way up slowly but surely, and eventually they made it. And you have to keep that focusedness as well throughout the game, despite the adversities of having low amounts of points the next couple of games. You want to, it's possible. They made it possible, but you kind of want to avoid it if possible. And I like really much how focused they were able to stay.
Feels like the mentality was really the separator there for them. Jayhawk, with you to kind of close these thoughts out and look forward a little bit. Takeaways from our first dropping of 10 teams here out of this tournament.
I mean, we talked about how competitive this entire LAN has been so far. I mean, with the amount of teams that were jockeying for those final positions in that lobby, I'm excited to see what winners is going to be, because if that SBI run is any indication of what we're about to see moving forward, you can win a game and it doesn't mean you're safe by any means going to Game 6. I mean, Liquid won a game and they didn't even make it. And so
that's great.
Winners is going to be crazy, and I know that Elim Round 2 may be even crazier.
I think that is a great lesson, and again, goes back to what SBI Esports did. You can win, but you've got to stay locked in, because there are things that are going to happen. Snipe, championships are not given, they're earned. We all know that. If you've played in a situation like this, it just gets lonelier and lonelier, less teams, and more of that you have to demand from yourself and your players. How do you transition now, looking ahead to where the teams that have performed the best are about to take the stage?
Yeah, I mean, we have an absolutely stacked winners bracket finals here. We have talked about how this is arguably the closest and most electric early rounds I have seen so far as an analyst in general, or even a spectator. It is incredibly impressive. Now we're going into the winners bracket. We have some teams that were doing incredibly well. We have like the Alliances, for example, that started strong on the first day, ended very poorly. You have the E36s started strong the first day, really poor finals, and that kind of made the rounds that much closer in the scorings, because these teams that were dominating had poor rounds. Like Jayhawk mentioned, no team has absolutely dominated through these brackets. We are in the closest tournament that I've seen to date, and if that's how we are setting up the tournament now, early on, imagine how this is going to finish.
We might be here for a while tomorrow if it keeps going like this on Match Point Finals, but I will say that it's a great lesson and a great reminder to those, even if they've been successful thus far, to say you've got to keep your head in the game. Even if you are the best team in the world, which we'll be seeing 20 of come up very shortly, you cannot win a game and rest on your laurels. You have to keep going at it. All right, that is going to be coming up soon. A little preview to our winners bracket. As he had mentioned, Alliance as well, Falcons, all those big teams are coming up. But also, we want to make sure if you're interested in staying to date, you check out our socials, our Play Apex call-outs here for our great social team who keeps us all up to date, all the timings, the plays that you can't miss on X, on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, Play Apex Esports, and of course on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex. Also, remember, if you caught yourself wanting to see another perspective throughout this game, well, Multiview for Face It has you covered. You can have many screens up. You can even get some extra prizes while you're watching, but also you can listen to their team comms in case you want to hear how they're navigating some of those blank games that we saw SBI Esports have, and then of course that final game where they're popping off but we don't catch the listen in. You can get it and watch the ALGS your way by tuning in to faceit.com/watch. So remember that as we head into our next set shortly. Also, I want to make sure we shout out the merch that is here and online at the Play Apex shop. It is always on fire. There's some pins that we've got. There's even some cards, by the way, some cool collectibles that you get when you spend over $25 here. You get a card, and there are some very rare ones. There's even some holographic ones. I'm telling you, we got a few in the green room. It's already started to be a thing. Make sure to grab your merch right now. And if you're not here, go to playapexshop.com to get yours for the ALGS Year 5 Championship. That's going to do it for us here on the desk to close out our first elimination bracket. 10 of these teams will have to wait and watch, grab some lunch, while the winners take the stage coming up after this, and then they will play the bottom 10 from winners to close out our evening. We are only a third of the way done in a crazy day of Apex Legends Esports that's setting us up for an even crazier match point finals tomorrow. From Rain Day, Snipe Down, Graceful, and Jayhawk, we want to say take care. And as always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming. But we'll see you all in just a bit.
It's been a long time coming, but the wait is over. This is my re-emergence, my resurrection. Steady put the work in, now I'm omnipresent. Every L was a lesson, every fall an assignment. To let go of perfection and let my passion drive me. ETA is now, destination your town. Walk the map, it's lights out. Now I fly, took a step, now I rise. Back at it, fire up, next level. Won't stop till I'm everywhere, and you can put that on everything. Back at it, fire up, next level. Thank you very much. I won't stop till I'm everywhere. Put that on everything.
This is such a tight lobby. It's crazy how one game could make a difference and shift the entire top 10 side of the overall standing.
Back at it, fired up, next level. Thank you very much. I'm everywhere, everywhere, and you can put that on everything. Back at it, fired up, next level. Thank you very much. I won't stop till I'm everywhere. You can put that on everything.
With the home court advantage, SBI! They are your Game 6 winners!
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
でそれもううんこしか聞こえない。じゃあ始まってんの始まってんのね。毎回あいうしかわかんない。いやもうあいうだもん。あいうやん。むあいむ。もう一回最初から。いあいうむくメルトステラのキス顔がさなんかうでしょ。この口になる言葉なんでしょ。うくむつ
終了です。次行きましょう。
全然わかんないね。
無理やって。
なんとかだってまで聞こえたって。
フラトラあったらピン刺して。
早いって。本当にわかんない。文章なんでしょ。じゃあ一個ずつなんとかのみたいな感じってことでしょ。雰囲気は。だから最初の一部分言って。それ最初？長っ。
フラトラ。フラトラ。
だからこの口なんだ。うじゃん。ふ
ラトラ。
この口多すぎるね。ふ
ラ。
本当にわかんないからね。
じゃあ本当にむずいんだって。
鉄砲。フルオート。フラトラ。でじゃあその次はフラトラ当てたらフラトラがばったフラトラ丸ね。オッケー。当てたら外したら
もう一回いいか。
フラトラ弱い。
あったらピン刺して。はい、もう殺す。ハーベスタ。
エーペックス関連なのか教えて。エーペね、ずっとね。
ハーベスタ。
おー
はべ
め
べハーベスタ。
あじゃないの。
あじゃない。ハーベスタ。
日本語喋ってもらっていい？
はっては
伸ばすの？はベッキー。じゃあジェスチャーして。ハーベスター。ランドマークキャッシュ。
そっからいくね。ハーベスターあとハーベスタの
あと。
そう経由
テキール。
一文字
ちょっと待って
経由
3文字なんだ。ハーベスターハーベスター取るね。3文字なんじゃないの後ろ。ハーベスターね。
もう無理やってこれ。もう絶対やったらジェスチャーもう無理やこれ。ラグ文章やばい。
ラのエイペックス。ここは言葉なのね。トロール。何？
もう一人いたらいける。もう一人いたらいける。もう一人いないと一人じゃ無理だ。
くらたきくけこまみむたちつ。
もう無理だ。
終了です。
もう無理だ。
もう無理だ。エーペックス。おお。エーペックスレジェンド。
最高。
エーペックスレジェンド。
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 エーペックスレジェンド。エーペックスレジェンズ。
エーペックスレジェンドが。
エーペックスレジェンドが
大好き。
楽しい。
大好き。 お俺余裕じゃん。
俺お前下手やん。
俺が下手。これが下手だろ。最強最強最強
最高
最強強強
最長
き
あ
強強最強ポジ
最強
ポジポジそうそうそう取れてる
最強ポジ
取れてると
レ最強ポジと
レ
ラ
とレ
最強ポジとか
とレ
最強ポジと最強ポジと最強ポジ取れた取れてる
そうそうそうオッケーオッケーリングリ
その下やめてリング
コンソール
を
スキャン
したい
スキャン
リングコンソールを
スキャン
使い
スキャンスキャンスキャン
リングコンソールをリングコンソールを
スキャン
リングコンソールを
スキャン
すでしょ付き合ういける
もう次
終わり
終わり
オッケー俺は変態
イエス俺は
下手
いい
終わり
下手や
外していいの
お前下手や
外していいの
下手や
俺が下手か
下手だよ
アイムトラッシュアイムトラッシュ
ああ犬トラッシュ
Hal and Sweet. Is it hard to pretend to be friends?
Yeah. Excruciating. Yeah.
What's the hardest part?
Talking to him, looking at his hair.
You are both IGLs.
I think so. Yeah. Maybe more so me than him, but yeah.
That's fair.
Delusion.
Who's better?
The one who didn't switch the controller.
Sweet, you once created a detailed side-by-side comparison of you and Hal.
Wait, I remember this.
Yeah, I made this.
This was so long
I
ago.
made this a while ago.
Yeah.
You know, there's 4, 5 metrics: IGL, close and long-range mechanics, team morale.
This has
epicness.
definitely changed for sure.
You know, IGL-wise, neck and neck, mechanics neck and neck, but team morale, Hal was coming in at a 1.6. You know, Hal before his therapist was pretty bad. However, even back then, epicness, 10 each.
Out of 10, how would you rate Sweet's haircut?
Hey, listen.
I need a number only.
Okay. I'll give it an 8.
Wow.
An 8 for not caring. That's why. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Have you guys practiced today?
Nope. No, we have not. We don't practice, especially in RG.
Has anybody ever told you you two look exactly alike?
No. Sometimes.
What is the best thing about Hal?
Passion.
Passion. Willing to switch inputs to remain relevant.
That's the best thing.
What is the best thing about Sweet? You can be honest.
There's nothing.
Damn.
Would you let me IGL both of you?
No.
What's the best quality? I feel like you've been yelling this whole interview. Which of you is best at rock, paper, scissors? Wow.
That's a 2 out of 3.
It's kind of the epitome of Apex.
Yeah. He's a cheater.
Do you want me to ask him to leave?
Yeah.
How would you rate Hal's haircut?
I like it better when he's fully shaven.
Wow.
Okay.
This is a very important kind of discussion we've had today. So I want to give you some final thoughts.
Thank you.
Hal? Final thoughts?
Final thoughts?
Give each other a high five.
No.
It's part of the show.
So?
It's big, it's a clip. You like, touch knees or something? All right. Well, all right, well, we've covered some important ground today, and I think we should do this again very, very soon. What do you guys think?
Huh? No.
All right. Well, we'll be right back.
皆さんこんにちは、ゆきおです。今日は欧米の友達にいたずらしちゃいます。
オリ no pero no pet
俺より
より
yes
Okay, hold on, give me a second 俺より俺のペットの方が可愛いよ
かわいいよ
可愛いよ
yes
可愛いよ俺より俺のペットの方が可愛いよ
Oh yes so good This one? 優しいやつは結局勝てないんだよ
勝てないんだよ
Yes
勝てないんだよ
Yes
優しいやつは結局勝てないんだよ
Perfect リンゴとバナナを食べるのが好きです。
Okay. リンゴとバナナを食べるのが好きです。
Perfect. Good.
牛さんが桃だって。Does that sound okay?
Yeah, good.
牛さんが桃だって。
Good.
Thank you.
I teach.
Okay.
Yes.
プリプリ
3枚とにヒットだぜ。Yes.
プリプリ3枚と2ヒット
だぜ。Yes, perfect.
プリプリ3枚と2ヒットだぜ。
Oh.
Is it good?
Good.
Actually, Yukio has something he needs to show you.
Oh no, me?
Yes.
Oh no. Are you proposing?
Look this. No.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
What is it? More? Okay.
First.
Oh.
Yes.
What?
Same me.
That's what I've been saying?
Yeah, same.
You're so funny.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Have you seen my pets?
No.
No?
But I think you are cute.
Me?
Yes. I think.
Oh my god. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I love you.
What is this?
Read this.
Okay. Is that what I just read?
Yeah.
Nice guys finish last.
Yeah.
It's not true.
No, true.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. In Japanese.
Oh. I didn't realize.
食べて
Tabete is eat.
Eat.
Yeah, I was like so confused. Like, why is there banana in here? No, you guys did a good job of like hiding it, but I was just confused. What is this?
Yeah. Same me. In Japanese.
Mumu says the gal.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I'm like 0% understanding Japanese.
This means I hit a fatty samite.
I was thinking, I don't recognize any of these words. That's messed up.
Yeah,
That's messed up.
no promotion.
I gotta get you back then. Surprise.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, my name is Woodrow Hawks, and I play the role of Imperial Hal, and I'm the TSM captain. And to be honest, it's the hardest role I've ever had in my acting career.
Hey, Ridgewell. Okay, so look, we're going into game 6. You're going to come in third against Dark Zero. And I need you to go on first.
Cool, sounds good.
My name is Dwayne Pipe, and I play the part of Verhulst, the lovable, friendly, warm character that everybody knows and loves.
Hey, my name is David, and I play the role of Reps, who I would say is probably the best player on the team.
I'm Samuel Hobbs. My friends call me Sam. I was lucky to get the part of Raven, the TSM coach. He's the real brains of the operation.
Okay, everyone, let's skip to page 10. We've got TSM winning again in Game 6 at Lightning Rod Zone. Let's talk through how this is going to play out.
We wanted TSM to win for a really long time, and the fans love it when they do. So the writers have been doing great work and making it seem as real as possible.
Oh my God, and it's such a thrill watching the TSM fanboys go crazy over what they think is a real tournament win.
Let's talk through day 3. TSM will be coming off a rocky day 2, and people will be wondering if they still got it.
Oh, that's perfect. And then we'll give them their zone in the final game.
You know, we could even get people to call the Lightning Rod zone the TSM zone. People love that.
Yeah. Verhulst, though. Shirt on or shirt off?
So part of my role on this team is making sure that Hal doesn't get too angry.
You idiot! What the f were you thinking? What are you doing?
Can we get even angrier?
Why is this guy so angry?
Keeping Hal emotionally regulated isn't an easy job, but it's a really important one.
Wait a minute. They want my shirt off?
It's actually pretty lucky that EA has chosen us to win so often. It's been a huge boost for my career in Hollywood.
My name is Hamilton Bushranger, and I play Zero, Hal's arch nemesis. The role is a lot of fun to play, as I get a lot of free reign to really be creative and tilt the TSM fans. As an actor, I really like that, as I feel like I can really make the character my own.
Hey, my name is Tyler Smevens. I play the role as It's Timmy. I enjoy ranting and griefing TSM in their story, and my character really enjoys getting under their skin.
All right, guys, TSM's gonna take this one, Game 6 on Lightning Rod. Now remember, only 50% TSM talk on broadcast, otherwise it gets a little too obvious.
And then do we just go straight into the trophy lift with fireworks and
We'll probably stop filming and reset after like line 16, which is Onset coming and saying, "Hal comes down from the heavens."
Could be a bit much.
Okay, listen up, guys. We're going to be filming a post-game reaction. TSM has just narrowly lost in the final circle. Are you ready, Ridgewell?
What's my line again?
It's just the one word.
Oh, okay, got it.
You good? Everybody's good. Okay, everybody. 3, 2, 1, action.
It's been a great time so far, but we haven't gotten the script yet here for playoffs, so we'll have to see what the writers have in store.
All right, Brunsy, the season's over. Time to build a championship-winning roster. Who do you got first?
It's Sykes, sir.
I love Sykes. Bring him in. Sykes, whenever you're ready, show me why you should be a part of 100 Thieves.
Too old or not too old? That is the question.
This is going to be a long, long day. Next. Next.
Vicky Kitty, ready to make Bloodhound great again? Let's squad up.
No casters.
This is your card?
What is happening?
The host, was it?
Jen, we've literally known each other for years. Well, I'm highly motivated, I'm a great team player, and I really want to beat Hal.
Finally, someone that speaks my language.
I think we have something special, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay,
I think
security.
we can make this work. Just trust me. Trust me. Come on.
All right, let me spit something for you though, okay? My boy Phony, little short buddy riding tall on a pony.
Next.
Really?
Hal, what are you doing here? I didn't know you want to audition.
That's what this is? I'm just trying to find my teammates.
This is your card.
Huh?
Nope.
I'm here to say how proud I am of you, son.
Dad, for the last time, you can't join my team.
But I looked after you. I fed you.
Next. 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 Next.
That's for you.
Please, trust me, I just need a chance. A small chance, a small chance. Give me a crumb.
I'm coming for you. Next. Man, I'm exhausted, but we need one more player. Being in charge sucks.
You need someone to take on that responsibility?
Man, that's the attitude I like. You're in.
Duh.
Okay, guys, hands in. I'm feeling good about this team.
We've been here before. We know what it takes.
We need clear comms and to lock in.
Sounds good, boys. Let's go win some trophies.
Dad, you're embarrassing me.
Hey, yo, Wig, you say you want to talk about something? What's up? What is going on here?
I got it, man. I got it. Roster mania. Everything we've been experiencing, I got it right now. Look, man, the rosters all changed. There's nothing the same anymore, and there's someone behind it. And I can prove it if you just listen to me, Rain.
Listen, man, I know the rosters have changed a lot since Split 1, but is this not a little bit excessive?
Shh. Listen to Daddy. Just listen to Daddy, please. Let me explain. Now, listen. It all starts with the one man we know and we love, Imperial Hal leaving TSM. Does anyone else find it suspicious that he leaves after losing Los Angeles Split 2 playoffs and he joins two of the greats? Now, where does Sykes go, Rain?
To LG?
Correct, to LG, but that means that TSM needs him. So TSM then picks up Zapdo. That means SSG picks up Koifo, but then Koifo leaves Nocturnal and Fun in the dust. And where does that leave them? Needing one more, Rain. They pick up Reptar and become NRG. Now, Fnatic rebuilds around Yuka F, but he doesn't want to IGL anymore. We pick up Satuki. Satuki now IGLs for Fnatic. And we go to the other side of APAC North, and that's Reject when he's sitting right there with a late roster swap. But guess what, Rain? They fall short. They don't qualify for Split 2, and they can't defend their title.
Listen, you lost me, bro. You said someone's behind all this. What does this have to do with anything?
Don't tell me you're on it, too.
In on what?
Listen up if you're not. MT joins Guild alongside Jesco and Legacy. And Timmy leaves DSG and joins Moist. Or not Moist. Still trying to figure out how moist they are.
Hey, Wig, step out of it.
I'm sorry. It's all right here, right in front of us, Rain. Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use the word obvious.
It's all right here. Falcons, TSM, Guild, Fnatic. All of this madness comes down to one man. He controls the entire ALGS. Every breadcrumb leads to him. That's why he must have left TSM.
You talking about Imperial Hal?
No, man. Are you listening at all? Strings, they're all attached. Imperial Hal, always started with him. R. Luminosity Gaming, A. Very Moist, Always Wet, B. Sykes, E. Phony, N. It's all right here, right in front of us, and leads to this one man. Raven. It all goes to Raven.
Raven? You did all this just to say that Raven is behind the ALGS? If this was last year, I would believe you, okay? But this is like a year too late for this idea. Plus, you cherry-picking words. Very moist? I mean, come on, man. This is a stretch, even for you. Bro, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm great. Even Grieger is.
Nobody's standing there.
Hey, Tom. Oh, my God.
Listen, it's all right. Let's get you hydrated.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, big day
Listen,
tomorrow.
you relax, maybe a massage. We got finals tomorrow. You know, take care of yourself.
Yeah.
All right? You're working too hard.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, man, I'll be right there. Hey, Greek? Yo, you seen Wig lately? He's been acting really strange.
Are your teammates getting mad at you in-game? Are you missing too many shots?
For this episode, we will teach you guys how to correct your communication and protect your reputation so you can play like a pro.
Meet our ALGS wannabe. he'll show us some classic in-game mistakes. We'll tell him how good communication can turn bad plays into positive outcomes.
Let's take a look at our first example.
Here we have an example of our player white swinging a team and missing every single bullet. Unfortunate.
My bad, guys. I just missed every bullet.
Our wannabe has made a classic error in communication. Here is an example of what he should have said.
Tell your teammates that you hit him more than 100, but he must have swapped his armor. Relay clearly that you believed your team was going to swing with you, but they left you alone. Clearly, they should have shown more trust.
If you are as aggressive as I was and actually pushed with me, there's no way that guy survives.
Next up, our ALGS wannabe falls into the looting trap.
Killed while looting in the middle of a loot box. Understandably, he is frustrated, as he wasn't fighting when he should have been. Like my friend Zero would say, not good.
Man, I should have really been helping there. I already had 400 light ammo and I couldn't care anymore. I'm sorry.
Terrible.
Instead of clearly communicating to your teammates that you left them, you can instead say things like, I have no ammo. Or maybe, how can I fight without ammo?
You could even say, you guys engaged too quickly and weren't aware of my loot situation. As the 3-time, I'd go for the classic ALGS response of how did you guys lose that? I did 200 damage before I even began to loot. Wannabe, you might want to try that one again.
I wish I could have done more, guys. I just really needed to loot more ammo. Be more patient next time.
Our final example today, and my personal favorite, is choosing to leave a fight and run solo before your teammates realize they're fighting a 2v3.
I really should have been a part of that fight. We had enough damage. We're a team, and I forgot that.
In this situation, a clear way of adjusting your teammates' expectation is to say the following. We were about to get third party, and me running away solo allows us to stay in the game as a team.
I thought you guys said it was 2. You guys can't win a 2v2. I was scouting for info.
I was playing for next rotation. Why are you guys even fighting this team? I'm the 3-time. I have way too many trophies to risk this kind of fight. I'm the best.
I'm perfect.
Who are you to question me?
I'm just too good for this game. You hear me?
How dare you question the GOAT?
You think I would make a mistake? Guys?
Well, that's all we have time for today. Just remember, you are perfect. It's up to your teammates to realize it.
What's up?
Not much, Hal. Time for New Orleans. Ready for this tournament?
I was born ready.
You want Jump Master, or should I take it?
Hey, how about I take it?
Sounds good to me.
Hey, guys! Guys! Hey, wait up! I missed my flight! I just got my carry-ons, though. It was a whole thing. I just brought my carry-ons. Can I come with you? What's going on?
Well, at least you packed light.
All right, let's go. Next up, New Orleans.
I'm not even sure where New Orleans is.
Guys? Guys?
We're gonna get there on time.
Woo! Okay.
God, they jumped. I guess New Orleans is straight down? Is it west? God, never the jump master. I don't know. Wait, where are we? What about my luggage?
Oh my God!
I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish it.
It's climber. We can go fast, boys. Only if it's overlook. It's a pullback. It's a pullback. 100% a pullback. I'm bringing a shotgun bolt purple. I think I know this one, boys. I think it's Bro, what about we play tunnel again? And then if anything, we played it already, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We played with it that before. And the zone, guys, I think the zone pulls there. If we get this house or the tunnel, we are good. But I think that house would be the G. I'm more confident that the zone is top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even the truck, isn't it truck good?
One of the trucks, I mean, with Rampart would be better.
We don't have evac, by the way. Just saying.
And it met.
You're getting charged. HPK, Yaka. I can take.
Yeah,
I would
take
I'll
it.
give you.
Can you always towards that? Nice. Don't push the pins, just ignore them. Otherwise they might push up. Yeah, nice. Good
Careful
job.
in front of you.
Yeah, be careful hunting.
How much on the bubble?
I have bubble. Swap Zidane, take.
Yeah, which
can
one?
you scout that house? Looks like that I
I'm
said.
scouting. It's taken.
Who's
It's
knocked
taken?
down?
Yeah, they just took that thing. Yeah, they just.
And this one. Let's move
Big
forward.
one,
into this house at least.
Yeah.
Come.
I think the guys who took it came from Big Villain.
Okay.
Yaka.
Yes, what?
Now we will move and go. Well, we shouldn't we stay on the beacon and then to... I don't know. So we sure?
People on zip.
We have the beacon
But
behind.
we don't have Vivac, so we should play for the safe space, you know?
Okay.
If the zone is there, it's there. If it's not,
Yarka.
it is what it is. We do the third pick and play. Let's go back there. Keep these doors reinforced, Zidane.
Okay.
I didn't close.
I'm taking both. I'm closing both.
Okay, nice. They're fighting. Uxako, you hold the choke from where we came, please.
They're fighting on God spot.
It's fine. I will hold here, okay?
Okay.
Zidane, you hold it with Uxako. Or aim my back if you can.
I can put cat Q on Ixako so we have to come.
Yeah, they like that.
I'm just gonna watch for Yaka at the side door. That's all. I'm not
Yeah,
taking-
fine. I have all of these, and it's just the spike, but I cannot sleep. So it's fine.
Bro, how crazy would be if it pulls to us? It's not, but...
You can be to that building. Yeah, you remember the game I showed you on Prodig?
Yes.
That can be that one.
Yeah, and if we hold here, we get to play with our back free.
Yeah.
I can only
It's a
see
kill
left
one,
side.
it's a kill one.
I can only see the left side choke though.
That is my cat Q. There will be
Yeah,
aware.
that's why, that's why.
I'm not touching the other side.
I can remove it if you want.
Nah, I don't think so.
All
Yeah,
the
it's
left
up,
side doesn't.
it's up.
All the left side doesn't have beacon. Just letting you know.
Bro, if we don't have an evac, bro, nah.
Imagine getting this house.
Yeah, would be the G. But the zone is pulling back here, I think.
I mean, maybe we can get it on the reset pins, Erka.
Yeah, but then everyone has the info already.
Yep.
That's
I mean,
the issue.
yeah, that's not much people
I mean, but it's not that we have much option anyway.
Climb, Asafi, landslide.
Maybe it's even this zone. We have the reset support. I will
Yeah,
get
there
it
is
later.
bat, accelerant.
Yeah, I need meds. You loot, guys.
I'm doing beacon now.
People on my choke. Walking up. Close. Close on the spikes, then.
Okay.
Look at zone. We find. Do they know about us?
That's sure.
I know.
I'm looting though.
Is there an evac?
They come in, they come in, they come in,
They coming. Zidane.
They're close, really close.
Yeah, it's one with my Q. Let's on a bitch. They're coming now.
I
Go
can
back,
maybe
fucking
knock
shit.
one.
They don't know about you, yeah?
Do I
Left,
peek
low
or I hold?
They
They
went
went
back.
back,
They went back. Guys, if we can get an evac, we can get one of
Go
the
to the bin, go to
trucks.
the bin, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. There's none.
There's been here on top too.
I'm gonna go bin. I'm gonna go bin.
Be aware.
I dropped there on the ping.
Yeah, I know. I said be aware.
Okay. This truck is free, by the way, still.
Okay.
Can we get the house reward and then get
Yeah.
the roof of the next one?
You took all the cells, Yaka?
Yeah, I
Sako?
took everything. I have 3 7.
Can we
let's go.
get the house reward?
Yeah,
Nice.
for free. Can you even
But we
play
need
the
to
side
get
of this
this.
building?
We need to get it. You ready? Go.
Yeah.
Come.
Come to.
On me. I'm playing roof.
Careful they pick in the low round, you know, it's already.
But these guys have Valkyrie. If they have Valk, they cannot hold bottom floor. They
That's what I'm
cannot hold
saying.
bottom
That's what I
floor,
said.
yeah.
That's what I said. We need to get the.
He was cracked.
But how do we do it? How do we do it?
I wall all the right side. We get bottom. We wait a bit and then we get bottom. We need something and we do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's up
I
to
know
you.
what you mean. But you can wall, Zidane. You can wall all the right side, and we can, and we get bottom. Yeah, I
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, do.
Okay, I will do. Man,
Chill in our back.
Did you chill? Heal up.
I need caster Q. I need caster Q in the back. I need caster Q.
You good.
Chill, guys.
I'm playing
You gotta
back.
chill.
Picking behind.
Double, chill.
Oh my god.
Chill, boys, chill.
Crack valve.
Chill, go
I'm
top, go top.
I need to buy.
We need to go top now, or they're gonna kill us. Please go top, please go top.
I killed our
Please,
back.
guys. Nice.
I'm milling.
Stay alive, Taco.
Yeah, I'm milling.
Good boys.
I'm holding the door. I'm selling up.
cells, guys. That's about.
I have 2-6.
What you have?
No cells, 0.
Take.
Can we get the fun? It's way better than that. Than these, I think, no?
Later on, no? You want
I think we should do it, no? What do you think? I think it's better. Even to leave later.
It's your call.
Here, because we're gonna get shot.
It's
Can you
your
guys
call.
come?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, come.
I got piston. I need to
You good. The one is way better. Yeah, it's way better.
Where do they wall?
Here, I think. Without breaking the doors, Taco, here.
Okay, get out.
Or the man, he's gonna break anything. You good. Plan us, we good. Because the house we would need to fight later, you know?
Yeah.
You have accelerant, Yaka, right?
I do, take.
Give to
I gave Taco Poppy
I'm popping it.
We survive, boys, we survive. It's all
I wanna
fucking
break
game.
the bottom door.
I have 2-4. 1 syringe.
4 syringe, take.
Nice.
I have 1 cell, 6 bags. Okay.
Guys, I think it pulls to us, by the way. I think it's the zone we won. Do you remember?
Yep. How does people usually win this game? It's playing for the left side,
We will
right?
find out, bro. We're gonna win.
Yep. Are they still on bottom floor, Sinan?
I have no clue, I'm trying to find out.
These guys are gonna fight with each other.
Okay.
This is getting northwest as well. Careful.
本日は明日のチャンピオンシップ決勝出場権獲得に向けて生き残りをかけた決戦の日となります。Today is about survival, as teams try their best to secure seats on the server for tomorrow's match point finals. And as we're here with day 3 well underway, I think it's time to introduce you all to something very special, the ALGS Year 5 Championship Trophy. And I think I found the very best man for the job. But before I get him out here on stage, let's get the local crowd involved so they can be part of the hype as well. 札幌の皆様、お元気ですか？いや、聞こえませんぞ。大会の試合楽しんでますか？もう一回行きましょう。大会の試合楽しんでますか？ ALGS Year 5チャンピオンシップのトロフィーの担い手の登場の自己紹介を間もなくです。 ALGS Year 5チャンピオンシップトロフィーの担い手のティミーの登場です。大きな拍手お願いします。現れました。 Here he is, the man himself. Wow, thank you. That looks very sizable. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to see the beautiful gem that is in that contraption. Why don't you, how are you, by the way?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be in Japan, Sapporo. The event's been awesome and I'm having a great time.
札幌はいかがでしたでしょうかって聞いたら、札幌は素晴らしいし、イベントも最高ですし、来たのもすごい幸せです。皆様ありがとうございます。What's it like being here as a player? Sorry, not as a player. Of course, you were a participant here last year, but now you're in the more spectator side of things, creating content, creating amazing content. What's it like? What's the perspective? Do you see the game slightly differently now you're off the server?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot less stressful not playing. Being able to sit on a coach stream and watch the games, I'm like looking at the things, I'm like, wow, this looks super simple. Like it should be going here, and I feel like my decision making off the screen seems better. But I know if I was to sit back in the chair, I'd be like, oh, I don't know what to do. You know, a lot of like pressure. So it's very relieving just being able to just watch the games.
You can relax a lot more.
Yeah,
the pressure's gone. ティミ様に聞いたのは、そのやっぱり今回見に来てるので選手ではなく見に来てる状態で一体どんな気持ちなんでしょうかって聞いたら、でやっぱりなんかその試合を見ながらいろんなところを見て、なんかやってる最中は多分気づかないところは見てるだけの時は気づいて、なんかプレッシャーがなくていいなって言って、ですごい見ながら楽しんでるワイワイやってます。ありがとうございます。でいよいよトロフィー中に入ってますんで、ぜひ開けてほしいですよね。So, should we go ahead and take a look? Yeah, I mean, I think it's about time, man. The people want to see it. That beauty that lies inside. All right, it's gonna try and get it open for us. トロフィーは間もなくですね。少々お待ちください。あれ？ネッシーがいっぱい入ってます。何ですかこれ？There's loads of Nessies in this. What is going on? The Nessies are going everywhere. Pink ones, white ones. This is insane. I don't see a trophy. I see a leak. A leak. 何ですかこれは？リークが入ってます。リークが。ネッシーとリーク。あれ？トロフィーは？トロフィーは全然ない。トロフィーは入っていません。これはちょっと一大事なんですよね。どうですか？What is going on?
I couldn't win a trophy, so I had to steal it.
トロフィー自分で優勝してもらえなかったので盗みましたとか言ってウケる。Well, I don't know what's going on here. This is your guess as good as mine, people watching. There's a bunch of Nessies, couple of leaks. I don't know if there was a garden salad planned. I don't know what's going on, but this is crazy. We're going to have to get our best Leslie Nielsen super sleuth skills on deck and go and have a look for the trophy. I think that's all there is to say. Yeah, we better go. This is bad. Guys, throw it back to I'm going to throw it back to the desk right now. Take it away. We're going to go and look for the trophy. We'll see you in a bit.
I mean, I was gonna call Hercule Poirot. I was gonna hit up some Agatha Christie novels, start to get my skills back. But Timmy just admitted to stealing the trophy. I mean, I thought it was gonna be a mystery. We know he did it. Get him. Get him, Ryan. All right, we'll see what ends up happening after that. Welcome back to the desk, everybody. That was fun. Just a little bit of a preview. If you think that was a fun spectacle on stage, just get ready. Tomorrow, when we start our celebrations, it is going to be something you do not want to miss. Welcome, though, as we kick off what will be now the most pivotal moment in the tournament. 20 teams have a chance to put themselves into the top 10, which would guarantee a spot in our match point finals. 10 teams will still have a time to fight back in the elimination round later tonight, but if you're in that top 10, you're basically as good as gold. Let's see who we've got cooking ready for this bracket as we turn to our panel. Joining me as well, I'm your host, Rain Day, and now I'm joined by your other host, Clear Explosion, who's going to serve as analyst here with us, as well as Snipe Down and Graceful. Lauren, you know, we thought Elimination Round 1, and it was the most important moment of the tournament. Now, it certainly is the most important moment because the teams who have fought so far, who have played so well, finally have their chance to make it all count and be sitting in Sunday if they do well here.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about how big of a deal Winners is, that it's a little bit of a preview of what we could get on Match Point Sunday. I mean, this is the teams that have performed the best here so far, and what we've seen so far is that this is the most difficult level of competition that we've seen. So I anticipate Winners right now being absolutely insane.
And, you know, it's a great trial ground, which she mentions how that competition similarly gives you the experience for what Sunday will look like, Snipe. You can't ever, you know, replicate a Match Point Sunday finals, but this is as close as you're going to get in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we have the top 20 teams from the bracket play, so we all know that these are the best performing teams up to this point, but we still have seen inconsistencies along the way. So right now, it's come down to, you know, there really is no room for error anymore at this point. You had a little bit of breath in the group play to figure out how you want to play. You don't get to figure it out anymore. It's now you have to put it all together because the last thing you want to do is immediately get knocked down to the loser's bracket, have to recover from that mentally, and then get put into the elimination finals, and then you're stuck there going, okay, what did we learn from the last series? What do we have to take away from it? And, you know, it's just one of those where it's everything's on the table. You got to get the momentum here to take into the grand finals.
And in many ways, it's kind of like the unstoppable forces meet up with the immovable objects of play style going into a finals like this, because these groups have all mixed and matched, and they found their own way in their own distinct play to get here. But we get to see which ones are going to prevail, Graceful, and that's important not just for the teams here, but for everyone watching in Elimination Round 2. They've all gotten here, but what's going to be the thing that takes you all the way?
I mean, that's the thing, though. You say who will prevail. When you have one or maybe two people with identical playstyles as you, you could kind of both get away with it. But when you have 5, 6 people, it's almost impossible, because the moment somebody starts a fight, 2 or 3 teams jumps in. At that point, I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't really come down to skill anymore. It comes down to who got 3rd or 4th.
And sometimes it's as simple as who hits your shots. I mean, at the end of the day, these teams are so good, it's very hard to separate them. And speaking of the teams, let's go ahead and introduce them. Our Winners Bracket Finals teams. These are the top 20 teams over the course of our group stage who have done everything in their power to make it, all the way from our first seeds in Alliance all the way down to Wolves Esports. Donut, no name. What we'll see here is the clash of styles, but also the clash of storylines, as the Team Falcons one continues with Zero being dropped earlier in the bracket and Hal having a chance to try to still claim supremacy over the ALGS again. Gen G, 3 mouse and keyboard players who are dominant in different ways than we've seen before. Fnatic, their journey has started many years ago, and it almost started this earlier year with Yuka abandoning the other iteration of his squad and bringing up Libel Ace and Colonel Garcia to try to build up the future of what could be APAC North. And teams that are kind of slipping under the radar, like Grow Gaming, Hot Dog Mafia, and of course, Legacy, who were formerly Team Liquid Alienware. We're going to talk about a few of those here, but I wanted to just overview, look at this, Lauren. I mean, this is a group of teams that come from all different types of regions. It could be one of the most diverse winners bracket lobbies that we've seen so far.
Absolutely, and not only one of the most diverse, but one of the most diverse in the sense that any region right now has the opportunity to surpass anybody else. We watched insane performances out of Citadel, out of Enerforce 36.
That's right.
You know, and we have these big storylines around the likes of the Team Falcons and the Alliances teams that we've seen get these wins, have consistency across multiple international lands. But this time around, all of those other regions are shooting themselves into the conversation. Other teams within those regions are now also becoming relevant to these storylines, and it's going to be an absolute bear of a fight.
It does feel like they are injecting themselves into the conversation. I think that's a great point. There's not a lot of passivity in this round. We'll see if that continues. I want to talk about a team that has injected themselves into this lobby. They were actually 21st and finally made it into the 20th spot. Of course, I'm talking about Wolves. They had a decent showcase, and sometimes we look at these talent predictions and we say, which teams have popped off the most? You would never pick Wolves as a result of that, but which teams have been consistent, show up and find points? 37, I think they had about 48, and then back to around 31 for their 3 series sets. And for me, what this showcases is that they got a game plan that works. The question mark that I have is, will they be able to do it on a much harder group? And that is, of course, the thing where APAC North, APAC South, and a lot of the teams from regions who are trying to hoist the championship trophy for the first time, obviously APAC South has, but APAC North in particular in this sense, it is really, really important that they can stick to their guns and either make this play style work or find a way to turn it into another gear. I'm keeping my eye out on that team because, you know, guys, it's also time to highlight not just the Falcons, but some of the teams that we haven't really talked about. And yesterday, Graceful, if you were watching, Lauren was hosting here on the desk, there was a team that felt like they should have been favorites coming into it. Of course, Supernova and how well they played closing out that series.
I mean, Supernova is also one of those teams that's like very, very OG, essentially, because you have 9 imps who's been competing alongside me essentially for 6 years. And then you have Hordeki, who was the name of the game for a long time from EMEA region.
That's right.
And then you have Kazak as well now, who's been growing up the past couple of years now, where he's getting stronger to the point, but now he's here performing on LAN. And these teams are also those types of players that they can take over lobbies. And I feel like, you know, when you have teams that are just kind of playing for, like, not really playing to win, but playing to have good results. And then you have those teams that are willing to throw everything at it to win. Whether they go 20th or they go first, that's something completely different.
Right.
But they are more than capable of closing out tournaments. And they have been in the past. Not specifically as this iteration, but them individually have all had success to a degree.
I mean, and you know, just to be honest, Snipe, we're looking at and Lauren as well, you know, the Red Bull event that we saw, Kazakh and 9 Impulse as a duo, they ended up winning that one. People didn't expect that. Red Bull, a great partner here for us at this event, but I mean, that's a good sign, Lauren, of what they can bring to the table.
Not only that, but it's a good sign of what they can do in totally chaotic situations, which happens all the time in Apex Legends. I mean, you're not going to have everything go perfectly for you, and being able to adapt that well and still find success is the mark of a good team.
Hardeki too, the Grim Reaper, my goodness. Took some time playing a different game, came back, now is in the winners bracket. I want to talk about another player and really a coach as well, who has been a big part of the Apex Legends Global Series legacy, but has now found a new roster with a new surge of confidence as they enter into this bracket, and that's NIP. Snipe, when you look at this this roster here, and Raven at the helm of it, having lifted those trophies with Hal and Verholst and seen the success that's possible, how do you feel about their chances going into this championship?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Raven, we called him the mastermind in the past on that old TSM roster. And then you have Kurev and Vayne, who have both IGL teams in the past. This is an incredibly smart team. McLovin's one of the best up-and-coming players. He really got his footing this past year, and I've loved watching him this entire time. This is a team that got 3rd place at the midseason playoffs. They're actually the only team in the top 3 from the midseason playoffs that made it to the winners bracket side of the finals. You had VKG in the losers bracket. Yeah. You had Rock that just got eliminated in the losers bracket. So out of the last event, this is the best performing team from them, and I'm a huge fan of this roster specifically, especially with how they performed in the final game of the pool play to make it at the 20th place team going into this, and they finally popped off. There were some very big question marks leading up to it of kind of how they were performing. It didn't look like they were comfortable with their gameplay, but going into that last game on Olympus, where they were finally able to get all those kills, they had massive resets. Vayne went nuclear on the Maggie, and they were able to get the win, which actually put them ahead of the Crazy Thieves because it came down to the 1-2 finish. Crazy Thieves won the game. NIP got 2nd place, but did enough in that game. This is it, literally right here. This reset, I don't know how the people around them forgot about it, but him getting the reset here, you know, getting them out of the picture, the team above them, with that Maggie drill to prevent them from looking over. They get the reses, they get the wall off. Perfect wall immediately. Really smart heads-up play there to res the Catalyst first to make sure that you get the wall. I think this team is one of the most intelligent rosters put together. I do think that there are some confidence issues every now and then, but when you get a big game like that, it just sparks the fire under it. And although they do have the worst picks overall when you're looking at the map selection, I do think that you know, taking that into this, and you look at it, you know, placement 20th, kills over there. Overall, I do really like this roster. I picked them going into even the midseason playoffs to win it, and I love this roster. I really am a huge fan of Vayne in general, and just his career has been around for such a long time. Yeah. And to see them here, I love what I'm seeing.
He's a championship winner when we did regional championships. We didn't actually have it at a LAN yet, but in our first time when we went to London, he had his name on a banner, and I think that deservedly goes to show how well he can perform in these big moments. Can he do it again, however, with this new iteration of his squad, Kurev and McLovin on his side with Raven behind the scenes? Of course, the other day we had a chance to see Virtus.pro dominate, and it was great to see those 73 points on the scoreboard and put them into a position of being winners. But more importantly, it was great to see Lou on the desk tell us a little bit about his story, how he was feeling, and how he just needed to stay the course for what he's doing. Life has hit him in many different ways, but one of the things we know about Lou is he's always found a way to bounce back.
We're speeding, get an audio cut. When I was really young, I just fell in love with playing games, and since I could remember being able to pick up a controller, I was just addicted. I don't think that I made a conscious decision to devote my energy to a specific thing. It just, one moment I was at the top of the ranks at a game, and then the next moment my teammates told me that there's scrimmages, we could practice more and get better. And then after that I was on a team, and then that team got a sponsor, and I joined Sweet and Dropped, who at the time were just absolutely amazing leaders for me.
You were right on the money, girl. Rogue, they're going to take their 2nd game in a row.
There's a tie, but Rogue still comes out on top.
Yeah, we won that tournament, and that was the night that my dad passed. I had called him right after we won, and I was so ecstatic that we won. I called him, I was like, Dad, we won. Like, this is everything to me at the time. And on the phone, he's like, okay, I'll be home. We can celebrate. And it was just this huge deal. And he passed away coming home that night. That win was everything to me in many different ways. It was one of the biggest heartaches the biggest loss of my life at the same time, as much as it was my first win. Yeah, it was absolutely my dad who encouraged me. He came to Poland. I brought him to Poland to that event across the world specifically so he can see that this is what I want to do and that this is what I love. And there's parallels in all of it. I brought him there for him to see that this is what I wanted to do. And by the end of the tournament, I had been telling him that I didn't want to do it anymore. Then when he got there, he thought it was ridiculous, but by the end of it, he thought it was everything that I needed.
And that will be FlyQuest taken down at the hand of Kick Esports.
After that 17th, I was so disappointed, and I told him, I was like, Dad, look, I don't know if I can do this. This is just way too big for me. When I went up on that stage, I felt so small, and he just, with a straight face, just looked at me and said, look, you were put on this earth for this, to do this, and if you were to ever do anything else, or if you were to give up because you didn't feel adequate, then I would never be able to forgive you. When you're up on that stage, the feelings that you feel are like amplified, like speakers. It's so loud, and you are either so hurt or you're so happy. There's no in between. I was 17 when I started, and I spent all of my growing teen and young adult years figuring out how to work with people. It just took a lot of maturing, and for me to realize my mistakes. I know I've wronged people. I know people have known that I've wronged people. Like, you have so many decisions to make as a young kid, and all these decisions make the rest of our lives. And I know that it's all about maturing and just becoming an adult. Slayer and MT are phenomenal players. They are masterclass, and I have so much respect for them. And now that we've all shown each other that we're here, we're ready to show up, we respect one another, I want to give them my all because of how much time we've put in, and I think they deserve it. I think I owe them that. And that's a big thing that motivates me to keep pushing to be the best. It's just, I want their seal of approval. I just want to win so bad. I think to win this whole thing, I'm not sure I'd believe it. I'm not sure something that amazing can happen to me. That would just be everything. My father always could say the perfect combinations of words to me. I just try and remember what he told me that night, and I try and remember the time that we had together that we could share and spend with others in the Apex community. And when I remember that, I just know that it's just, like you said, my job, and it's my responsibility, and I was put on earth to do this, and one day I'll be able to win, and I can say that was in his name.
Just an incredible moment. One glimpse at a much bigger story that has been a part of Lou's life since he was 17. It's now led him to this moment here on our winner bracket final. What a story. And overcoming adversity doesn't quite put the right words to it, maybe not enough, but you could tell that one thing is there, love and a lot of heart from him, given from his father, also now carried through to this team, and the respect from MT and Slayer. We'll see how they end up turning up, guys. And, I think, Lauren, it is important to recognize, and for those watching at home, it seems like a trope or a cliche, but everyone has a story. And this is a great example of the stuff that you don't know, the stuff that almost feels impossible to encapsulate as a part of the human experience when you're on a stage, fans, people eating, having fun. But this is what these guys are playing for. This is why the ALGS is so special, because we get so intimately involved in not only what it means to win, but why they win and why they want to be here.
I mean, you even heard Lou say it himself, just how much the community meant to him and his father, because Apex really is a family. The community becomes one giant gathering of people that love to, sure, be here and compete and fight for, that part of Apex history, but also just looks forward to seeing people that they love spending time with, that they love being around, who enjoy the same things that they are passionate about. And it goes so much further than just being a video game.
And it's a great showcase, too, I think, Snipe, of why maybe they feel they've got something here. Virtus.pro did win that group, and they felt confident. They're doing something very right.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We talked yesterday with Lou on the desk, and take a moment to just appreciate how well-spoken Lou really is, having him on the desk, and how open he is to everyone in the community sharing his story. I mean, it's very hard to talk about personal things like that. And like Lauren said, I mean, it is a family within the Apex community, so you find those people that you can talk to and open up to and share that, because a lot of people are going through very tough situations, and to find someone that you might look up to, that you can relate to like that, and to hear it from someone that you're watching from home, it's very special. And I think finding MT as someone who's a calm IGL that's able to talk with them. I talked to Zach when he used to IGL this team, and he talked about how incredible Slayer is at receiving criticism and being able to adapt that and take his gameplay and make it and change it. And now you have Lou, who's been a main Slayer and has someone like MT guiding him. I think this is the best version of this team that we can see up to this point. We saw that with how well they performed the other day. And I really am pulling for this roster, and I hope to see them continue that success and make it into the grand finals.
Grace, I'll get your thoughts maybe at halftime on that, a bigger expansion of it. But to me, I was struck by this idea of what if it was me? I can't even believe that might happen. I think there's a lot of things in the world we sometimes don't give ourselves the credit for being possible. We don't believe big enough. And I think Lou is finally starting to see that there could be a chance here for Virtus Pro. But as a competitor needs to do, all the stuff behind the scenes has to go away. Can only serve as motivation to lift you up. Because, the rest of the 19 squads here are ready to go. 10 spots are available for Match Point Finals, and 10 will be going into Elimination Round 2. That's why we need to kick off Game 1. Gears need to shift, and we need to kick it over to our casters here to start off the gameplay. It is going to be a great set of games, and, of course, we got a great duo here ready to call it. It's Spider Tiff and Dia.
Yo, thanks, guys. It's going to be a heck of a day. I'm still kind of reeling from that first elimination round, and knowing that no one goes home from winners round has me feeling some type of way, Dia.
I was actually thinking of you while we were prepping this morning, going, well, at least the hard part isn't going to be your first series of the day. Now, in winners, we get to celebrate who gets to move on forward, who is sending their mark from the group stage and continuing that momentum into the winners finals, and then the grand finals. And then later today, we have to worry about eliminations again. But that's hours away.
That's hours. That's next. It's all going to be happening. Regardless, we have over 10,000 people here in the Daiwa House Premise Dome. It's crazy. It's going to get electric. And of course, we're going to start on that coveted World's Edge. You know it. You love it. You've seen it so many times. But what you haven't seen is it here yet. Fnatic, they won their last game on their most recent showing to get themselves into the top 20 of groups to qualify for the winners bracket. And what better way than to kick things off with them?
You'll remember how electric the stadium gets when Fnatic do literally anything, but especially when they win a game. Starting off with them, a great place to be, especially since they're pretty centrally located, and perfect timing. They know where the next ring is going to be. Libelace getting the information for them that for this round of World's Edge, we will be heading to the south side around Dome, launch site, a little bit of Lava Siphon.
Perfect. Thank goodness, Dia, because God forbid, anytime I tell you that we usually go over towards the north, how many times have we cast World's Edge together and it just goes Skyhook West, which the Falcons, they would obviously love. You mentioned the south. I look at it, Enterforce 36, Unlimit, going to be brilliant here.
Enterforce 36, really a team that I want to focus on today. They are, on World's Edge specifically, one of our top 3 scoring teams on this map. 45 points, 28% of their total points coming in on World's Edge. They've been playing out of their minds here, and given the fact that they have Lava Siphon, are already positioned very close to the next zone and should be able to get access to that information right about now, I'd expect them to perform very well. Quick caveat to that though, Tiff. I did talk to Enterforce 36 just before the games today, and they were saying that in terms of the long game of Apex over the course of 6 games, they do prefer when Newcastle is banned later on in the games, and since this is the first one, we're not seeing any of that. So Enterforce 36 may be a little bit out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, okay, well, everything's gonna be out of your comfort zone, and a wise man once said, get comfortable being uncomfortable? Is that how that saying went there, Dia?
I've heard it many a time, and yes, indeed.
So vital here. You're going to have to make sure. Now, with all of these teams that are looking to get into that end game situation early on, I saw Oblivion hit a nice rotation. You're going to see Fun, Monsoon, them as well. TSM and Boogie Borders over here in Stacks likely can run into each other, but I wouldn't take this fight unless it is necessary, because you're sitting on triple white here for TSM.
Yeah, not a whole lot of Evo collected for them just yet. TSM are a team of fighters, though, now having a retreat option available to them. I like the idea that they take a little bit of high ground that, especially here, can be so impactful. Boogie Borders would like to rotate past. I think the difficulty that both of these teams are going to have in Stacks is that you can't really walk by each other.
Really can't. Raki on the other side. 30-30. It's not been the favored gun of choice, but here for the mid-range, it hits hard. A Skynade across the way is going to miss, but I love that we're getting rid of those caustic barrels. We're diving on down a slow start because you realize that the map number 1 here, especially in the winners bracket, is going to be that litmus test. Everyone's kind of poking, they're feeling each other out, but then when push comes to shove, it just breaks out.
We're caustic ulting. We are caustic ulting round 1 with no entry damage. That, unfortunately, not going to go super well for the Boogie Boarders, although it has earned them a spot on this roof. So maybe I spoke too soon. Triple swing. Penny almost goes down.
Okay, well, we are back and straight on up. I love the barrel going out to section off the zip, but now, if you are Pana, you have to make sure we get that med kit off. At least maybe a second or two left until that goes through. And Metro, thankfully, we have the Valk to really just kind of ebb and flow throughout here. But this is what's going to happen. The duration of this fight will take too long. Someone has to find that opening mark.
And they say Apex Legends isn't a horror game. I saw the fear in Pana's eyes right there. Gent reclaiming a little bit of area on the roof with the gas, but there's a lot of pressure being applied by Boogie Boarders. A couple other teams in the area too. SAUL are over by Dome, and Citadel Gaming are coming through the tunnel that connects Stacks to Lava Siphon.
Knock, knock, who's there? And it's Raki. He has to get out of dodge, and now down to a 3v2 as Panic finds himself amongst the chaos of the stairs. The full comes in, a shield swap. I told you we were looking for the opening, we get one, but as this time ticks on, more teams are going to be rotating onto that eastern side. Wake up, guys. I bet I see Legacy in the distance.
A lot of patience coming through out of TSM there, and like you talked about, the duration of this fight has negatively impacted people. That's crazy. The triple take from Boogie Boarders, changing what would have otherwise been a 3v2. Legacy get back on their feet, but Boogie Boarders are still not in a comfortable position. Legacy and TSM still sandwich them.
Well, this is the part, right? Legacy's arrival is effectively going to stop that TSM and Boogie Boarders fight. So if I'm Pana, I'm saying bye. I'm hitting the reset. It is the perfect time to make that happen. But where else do you go? You're just out in amongst the rocks of this nature. Now, one scan, they're going to hunt you down.
Yeah, Legacy just got the information that it's not a full team ahead of them. It's just a duo. We'll see what they end up actually doing with this information, especially since they also know TSM are in the area. Boogie Boarders, bit out of options right now, would like to find a crafter, but unfortunately the nearest one is not in Dome, not in Geyser, and probably not accessible to them this game.
What's scarier, Pana swinging 3 in a stairway or Legacy hunting him down?
I'm gonna say that swing into the stairway. That was pretty. Yeah. That was pretty
Regardless,
scary.
here it is. You've got 3 hungry members of Legacy looking to send you back to the lobby. We're just looking to connect a couple caustic barrels inside the truck. Yazul here, a moment of reprieve to hit the shield bat. We're not in a rush here.
Looks like Unlimit are showing up in the kill feed as well. E36, who we said maybe a little bit uncomfortable, starting to feel that way as Synap goes down. Legacy back away. The duo of Boogie Boarders puts up quite a fight, but ultimately, the Red Bull first strike goes to Legacy.
You know, he withstood a lot there, I'll give him that, but there was not a real chance that he was going to make it out of that truck, get the teammates back. But I do love that TSM actually doesn't extend out on that, right? Because if they do, they're going to meet 2 members of Legacy while one is still anchoring back on Big Mod, but we have to turn our sights elsewhere. VP, we highlighted them at the top of the show. Empty, Lou, Slayer, they were doing so phenomenal in their last series showing, with Slayer being one of the top Slayers in that lobby.
And as we've moved through that fight in Stacks, the lobby has largely moved on. We're focusing in on even further south. None of Lava Siphon included in this next ring. Instead, it is all about Launch Site and Dome. I really like Unlimit's position, controlling the height inside of Launch Site, and SAUL don't have it too bad either. Hot Dog Mafia, however, in a little bit more of an uncomfortable position, and I'm noticing off to the north that we've got teams like Falcons and Go Next that are still going to show up.
Oh. From distance, Supernova, they got Kazakh on the ground, but we'll get him back on up. I love that we got to highlight this roster as well. I feel as if it's almost a curse for me to talk about Supernova, whether it was under different iterations of named teams, but now repped as Supernova. Of course, guys, that is 9 Impulse there on the Valk. You would know him from that name. I need to get the lore behind the name changes from some of our players, but regardless, between a rock and a Newcastle wall for them here down at Dome.
This is a pretty safe place, despite how uncomfortable it sounds. I mean, I might not sleep there, but I'd certainly set up shop for a game of Apex, and that seems to be what's working for them right now. Supernova positioned really far to the south. If the circle keeps going there, they can eventually play the eggshells that are positioned right between Dome and launch site. Not a bad spot for them, but Legacy in a bit of an awkward position since they have so many teams like S8UL and Hot Dog Mafia positioned ahead of them and TSM behind them.
Ooh, Grow on your screen here, moving throughout. We knew the Falcons were taking an extended time, coming all the way down from Skyhook West, now making their way into Tree, the depth of it, with Grow Gaming just ahead of them, slightly faster on that rotation, but knowing how open this area can be when you start filtering through the chokes, this is what a triple take does, and this is what it does in the hand of Guild. It starts putting that pressure out, which allows them to cover that distance.
Don't take any kills from Hal, though. Hal, 17 kills off of a 2,000 career kill mark. We'll see if he gets to pick it up this series. So far, they're definitely getting aggressive. Hal's going to move in. There is a bubble right ahead of him, but that does not stop him dropping 2 immediately.
Okay, you said he's hunting. They're working together straight forward with Knocked on the Roof. Grow Gaming, light work for the Falcons here as they pick up their first 3 points of the winners bracket.
Well, let's move that tally down. 15 kills now left for Hal in his journey to 2,000 career kills. We'll be tracking that throughout all this series. I want to say, if he hits his career average, which is 2.5-ish kills a game, he actually will be hitting the 2K mark on Match Point Sunday, but who knows? Maybe they pop off here.
Look, it's a good day for greatness. It's a good day to break records.
Good day to be great.
It's a good day to be great. Back on over here, we got Go Next, Light, Kinda, and Henchman here on the other side of this eggshell. And we saw a nice opening knock from Panic onto Light, but the reset comes through, and Panic, well, that was just gorgeous. Can I see it again? Can we do it again?
Dupe's like, let me try this time. Actually almost takes out Light with the Mozams, but TSM seem to have this fight in the bag. 2 knocks on Go Next and a third to fall. I almost predicted Go Next, and that's a tough way to fall in the first game.
And now they've got to Go Next. Game number 2. This time we've got our kill leader of the lobby with 4 kills on your screen. A nice little reset before they have to dive on in. It's going to be an interesting one when we think of circle pools, and I honestly haven't seen a Dome ending in quite some time, but when it shores up just outside of Dome over all of that lava, y'all should be very thankful that we still have Newcastle and this wasn't like a map 3.
You know, I really like Supernova's spot right now. S8UL, pretty good. Hot Dog Mafia, also pretty good, but if we're in a game with no legend bans and you've got a Newcastle and a Caustic, I genuinely don't see how anyone approaches Supernova without sending them on a Valkyrie.
This is going to be brutal. It truly is. And as I look towards launch site, teams that start there, Unlimit, they haven't had a chance to move. They inherited the ring console. They hit it. They know that they're going to stay down here in the south. But think of their economy in terms of the loot that they've been able to acquire. If they haven't had a fight yet, we're basic.
Let's actually take a look at the loot, at the position of Supernova right now, positioned down in the south. You can see how difficult it is going to be to approach them. Right now they get to play conservatively, but as the map continues to tighten, they actually get to move the Newcastle wall up on the eggshells. Gen.G and Alliance in a fight right now on their rotation in. It is looking tricky for Alliance, especially against the aggression of Gen.G.
Well, here's the perfect part. They're the ones that have been running these off-meta compositions. They've got the Mad Maggie. The Riot Drill is going to be the perfect thing here to combat that caustic gas, because you can't necessarily full dive on in. They're going to keep replacing these canisters, and it's going to be difficult because you're stuck out here, and as more people rotate in, you're going to be effective. But an EMP comes in, and Asia and Dexter, coupled with a Wrecking Ball, start lighting up Alliance behind the wall. Down goes Unlucky, down goes Effect, and Hack is the leader, last standing.
That's Gen.G, baby. Dexter does take a lot of damage. Alliance still have 1 left. Defensive Bangalore ultimate should keep Dexter alive, but it's all about resetting after this fight. Hackis goes in, tries to finish him off, and Dexter turns around and shuts that down. Alliance are out. Gen.G are resetting.
But we have to move. The ring's at their back. I don't even know if they were able to get the people up, and TSM still in trouble. Asia's crawling. Someone help Asia. I don't think we're getting out, and Citadel Gaming wants to get involved.
No Maggie Ball, no EMP, no aggression, and now no further play for Gen.G as they will go out in 16th place.
Yikes. Alliance not feeling so good about that one, because not only are they out, but Gen.G cost as well for TSM. Last we saw them, Panic was taking a nice fight alongside the team, and now we're a solo just trying to void on out, hit the fools, and fun on the other side. Oh my god.
Going in.
Wait a second. Are we going to be able to duke this out?
Panic?
A moment of silence for the chaos that's about to happen.
Picking up
Okay,
a
it's
grenade
over.
here as well.
We do this, right?
He's got utility, and he could still take this fight on Oblivion. I like the heal up, though. Alter extremely slippery, and we really saw that on full display right there. The journey for TSM, though, not easy. They need 2 respawns, although they do have the beacons. The problem is going to be after that, how do you get up the hill? You've got Oblivion next to you. You've got Wolves underneath. Citadel sitting by the geyser as well. There's a lot of attention on this area.
This rotation is going to be one of the most difficult things, and we haven't even mentioned Hot Dog Mafia in the last 2 minutes, and they are sitting in such a prized position that they have been able to obtain, which is crazy. They land landslide. So you have to get out and run.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the map right now, Hot Dog Mafia in a really good spot. We talked about Supernovas earlier, but a counter pull to the north has completely reversed the fortunes of this lobby. And remember, with Newcastle still in this game, the high ground that Hot Dog Mafia hold becomes all the more oppressive. We are going to see some teams try and solve that right now as Fnatic, Valk ult in, taking the spot that Supernova could have inherited.
Well, we got one Valk ult down and a wall and a cover, so we'll see for now. We see in the distance another Valk ult. That's going to be Legacy that are looking for a place to go from. But this challenge between Supernova and Fnatic are going to have to happen. You cannot coexist here, but there are multiple teams on the horizon trying to answer for this as well.
It's enough terrain in the way that Fnatic and Supernova don't have to fight each other, but they're close enough that it really feels like they should. Right now, a little bit of a poke battle as Oblivion, unfortunately, do not make it up the hill. I'm noticing that TSM have yet to fall.
Well, Supernova, they take out half the wall of Fnatic and immediately start putting that pressure. Sure, they might not have to take it, but you know how aggressive Supernova is. The Grim Reaper himself will not let Fnatic exist here. Libel Ace is going to have to hit it, but instead hits the ground. Yuka, Colonel Garcia, we are just being eviscerated. Literally 10 HP trying to get the shield bat off. And what do you do in a 1v3 firing squad?
Unfortunately, as Fnatic, nobody can help you. Nobody else has sightlines on Supernova. The lava ticking away at Yuka, although he finds a place to stay for now. Ultimately, he will go down to the lava. World's Edge is a dangerous place, Tiff.
I'm not feeling safe about this one. It's been a minute since we pulled towards the lava, and I am an agent of chaos for those of you guys at home, but this is not how I would have poised to pick up the winners bracket match number 1 for Enterforce 36. A solid showing in the groups. They've been phenomenal. They ended up around 4th place overall, so a great seeding for them. And now we're into that nice mid-game for them with 11 teams left.
Enterforce 36 likely going to be forced to Valk ult here. There's a possibility that they find another rotate, but having just recently expanded the castle wall, things are tough. Things are tough over here for Legacy as well, fighting SAUL as they will go down. Inheriting that fight, however, are the Falcons, who come up to challenge a very, very nicely healthy SAUL. What can they do?
Well, they got a couple kills off that one. Hal looking for more. Mind you, he was chasing 2K, and he swings behind the Newcastle wall. He finds Sharky, but not before getting exploded. Guild still with the triple take. Come on, we get it. SAUL, you're out of here.
That is one more kill for Hal. And now, great position as well. Falcons, the only team left on the inside of Dome, as Hot Dog Mafia are struggling to retain their spot. Enterforce 36 did hit the Valk ult, end up right on the edge of the next zone, but need to play defense.
Well, Ninjas in Pajamas are out. Unlimit out. They're not making it out of launch site, and they inherit a position amongst the crates and immediately get that wall up. Wolves, though, just in front of them will make things difficult, especially with VP at your back. A nearby Valk ult will remain difficult, but this is where the nades come in clutch. You keep investing them, but we're currently out. Break out the R9 and let it sing.
Oh, what a thermite. Oh, no. Enterforce 36 take way too much damage from that.
What?
And they get wiped off the map.
So many people focus them. That's what happens when you land amongst multiple teams, and the Falcons, who challenge Legacy for their position, walk into a powerful spot, but we have to contend with VP, and what does Hal do? He does what he does best, immediately swings the wall, starts destroying it, trying to force them into using whatever they've got, and hey, not much, but I really like where we got Alb. I like this angle for Alb.
Not a whole lot of ammo, which actually could be a pretty big problem for Hot Dog Mafia. The same's going to be true of this bow check. Limited ammo, no pickups unless Rambo's getting kills with it. So Hot Dog Mafia, if they want to win this game, are going to have to find some kills pretty quickly. Falcons have rotated in just below them. And while this siege is good, it's really not finding any purchase, not putting any additional pressure onto the Falcons.
Wait a second. Is he going to invest the wall to jump to where Alb has already found himself? Because if that's the late game play, I keep my eyes on that. For Wolves, they get a full reset back to 3. Supernova are still across the way, directly in front of Hot Dog Mafia. But here we go. Crazy Kong Donut coming back on in and inherited the spot that Enterforce 36 just held.
Supernova should be the next team to go down. There's just so much focus on them, even with a new Newcastle wall. Virtus Pro are really nearby, and even Wolves have a decent angle. The Thermites not doing nearly to Wolves what they did to Enterforce 36, but you do have to be careful. Using the mobile shield can provide the perfect angle for Thermites to find purchase on you. Wolves will have to move soon. And look out, Hot Dog Mafia and Team Falcons, those are the favorites right now.
Well, so many people have used a ton of the lethals that they've held on to that we're going into this endgame with minimal. So much damage has been taken between the teams, between the lava, and now Falcons getting more kills onto Wolves.
Supernova still in a lot of danger. Hot Dog Mafia, as they run lower and lower on ammunition, need to make something happen, need to get a reset, but with only 4 squads left.
All right, Dia, hear me out. The last time we were in this area with Skittle Cakes on a Caustic, it was one of the nastiest end games that I've ever witnessed in my entire life. You know what clip I'm talking about at home. We could potentially see greatness here.
But he's only got 10% on the ult. No Caustic ult for Skittle Cakes makes a big difference for Hot Dog Mafia. It's about who really has the Caustic ult in these close quarters.
All right, Al back on height to heal up for now. It's going to be VP, Hardeki, and Falcons. Spider-Man memeing straight out to each other. The final 3 have emerged here, and match number 1, and Skittle Cakes keeps on diving down those canisters to keep the pressure onto those teams. At what point do you full send? They already have double digits points. We're just playing for the win for them.
Well, Hot Dog Mafia are going to have to fight somebody. I really like Abralele's position, though, just making sure that Falcons cannot step up, trying to force Falcons into VP, applying pressure from above. He actually gets sent, taking down Hal. Hot Dog Mafia are still going to lose one, but they've got Skittle Cakes on high ground, 52% on the ult. No Caustic ult for him. It'll have to be the barrels or nothing. He drops down into the mess of it, and may just take the win for Hot Dog Mafia!
Hot Dog Mafia, Rambo, Alb, Skittle Cakes. Did we not say Skittle Cakes on a Caustic in the lava on World's Edge gets crazy?
You knew it, Tiff. You called it out as soon as you saw him on the high ground, and man, does he deliver. This man has been playing Apex for longer than some of these competitors' entire careers.
Oh my gosh. It's also good to see Knock back there as well, coaching the boys. 15 kills. 4,900 damage. That's a 27-point game. The best part about Hot Dog Mafia getting a 27-point game in match number 1 is, I'm not going to make any predictions here, but that is a heck of a way to boost your stats knowing that you are 5 games away from match point finals.
And you had mentioned their POI as well, which we really want to focus on here.
Yes.
Bookie Boarders, who landed stacks, went out pretty early. TSM, who landed Big Mod, went out pretty early. Unlimit had a decent game, but when you think about it, Hot Dog Mafia, who land Landslide, should never have had as good of a shot at this position, at this game, as they ended up doing.
And they did it, and they did it in style. 27 points in match 1. Virtus Pro, though, I will give them a lot of love. 9 placement points, 3 kills, 12. Falcons, they battled from Skyhook West and took everything that they needed for their scores to grab 15. Supernova, still very impressive, along with Wolves, grabbed 7 kills each. So they make double digits. For the rest of the lobby, we don't really have a lot left for you because it was all taken by your top 5 teams.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive play, especially out of these 3. Hot Dog Mafia, of course, we saw them play the position early. You place your bet, essentially, as Hot Dog Mafia. You go, I think the circle's ending here. It ends up working. We saw Supernova on the other side maybe not have things go their way. SAUL inside of Dome didn't have things go their way, but the adaptable squads, Virtus Pro and Team Falcons, were the 2 that emerged as, even though they didn't have a great spot in zone at all times, were really trying to find little bits and pieces of the map to play. And I really liked the play specifically out of Virtus Pro, though they didn't get a whole lot of kills. The early move to play directly under Hot Dog Mafia essentially gives you the firepower of 6 instead of the firepower of 3.
Well, then you have to start thinking about what that's going to look like, which legend will no longer be here for match number 2. I didn't get confirmation on the legend ban just yet, but I would imagine that it's either going to be Newcastle or Caustic, which it is Caustic. Goodbye, Gas Man. Goodbye.
Skittle weeping. Skittle just fell to his knees in an ALGS World Championship.
Me too. Me too. But honestly, I can't wait to see what Hot Dog Mafia has in store to run off the back of a match 1 victory. My God, Dia, is this how we're really kicking off Winners Bracket? Because I'm here for more of that.
Yeah, Hot Dog Mafia win this game. We had an incredible SBI win in the Elim bracket. Today is the day, as you said earlier, and as many a wise man has said before, to expect the unexpected.
I do love that you mentioned SBI from Elim round 1 because they did win match number 1. They did really well in game number 6. Had to kind of fall off in that mid-game series, but you know what happened? They're moving on, and that's how it goes. You just need usually 1 or 2 great games to land yourself into that match point finals on Sunday, but plenty of more action on World's Edge to come. So guys, I love this. So many people have showed out here to support the players on the main stage behind me, and a brilliant way to kick off Saturday. See you just after this break.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Deserve this.
Clever tactics, bold maneuvers. You've a curious mind. Care to fathom the mysteries of the universe?
Get the military up and go. Top, jump, pot up like oh, 10. Now, yum, gun shot.
Nades or anything. I have no cost to go. Save the wall. Save the wall for now, Bo. Yeah, well.
Valk low.
Killing the Valk. Killing the Valk.
No, I'm dead. Barrels. Barrels here. Barrels here. Break that barrel. Break that barrel.
One.
Break this barrel.
Kill 2. Last one. Last one.
Break this barrel. No!
Let's fucking go! There you go.
Well, it's a good day to be great, and it's an even better day to go skiing here in Sapporo. Now, let me just tell you, my entire hotel is overflowing with not only gamers, but also people here to enjoy all that fresh powder. I'm not one of them. I am a snowboarder, Dia, and I am mediocre at best. So it's a good thing that I'm here with all the gamers and the degenerates. It's home.
It is actually a pretty harsh divisive line between snowboarders and skiers. I am a skier myself.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, you get it. You get it.
I do get it. You know what I also get? I love me some Red Bull. I haven't made it over to the Red Bull photo booth just yet. I really want to get something with our caster duo, but it's been really great to just run off sugar-free Red Bull. So I'm so happy that Red Bull is here as a partner of the Apex Legends Global Series Year 5 Championship, because, you know, you got to get those wings, obviously, especially if you're Skittle Cakes jumping around down there in the lava. My favorite part about that run through with the comms, Dia, is you get to hear how Alb is talking. He's like, there's a gas canister here, and he's going, destroy the canister, and Skittle's like, got one, got two, got another one, and then eventually shoots the canister, but Alb's already down, and they won the game, so it's fine.
It's like playing whack-a-mole. when Apex Legends really evolves, all games are like each other. And in this particular game, of course, Hot Dog Mafia coming out on top were really impressive. We did talk about their early prediction. One of the other teams that we did talk about in the middle of that game was Enterforce 36. They positioned pretty well with Lava Siphon, but we talked about how the Newcastle was a little bit uncomfortable for them, and we really saw that come to a head as they tried to position early and then ultimately got thermited out of nowhere. that sort of play, even when they're the ones playing Newcastle, just can't be happening. So I think they're going to be a little disappointed that Caustic was banned and not the big Newcastle.
It's so tough, but Caustic's out of here. It's a new day, a new dawn for World's Edge. As we go back to look, we mentioned the POIs at the very beginning and how it was benefiting a lot of our teams for that south side of things. And you look at Team Falcons immediately with that first pick. They want Skyhook West. They want all the juiced loot up there, okay? And sure, things are difficult if you've got to go all the way down towards the dome. They make light work of it, do incredibly well. But here's the deal. For teams that maybe like Alliance and go next, it's also really tough when you get caught out in that mid-fight. You know they're not too happy with Gen G after that engagement out there by the tunnels. But you think of what we normally see. Most World's Edge circles pull north of Monument. So that's where I'm expecting this next one to go. Now, I'm not a mind reader or anything, so don't hate me, okay?
But a zone reader, you may be.
Zone reader, I might. I'm just gonna like kind of manifest a little over here that we go to the north because, or you know what? Let's go back down to the south. Why not?
I will say almost any circle is going to be further north than what we just saw. So you can't go wrong with saying that, that we could go further north. Real quick for Hot Dog Mafia as well, one of the fun things about last game for them, we've seen them perform pretty well throughout the course of the tournament. They're often making top 10s. They're often even making top 5s. They'd struggled to convert to a win, which on Match Point Sunday becomes the most important thing. This was the very first time in the course of these Year 5 championships, the Hot Dog Mafia were able to convert a good game into an actual win. So keep your eyes on them, as we are now expecting with that win that they have a good chance at making it into the grand finals.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The best placement they had prior to that win was a second place. And with their average being 9.4 in their average placement, that win's going to feel really good because at the end of the day, at Match Point Finals, you know what you've got to do. You got to get the points, and you have to be able to convert to a win. And you're going to have to do it on so many different kinds of maps. But it's time, Legends. Let's get locked into that dropship because it's match number 2 of Winners Bracket.
Our first match gave us a pretty southern zone and a lot of fights over at stacks, with Boogie Boarders and TSM being the teams to get aggressive early on. However, it was the Hot Dog Mafia that ultimately walked away with the win from one of the least likely POIs, Landslide, known for its zone play specifically around the middle of the map, but also known for its difficult loot. There's not a whole lot of it at Landslide. You tend to leave as a little bit of a weaker team, and we saw that impacting the Hot Dog Mafia, especially as even on their high ground, they were struggling for ammunition. They were looting death boxes of those who happened to fall around them, and even then getting quite low.
Yeah, well, that's where Alter comes into play, right? Because you just really try to focus on getting what you need in that moment. You know they're going to hit a quick rotation, and I love that we're pulling up the zone this early on. And I did mention that we wanted to go to the north, and sometimes it gets cold, exactly like here in Sapporo, all right? You got some fresh snow on the ground. We saw the south, we saw the lava. I want a different POV. And for Legacy, starting at Overlook with that ring console, they're immediately going to kind of get that information in the neighboring area and choose where they want to play from.
For anyone playing on the current live patch of Apex Legends, we do not have snowboards in this edition of the game. We are playing on the previous patch, and so unfortunately Legacy will not be able to. Is that what people do on snowboards, grind the slopes? Is that what they do? Is there a different word for that?
You know, I'm not like a professional, Dia. I'm a poser. I just want to make that very clear. I do not have the terminology. I switch footing. I don't know if I'm goofy or normal. I just like to get to the bottom of the mountain without breaking my hip.
That makes sense that you would share skateboarding terms. Not that I skateboard either,
See?
but I have heard goofy before, and not in the context of the animated cartoons. TSM going to be moving up through Geyser right now. Boogie Boarders mirroring them off to the south. However, with that north zone pull, I really like Legacy's position. In fact, if you will cast your minds back to last year in Sapporo, the final game of the World Championship, it did end over by where Legacy and right now Citadel are playing. So these fence lines, this high ground outside of Overlook is an extremely likely and an extremely played out end zone that all of these teams should be familiar with.
And a lot of things that you need to be familiar with what's going to happen is you're going to see Valk ults. You're going to see a ton of nade spam. So if you can't withhold from those initial things, knowing that if you land in a POI that's right next to this, you're not going to have the loot economy that you need in order to withstand the pressure. So keep your tabs here, because Fnatic and SAUL and Wolves are still trying to make their way over. Just a bit closer. Valcolt #1 of the main broadcast. Let's see where we're headed.
Pretty safe Valcolt, all things considered, out of the bridge. However, this looks to be taking Fnatic right into the ravine. There's not a whole lot that's unoccupied, although they're going to try and go deep overlook. Ultimately having to pull off that, it's a tough time, because if you had Caustic in this game, suddenly playing on the low ground becomes really feasible. Even with Newcastle, I'd say you can, but Newcastle, Rampart, Valkyrie, unfortunately just means that you're expending a Valcolt and aren't quite confident enough to play in the ravine.
We got Hot Dog Mafia just below. Yuka's gonna take a gander. Doesn't have any nades on Yuka, but that doesn't mean that Colonel Garcia and Libel. Now, I do love that we kind of peek on over, get some information, and immediately are saying, no, I think we're going to go right here.
Colonel Garcia had an arrow in his knee for a little while, and that was really tickling my brain. For the moment, a wall almost instantly abandoned by Fnatic still signifies a spot that they will likely hold for the next few minutes. Not an easy place to give up on this ridgeline without a Valcolt. And speaking of Valcolts, we've got another one as Team Falcons close the gap on to the next circle. They're able to hit like a little recon beacon here. That'll help them out a lot with their game plan moving forward. They'll scout out that they've actually landed smack dab in the middle of a split Gen G and are heading towards the solo right now.
Yeah, if I'm Gen G, I'm panicking right now. The moment someone scans a beacon that is incredibly close to you, you're just like, this is happening, isn't it? And of course the Falcons, they see the solo, they're going to chase after it, and why not grab an Evo Cache on the way? Your armor disparity is going to be great. Of course Dexter is that solo, he's on blue, but Waltzy and Guild and Hal on purple, they're feeling good. TSM on the other hand, not so much.
Being able to chase off Gen G does mean that Falcons grab not just the Evo, but...
Stop! We were so close to getting inside that, and instead we have to hit the reset. Now, this res is going to allow Citadel to keep on moving forward. Now, mind you, this ridgeline is going to be so close that you don't necessarily want to give up your space to chase this. It's not going to be a guaranteed fight.
TSM bunkering down. So many teams running Newcastle Rampart right now, which in its own way is much more difficult to push. Also allows zone teams to be that much scarier. Rampart really enabling so much damage. And TSM making the best use of that as they set up and as they reset, rather, off of the singular knock. They have a ring console here if they want to get a little bit of advanced information. Once this zone finishes closing in under a minute, TSM may be the first to know where they're going next.
How wild of a change of pace is this, considering we were casting Olympus just yesterday, then you go back to World's Edge, it's Winners Round, and everyone's kind of like halting. They don't actually want to. They want to make sure they're conservative, that they're getting their points, but TSM wants the ring console, and Boogie Borders want it too, and instead Panic rats onto Boogie Borders and grabs Raki, immediately sets aside onto Pana, and not before getting punished, but he's out of there like a fugitive and decides to hide, but they still take the body and run.
Ooh, nice spray out of Gent. Metro still in this one, although trying as hard as he can to get out of it. The Boogie Borders and TSM constantly shadowing each other. Very similar game plans out of these two squads in both rings so far. Missile's not landing means that Jen gets to move up. Duplex surely to be following him, but Jen may be able to do this on his own. Finds one knock, finds two! Jen, the one-man army, takes down Boogie Borders.
So calm with it as well. Gets that amped cover down and immediately starts a nice reset. Brilliant work for TSM, because not only that, they can go back, they can get their ring console, get the information, decide where do we move from here. And as we pull up the ring, Dia, look at the Falcons in the north. And if they clear out their back at Climatizer, this is going to be powerful considering the pool.
You know, TSM may not have gotten the Red Bull first strike in game one, but they've been involved in both games, and that in its own says something, especially with the first kill they got on Boogie Borders. All that to say, the Boogie Borders are having a rough time.
Yeah, they definitely are, but that's okay, because you've just got to put down one good game, and a donut for Boogie Borders, a donut for Go Next, same with Grow as well. And Grow, they just have to kind of amp things up. Of course, this is just match number 2. We do have a 6-game series, but knowing that you want your points, you want to feel confident, especially like Hot Dog Mafia. If I'm getting 27 points in match number 1, I'm feeling pretty damn good about my series.
Keep your eyes on the teams around the edge of the map as well. Gen G in the north, Supernova just moving on through the fragment area, and Unlimit from Geyser will be the teams that we'll be comparing throughout the course of this map, as even Team Falcons, like you mentioned, can be considered both to be in zone and on the edge at the same time, since they are playing just up in the very north tip where we see the ring pulling. Grow, however, they're going to be the ones in the middle of epicenter. A powerful position if the zone goes here, but they should know as well as anyone that this is not where the ring is ending up. And the transition out of this area is extremely difficult, especially as they are not running Valkyrie.
I was just thinking about that. They do have the Bang ult on deck should they need it, but with Gen G across the way having spot them, and there's a lot of G7 scouts in the back pocket, so we're going to constantly get poked and prodded here. And yeah, you can answer back all you want. We've got the purple armor. We're feeling pretty good, but knowing that the timing is going to be difficult as we move from this. So we were waiting for this exact moment. Now, when you see this, you'd be like, yes, I want a Valk ult after this, but since they can't do it, we must go with maybe some balloons or by foot.
Pro Gaming, they could stick around here for a little while longer. They don't have to leave just yet. If they wait for the round 2 close, they get the loot bins that are right below them, and they likely get another ring console scan. The problem, again, for this team is going to be how they rotate with that information. They're going to need to have evac towers set up and ready to go. And that's not always the easiest thing. Supernova will be one of the gatekeepers of teams like Grow Gaming, especially up on the bridge with Rampart walls already set up as well. This bridge typically very difficult to hold. I have called it in Challenger Circuit the Bridge of Death, and for that very reason that lots of teams like to move through it. Gen G are one of them, and the Gen G Supernova fights does seem like an inevitability.
Yeah, you're going to have to push through this, but they have the Mad Maggie, right? The Wrecking Ball, and if you're going to have some amped covers down, they want to get mixy with that. And I like that we're seeking different angles to maybe shoot things out before we full send. So that's what those comms are going to look like. How do we approach this team ahead of us? Now, Supernova, right? They got the majority of their points in the group stages from placement, not kills, which is very interesting considering we know how aggressive that roster can be.
Right, another actual physical position on the map. Hey, I'm noticing Hal getting a knock. See that finished? Tick one off the little Hal to 2K counter. For the moment, it's been going pretty well for both Supernova, Gen G, and of course the Falcons, who are able to lay down pressure from Climatizer. It's going even better for Unlimit, who have just rolled themselves a mythic crate. We'll see if they manage to pick up a Kraber out of that. Kraber, I know everybody's picking up. Car, it's, you know, 50-50. Some people do it, some people don't. P2020s as well, actually a pretty popular choice, and it seems like P2020s are what Unlimit are going to get out of it.
Ooh, okay.
That's not where you wanted to go.
Yeah, he immediately just had to dive down and hit the reset back on into the building. He thought he was being quite stealth, but immediately is found out. Now Gen G, yet again, still inching ever so closer towards Supernova, who are looking triple scary here at the end of the line with their amped covers. They have the natural cover inside the bridge, and I can't imagine that the Grim Reaper shall let you pass onto the other side. He's dragging you down into the abyss.
Yeah, Ularman positioned right at the edge of zone. A terrifying player, second in kills overall through the course of the tournament, second in knocks. He's third in damage differential. He does, on average, more damage than he takes, and he's done 6,000 more damage than he has taken through the course of this tournament. Second, of course, in damage dealt with 19K, right behind the crowd favorite, Imperial Hal, our CEO. And he is actually, as a record to keep track of, tied with Effect for the most kills in a single game at 14. We'll see how that changes as TSM look for some kills themselves.
With Citadel kind of moving in, we knew that they had been coexisting over here on the side of the circle for a long time, but TSM is now looking to make a move. We've gone down like the trolls under a bridge through the building, and with Alter, we hit a kidnap! He goes back. Oh my God, he tried to get him.
They didn't finish it.
I was so scared.
It was really
it was close.
So.
It was close. Do it again. I need more of that. More of that, please. And Gen G finally moves into Supernova, and Gen G gets punished. Hardeki sitting there with Sheila. I told you, he's not letting you pass.
We knew it was coming. What we didn't know was that Grow Gaming were going to be so quick on the third party. Even though Supernova didn't lose anybody, they have lost the position on the bridge. As Grow have moved up for it. This is exactly what we're talking about, Tiff. The Bridge of Death is claiming more victims. Hardeki goes extremely low. Gen G are going to go down. Supernova helping move them on out as they take out Asia. But Hardeki Still down here and trying to place a wall. Needs to play defense for the entire team.
Off-screen, Fnatic has fallen and back on over to the TSM Citadel gaming fight. And it is in shambles. I'm going to go ahead and say that. You immediately put the pressure onto them, and they are just getting dangerous. Here we go again. Drops come to Zub, and Remix is down. Zuni to follow as well. Panic is getting messy.
Goes for another one, but right up into the Sheila. That is not where you want to be. Panic, I'd say, keeps his cool and moves on down. As Supernova actually find a respawn onto Kazakh. Unfortunately, Citadel have fallen, and TSM now have this whole building, and a very well-earned one at that.
Can we just talk about the 2 fights that TSM has been involved with here in match number 2? It starts with Panic ratting Boogie Borders over by the ring console. He's just kind of lurking there, kind of setting stakes, and they immediately, Gent follows up and takes the remainder. Then they move underneath the house. They use the altar for the kidnaps, and they destroy them. What's
Falcons
next,
have started moving in from the north. We talked about this north side earlier, about how important it is to be where Legacy set up early, to be where Falcons are currently setting up. This bridge, it continues to claim lives. A nice finish from Unlimit.
Who's next on the bridge of death? Legacy from the skies, dropping down, and we get picked apart. This is the second Valcult from Legacy that this has happened.
And yet, Go Next do not finish this. They've got a whole lot of other teams moving in on them as well. Shopify Rebellion going to join as Legacy seem like they're almost finished without the help of Legacy. Shopify Rebellion, they're trying to stabilize back here and don't have a whole lot of pressure on them, but Go Next need to move up.
Oh, Zap, and he's rolling straight into Light, and S8UL, Go Next fall, Oblivion to follow, Hot Dog Mafia gone as well, and we're not done with the carnage because Unlimited, they may survive the bridge, but they don't get further than that.
A rough way to go is all of a sudden you saw Zap start the energy for the lobby. He revs us up and starts a cascade of kills that ultimately ends with Wolves taking this high ground. Really nicely done. I will note that Legacy have stabilized, albeit as a duo, on top of this rock. Shopify Rebellion can still look at them.
That's okay, though, because I like the positioning in the next zone. That is going to be great for them if they can maintain it as a duo. Elsewhere, the Falcons have moved in second place overall on the series, and I mean, yeah, Rampart's head's a little big between the cracks of that wall there.
Genuinely, Legacy as a duo can win from this position. The high ground rock is so powerful that if Yanya and Jaguaris hold hands, play in a coordinated way, communicate with each other, everyone else is just going to be in the surrounding area and free to fire down upon.
Well, you know, VP into the mix. They've got to get into the next zone. Let's get on board with them. Oh.
I'm about to die, I'm about to die. I can't. Still left, Slayer. Get us another point if you can. Play my knockdown. Just chill. Yeah, he has to go back. Play my knockdown. Came in your left back on it, I think. Let it in. Nade on you. Okay, you're good. We're resting. We're good. Just chill. Good try, boys.
Nice try.
Good game, guys. Good game. It's so cool.
I thought he was going to be able to clutch that up, but then Effect pops on out and says, VP, get out of here. Alliance are trying to make up from that disastrous match number 1 and turn their winners round somewhere great for Team Falcons. He's still chasing. Legacy and TSM both fall, and they move straight into the northernmost side.
Couple of nades tossed out as TSM go down. Hal's not finding purchase with any of these, and that's a lot of utility expended onto Shopify Rebellion. It's bought enough time for Falcons to move up.
Going. We know what Zap does with that Sheila. He's going to make use of that, but we're going to open it up with the Thermites, try to connect, let the burn happen. What does this look like for us? Because if Zap hits a swing with the Sheila, times are changing. But Rampart v. Rampart, Guild has one too. Destroy the wall.
Can help take down these walls, but you really want to avoid swinging into Zap. Instead, Guild takes him in the back, and Zap goes down.
Down goes Sheila, and Guild still crawling forward through the amped covers, through the galore, and it's Waltzy from the other side. We just need the finishing touch, and Shopify Rebellion have fallen. Team Falcons with a bit of stabilization. Elsewhere, E36, Wolves Esports are having a bit of the same bout that we just
witnessed.
All those kills going to Waltzy earns Falcons an even better position in this zone. They got to keep creeping up on Wolves on E36.
Oh, snap. They're going for it. Alliance, they're moving on in. A ton of kills for the game from them. They want to win this, get those 12 placement points. And just like this, a Kraber as well. The amped covers, instead of barrel crawls, we're amped covering forward.
Nice dip out of Hawk is just recognizing that, yeah, swinging into two people, that's not going to work. But look,
Wait,
Falcons have
high
moved
ground.
up.
I've seen this before. I've seen this before. And now the Arc Star's down, and Crazy Kong adds to the tally of a lifelong chase for 2K.
That Arc Star got zapped by the wall, so Howls does have to retreat back up. He doesn't have the additional pressure of the Arc Star, but Alliance are making all the use of the damage that Falcons poured down earlier. Enter Force 36 go down. We have 3 squads left, and Falcons on the high ground that Legacy held previously. I said, Tiff, Legacy could win the game as a duo. You have to imagine that the monstrous Team Falcons, should be able to win from this high ground.
It's very similar to the match #1 ending with Hot Dog Mafia on high ground in the south. This time in the north, it's Team Falcons from Skyhook West to the Chaos over here on the east. And now, what do you do other than try to keep pressure on the Wolves and Alliance? You force that fight, and then you look for the third party.
Ultimately, Falcons can stand this high ground as long as they like. What they really have to be careful of are the abductions. Alliance are already trying to start laying them down right ahead of them. Some sky nades, not finding anything, especially with the rampart walls providing cover from above. But Guilds, he's providing something else from above.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll do it. But I see what you're talking about. Immediately, once they step forward, they're going to get sucked down towards Alliance. So trying to avoid, if we could place a wall in front of it so we don't cross that threshold. The Guild still reaping the damage onto Wolves. There it goes. They're able to move forward and keep the high ground.
You want Alliance to fight Wolves. You cannot afford to be the focus. Will they enter each other's sidelines first? It appears so. Rampart walls, Newcastle wall still available as well. Early slam coming out of Waltzy as he goes down to the ground, taking angles on both teams and ultimately getting fried for it. Wolves are going to commit though. Waltzy is still alive. Waltzy is a fortress and his guild drops down. He's going to get taken out. It's just Hal against the triple man of Alliance who take game number 2.
Alliance for that one. As much as the Falcons would have loved to keep the high ground, there is no space. They keep trying to push the Wolves into Alliance, but Alliance maintains the fortitude, and Alliance gets the win.
That was a really nice game out of Alliance. Very patient, and it's funny that we say patient again because that is exactly...
They're not a patient team, but right there, they really were.
It is exactly what earned Hot Dog Mafia their win in Game 1 as well. Patience is the name of the game here on World's Edge, and I think Wolves, they've got a lot to be proud of as well. These are 2 pretty good games out of Wolves that should be moving them up in the leaderboards significantly. Not quite safe yet is anybody, though. We're only 2 games deep, and they have been vastly different games, and that means our points totals are going to stay pretty close.
Well, they did it with 12 kills, so that's what you want to see. A nice north of 20-point game to carry you into the winners round and hopefully maintain that form for the rest of the series. Now, you were talking about Wolves, and aside from this, they had won a map in the group stage prior. They had about a 10.5 average placement, so knowing that we're making it into those end games, this is the best series to make that happen. As we pull up match 2 results, those 24 points for Alliance will do wonders considering their match #1 was a 0.
Yeah, this is a 24-point big game for Alliance because that is all the points that they have. That's certainly enough to move them into the top half for now. We'll see if it's enough to keep them there as the series goes on. Wolves, however, who have been pretty darn consistent, get 11 points, funnily enough, the same amount of points that they got in their first game, keeping them at around the 20-ish point mark as well, probably in the conversation with Alliance. Enter Force 36 continue to do well, although it's not as dominant as I would have expected out of Enter Force 36. Not to say it's a disappointment. They've still got plenty of time, but they're taking it slower than they did in groups.
It's points, Dia, and that I am grateful for. Of course, Newcastle will be the next banned legends, and I do want to see the top performances. It's looking really green. It's looking like Alliance, and honestly, aren't those the new jackets that they're sporting here over at their merch stand too?
Oh yeah,
are they?
Yeah, they're fashionable. They're fashionable.
Pretty nice. Effect there with 5 kills, unlucky 6 revives, 6 assists for Hackis, and then of course our Warlord, No Name.
Like we said, pretty darn nice.
Why did I
game
say it like
for
that?
Wolves. It was cool. I like the way you said it.
What is that?
It was
Who am I?
scary. You scared me.
So ferocious over here. But our series results, Team Falcons at the top now with 31 points. They're consistent, right? They've got almost equal amount of kill points and placement points. And Hot Dog Mafia, a lot of this is stemming from the 27-point game that they got in match number 1. Regardless, we're north of 30, and that's a solid average. We're sitting around 15 points per game for our first 2 matches, and that, if you maintain it, should send you over to match point finals.
I'm looking at my prediction. Enter Force 36, barely inside of the top 10 right now, but they are hanging on. Like we've said, the top teams have actually been performing pretty darn well as point sponges. Even though those top teams have been different in both games, it does mean that 6 teams realistically have all of the points right now, and that's where the next game is going to matter most, and of course our transition onto E-District after.
Well, we got some VP love out there in the stands, and that's, oh my gosh, there's really that many people up there today on a Saturday? It's been crazy here. The energy is absolutely electric, and it keeps just manifesting and making me just want to go absolutely crazy, Dia. In a good way.
Yeah, I mean, that is what we do. We watch Apex, we go crazy, and so honestly, so far for the first 2 games, the teams have been doing that as well. Looking at the way that last game played out, we talked about Legacy's position early on, quickly supplanted by Go Next, quickly supplanted by Shopify Rebellion, and surgically supplanted by Falcons and ultimately undermined by Alliance. So many things, couldn't have seen them coming from the start of the game. It is all about how it plays out live here at the Apex World Championships in Sapporo.
Well, I still can't believe that it's a 6-game series. We've had 2 matches finished on World's Edge with 1 more to go. If you are cheering for your team, you better get loud because they're going to need it if they want to get into match point finals tomorrow. More after this break.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Whoever the drop on is getting fucking inted.
Yep.
Watch your buff on like, okay?
Yeah,
I'm on top. I'm on top.
Yeah, I got Kraber, I got Kraber.
Give nades to front, by the way.
I'm marking 1 time. You jump, I'm marking it.
Okay. Shoot out. You cancel. One more, shoot out, heavy.
Move forward.
I'm walling here. Yo.
Dead.
Watch, stop, dead. Front.
Do I said?
Back one. Last one. Let's go.
Well, it's day number 3 here at the Year 5 Apex Legends Global Series Championship live from Sapporo, Japan. And Alliance needed that massive win here in the winners round. I can see a lot of Alliance fans. Of course, some Riddle, Shopify Rebellion, Enter Force 36. It's a packed house ALGS Year, baby. And unfortunately, some teams will be sent home, but not this series. We're looking to clock the tickets into that match point finals. Now, of course, we have a plentiful amount of partners here at the ALGS, with Razor being one of them. And our players are staying cool under pressure at the ALGS Champs thanks to the Razor Isker V2 New Gen, scientifically constructed to allow pros to stay cooler and maintain peak reflexes longer.
And if you'll remember, it could handle a serious amount of work from Monsoon, so that thing is
yeah,
built to
actually,
last.
you're not wrong. If you guys don't know,
The VOD from day one, that's all we're saying.
it's a little bit wild, but of course, it's ALGS. It's gonna be wild, baby. And of course, we've got the last map on World's Edge here for this series. Hot Dog Mafia took match number 1, Alliance match number 2. Who is gonna claim a lot of points here to really cement themselves into Sunday?
Yeah, final game of World's Edge for the series before we move on to Storm Point. The bans coming in are making this a little bit more difficult as well. We saw Caustic banned in game number 1, which we already know changed the game. But the Newcastle band here, going to actually enter into E36's comfort zone, as we had mentioned a little bit earlier. Funnily enough, they are not the only team that has a comfort zone. In my talks with Citadel, they were discussing about how they actually feel a lot more comfortable when Valkyrie is taken out. And because Valkyrie hasn't been taken out just yet, I'd actually imagine this is a little bit outside of the comfort zone of Citadel, which is a little unfortunate, especially given that they are our top scoring team on World's Edge from the groups. 53 of their points came out of there, and they have not been putting up those numbers now that we're in Winners Bracket.
No, they're about 50 less. There's 3 points on the board for them, and Alliance are looking pretty healthy with 24. They're still crawling for the top seed into Sunday because, of course, the ticket to the match point finals isn't all that we're chasing. The POI draft at hand will really get you those comfort starting points that you desperately need.
This third and final game on World's Edge.
Are we going thermal?
We are moving back to the south, baby. We are moving over towards Supernova's home base. Like you said, Tiff, Thermal Station. Much like the game that we saw just a second ago in the elimination bracket. This could really swing some teams' fates. Supernova, you'd think, has the best chance at winning this, but in practice, there are so many zones around Thermal Station that play out very differently that Supernova, they might have a lot of buyer's remorse with whatever building they choose to invest in.
Well, you have to think about all the times that Alliance has started at Thermal Station. How many lands have we been to, or ALGS seasons and eras that they land Thermal Station? But now, up in the north at Survey Camp, that's home to one of the longest zips. For Boogie Borders and TSM, the Battle of Stacks has been pretty disgusting, and we're not giving this one up yet.
And other teams have scouted this out. Unlimit are right on top of the fight. Boogie Borders and TSM, you know, two's a dance, I think is what they say, but three's a crowd. Nobody says two's a dance. Virtus Pro, however, they dancing. They dancing with Fnatic.
Fnatic, who start in staging, note that they need to get into Thermal as soon as possible and immediately rotate in, but Virtus Pro halts them in the track, and with Fnatic taking an early exit in 20th.
Really does look like this is what Lou was put on this earth to do. That was that was a really, really nice fight. Quickly taking out Fnatic, one of the tournament favorites, of course, and of course one of the regional favorites as well. SAUL, bit of a rough start to this game. Haven't found a safe spot just yet, and when you have that low health, you're likely not going to find one. The Hot Dog Mafia will take them down. We don't have a Red Bull second strike, but if we did, that would be it.
Well, the Hot Dog Mafia, they've claimed that center spire here down in Thermal, and the Wolves, who were in that end game in match number 2, look to take the low ground if they can. Shopify Rebellion have moved in as well, but we turn our sights just a bit north over towards Fragment. Remix Zuni and Kaisha are over there towards Train Station. Ninjas in pajamas are neighboring this area, and it looks like they're on the prowl. Keep that drone up to give you the info.
Citadel definitely a team to watch, like we said, for their success on World's Edge in the group stage, of course, but especially for their ability to find kills, specifically on Zuni. Zuni has been playing out of his mind this tournament. third most kills in the tournament so far. And actually, funnily enough, first in assists. Citadel are a very collaborative squad. If you look at Zuni's stats across kills and assists as a ratio to deaths, he's actually in first place, even above Hal, with a 4.94 kill assist to death ratio. Hal sitting at 4.8. So it's close, but there's room.
There's room. All right, well, let's take a look over here at Shopify Rebellion have moved in. You've got Virtus Pro at your back. Of course, cross this fence, across a smidge of lava, but just know that there's a chance that they could always full send this if they decide to. 16 points on the series here for Shopify Rebellion puts them in 7th place. That 10-point cut, or 10th place cutoff right now is 9 points, and Ninjas in Pajamas holds it.
I really like when Shopify Rebellion plays Seer. It's such a good look for them. I don't love when they're forced to play zone like this, or when I suppose they force themselves to do it since they chose to rotate here early. But Seer, I can really get behind with them any day. Zainu has been putting so many hours in on this legend and makes it look buttery smooth, especially when you consider the already oppressive playstyle of Shopify Rebellion, the firepower that they have, the fact that they can silence and slow you at the same time and see where you are. It just gets a little ridiculous, Tiff.
Yeah, it really does. But for Falcons, who start at Skyhook, they're still making their way down south. Will likely go through Landslide. The ring console there can give information, but, you know.
12 kills left for Hal. Yeah, for anybody keeping count. I'm keeping count.
I'm keeping count. Actually, I don't know. You're kind of like a human calculator, so I'll leave that to you. I can't even get 2 plus 2 half the time.
I can definitely subtract 1 every time he gets a kill. So I think
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
I'm
I'll keep
proud
us
of
all
you.
updated. My first grade math teacher, she would be proud. I'm not sure who else, but I know she'd be fine.
The entire crowd, everyone watching at home is like, yeah, go Dia. That's probably not what they're saying, but we're going to pretend that anyways. Through Mirage à Trois, we keep moving, and the Boogie Borders TSM fight has become personal at this point.
They were trash talking in the pregame lobby, and seems like both TSM and Boogie Borders have taken this, not just professionally, but personally. Unfortunately, as before, 3 is a crowd, and Go Next are right next door to the engagement, looking for their first bit of success in this series. They haven't really found too much just yet, sitting at 14th place, only 5 points. It's not the Go Next that you'd think would show up in the winner's bracket, but they got time. 3 more games after this, and maybe, this one turns out in their favor.
Oh, but I mean, they gave away the information. They lobbed a grenade straight on over, and here we go through the void, looking for some angles. It's not going to find Purchase, and Pana top towards the right, Metro to the left, and it's still Light looking for the initial swing. You've got a bit of high ground here that allows you the nice opening.
Light.
A little bit more damage to make it happen, and we just need 1 bullet into Pana, and Boogie Borders cannot get things moving here in Winners Round.
Light playing entry for the team. I talked to Henshman before this game, and he was particularly keen on how they were organizing themselves in team fights. You really see it play out there. They had such an interesting conversation about commanding versus informative comms. I'm moving up versus I'm moving up, you move up with me. And you really see the difference in communication paying off there as they all swung together and Light took a chunk out of Boogie Borders.
You've really got to be crystal clear in those comms and efficient as well. For speaking of efficiency, Gen G, we're going to need some of that. We've seen great movements from them in the group stages, and we've also seen some fall-off games. For 4 points in match number 3, it's not going to be enough, but just mere 5 points more. So 2 good team fights would get you into the top 10.
Dude, that's so close. You think it's so easy, especially when you're looking at Gen G. 2 good team fights. They have like 8 of those a game.
Usually.
Obviously
they
not
do.
the first 2 games.
Well, you got Citadel just ahead of you. And honestly, that primed bow check is going to hurt, but they see it, they acknowledge it, and they're like, yeah, maybe we won't peek it right now, because all I know is there's going to be the chokeholds ahead of them, and we still have to make our way down to Thermal, which is one of the most difficult circles to get into from this side of World's Edge.
Like we talked about earlier, Zuni's stats from this tournament have been impressive, but it has really been this tournament where he's stepped up. He's almost doubling his performance from the Pro League in average stats during the course of these games. It does still require a lot of conservative play, though, if they want to punch their ticket into the grand finals from here. Citadel Gaming are gate-kept by Gen G. Both teams really needing the fight. Gen G, as you illustrated before, especially in need of it. Taking a look at the next ring, however, we just still have most of our teams that went for center thermal looking pretty good. I like the buildings on height in general, where Bro Gaming and Alliance are at, and I don't love being outside of zone, although if Go Next and Unlimit are going to fight, I can't say I'm too upset about it.
Well, I mean, you got to think, these are the bubble teams. They're 11th and 12th respectively on the series leaderboard, and they're going to need to get scrappy. You've got to do what it takes. We talked about Gen G, who needed 2 good team fights. Well, these guys just need 1. Whoever wins this is going to have enough points to be inside the top 10, at least for now. And with what they just did to Boogie Borders, they want to make sure they take that and do it to Unlimit. But time is of the essence. With the ring at your back, you must keep moving.
And again, no Valkyrie for this squad. Go Next are going to walk this, and they do have Alter for a quick reposition should they choose to split up and sort of leapfrog across the map. It will be Go Next who go south through Lava Siphon towards TSM, while up here in the north of Thermal, we have Alliance holding right underneath this scaffolding. Not a bad place to be, actually. Pretty safe, all things considered, when you're all able to get there. It's not a particularly active spot.
No, you still have Wolves underneath. Hot Dog Mafia can just shoot at literally everyone. Moving on in. Oblivion's going to be in the same kind of position as Alliance, underneath some scaffolding just behind the center area. And of course, the teams that are working their way through Harvester. Now, Gen G, they're the gatekeepers, and Dexter's going to open things up, but not before Asia gets traded out. A good smoke to provide cover for the reset onto Asia, but we must keep moving. That thirst will come through, but I do see that syringe immediately coming out for Asia, and Dexter's just going to be an absolute nuisance here as we chase that one good team fight I was telling you.
They certainly look like they've found it. Nice nade from Dexter. Should basically finish this fight as a Renox piece. This ring hurts, though. I like that Dexter backs off. Citadel move in from behind as well. Maybe the team to take out Unlimit, even with the low health bars that Citadel have. The thing is, Gen G are going to be watching this, so as Unlimit pick themselves up off the floor, you have to imagine this is taking kills away from Gen G, but simply giving them to Citadel.
Well, it's not like we have a ton of health. You're chilling there with 3 syringes and a med kit. You immediately get packed up and you're saying, I am just Valk ulting out of here. It is no longer safe. They probably know Citadel's crafting behind them, so let's go ahead and see. You get Yulari Man's banner there. And the reset's just ahead of you, but the Valk ult's gonna give you the information. It's not safe. Ninjas in pajamas are over here as well.
And they will have noticed that it was just one person unlucky, grabbing a mythic crate. What is inside? Carr instantly picked up. Carr R99, terrifying in his hands. Legacy, terrifying in the same building as you, Supernova. Ardeki is gone. Legacy take out Supernova.
Is it Legacy or is it Yanya? There was a lot of damage out from that team, and Yanya picks up all 3. They claim the southern side of that most recent zone. Now, of course, they are going to have to rotate off of this, but those 3 points will do nicely on their score.
Go Next's approach from the south is going to have TSM on it.
Ooh.
TSM and Boogie Borders, their rivalry still netting 0s for Boogie Borders. Really tough game for them. But Go Next, maybe they're the answer to TSM. Maybe.
Maybe, but we got Falcons, we got EMPs, and this is a scary fight here for Gen G. The Falcons and all the explosions are coming through, and keep your eyes on those health bars because Team Falcons, they are healthy.
Citadel coming in behind this as well. Oh, Citadel wiped out behind this. Moving right on through the Thermite and through the zone. Gen G take a lot of direct damage over time. Zicky's able to survive for now, but Gen G seem to be on their last legs, as it was, in fact, Go Next who were the answer to TSM.
Oh, Go Next. They now move into a nice position down there on the south side, where it's still chaos there in the north, and Unlimit have shown up. Zufi down, and Guild stays that healthy. We dive into the void, and we're looking for peace, but you're not gonna find him here, but you do! And down goes Unlimit, and Falcons add another one to the tally.
10 more kills for Hal. Unlikely to hit it this game, but just 10, that's not too much. Gen G have gone down, and Falcons have another fight ahead of them. Let's take a listen in with Falcons, see what they're thinking.
Still droning. Come on. They're still trying to look for us. Still trying to look for us. Drone's on. I backed up and betting. I'm healing.
I need to bat too.
Look us on. Look us on. Look us on. Just chill. You guys are still droning us. I'm getting a drone.
Break the drone.
I'm trying to play up.
I'm walking up. I'm playing up.
They TP back. They TP back.
I'm looking for optic cells.
Platform behind us is. There's a team platform behind us, by the way.
I'm looking for optic cells. Yeah, there's 2 bodies below.
They're ulti team behind us.
I'm gonna drop in the power ramp here.
Huh?
I'm dropping the power ramp.
Grab
the power ramp, Pulsey!
Yes. Crypto ulti team, look for them, please.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm batting. We can let them queue up on us.
52 on one.
Yeah,
Almost cracked one.
you guys double stare.
I'm ulti selling.
I'm staring the fuck out of it, bro.
Yeah, I'm ulti selling. I need EMP.
We cannot let them play underneath us, okay? We have to kill these motherfuckers. Okay?
Yeah,
we have
I
an
know.
E
ulti TP in
They're on the
zone.
corner. They might start looking for it.
I have EMP.
Falcons know what they have to do. They have the ring right next door to them. It is a fantastic position. But they got to kill some folks, and that means that Go Next are in trouble. Right to the south of them, Go Next's best position is the same one that Falcons want.
They're going to try to get it. They're going to try to open it up, but they're going to take an EMP straight to the face. A nice little nemesis charging up there for a moment, but they've sent out their warning shots. They're letting them know, I dare you to try to come up on this, but they don't have a ton of options. They have to hug that mountainside and try to prevent any angles from the Falcons, and they don't want to give up their high ground either, so we will see.
Firepower of 6 directed towards Legacy, who Valkyld up towards the north. Shopify Rebellion have got to think about their exit from this building as well. Not going to be easy, especially with the ninjas in pajamas around. The Falcons are fighting, and they're fighting Legacy, that team that has attracted so much attention up towards the north.
Well, Hal has already taken down one. He's immediately holding space here, but it's Go Next. They go to the high ground. He turns around, starts putting the pressure towards them, and they've dived back on down. VP actually take out Legacy, and ninjas in pajamas fall as well.
Guild frag strafing there as he gets hit by Go Next, almost taken down, but manages to survive. Enter Force 36 will not be so lucky as Go Next and Falcons still at each other's throats. This still determines so much of the game.
Grow Gaming are moving in onto VP. Falcons should really send a check over to VP for helping them with Legacy, and now they get paid for it in revenge from Grow Gaming. Falcons can really settle on nicely here and focus on Go Next towards the low ground, but I love that we're keeping Hal out here, making sure that we're putting that pressure towards Grow.
Remember, there is no EMP for Falcons just yet. They used it to try and keep Go Next away from them, and it did not work. Hot Dog Mafia making something work up top. We did talk about their exit earlier. They've been a patient team. Have they been too patient? Fence is coming clutch for Skittle as he swings back in, grabs another kill, and helps move Wolves out of the lobby. Still needing to fight Zainu, though. Zainu swings him, has full information with the Seer.
No, they just keep coming. They just keep going towards the center area, and it's now Shopify Rebellion with the high ground. Of course, they will not be able to play here for long, but we will keep on moving. We've acquired a couple of kills, and you've also acquired the attention of Alliance, who are banking off the back of the momentum, but we move forward. Now, we look for a position to play, and you get this open area. North's still looking good, right? I like this.
I mean, it's tough.
Oh, no.
Falcons are in a rough position, but Alliance, they don't look like it's too easy either. It's been a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Wait, he's got
but Hackett has to swing this to deny the res. Alliance don't have the luxury of sitting back and watching this happen. P2020 is in hand. We'll see what they do as Grow get pushed by Falcons. Guild goes down.
Well, Hal on the low ground here, just kind of situated by the lava. It's a solo play for now, and Go Next sets their sight onto Grow Gaming. Now, Grow Gaming did not have a ton of points from the first 2 matches that are Sal setting their sights onto the top 10. For the south side, though, it's a fact, it's a car, and he takes down Shopify Rebellion.
Vex going to be spotted, though. Falcons have reset on the low ground. And it will be Falcons and Alliance that have to fight. Still having access to the high ground with Alter. Grow Gaming are the ones that are backing away. Alliance go down as Falcons escort them out. 3 squads left. Go Next, Grow, and Falcons from the low ground.
And Go Next and Grow Gaming are getting scrappy up here. The timing of when Falcons move in on this is going to be imperative, but for now, Light being that entry, Dia.
Go Next have got to stay coordinated. They've got to let Kinda enable the squad right now. Light ends up pushing forward, does a lot of damage, takes out Grow Gaming, and that leaves just 1 squad left. 1 squad, Falcons!
And it's the Falcons, and they're on the prowl. Hal takes a ton of damage. He falls. It's Waltzy, it's Guild, and they're swinging. Things are getting messy, diving through the death boxes of doom, and they are playing to perfection here in the winners round. The Falcons get a win.
That is exactly what fans at home, fans in the arena expect from the Falcons. They expect them to be at the top. In their third game on World's Edge, they managed to achieve that, getting themselves the first win of the series. And with games like this, moving themselves toward almost assuring themselves a place in the winner's bracket.
You don't say. You don't say. That's a pretty great start here on the day for Team Falcons. 10 kills from that game, and honestly, it really wasn't easy. Of course, you get that high ground there towards the end, and it's Go Next immediately wanting a piece of that. A couple of Alter kidnaps trying to go through. They push towards the high ground. Legacy with a Valcolt. They sandwich the Falcons alongside them, but it's Grow Gaming who really turned the tide towards that end game by focusing Legacy for the Falcons while they heal on up. And, you know, that was a pretty great endgame.
Yeah, I really want to praise Go Next as well for, even though they did not win that game, the way that they managed to perform sitting right underneath the Falcons, not taking too much damage, playing small when they needed to, threatening Falcons, and making this not an easy space to coexist in was ultimately what got them the high ground that they wanted, and let them perform up to the level of second place in this game. 20 points for them, a very comfortable place to be, and we saw that from the very start with their fight over by Geyser.
Ooh, that's crazy. And now all the plays that we've been witnessing from Alter on World's Edge. Goodbye, Alter. We'll see you later. For Falcons, after that 22-point game, Go Next. You praise them. They get a nice 20, and Grow Gaming do get some points on the board there with 10. Alliance, after their win, they grab another 11, but it's Shopify Rebellion, who, sure, may not have gotten the most placement points, but after kind of the full sends that they did down in Thermal Station proper, they walk away with the most kills of the lobby.
That's really, really impressive. I mean, Shopify Rebellion did play quite well. I like the way that they were third-partying. Like we said, it's always an awkward game for Shopify when they're forced to play zone, and they made it work. However, it is Falcons, Go Next, and Grow that top the lobby. Falcons and Go Next really highlighted in my mind during this game. Active teams, proactive teams in the best way, and really cognizant of when they needed to use their ults, their utility, and all to find the win. Grow Gaming, of course, the right macro moves, the right time, but not quite the right amount of kills to make them feel safe.
That's very true. Yeah, I mean, 3 kills, look, but I will take that all day to get into the third place and grab some placement points. Anything above, I feel like 8 to 10 points per game should be enough in theory to keep you inside that top 10 to advance on to Sunday. Let's really dive into the Falcons' first half of the series performance. A third in match number 1, a second in match number, a little 3-2-1 action. Okay, go.
It's kind of cinematic. The question is, where do they go from here? Do they start at 20 and then do 19-18?
No.
Or is this a bounce back? Is it 3-2-1, 1-2-3? Do we just keep going with the ones? That's the mystery of Falcons. That's why I watch.
Ones in there. Let's keep winning there. Let's keep winning. I know Waltzy would like to do that, and Waltzy, he's been really impressive with those EMPs.
Yeah, the coordination out of Falcons has really been fantastic. They felt very confident, and in fact, when I keep saying when I spoke to people yesterday, but it's we're talking to a lot of people. We're very social. When I spoke to Falcons yesterday, they were talking about how it was weird for them how in group stage they started off with so many points in their first stage that they kind of felt like they took their foot off the gas, and subconsciously at that, just feeling like, you know, we're already in winners. We don't have to work that hard, but you really see that when Falcons feel the pressure, when they apply themselves once again, pressure is what brings this squad together. And if I may, you know, be a little hyperbolic, pressure is really making diamonds here in Sapporo, as Falcons have, I'm not going to do it, but it's a little under a 20-point lead on the rest of the lobby.
Yeah,
17 points.
That's great. You're probably going to Sunday, but you see there in that 10th place situation, it's going to be TSM holding that with 15 points, Dia. That means that 10th place to advance on to match point finals after 3 games is a 5-point average per game. If you literally just chill and get some placement points, you could advance on to match point finals after a couple of, what is that, 1 team fight and some placement points per game?
Yeah, it's really not much. And Storm Point is the best place to find team fights especially. I've been a big fan of Storm Point for a very long time. We got a lot to look forward to on that map. But to break down World's Edge and give us a bit of a teaser as to what we can expect on Storm Point, I would love to hear from our friends at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Dia. Welcome back to the desk here in Sapporo. I'm your host, Rain Day. I'm joined by Glitter Explosion, Graceful, and a new member who seems to be taking everything. He took the trophy, and now he's taking Snipe Down's job. It's Timmy. Welcome back to the desk. Welcome to the desk, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for having me, and hopefully I can be some sort of use on the desk here.
There's no doubt about it. I'm sure people are enjoying just seeing your face here again. Obviously, this is your year of retirement, but we've still seen you everywhere in Apex, which is, I think, a pleasure for fans. And also, for you, I'm sure it feels fun to be able to connect with the community, but, you know, you have a different lens now because you're not competing and you get to relax a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I still got that, like, competitive mindset, even though I'm, like, you know, not competing anymore, but it is a lot of fun, you know, just being able to kind of not stress about, you know, watching this and like analyzing like, oh, how's the zones moving and stuff like that. I can just straight up just watch, see some good fights, and then just enjoy it and make some, you know, good content and laughs about it.
Well, it's fun, man. I can't wait to see where we go with the trophy thing. I hope it shows up on Sunday, by the way. Shift gears.
It's in my suitcase.
It's in his suitcase. I mean, he admitted it. I was saying you admitted stealing it. I mean, we have to, you know, figure this out with you. So we'll see what happens after the death segment. We'll get it back for sure by game time. Lauren, I want to kind of jump into the games here. We saw a lot of value early on in these final circles. Obviously, you know, there was a really strong start from a team who's been, you know, kind of still question marks throughout the entire lobby, Hot Dog Mafia, but they came out swinging early on.
They absolutely did, and I think this just goes to further illustrate how strong the level of competition is across the board in these lobbies. We talk about it time and time again, but to start off winners bracket, when we say that this is arguably one of the more difficult parts of the competition, to have Hot Dog Mafia come out on top here, and like you said, in such a decisive way, they end up with 15 kills after the first game of the match. That's what's now keeping them in that second place spot for the overall out of these first 3 matches. It's huge.
Yeah, and I think Alberelli Rambo, sitting with him at breakfast, he felt composed, calm today as well. I share a birthday with the man, so I have to say that there's a little bit of a kindred spirit there as well. But I think also this is a team that people can't not doubt because they haven't done it yet. They're all individually talented players, but they're trying to put together something very difficult to do on a grand stage when cohesion sometimes makes the difference. Timmy, you've been there before. Very talented individual skilled teams, but it's hard to sometimes put it all together to make it actually turn into a win.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think the most important is you guys have to just like straight up like each other. You know, you guys have to be friends, you know, want to do things outside of just playing the game. You know, if you guys don't want to talk to each other or be around each other, it doesn't feel like there's much chemistry going on. And yeah, I think that becomes like a big part of competing, you know, just being able to like be able to joke around, be a little like loose, but, you know, also be able to lock in those like intense situations whenever you're on stage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, competitive sports, oftentimes it gets overlooked how dissimilar this is in ways because you have guys learning to play the game at the highest level, but really at the highest level, everyone's almost good enough to do the same things. You know how to shoot, you know how to move, you know how the characters work. So it is about the little things that make it better. Hot Dog Mafia have done the little things right. We have actually some stats on them to showcase how well they've done things right. Second overall in kills with 20 points, 23 knocks as well, getting aggressive, 36 points, second overall and fourth in damage. They're just taking over the game, and I love to see the way that Skittlecakes, Alb, and Rambo are synergizing right now. Will it last, though, is the question. A team, Graceful, that I kind of want to segue into that we know has what it takes to get wins at this major stage and is still doing it is Alliance, who seem like they're starting to perk up here, especially after Game 2's win.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that I did as well was to ask them, really, are you guys, you know, you had a rough second half. The first half was really strong. The second half was really bad. How are you guys feeling? And then Haki just said, nah, don't worry about it. That's the first thing I saw. He said, nah, don't worry about it. And then I met Effect before they walked up the stage, hugged him. He's like, yeah, we're good. And then we saw them pop off in that game, in the second game as well. And, you know, I was super happy to see that as well because we know that they can do all of this, but actually doing it now, I think now that they pretty much secured themselves into the final round, they are more than comfortable.
All right. Well, I mean, this is still a lot to try to dissect with only 3 games gone, 3 games to go. I think when you look at the series overall, it's clearly the story of Falcons, who have been just getting better and better and better. You know, Timmy, you've played with these guys in different iterations of your life, from duo tournaments with Hal to with Gildersons as well. What's your experience just looking at Falcons and how they're playing in these big moments? Obviously, the big 91-point game day in day 1, and now here leading the lobby after 3 by 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, after playing all three, I actually kind of low-key forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I played with Guild probably the most on 2 different teams, and I think he's just a phenomenal player. He just plays every situation really smart. He does his job. He always frags out, and I feel like someone like Guild is somebody you can trust that will clutch up in every single situation. You know, playing with Hao and having him, you know, IGL during the Rebel Legends in was really fun. I got to feel that experience, you know, because you're always a little curious when watching it through like VOD reviews and stuff like that. But like being able to play with him, like, okay, I feel like we got something going here. There's a direction, you know what I mean? I'm playing with Waltzy too when we were on Moist and playing through the EWC. You know, like he was the IGL during that time, so it's a little bit of a different like view now that he's on like the crypto and, you know, playing the side character.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, they seem like they have a really good mesh with each other, and they're just looking so strong. It's actually kind of scary. Like, they're playing situations so slow, so perfectly. I'm like, wow, this is really calculated.
They look dialed in.
Yeah.
It is absolutely scary. You heard it from Timmy himself. Absolutely got the best experience firsthand with those guys. We all had some talent predictions that we didn't get to show you yet around it. And you can see Team Falcons is where we've landed on my end, and at least Genomes. Dia going with Inner Force. Glitter, a great pick on Alliance, joining Vicky. I still feel like we obviously can't count out Alliance. They seem composed and ready. And after Game 2, I mean, they look like a team that if anybody's going to take down Falcons, it could be them.
Yeah, and you know, they've done it before. They can thrive under that pressure. It's about finding their rhythm, and like Graceful said, if they're now telling him that they're good, I believe them that they are good.
You know, there's a lot to discover in these next 3 games. One, will Falcons continue on their run? Will they go 3-2-1 and go backwards, or will they stay up at the top? Will we see Alliance start to compete with them? Will Hot Dog Mafia continue to make us say that name with such exclamation of excitement because of how well they're performing? Or will, like Rachel said, Supernova start to peek their head in after a great performance last night in the bracket? Timmy, thank you for giving all of your thoughts and insight here on the desk with us. We hope you return that trophy, all right, buddy?
Of course, I will.
All right, we'll keep your word to that one as well. It's time to get back into our final 3 games of the desk. We've got our casters ready and standing by. Oh, and they're staring at each other so lovely. I like this guy starting off with a nice warm smile and a glint in their eyes. Of course, it's Onset and Gasket.
Thank you very much, Rain. I can't help but look at the guy. I keep giving you so many compliments this event. Is it making you feel uncomfortable yet?
It is, actually.
Excellent work. I love that. That's what I aim to do every single time. Teams don't want to be uncomfortable, though, because we've got 3 games left as we head over to Storm Point now after we've seen things kick off on World's Edge. And surprise, surprise, the top of the pile is the cream of the crop at the moment. It's going to be Team Falcons looking dominant at the moment, Dan.
Yes, moving over to Storm Point, we can safely say Falcons will be in your match point finals. At 53 points, there is no chance they are dropping down into the bottom 10, but it will be about securing first place for that POI draft as we move on to Championship Sunday. But it's going to be more about who can get into that top 10, because right now the barrier is only 15 points. That is a very low amount right now as it stands, which, you know, if we try and do some simple math, maybe the cutoff's going to be around 30 or 28 around there. So we can look at the POI draft at the moment. Got to look at Unlimit, dropping it Lightning Rod, a fantastic chance for them to put points on the board and try and catch up some of these lobby leaders.
Yeah, I mean, Unlimit sat there at Lightning Rod, like you say, but Team Falcons feeling all sorts of confident there at Zoo Station, so they're just to the north of them, and they've got to be careful any of these northern zones that they will have to potentially fight Falcons on their way towards zone. Well, here we go then, 3 more games, and after they are done, we will know our first 10 teams who will be sitting pretty, waiting for the rest of the games to take place today. They will be in your match point finals for the bottom 10. Another grueling lobby to go through, and that's going to be a challenge in itself.
And Team Falcons really have met expectations at this event. I know that there's been a lot of trials and tribulations for this roster. The ALGS Open, when that happened, of course, with the previous Falcons team, yes, they finally got there and met those expectations, but this has been one of the most dominant rosters we've seen of an iteration of Falcons. I'm very excited to see how they progress going into those match point finals. Now, a team that hasn't necessarily found much points, actually found 0 points thus far, is the Boogie Boarders. But again, with the cutoff only being 15 points right now, it can change around very quickly, and look at that composition.
Yes, yes, yes. Panna was saying this yesterday. He was like, do you know what? This is what worked for us in the LCQ to get here, and they are running a Pathfinder Rev, and they will be jumping on your head, your chest, your body, your knees, wherever they can land. They will be taking it. Speaking of zone, by the way, we're going to the north side of Storm Point here. We are going to the eggs between North Pad and the wall. Speaking of the zone, though, let's focus on what we've got in front of us. It's Boogie Boarders. Let's jump into the comps.
I think, yeah, here's main scan now.
Okay, go for it.
Starting. One dead. Nice. One forward.
Grappling over to you. I'm coming.
One up here. Jumping on me.
I'm here.
Almost cracked him.
I'm here. I'm running at him.
Like 50 flash on the back left. On me, Rocky. On me, 1 HP.
Over here.
Kill 2. Dead. 1v1. Kill, right, res him. He's over here. He was like 30 HP. He's pushing from the right side. He's maybe top middle. We got landed on. Run back. Got landed on. Get up.
I'm running.
Go Barrow. We can res Barrow.
Nice.
Well, Ninjas in Pajamas will be the first victims, and Boogie Boarders get the majority of the KP, but it's actually Go Next who arrived down on the southern side here over at Echo HQ to finish off those final remaining members. So now Boogie Boarders are going to boogie on out of there. Go Next will not be chasing them. They will just be looking to reset and look to get back into this game.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest fight in the world. In fact, I was actually pretty impressed with how NIP were able to hold that one to really frustrate the Boogie Boarders and delay that fight and allow Go Next to even get into this position. But you say they're not going to chase. At the moment, they do seem to be hunting them down a little bit. They don't really want to allow the Boogie Boarders to get away, so the Boogies need to get a boogie on. Now, elsewhere, you're going to see Hot Dog Mafia against Oblivion here.
And this is where zone is going to be ended, so this fight is very important for that exact reason. Albrelele, barely any health to play with. The Gen is down inside of the egg, though, so the interception pylon and the fences are going to make this a little bit more defendable here for Hot Dog Mafia. But Oblivion are looking to send it onto them. They want to be aggressive, and they have a huge armor advantage. They have to be careful, though, because Legacy are in the egg just next to them, and if they see downs on either side, they've got a big opportunity to third party.
Well, Oblivion do get the first one, and now the Arcstar also going to force them back down the stairs here. We'll just be able to hold off to get the res. Albrelele's back up on his feet, so now Skittlecakes just has to hold for him against the push.
Tries to hold. Skill, though, is going to be the last alive. And even though the sprays are pretty good, it might be a little bit overwhelming with the amount of bodies flying at him. Hot Dog Mafia eliminated. And Oblivion will put them into the lobby once more. Now, do Legacy look to push this? It looks like they're going to be able to reset pretty comfortably here, Oblivion.
Yeah, that was such a big push for Oblivion, though. These are not fair buildings to really hold together. It's just an uncomfortable experience for both parties. And considering the amount of points Oblivion are on, it was a must-win for them. Otherwise, they would have been going into the last two matches needing, 20-plus points. And at least now they get to play the game. They get to be in the end game as well. So a really good chance for Oblivion to put some points on the board here.
Looking across southern compositions at the moment, and some of the teams that are moving from that southern side. Boogie Boarders look like they are going to be able to reset over at Barometer. Go Next moving through Pylon, and Genji Eastwards on the Trident. Well, they've just left Cenote Cave. They'll be leaving that with Ring Console and Survey Beacon information as well. Trying to see if there's anywhere else they can hit on their way towards zone. They have Mill for another Survey Beacon, potentially Checkpoint to work with as well. Unless they go mid-map, they go Cascade Falls way, but that's a bit of a rough rotate. Speaking of which, Citadel Gaming on your screen right now. The EMEA team who were impressed so much on day one and are looking to stay as impressive here by qualifying for Match Point Finals.
Yeah, against Alliance as well. The new blood versus the old boys. Can the old dogs still show us some new tricks here in this lobby? Alliance certainly looking to try and make up for a disappointing day yesterday, but they've already showed a victory. It's got them right back on this board and looking at better than ever. Also, I'm going to give you a chance. Who do you think's banned here? Without looking at the legends, without looking at the screens, if you had to take any guess. Because I think this is quite an odd ban. And I wasn't
Bangalore?
Yeah, it was actually.
There
you go. There's a man who knows his meta.
And I didn't look.
That's a man
you were looking at me the whole time.
Meta, excellent. Yes, Bangalore is going to be banned. 13 of them in the lobby. Everyone opting to having a little bit of smoke coverage. 11 Ramparts, 10 Valkyries as well. So we are going to see a little bit of skyward diving come the end of the game, but yeah, I was surprised about that Bangalore ban.
I think the fact that we're on Storm Point as well probably lends to some of those open areas and the smokes being more effective. And the Force 36 getting the most vertical of aerial views you could possibly ask for here with this drone. It's in a pretty comfortable position at the moment. They won't have to do too much in one of these bunkers. Elsewhere, look at the teams that have to make moves. Teams Falcon is going to be one of those teams. The winners of our previous game and our first place team in the overalls. They're wrapping through wall at the moment. You can see that on the right-hand side of the screen. The zone continues to trend to where we believed it would, potentially moving out towards the backside of the kind of little islands and the watery area as well, where VP are set up. But wall could be an interesting thing to look at right now because you've got Alliance in the room between where this end game is and wall. You've got Citadel Gaming here at the backside of it, TSM right at the very top as well, kind of on the beachhead, and then Team Falcons who are going to have to rotate through or maybe even over the aforementioned team. So a lot of action potentially could take place here.
I actually quite like the position from TSM because they can avoid a lot of the gunfire, a lot of the conflict that's going to happen at wall, be able to move north, and then potentially find a place on those small islands you were talking about, maybe go unnoticed when all the gunfire is being focused towards those nut buildings, and might just be able to scarper through and get into a really good spot, maybe contesting Virtus Pro a little bit. But VP, certainly the winners of that zone shift at the moment. And of course, we've already seen this week just how good Virtus Pro can be. And I'm sure they'd love to find themselves in those match point finals. Currently in 7th place on 22 points.
Yeah, we were talking about VP yesterday. It feels like a bunch of players who have been dropped from teams for being the weak link.
Yeah.
But now have come together, and all of a sudden that chemistry just feels really, really good for them. It's just something that's clicked. I mean, Slayer's stats yesterday, I think he was #1 in kills yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
In that lobby, yeah.
Yeah, in that lobby, like, had a fantastic performance. Really was a scary-looking customer. And performing at a level that maybe we haven't seen before that he's been saving for an ALGS championship.
And then speaking of #1 for kills, it was Imperial Hell overall, and of course he is chasing down that elusive 2,000 kill mark. He'll be the first player to reach 2,000 career kills in ALGS history. Only 9 away coming into this game, and he may well reach it in this series. If not, definitely would reach it in those match point finals. It will be quite something, but who else but the CEO to be the first to actually get there?
Crazy
For
number.
Falcons, they're going to have to really work hard for this if they want to push through wall. They could still go back on themselves, go a little bit further south, but now Shopify Rebellion, as you can see, might be holding them out.
Elsewhere on Limit, hitting Survey Beacon right now. Stevie's going to be that player who is going to be required to do so on the Valkyrie. They now head north on the zip line. There's no one near them whatsoever at the moment. They're just going to be collecting a Evo Harvester on their way, just working on getting up to purple so that they can fight their way in towards this end game. But it is a very difficult zone. I think if you're approaching this zone from the south side at the moment and you're late to the party, playable area is very limited. I think you're going to have to time those Valcolts very, very well as the zone closes and kind of run as close to the sun, so to speak, when it comes to the zone and taking damage as you can. Buy yourself enough time and as much time as you can in the skies to try and wait for a third-party opportunity to break out for you to take advantage of.
Something that is going to be interesting in this final zone is Virtus Pro do have that Gibraltar as well. And when you think about this zone and you think about the lack of Newcastle, well, that Gibby bubble could be huge for them, especially with the amount of Bangalores that we're going to see be dropping down, as we do get a pause dropped down on us here in Sapporo. So a chance for all these players just to have a little rest before we get whatever issue it may be on the main stage sorted.
One thing that we can see from our POV right now is what my fridge sees when it's full of food, which is Revenant mid-jump with his hands up, like, grabbing motion.
I didn't know which screen you were talking about because we've got quite a few in front of us.
I keep Monsoon in my fridge.
I mean, he is a bit of a snack.
And also,
I don't blame you.
Also, if I was to open my fridge and see Monsoon in there, it would be the least surprising of all of the other players. You know what I mean? I'd be like, oh, you're right, Mon. He's like, yeah, cool. See you in a bit.
Well, Oblivion probably feeling pretty good about themselves after that initial engagement, and they did need something to pick them up because they were down in that bottom 5 after a very up and down day yesterday. They did manage to find themselves in the winners bracket. Of course, Monsoon tweeted out he was a bit upset about the alt-tab moment in that final 1v1, which did give someone a melee kill, only one of 2 melee kills we've had so far this tournament, but a chance to redeem yourself here in this lobby, I'm sure. Because you've got to think about the journey of Oblivion. From LCQ, now here into winners bracket, and now competing to try and get into those match point finals. And even though they're not typically your LCQ players, we've seen them qualify for finals without having to go through that gauntlet. It has been a long old way.
Certainly has indeed. Monsoon supporting his IGL, I'll say, with his reaction to that. Wait to see what Fun's react. Yep, Fun's reaction to it all is that's
fun.
Fun doing a great job of representing how I feel inside.
Fun living up to his name as usual. Yeah. Good job, Fun. So it looks like everyone
we do love Fun, though.
Locking back in now.
About 20 seconds away from a pause being unpaused. And this man, I think, is extremely underrated when it comes to what he has, I think, become on this Falcons roster. Guild, fantastic addition. We know what Guild does, right? One of the best anchors in the game. He's able to put so much damage out, so consistent. But I feel like Walsey has moved into almost a secondary caller, shot caller that supports Hal so well with his communication and his ideas. He doesn't overclutter the comms, but he gives Hal options in a very, very unique and I think very efficient way that really makes Falcons feel so dominant at the moment. I think he's very good at seeing things like an IGL. You know, he's done it before, but also knows what's frustrating as an IGL to listen to. So he just very good and very precise on those the communication he gives to Hal, and really does add a little layer to Falcons.
He's also massive as well.
He's also,
so no one's going to mess with him. You almost swore.
Nearly.
I did see it. Anyway,
and an F loaded.
Boogie Boarders now on edge are going to be under a little bit of pressure here. Unlimited are going to be watching them from afar. But of course, with a composition like this, maybe they are going to try and send it onto them. But the ring is going to be doing damage right now. So they need to be trying to think about how they want to avoid said damage before getting into a limit's faces. This is just info.
He's freaking huge, that Walsey, I tell you. Unlimit to the skies. Like you say, looking for information, looking to see if there's anyone about. It doesn't look like there is at the moment, but they are going to be able to see back into the zone where Boogie Boarders will find themselves. So maybe more information than they gave them credit for in that circumstance. Now back to Wall. This is a very interesting place. By the way, Falcons have wrapped all the way back to the south now. As Citadel Gaming will find themselves a little mythic bin to play with here. Alliance still inside of the Armory Tunnel between the two teams, well, between the end zone, I should say, and Citadel Gaming, playing gatekeepers right now.
Yeah, Falcons are actually going to help now Boogie Boarders, I would assume, by putting a couple of shots into the backside of Unlimit, but they're waiting, they're biding their time, and, well, I said they might help them, they also might join in on firing onto Boogie Boarders. It doesn't get much better for the Boogie Boarders here, as now Team Falcons looking to try and pick up any pieces here.
Well, Guild will get the knock onto Pana. And with players deep into zone, in zone 3 as well, you can see the health of Metro and Raki is not looking too great at the moment. Elsewhere, though, this fight's breaking out now between TSM and S8UL. And Sharky's going to be the first player to go down after Jesko. So 2 down on the side of S8UL. Yuka's actually going to finish one off from a distance, so no chance of a respawn here, and TSM doing a great job of just holding this position that you were talking about later. If they can deal with Legacy, which they should be able to do here, that's going to be KP and a walk-in available for this end zone.
Yeah, brilliant walk-in because the zone is going to continue moving north up towards Virtus Pro. Now Alliance also finally being pushed here by Citadel, and they are able to get an initial knock here, but it's going to be a trade for trade.
Oh, Effect is down to 1 HP, and Unlucky has to back himself up as well. This could be a 1v1 if I'm not mistaken. Unlucky gets the battery off. Zuni hasn't managed to do so as yet, and Unlucky with the spray. Remix Power's also on his feet, so it's a 1v2 for Unlucky. So he throws the frag grenade in and tries to even the numbers up.
Big nade does have the chance. We've seen Unlucky do this before, but it's not going to happen this time. And Citadel Gaming will win that push, and they do have time to reset. Now, Team Falcons, they were holding out the Boogie Boarders before, and it looks like they may have to go on without Walsey.
Maybe able to respawn him a little bit later on, but the fact that you've lost the crypto makes it a bit more difficult to do. Don't have that drone to collect the banner, don't have that drone to hit that respawn beacon a little bit more comfortably. Raki's going to be last alive here for Boogie Boarders, so Falcons will rotate in as a duo. Might be able to get to zone here, but waiting on the other side of where they have to move in is all of this action in front of you right now. Unlimit looking to influence his fight, and Shopify Rebellion will be fighting against Wolves inside the building.
Falcons did lose 1 to the ring, but now Unlimit looking to try and take down Shopify Rebellion here, but they also don't want to overcommit. Worried of the third party. There's the confirmation. Falcons just got eliminated.
Boogie Boarders, Wolves also gone. Unlimit now flying in a piece. Good movement, but the shot's not able to connect in time before that damage was taken. Yulari Man now picks up a kill himself. Zuvi's going to pop a battery outside for Unlimited. 1 down at the moment. Shopify Rebellion will be eliminated. Big names falling in our winners bracket.
And Yulari Man has been the standout player for Unlimit. Only second to Imperial Howl throughout group stages in terms of kills. Has been unbelievable thus far this tournament, and he is still carrying that through here today into the winners bracket as well. Just now sending Unlimit up to 12th place, trying to get their spot in match point finals.
Grow Gaming back over to this southern side. Looking to deal with Unlimit. So if he's going to be finished off, he's going to be down. By the way, the zone is pulling out towards the water like we were highlighting a little bit earlier, away from those eggs. And VP could not be sitting prettier. They are bang center of zone. And speaking of bang, it's Dexter on the Bangalore who's throwing down that Rolling Thunder to try and survive. Citadel Gaming have been eliminated. Dexter looking for the res here.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams who have been able to hunker down early in some of these kind of nut buildings that are very happy at the moment, but they will have to move. And the question is, what plan do they have? What legends have they got to try and traverse that ground and cover them? Is it just going to be smoke? Do they have rampart walls, for example? We're going to learn that in probably about 30 seconds as these teams all start to move across to the water here.
First time we've seen Supernova on our screens in this game, and they've got a long way to go towards where this zone is going to be pulling. 11 squads still remaining, by the way, on a zone that really doesn't have much playable space. Supernova,
make your own.
Hopping in the whip. Trying to create a little bit of cover for themselves. Unlimited, have been eliminated in the meantime as the Valkyrie starts to take place. Oblivion and Fnatic both take to the skies here.
TSM have walked in, and they've also hunkered down, found a spot in that top right, and Oblivion are going to try and join Virtus Pro on the southern side of the rock, and I think Fnatic are going to have to just dip out and go southeast here. They have not been able to find a good spot.
Well, they found Legacy, and they found Yanya. They've managed to solo him out, so the dive bomb works. They get the finish, and now they can walk in, but the zone behind them, and with Sheila singing around them, is looking pretty rough for them.
Yeah, this is ugly for Fnatic. It's just a matter of survival, seeing if you can get a couple of extra placements. Ooh. And actually a couple of extra kills on the way, as Fnatic still making it work here, albeit ugly right now.
I just had to get to the beachhead there, and they managed to do so. Yuka is going to try and bring his teammate Colonel Garcia back to his feet. Enter Force 36 eliminated next in this lobby. As Gen G starts to take some damage as well, but not as much as Supernova. They will fall. Team after team starting to fold here.
You can see the biggest winners from the move from the egg building was Oblivion, finding that spot on the southern side of this rock and setting up so they're not receiving gunfire at the moment. So it's Virtus Pro and Oblivion, the only two teams within the zone. Remember, TSM playing from that eastern side will walk in. On the south side, though, we've got 5 squads all going to have to move at the same time. Fnatic, Grow, Go Next, Gen G, all going to take a lot of gunfire here.
But TSM have just made a big play towards the other side of the rock. The Virtus Pro found themselves on very early, and Lou is going to be forced to expend that bubble on Gibraltar. Defensive bombardment goes down to try and flush TSM away, and he's actually going to push them back a little bit. But while all this is going on that southern side, Fnatic still trying to push, still have to make a play here against Grow Gaming.
Oblivion could pick up a lot of kills here, looking south, by the way, but Fnatic, what a recovery this has been from a skyward dive. Being aggressive, and they are still pushing in, still finding damage.
Great movement again, making himself such a difficult target here, Yuka. But he will fall. Go Next will fall as a team as we move into our top 6 now, and it looks like Fnatic will be able to reset yet again, but Yuka down to very low health. Colonel Garcia with no shields whatsoever. Grow Gaming down on the knees, looking to crawl away.
All the meanwhile, you've got this fight going between VP, TSM, and Oblivion. Oblivion do get eliminated, though. 5 squads remain as Virtus Pro still hold on to the top, but now they're joined by Fnatic.
MT might have just fallen into trouble, but no, instead he's going to decimate the remaining members of Fnatic, but Liberace somehow or other still survives, still stands tall here for Fnatic, and even with Yuka and Colonel Garcia down surrounding him, it looks like there's a possibility of a res, but Gen G, they are now kings of the castle. They are standing above them.
Gen G have noticed them as well. Liberace just has to now do as much damage as possible to delay and hope someone else pushes Gen G, and then maybe you can get the res. What fantastic work this has been from Fnatic, by the way. Ever since that skyward dive. Look at Grow. Grow's still a 3.
Two members, by the way, of Grow were downed. They crawled away and somehow got the res. Fnatic will be eliminated as we're now down to our final 3. It's Gen G Esports, Grow Gaming, and TSM who'll make your top 3.
Gen G have that Mad Maggie. Wrecking Ball 4% away. And a chance to ruin someone's day and maybe take another victory for this squad who has been so impressive all tournament long for me.
That double tap alternator also in the hands of Gen G. That thing can rip away at shields and flesh. EMP goes in. TSM maybe looking to play for second here onto Grow Gaming. Panic Esports. Oh my! That's going to be Grow Gaming almost single-handedly dealt with by Panic. But in a 2v3 scenario, Gen G should be able to make light work of this, but this is Panic we're talking about. This is Panic we're talking about. He can't get it done. Gen G do close out. And even though the young man gave it his all, it's Gen G who'll be champions here on Storm Point.
Gen G consistently redefining the meta here at the ALGS. Ever since day one, they've been running a different comp. They have not been adhering to what everyone else seems to be playing. They say, screw your Newcastle, screw your Caustics. We know what we want. Sadly, they will be losing their Bangalore going into this next game, but I'm sure they won't mind too much putting a victory like that on the board. Only the 4 kills, but it's a very difficult game to try and secure kills because there was just such a messy final circle when you're trying to traverse that open water, trying to find a spot. It's just about survival at that point. I will say Fnatic also very impressively made a bad situation work well. I think maybe VP will look back and say, could we have done a little bit more? But they were joined by the likes of TSM, the likes of Oblivion. I do want to highlight that one play from Panic, though. Just like a Trojan horse, using Wraith, getting behind enemy lines right in those rampart walls, and then obliterating them from behind.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from Panic, and almost made the impossible feel possible for a second there for TSM fans. Managed to find one, almost found two, and then if you can find an armor swap, you never know what's going to happen with all the pressure flipping over to Gen G to not throw that fight. But it's going to be Gen G who end up on top. Like you say, only the 4 kill points, but 16 points overall. The same as Grow Gaming, down in 3rd place, thanks to those 9 kills that they put on the board. TSM with 17, 8 KP adding to that. And I think you're right, Virtus Pro, placement points, pretty good, but just 0 KP to go alongside it.
They never really had a chance to actually get some kills, though, because they were there for so long, and they were in a position where they couldn't really capitalize on other people's positions. But a team that did capitalize on some damage and some kills was TSM. Remember, when we pointed them out on that northern side for quite some time, they had planned it early. They won their fight to keep that spot. They walked in, and they made it work. This was a huge game for TSM and their chances.
Yeah, one thing to take away from that, it feels like kind of a little bit all or nothing so far in this series for TSM. It's either a great game or it's a little bit of a quiet one where they're going out early. One of those games, even though they went out early, some still have managed to pick up a couple of KP, which certainly does contribute to a little bit of a bigger smile on your face. They're sat in 4th place overall at the moment, feeling pretty good about things, as you can see, on 32 points. Falcons still leading the way, though, with 55.
You might be wondering, you know, what is that cutoff number going to be? Gen G currently sitting in 10th place on 24 points. That's the strange thing. They just won a game, and they are still in the danger zone. They could very easily drop out of there. So now they just need to keep this, get that momentum, and put more points on the board. It's about being consistent from this point. It's not relying on one huge game to try and save you. Instead, it's about getting to those end games to give you the chance of getting that KP and putting numbers on the board.
I mean, look at the crowd. We keep talking about it, but it really is impressive. Every time we walk out from backstage, and you can kind of take it all in. This is what we see every single time that we come up to cast. It really is a special sight. The energy inside of here is amazing. People queuing up from 5:30 in the morning. Local time, by the way, to get into the arena, to sit here and watch every single game that is on display today. That's the kind of passion that it's amazing to be a part of. And just see it in the flesh is amazing.
And for match point finals, it's 3:30 in the morning, I'm sure, because you want a front row seat for what is one of the best things you can witness in esports. Match point finals, there's nothing quite like it, especially in the Sapporo Dome as well. The noise was electrifying last year, and I'm not exaggerating when I get goosebumps every single time we're here, every day, let alone a Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very special day tomorrow. And to be honest with you, it almost feels like, because we've had like a couple of series a day, we've got another series to come, and probably one of the most exciting ones of the entire tournament after this winner bracket is done. Of course, we're going to get through our winners bracket beforehand. We've got 2 more games to come, and one of those is coming up after this break. Game 5 is coming your way.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
ถ้ามันยัดกันกูแบงเอานะ
ไม่เอาปะมันน้อยอย่างนี้ไม่
เดี๋ยว
ฟังให้
แบงเอากูล็อกปะเดี๋ยวรอแบงเอากูแบงเอากู
รอบหลังมันจะท้ายมัน
ก็แตก Let's go!
Welcome back, everybody, and we are in Sapporo, Japan, and let me tell you, we're having a good time. It's not just the Apex Legends Global Series that's rocking into town. There's so much to do here, Dan. We've been enjoying the food, we've been enjoying the culture, we've been enjoying... I mean, I've been watching other people enjoy the skiing and snowboarding. I have to say, I haven't had the opportunity to do it yet because you've banned me from doing that pre-event because it's very difficult for me to cast in a full body cast.
Yeah, very dangerous for you to go. I'm going on Monday, can't wait. I love this place. It has been so welcoming as well to all of us that are visiting the area. Everyone, all the locals have just been so pleasant, and I can't wait to come back next year because Sapporo has been the best.
Feels like a home away from home.
It does now.
ALGS Championships.
It really does.
I think we should do it the year after as well.
Honestly, let's keep it rolling.
I mean, let's just, I might just stay here. I'm just going to stay here. We'll work out the legalities of that afterwards. We'll do the paperwork. Let's talk about Apex Legends. Let's talk about where we are in the series in our winners bracket. We are still on Storm Point, and we will be for the entirety of these two games that we have to come after the first one that we just saw, Gen G taking home. And when we look at the overall leaderboards, it is still Falcons at the top of things. Now, if you're just joining us, you're wondering what's going on and where we are in the tournament and the structure and who's going through and all of that good stuff. Well, Dan's going to explain it to you. No, actually, I'll do it. Don't worry. It's top 10 will go through to our match point finals tomorrow. The bottom 10 will go down into our elimination bracket finals. And that is coming up after this series is done. One of the most exciting series that you will see. And let me tell you, you'll be excited at the conclusion of our winners bracket when teams are desperate to try and fight their way in to match point finals tomorrow. But when tournament life is on the line and your last chance to get to Sunday and match point finals is on the line, ooh, it gets a little bit spooky in here.
And even though it might feel very rough for the team that finishes in 11th place and does drop down to that elimination bracket, they will get #1 seed in that POI draft for Elimination Round 2. So a fantastic chance to try and get right back in to those match point finals. But here we go, it's match 5, back on Storm Point once more. Will we see Team Falcons continue to reign supreme, but will someone else maybe step up to the plate here in the Sapporo Dome and just find their destiny and find their way into match point finals?
A penultimate game of our winners bracket series. This is going to be a fun one, everybody. Gen G with a big win hasn't guaranteed them anything, though, at the moment. They currently hold down the final qualification spots to our match point final in 10th place after a win. So confidence will be high, of course, but they will still know they have a lot of work to do. I think just the fact that they didn't really have many KP with that win makes it look a little bit more awkward than it has to be. So Gen G still got work to do, and they will know it.
Yeah, for some of the wins that we've seen so far this tournament, they've been alongside 14, 15, 16 kills, and that is a monster difference compared to just scraping through and finding a victory like that. But points are points, and as I said, just consistency is the key here going into these next couple of matches for them. But there is the lay of the land. We are going to be heading up north once more, but not as far north this time. You can see where Fnatic are currently setting up. I wouldn't be surprised if we finish somewhere around there.
Yeah, Fnatic with a really, really good spot early on, but Oblivion looking to move up on them, and an interesting one. You're seeing evac towers going down. Cascade Falls did have a ring console as well, so they're going to have pretty good prio. And Oblivion, well, they're looking to take down Fnatic, but Fnatic are trying to hold both buildings at the moment. Oblivion eliminated as the Sapporo Dome pops off. That's Fnatic with the kills.
It was Oblivion again trying to get into one of the prime positions. Remember, they won that fight in match 4, but could not beat Fnatic to it this time. Now Fnatic are going to be in one of the prime spots for the end game, but it might not be the only team they have to hold off here. As you can also see SAUL going up against the Boogie Boarders right now. Remember, the Boogie Boarders were playing quite the different composition, Pathfinder and Revenant, but they have destroyed the Pathfinder and the Revenant, so only the Maggie left on the side of the Boogie Boarders, and, well, I think Maggie might be out of there.
Yeah, Maggie is legging it. She wants to be out there. However, I do hear a Trident. Now that is a good way to chase down a Maggie, let me tell you. Boogie Boarders looking to escape, SAUL looking to chase, but I think they might have just about got away with it here. A little bit of APAC South, a little bit of Aussie on Aussie action there, Dan Gaskin, something we don't see too often.
The Boogie Boarders might just be running into NIP. Remember, Boogie Boarders pushed NIP in the previous one, so I wouldn't be surprised if NIP wanted some revenge, but it looks like NIP will coast past them towards Pylon. And for Metro, it's just about avoiding all of this gunfire and getting back up to a 3. Now, Alliance down to just 2, but unlucky in effect. We see what they can do.
Oh my, and I mean, TSM are part of this as well. Now, this originally was Wolves versus Alliance, but TSM got involved and Panic got taught a lesson. If you don't have an invitation to the party, do not attend underdressed. He gets taken down by the beautiful shots coming in from Unlucky, and with Unlucky and Effect still on their feet, there is still a chance for Alliance to get out of here and survive.
Yeah, Effect is gone. He said, Unlucky, you peace out the other way, I'll peace out this way, see if we can maybe survive. Boogie Boarders do get eliminated from the lobby as well. Virtus Pro now pressing up on this same area. Probably will take out the remainder of Unlucky. They will, but that's fine, because Effect... No, he didn't get away. Effect was found as well, so Alliance will be eliminated in 18th position here.
Well, a little bit of a rough one for Alliance in this game. Number 5, VP continuing their good form, though, with a couple of KP to add to their tally. I just want to give a quick shout out to our content team as well, putting together that amazing piece that we saw focusing on Virtus Pro's Lou. I mean, it was quite something for us to look back on. You know, the FlyQuest days, we were lucky enough to be part of that Poland preseason invitational for the ALGS, and how much, not just physically the man has changed, but, you know, emotionally and professionally how much he's changed. It's been a fantastic story, and it's great to see him still up on top here.
Everyone changes a lot in 7 years, so we have seen boys become men right in front of our very eyes. Lou definitely one of them. Now, Shopify Rebellion, 5th place at the moment, quietly been going about their business. Of course, they struggled in the opening day, but made up for it ever since then. There's Unlimit, they're in a different story. 15th place right now, but all it takes is one game and they are right back into the swing of things.
Oh, big Skynades, though, are going to hurt Zubi here. Shopify Rebellion trying to find an angle to survive. Ilari Man going to take a wide wrap here, does get good damage onto Zap. The Koiful's a little bit split from the other 2 players, though, which is a bit of a problem if Unlimit decide to send onto either Zainu or Zap. Oh, Ilari Man's going to get taken down, though. Zainu's going to challenge! Zainu fights 2! And Pieces left on his own!
At least he could pick up the pieces of it, but sadly he's going to have to retreat now, otherwise you're just going to find yourself decimated by another squad. NIP looking at third party.
And they found 2. So Shopify Rebellion's game looking a little bit rough here. In Pajamas can't quite find the final players, but they will get the finishes, which at least gives them a couple of points to work with. Back over to where our potential end zone is going to be, though. Fnatic quick rotating and still in a great position center zone. That's what's on the line at the moment. Top 10, remember. They will go through to your match point finals. Everyone else below will go into our next lobby with a final chance of making it.
And of course, those top 10 will get the priority top 10 positions in the POI draft, depending on which order they finish here in this lobby. Will Fnatic get there? Can they be the hometown heroes? We've seen some incredible moments from them already throughout this tournament when the crowd erupts every single time they get a kill, let alone a wipe, let alone a win. And in my opinion, would be exceeding expectations if they were to make match point finals with how they were playing leading up to this tournament, but they seem to have found a new wind coming into it, maybe from the extra fans that are in the audience.
10,000 extra.
Yeah. The 10,000th player.
Yeah, it certainly helps. It certainly does help. Let me tell you, if you are looking for that moment every time that you get a kill, the feeling that they must get on this main stage must be absolutely incredible, absolutely special for them to experience every single time. Citadel Gaming, by the way, in a great position center zone as well. We are continuing to kind of trend towards that Fnatic position. Go Next playing outside of command center. Might have a good walk-in, to be honest with you, but TSM will be holding them out. Elsewhere on the southern side, Sito Station, S8UL, still on that Trident, still collecting the Evo to get up to purples, but it's Supernova versus Chenji over at Checkpoint that's interesting me at the moment, and it's also, wonderfully, interesting our Observer team, because they have timed that absolutely perfectly.
Supernova might be leaving this one, though. I don't think they fancy taking it because it was just an uphill battle, quite literally, and Genji are able to somewhat bully them away just by sheer presence in the end. So Supernova will leave, they will head north, and they will start to make their way over towards that final zone. And I'm sure Genji might shadow them a little bit later. And they do have information. Survey Beacon and Ring Console are there. But of course, Genji's composition means they can only use that Survey Beacon and can't use the Ring Console.
Looks like Unlimit managed to get a respawn onto both players, so Unlimit will be able to get back up to a 4-3. They're over at Launchpad at the moment. It also looks like Shopify Rebellion were able to do something very similar on the southern side of the map, and Shopify Rebellion also I'm not mistaken, might have a trident to try and get a little bit closer to this zone. Team Falcons, though, outside of wall at the moment. They are playing for the north side walk-in, which is a very, very strong one if you could hold this position for the long game. You've got to remember, here on Storm Point, you kind of geographically move from high to low when you move from north to south. So for Falcons to be in this position means a lot of their fights are going to be against teams who are on the disadvantage when it comes to positioning.
Imperial Hell did get 1 kill last game as well, by the way, so 8 kills away from 2,000 now. It's inevitable at this point, but it is going to be historic, so worth mentioning, and that's why we're tracking it. NIP just creeping up on wall at the moment. And they are going to get spotted out by the drone of Go Next. So now Go Next is going to be more aware of this situation, and TSM are going to be on the other side of it as well. So you do have to be careful with this engagement. For NIP, 17th place at the moment, 11 points. They have been one of the teams that have been standing the Sparrow pick throughout this entire tournament. And can they prove why it's worth picking here as well? I'm a big fan of McLovin. I think he is an incredible player. And one of the, I don't even think he's an up-and-coming player right now. He has certainly shown why he's one of the best players around in this roster. Maybe they are not aware that Go Next are just a 2 inside this building.
I think they are, because it was TSM who got that kill initially and forced Light to use that Wraith Portal to grab the banner and maybe think about getting a teammate back in. The issue is, on both sides, it might be pinched. They might actually get pretty good time in here, Go Next, because Ninjas in Pajamas, who were outside of Command Center where they're rotating to, may be running into Unlimit, who have reset and respawned. And they might be able to just sneak through here and get a res somewhere else.
I think it was great news that NIP retreated away from this one, otherwise Go Next would have been met by a lot of gunfire. They are just scouting around to see if anyone is going to be in this facility. Soon they will find out. Unlimit are going to be approaching, but Unlimit have gone up into the skies by the looks of it to try and avoid everyone. Shopify Rebellion are going to be approaching from the south as well. It's going to get a little bit dicey here on this eastern side.
Unlimit going to hit the Valkyrie. And will land on top of Cascade Falls. Always a little bit of a risky spot to land with the LOSs available on the height surrounding these buildings, but looks like it's worked for them for now. So they'll be able to reset here. They'll be safe inside of that next zone. A long way to go for them, of course, when they have to move a little bit further north later on, but for this zone, all good.
And that's the issue, though. They have to move north. By committing south, you are now putting yourself at a disadvantage. You've got to go uphill. So you're really going to be relying on that Skyward Dive to try and reposition a little bit later, as Go Next will get the respawn onto Kinda as well. The lobby been very quiet for the last few minutes. Everyone focusing on moving rather than fighting at the moment. No one's forced into engagements. But that might change soon, because I've just seen Hot Dog Mafia are moving on this northern side. Team Falcons were previously there. Mythic Bin was in the area. And maybe Hot Dog Mafia have done enough to try and win this one. Falcons think it's not worth fighting over.
Well, Santa left under the tree here for Hot Dog Mafia. We will never know. Shopify Rebellion under the bridge. As Unlimit now have to continue to move to the north. They managed to pick up one, though, in Koifel. The 30-30 repeater making a rare appearance and getting a rare kill in comparison to what we have seen in some of the other fights taking place and some of the other weaponry in the hands of our players. That's where the zone is going, continuing to trend to the north. Fnatic still will be safe in one of the only buildings now that's going to be inside of that end zone.
You were wondering, Hot Dog Mafia, they got the big old Kraby, Waby. It's a Kraber.
Delicious. A pork pistol.
Could be the chance for them to maybe get an initial shot onto Falcons. Elsewhere, NIP now. Looking to try and engage. This fight has been lining up for quite some time against Go Next. And Go Next are just struggling to find their way into zone at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, a desperate portal for them. They've had to just commit to that respawn. I think this might be the end of the game here for Go Next. There is that Kraber for Albrelelli. Now, let's see what Alb go to work here. Takes a little bit of damage. He's got Falcons below him. And even though that portal gives him the high ground, the nades were flying his way, and with a little bit of shield damage done, has to take a second to pop that shield cell. Does have overflow, and he's got a little bit of help now from teammates. Trades between Skillcakes and Rambo on either side. One getting a kill, one getting knocked. It's a 2v2 here.
Waltzy's on a slither of health, but he did get the bubble down, but the bubble does not last. So now Hot Dog Mafia have the advantage, but Enters Force 36 are looking at this one and are approaching. So both teams have to be careful, try and reset. I don't think you're going to be able to get a successful wipe on your own. Now, sadly for Falcons here, Guild is going to be the last remaining player, and he has taken a lot of damage. Supernova down, Shopify Rebellion also go.
Rambo still down, but not finished. Imperial How down, but not finished. Unlimited been eliminated as well. Force 36 just looking to climb up and finish off this fight that's happening on the southern side. VP also go down, as well as go next. The lobby is thinning here, as Guild is the last remaining member of this Falcons team, but he's going to go as well. Albrelele finds Guild with that Kraber as he comes through that portal.
Hot Dog Mafia desperately trying to reset, but Synap goes into the portal, which will give a small window here for Hot Dog Mafia to get that res. There is still a chance, especially with a Kraber, but out misses the first.
Albrelele lining them up, can't quite connect with Wraith though. That's 2 shots, 0 connections, and E36 ascending this one by the looks of things, and it's because Gen G Esports are wrapping behind them. The no-scope from Albrelele though onto Juzna has given them the advantage, and Alb is going a little bit nutty with the big gun.
Hot Dog Mafia successfully survived, but now it's about round 2 here, because Gen G are going to start to push up. Single member from Enter Force 36 has escaped. Also, TSM now wrapping from the east. Have a little look at this one. Hot Dog Mafia are going to be sandwiched between quite a few teams. This is going to be so difficult for them to stay alive.
Wrecking Ball comes in. Alb's forced into the void. SAUL eliminated in the meantime. Asia. That's going to be the end of Hot Dog Mafia in a few moments' time. Albrelele tries to escape, not going to be able to. They will fall, and Gen G will win that fight on the northern side.
It's Gen G again putting points on the board here, trying to solidify their spot in the top 10. TSM alive, Fnatic, Citadel Gaming, Legacy, Grow, Wolves, and NIP also there on the map you can see on the southern side, but they're all going to have to start to move uphill. This will be a huge chance for Fnatic to find KP if they are looking in the correct direction.
Absolutely no buildings in this end zone. Wolves are going to rip a Valkyr right on the edge of zone. That purple perk making them feel supersonic as they take to the skies. But where do you land? No Newcastle. No Caustic, very difficult to land in a position here and create some cover. It's going to be about finding a ledge to play with Asia. He's got 2 bullets with a Kraber, but he's using the R9 first.
Yeah, sometimes it's about landing and engaging, but sadly they landed below Gen G here, and arguably the worst team you'd want to land on, because we've seen how aggressive this team can be, and Gen G have already found one.
I don't know about you, Dan, but I'm feeling a little back-to-back here for Gen G. They are cooking at the moment, and that is another clean team wipe for the Wolves Esports, the next victims, as Asia tries to put his reticle on his next victim. Riot Drill going to be presented, a little bit more tick damage for the team inside of the building to deal with in Asia. You can just tell sometimes when you're looking at a player and how they're moving, how they're lining things up, that they're just feeling themselves.
Enter Force 36 just got a respawn on both their players as well, so they will be a 3 when they get out of that dropship, but they're in a little bit of no man's land between Gen G and TSM. Speaking of TSM, Panic was having a little look towards Legacy, maybe seeing if he'd do another Trojan Horse play like we saw in the previous. As we check back in with Fnatic, they've been here since the start of the game. Remember, they fought off Oblivion right in the beginning, but now they might have to fight off NIP, who are approaching below them.
Been here a long time, but not been able to put out enough damage to get up to purple shields. That might be a little bit of a worry here for Fnatic in this position. In comparison to some of the teams that are surrounding them. You've got NIP, all purple. You've got Citadel Gaming on the outside. Yes, they're taking damage. They have some good shields as well. Now, on the eastern side, you still have TSM, and you have Noct doing his best impression of some foliage.
Also, look at the southeast side of the map. Legacy. They've been a little bit quiet so far in this lobby, but it would be very Legacy of them to find a win in matches 5 or 6 to find their way into those match point finals.
Citadel Gaming did manage to reset, and they've managed to find 2 kills onto NIP as well. Wrecking Ball goes in. As Yuka recognizes maybe this is the time for Fnatic to strike and clear this side of the zone. Ninjas in Pajamas will be eliminated, and Grow Gaming, the solo of Noct, will fall to Asia.
Now Fnatic do need to move out, and Citadel are down to their left, but you can see they've already lost one. Boy. But now they're starting to get aggressive. Can they do this as a duo? Zuni, last player remaining, I think, and he is just going to have to try and queue out elsewhere. Legacy, E36, building bases in the center of this zone.
Well, Fnatic do survive. Fnatic do get the kills onto Citadel Gaming, and Fnatic will be a part, potentially, of this top 5 endgame. TSM looking to create a little bit of carnage with that portal, as Fnatic will creep up and just use this crevice off the tracks to try and survive. One good thing for them, Colonel Garcia is still alive on the rampart. There's something to play with as Genji will not go back-to-back. They will fall next.
Sadly, the rampart has fallen, though. And I don't think there's going to be long living for Fnatic. They'll be eliminated down to just 3 squads now. TSM, Legacy, and enter Force 36. Remember, they were down to 1. They got the respawn, and now they are dead center of this zone with rampart walls.
Only problem is there's only 2 of them to hold this space. Can they force Legacy and TSM to engage with each other and pick off the pieces? Yanya's going to swing. Just up. Is holding that minigun they call Sheila proudly in his hands, trying to force away anyone who's trying to peek.
This win would mean so much more for E36 or Legacy, who are currently in 11th and 12th, as Synap is getting respawned again. Enter Force 36 will not go down, will not die. It seems to be happening every single time we see them in this tournament. They just survive, survive, survive.
Couple of boxes for NF Force 36 to play with, and Synap is going to be able to grab a few attachments, which is certainly going to help him, especially that blue light back that he finds to output damage onto these heavily shielded players surrounding him.
There goes Panic.
Panic gets the ball down, but Panic will fall. He will go down as TSM now engage with Legacy. And that could open the door here for E36 to step in and walk straight through, Dan.
This is exactly what E36 want. And look, they can play the other side of the rock. Legacy are still a full 3, though. TSM have not been able to reset. But now Duplex could change everything if he goes around the western side.
Duplex is down, though. Synap with that 30-30 is going to make sure that he is not a problem. It's a 3v3v1. TSM as the 1, TSM as the none. Eliminated now, it's a 3v3 to win this game.
A chance to put yourself further up in this leaderboard. It could be the defining moment of staying alive in this tournament.
E36 on the main stage here in Sapporo, looking at another win to their collection. End of Force 36 just need to find 1. Yanya is down, Jaguares is down, Niazul. We're gonna hunt you, we're gonna find you, and we're gonna put you in the dirt. End of Force 36 will be your champions.
They just have a never say die attitude, just like the group stages. When you think they're done, when you think they're dusted, they find a way to escape, to survive, to get those respawns time and time again, and then they punish their opponents. You cannot let them survive, you cannot let them get away, otherwise they will find a way to victory.
Very impressive stuff from E36, and so well timed in this lobby as well. That's match number 5, just one more match in our winners finals here before we know what that top 10 will be. To get that win in game number 5 means so much more. It takes the pressure off your shoulders and puts your destiny in your own hands. E36 with that win will move into the top 10 and into 6th place overall.
We'll look back at that game as the defining moment for Enter Force 36, most likely securing their spot in match point finals. At 35 points, it's not guaranteed by any means, but when you look at the bottom 10, Legacy currently on 28, so they would be 7 off of them. So as long as Enter Force 36 just have a somewhat mediocre game at this point, it should be enough to find themselves into match point finals. 17 points for E36, 15 for Legacy, who do at least put themselves in the conversation of potentially making it. It could be another last-minute run from this Legacy side. TSM putting a level on the board, probably securing their spot in match point finals as well, up to 43 total points. And Fnatic also just keeping themselves close enough, within touching distance of that top 10.
Yeah, this is going to be a big match 6 here for all of the teams in the lobby. It really is a case of anything can happen. Let's have a look at the match 5 results and a team breakdown for Enter Force 36. Illy with 4 kills to his name. Beautiful little damage diff across the board there. Synap not the best of damage diffs, but a lot of damage being output with those 3 assists that contributed to the kills that they got. And what a time to do it, Dan. Game 5. Not leaving it to the last second. They are inside of the top 10. If they can hold on to anywhere between 6th and 10th, they will be here on this main stage tomorrow with a chance to win the lion's share of $600,000.
But look at your series results after 5. Team Falcons still hold that #1 spot at 56 points. And bar a big game from the likes of Hot Dog Mafia or TSM, maybe they will be the #1 pick in that POI draft for match point finals, but it's still not done for them. A 13-point gap can certainly be caught up. Alliance in 4th place, Gen G 5th, Enter Force 26 now up to 6th, tied with Shopify Rebellion, but it starts to get very interesting down 8th, 9th, 10th, because Legacy, Virtus Pro, certainly close. Fnatic in touching distance. Supernova there as well. It does get a little bit more of a miracle play, needing a win for the likes of Citadel, Unlimit, Oblivion, NIP, S8UL, and it would need to be probably a miracle for Boogie Borders, but still doable. We have seen huge games from people when they find those wins.
Yeah, you're looking at the overall leaderboards at the moment, and if you're outside of the top 10, you want to see names in that top 10 falling early. If they do that, all of a sudden, you will realize the opportunity is presenting itself to you, that those teams will not add more points to their tally, and you have the chance to go ahead and overtake what is in front of you. It is a very stressful moment if you are a team in the top 10 and you fall early, because you can't do anything. You've lost control. It's up to everyone else in that lobby to decide if you go through the match point finals or if you've got 6 more games of Apex to play today.
And these players do have the ability to look at the live standings as well as they go. So they will kind of know now what they need to do, how much kills they might need to be putting on the board. Because it's very easy to say, all right, we need to win this game and we're through. But in Apex Legends, you're not always presented with an opportunity to win this game. The best teams will find ways to put consistent points on the board rather than just always winning. And if you only need 7 points, you might say, look, rather than going for zone here, let's move to edge. Let's actually find some kills. Let's try and put destiny in our own hands rather than relying on a little bit of lady luck.
Well, it's going to be one more game to come. Match number 6 is loading in the background, and when we get back from this break, we will be here to guide you through it. One more match of Storm Point, and at the end of it, we will know who's going through to our match point finals. Welcome back, everybody, to Sapporo, Japan. Welcome back to the ALGS Championships, and welcome to the final game of our winners bracket lobby. One more game on Storm Point, and after this, we will know 10 teams who will be going through to our match point finals. For the other 10 teams, well, the job's not done. They've got 6 more games of Apex and Elimination Round 2 to decide if they make it as well.
And I would only say 3 teams are guaranteed to be in the match point finals right now. Falcons, Hot Dog Mafia, and TSM. Outside of that, there is still a small possibility you could drop into that bottom 10 depending on what happens with these games. And that's even Alliance at 36 points. In theory, if they were to drop out early, and then we saw 7 teams in that bottom 10 all find points getting into the top 7, there would be a chance. But all Alliance really need to do is find a couple of points here. It's going to be those teams who are kind of 7th through 10th who are really going to be biting their nails going into this last one. But like we said, put destiny in your own hands. You need to know what you've got to do here in this game. It is picking up points.
All the mascots, all the good luck are going to have to come to the fore here for teams like Fnatic, who are within striking distance, but still on the outside looking in when it comes to qualification. They're 13th overall at the moment on 23 points. Grow Gaming, they sit in 10th. 31 is the benchmark at the moment.
And 8 points isn't easy to achieve by any means. We've seen teams get to the top 3 with no KP and not even achieve those 8 points, right? You just get the 7 from finish in the 3rd place. So you have to be proactive here. You have to be looking for KP when it is presented to you. If you are any of these teams in the bottom 10 right now, bar maybe Legacy and Virtus.pro, who could just about slide their way through purely through placement, everyone else needs kills plus placement.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure. And like you say, I think it's, you look at it sometimes from the outside looking in and you're like, oh, they only need 5 points. Like 5 points is quite a lot to get.
It really is.
In one game of Apex Legends. That's a full team fight. It's a placement point, whatever it might be. And with everybody knowing what's on the line here, it's it feels a lot more than maybe it appears when you kind of just say the number out loud. So every point has to be fought for. Every point has to be scrapped for. And you quite rightly say there's different ways of going about getting those points on the board. And everyone's going to have to work out what that way is. And if zone doesn't go your way here, maybe you have to change things up a little bit. If you do get zone going your way, then maybe that is a little bit of a blessing you have to make the most of. Speaking of teams on the cusp, here's Legacy. A good performance in that previous game has given them a chance down. They are in 11th at the moment, 1 spot away from qualification.
A team that has been heavily underrated, heavily overlooked coming into this tournament. Twice they have found themselves losing their org, but then outplacing a team that took their org off of them. And I think that speaks volumes for just how good this team is and how much respect they should have earned from their peers, from viewers alike. Now can they get the job done again in their final moments with their backs against the wall here to try and find themselves in another match point finals? They have the experience, they have the skill, they have the passion, and they will certainly be looking to find that spot in match point finals.
I think for Falcons, it's about making sure that nobody takes first place away from them. They're at the top of the leaderboard. They want first pick in that draft. They want to go into match point finals telling everybody we are the team to beat. It's one thing to say it. It's another to perform on the level that they have and come out of this lobby looking like the best team in the world.
Also impressive that Razor Iska V2 does hold Waltzy as well. So again, another outstanding representation of how good that chair is, because they can still contain that man. Now, there are fans of all sorts of teams here in the audience. NIP, Alliance, of course, Enter Force 36. We heard the roar from the crowd here. Everyone has support at some point in this arena. The real question is who is going to take that support and inject it into their gameplay.
And let me tell you, there's a lot of teams and a lot of support for the players and teams that are going to be playing after this winners bracket is done. I mean, the Crazy Thieves fans, they're going to be going crazy. I was trying to think of a different word. Just went with crazy. I think it kind of works, to be honest with you. They're going to be going wild over there if they can make the run that they need to qualify for match point finals. It's going to be a blast, so don't go anywhere. After our winners bracket is done, we've got plenty more Apex Legends to come your way from Sapporo here. But for now, we've got to decide what is happening, who is going through to our match point finals. It's the final game, match number 6 here on Storm Point. Let's get it going.
The crowd are loving it. Every single second of Apex action on their screen so far today. Like I said, there's plenty more to come. Saturday is going to be our longest day thus far here in the Sapporo Dome. But are we going to see any early fights? Is anyone going to try and go for that initial fight to try and get the ideal place like we saw between Fnatic and Oblivion in that previous game? Speed to final zone has proved imperative for some of these matches.
I'll be keeping my eyes on the likes of Grow Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, Alliance, the teams who are holding on a little bit when it comes to qualification. They are safe for now, but will they be safe in around 15 minutes time when we see that final Champions banner pop up on our screens for the final game of this lobby? It's been a really fun lobby, this one. I've actually really enjoyed the pace of what it's been played at and some of the Apex that we've seen.
I mean, as you mentioned, someone keeping their eye on that kill feed will certainly earn their team's keep. Just being able to say, all right, well, this team's gone, that's one less team we have to worry about, or that's maybe a chance for us to try and overtake some of these teams that are going to be in the top 10. Did Enter Force 36 do enough with that win? Will 35 points get them to the match point finals? It's not really a question they probably want to find out. Instead, they want to teeter towards that 40-point limit and make sure they can heavily secure their spot in the grand finals. Now, zone-wise, Oh, this is going to be an amazing final zone.
my.
We are heading northwest, up to the trenches. I love a trench finish.
I know you do, and that weirds me out because I hate this zone.
It's
I think
chaotic.
it is a tough one, to say the least. When you look at playable spots, buildings, whatever it is, like you say, it's almost symbolic, right? The fact that you have to go into the trenches in more than one way to qualify for our match point finals. It's going to be Northpad. It's going to be in and around those trenches. And boy, oh boy, are we in for some carnage. One team who's going to be smiling, though, is Legacy. 11th place overall. They need to overtake teams in front of them. But with the zone pulling their way, with the fact that I'm pretty sure they had a ring console as well at Northpad, they are going to be in one building, on one complex of buildings, that can stay there for quite some time.
And they are one of the few teams who can just play for placement. And if they can get into the top 3, in my opinion, it probably would be enough, just off of placement points alone, to creep into that top 10. One of the few teams in the bottom 10 who can play this way. The zone's coming right to them. And if you do get into the top 3, usually you will have a couple of kills alongside it. Now, a team who has to do a little bit more, Fnatic and Oblivion. If either of these teams were to die right here, right now, they would be sent down into that elimination bracket.
Like I say, no one getting sent home from this series. But a lot of teams are going to have a lot of work to do. And fatigue might be something we're looking at tomorrow if Match Point Final starts to go on a little bit long, like we know it has historically previously. You'd rather get the job done here and not have to play 6 more games of Apex in some of the toughest mental conditions I think that you can possibly imagine on this main stage.
31 points, the current cutoff. Legacy Inverters Pro can smell it. Fnatic in touching distance as we get a little pause to make sure everything's okay on the main stage here. But boy, you can imagine the nerves surrounding this arena right now, Mark.
You can feel it in here. Like, genuinely, you can feel it. It became a little bit quiet as soon as that game started. Usually everyone gets very excited at the start of the game, and then there's like a little bit of continual kind of murmuring and noise. It almost went silent in here for a second. And that's because of the pressure. That's because everybody who's watching right now is just locked into every single moment and is feeling and living every single moment. You can only imagine what it's like for the players up there.
And then you move into the Elimination Bracket Round 2, and that is amplified double-fold. And then you move into Match Point Finals. 5 times, 10 times the amount of pressure on some of these players, on all of those players who will be in those Match Point Finals. And I'm sure it'll be a very tense moment throughout this arena for the fans as we go into the late hours of tonight, trying to find out who will be those final 10 teams in Match Point Finals and the other 10 teams who will be going home. But for now, there is still a safety blanket for all of these teams in this lobby, as an unpause is coming. 25 seconds and we will get things back underway, so a chance for players to rehydrate, have a little chat. If there's anything they had to plan out, they got an extra little bit of time to do so. And it's certainly going to be a very scary time for those teams that did commit to those buildings on that eastern side of Northpad. Can they hold them when all the other teams start to join?
Time to get back into this one. We're back into the game, and we're in the POV of Oblivion. And Zuni did not want to see that. He gets ripped apart.
I mean, that pause must have been absolute hell for him.
I wonder if he got back through the portal, though.
He did go back through. But he would have known that whole pause that he was about to come out in that portal to 3 guns. But he would have been able to plan his escape, I'm sure. Now, Oblivion, they don't have much room to hold in this building, but they have fortified it with as much Watson fences as possible.
So no harm done by the pause and unpausing process.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Have you updated your drivers is my favorite one. Oh, God, it gives me so much pleasure to ask people who know far more about technology that it's just... If you haven't done it, try it.
Have you done a speed test?
Have you... That just brought up some horrendous memories for me. Wolves in the skies. Legacy got to be careful here. EMP's going off. But Wolves are trying to stuff them here. Legacy are managing to hold. They're probably thinking, what are you doing, Wolves? How could you do this to us? Crazy Kong left on his own. He catwalks out. 8 plates overall. This is a big risk from Wolves.
They do take out 1 member of Legacy, though, and they're going to have to get that respawn. And Crazy Kong, you never know, could win a 1 versus 2 and is doing damage with the spikes from his Catalyst. But now this is going to open up the door for other teams to go to one of the biggest, best positions on the map. Hot Dog Mafia starting to join it.
Skill Cakes having a look at this. And Wolves Esports eliminated in 8th place as it stands. That is a brave play. I'll file it under brave. I'm sure there's a lot of people who have another adjective for it. But they wanted to play for one floor in this building. They wanted to try and stuff the player from Legacy and get that knock and reset. They weren't able to do so. Too much damage exchanged, and that may cost Wolves Esports.
And that finish onto that single Legacy player, though, could cost them. As I say that, Jaguares has just been picked back up, but that will generate a lot of attention from surrounding teams, and they, of course, would have had to give up a particular position on the map to get him back as well. And look, Yanya's just gone down, Niesel's just fallen as well, and Legacy are at 6s and 7s here, all off the back of that push from Wolves.
It's just never easy with Legacy. But it's never over with Legacy. One thing that we have learned, you cannot count this team out at any point. There's always a chance, Dan.
The good news is Wolves are out, and that's another team that is ahead of Legacy. So they did eliminate one of their main competitors, but now here comes the Hot Dog Mafia.
I mean, Hot Dog Mafia keep piling onto them. They want to get them dead. They want to finish them off, but it's costing them. And now VP are going to swing the corner. Oh, Legacy are done. Legacy will be in the elimination bracket. They will have to play some more Apex. And they might want a conversation with Wolves Esports before they get there.
And if Wolves Esports do fall into the elimination bracket as well, we might see Legacy perhaps go out trying to draft near Wolves Esports to get a little bit of revenge in that elimination bracket. Zone is going to continue to trend up towards those trenches as we expected, as all the teams would have as well. As everything slows down a little bit, because after the initial scuffle, most teams have now found a place to play and eliminated a few of the cobwebs from those buildings. So for Wolves Esports, they're on 34 points. Virtus.pro are 4 away from them. Fnatic are 11 away from them. That is a huge difference. And remember, Go Next and Grow are both still behind Wolves as well. There is still a chance Wolves could hold on to this top 10, depending on what happens elsewhere.
Shopify Rebellion taking their time from Lightning Rod. Wrapping through zone at the moment. Boogie Boards are actually moving towards them, or should I say moving towards the top of a zip building, which is going to give them access to an Evo Harvester. Over at Checkpoint, though, we've got Ninjas in Pajamas, 18th place for them, and barring an absolute monster game, they will be playing some more Apex Legends a little bit later on today. Stinger Bolt is ready to be fired to slow down this push, but Go Next. But they got a little bit of a jump on them here. Good nades going in. Stinger Bolt's going to be destroyed. Interception Pylon's going to go down, and now they can play around this one.
Go Next can't really afford to go down here either. It's another must-win fight in 9th position. They would be so vulnerable, and they've lost 2. Down to Henchman. Does have the Watson fences to keep alive, and there is going to be help from elsewhere. NIP eliminated, and they will be competing in the elimination bracket later on today.
And that puts them from 9th to 7th Go Next. That's how much they jump from just winning one fight. So those points on the board make all of the difference. NIP will go down to the elimination bracket. That's going to be the end of the road for them as far as immediate qualification for match point finals. But that's what can happen. You know, Go Next, all of a sudden, feel pretty secure about things. Their job is pretty simple.
Especially seeing Wolves Esports eliminated earlier as well. They overtake them. And now it's Wolves Esports and Grow Gaming, the 2 most vulnerable teams in the top 10 right now. And Shopify Rebellion still vulnerable as well at 35, but of course they are still alive. And they are still moving their way up towards Unlimit, who are on the other side of this. But is there a little bit of an ambush? No. They've been spotted. Also in the kill feed, Citadel Gaming against Oblivion is going down elsewhere too. And that's the same buildings we saw Oblivion fighting in earlier. All those teams are on the eastern side of those trenches, just kind of having pop shots toward each other.
Shopify just dipping back into zone at the moment. Boogie Boarders are holding them. And then we'll be able to get a little bit of information if they choose to hit the ring console. They're actually going to rotate down to the south at Shopify Rebellion. Back over to where that action was taking place, though. You can see Libel Ace has taken to the sky. As Hot Dog Mafia and VP will have a look at each other, and Falcons will have a look at Hot Dog Mafia, respectively. Another portal going to be going down. Fnatic now in this fight. Yuka's trying to peek, but he might be over-peeking, but a little bit of that movement once again keeps him alive. Oblivion, eliminated, Fnatic with the fight.
Fnatic are finding points. They are keeping their hopes alive as they diminish others, but now Liveblaze has to escape, has to get back, because now Citadel are looking to try and push up on that position that Oblivion were unable to hold. Boogie Boarders also will be going out, so that's 2 more teams confirmed in the Elimination Bracket Round 2. Oblivion and Boogie Boarders, we'll see them later on today.
Going to give a huge amount of credit to Liveblaze. I thought he was going to get caught out, separated from his team, but on the Valkyrie, you know, the speed of those jets now very different to what it used to be. You can be a real nuisance and difficult target to try and take down. He gets back to the support of his teammates, and now Citadel Gaming will retreat over to the IMC Armory. That's where they started things off, and that's where they're going to have to retreat to. He's 36. Have a look at VP down that low ground, who I think might be down to a 2.
They were a 2. They've just respawned their 3rd. They are going to be back up to a full 3. MT was very much in his crypto drone. Hot Dog Mafia just got eliminated, by the way. They're in 2nd place, though, so they're going to be absolutely fine. We will still see them in the match point finals. But look how tight it's getting. Virtus Pro starting to catch up Wolves Esports, who have been eliminated from this lobby. Can they hold on, or will someone take that coveted place in the top 10?
By the way, Rambo might have a little surprise for everyone tomorrow on that main stage. He was telling us that
got a surprise.
He might have a uniform. So I'm saying, tune in tomorrow. Hot Dog Mafia will be there on our main stage.
The VP do escape as a 3, but they're going to have to try and reposition. You can see they're kind of scattered at the moment, just trying to find a place to play in these trenches, because it is going to continue to pull in the middle of the trenches. It's not going to pull away up to TSM, for example. And it's such a difficult place to hold, especially no Newcastle, no Caustic either, no Rampart available for these teams. Instead, Watson is about the most coverage you can get in terms of protecting yourselves here.
Citadel Gaming will be safe inside of this building. Currently looking at Unlimit, who will not be safe. Alliance also taking that armory position away from where Citadel were a few moments ago, but they're not going to be too safe. They might be just about safe in the corner of it, but not really the kind of space you want to be playing in a Game 6. Grow Gaming, as the zone starts to close, start to output pressure through damage. Nox is going to have some responsibility with that riot drill to do exactly that.
Everyone is within this zone, but there might be a scuffle between Citadel and Unlimit, the 2 closest teams at the moment. Alliance are also having a couple of pop shots over towards Shopify Rebellion. But the zone is just forced maybe 2 or 3 teams a little bit closer together. Elsewhere, everyone else has found a spot. Now here is what I was talking about. Unlimit surrounding Citadel, who are inside.
Keep your eyes on Shopify Rebellion here. They are in a horrible pinch as well. The kill feed will tell you everything you need to know about that, and they will be eliminated. Back to Unlimit, though, on your screens. Still trying to get that first knock, still trying to get that damage down. Unlimit, of course, in 16th position at the moment. They need this, and they need it bad.
Holding at the moment, not allowing anyone to press up those stairs and just avoiding any utility that will arrive from Citadel Gaming. And the winner of this fight will have the southeast side, but then you've got to fight through Go Next when you arrive into the zone. But a fight that's a big win for both teams.
Big swing coming in from Citadel Gaming, but it doesn't pay off for them. Fences are down. Citadel might fall here. Oh, but here comes Gen G out of nowhere, absolutely nowhere. Gen G wants some of this. Citadel are eliminated, and Unlimit might be next. Peace, last survivor. He's down as well. Gen G will win the battle of the building.
Peace out. And we will see Citadel Gaming and Unlimit in the Elimination Bracket Round 2 as they fall out of this lobby. Just to go back to a previous elimination, Shopify Rebellion, 36 points out of the lobby, but will they be safe? There is only 4 teams left in the bottom 10 to potentially overtake them. As we see them drop, maybe Shopify Rebellion have done enough at 36. It is Wolves Esports, the most vulnerable at 34.
Shopify Rebellion, terrified as well. 36 points for them, and they are watching from the spectator screen. VP alive, Fnatic alive, Supernova alive. All of them have the chance to make match point finals a reality for themselves in this game. But a lot of work still to do. And of course, 36 are a little bit more comfortable here on 37 points in 6th place. But a few KP will certainly make them feel even more comfortable here.
All Shopify Rebellion need to see is 2 more teams in that bottom 10 eliminated, and then they would be safe and into match point finals. TSM taking a fight. TSM eliminated, but they were on 47 points. But the good news is Fnatic still alive and still putting points on the board into the top 10 now.
P20 is in the hands of Yuka as well. Only a couple of cells to play with. They need to find some sort of shields from death boxes surrounding them. And a Force 36 exit with Force in the lobby as well. They will be good by the looks of things for match point finals. Falcons now being pressurized in towards zone. Imperial, how is the last alive, has to play behind this knockdown. And will just about manage to do so. It's a 1v1 actually between How and Nox in this position. Gen G have just been eliminated. They should be good for match point finals. But everybody else still being alive, it feels like if you win this game, you might give yourself a chance, Dan.
It is still keen eyes on both Virtus Pro, Fnatic, and Supernova, with an outside chance, a very big outside chance of SAUL. Grow Gaming just eliminated. They're on 36 points. Again, they'll be biting their nails, but that puts Virtus Pro up into 10th place. Wolves Esports down into the Elimination Bracket round 2. They will not survive. That push was not worth it in the end.
Fnatic in 12th. 5 points behind Grow Gaming, who are out of the lobby, remember. VP still in. And Fnatic safe inside of these trenches. Go Next, though, that's the worry for them. Go Next will have the high ground, but it's such a risk, and Go Next are making that move up onto the position. VP on your screens right now, into the top 5 we find ourselves.
Into the top 8 now.
Look at the passion from Lou, by the way.
Shopify Rebellion have just dropped down into 9th place. Grow Gaming down into 10th. Fnatic and Supernova could still ruin the day of Grow Gaming and Shopify Rebellion. And still, I'm gonna say it, SAUL are still alive, but they would need to get every single kill left in this lobby. Looking unlikely for them, but it's the hometown heroes of Fnatic. Just 4 points away from catching up Grow Gaming now. A few more kills, a couple more placements. Can they make the Sapporo Dome erupt for them?
VP under pressure here, trying to deal with SAUL stuck behind this pill. Just go a little bit isolated himself. Slayer doesn't fancy it. He jumps into the void and returns to the safety of his 2 teammates. EMP start going off. Fnatic are under pressure here. Live Blaze is down. Yuka has to jump into the void. Will be safe. Go Next might not be. He's on his own. The P20s are singing, but Fnatic are eliminated. They will be in the elimination bracket. They will not make it directly to match point finals.
It is now just down to Supernova to try and send themselves into the match point finals. They need to win here.
Supernova could be drinking champagne at the end of this one. Luke gets absolutely ripped. Hardeki goes down into 2v2. And now it's a 1v2. MT the last hope. Supernova from 11th to match point finals. They make it happen in the last game here.
They send Grow Gaming down into elimination bracket with that win. Virtus Pro know that they also got the job done. It was so close in the end. The cutoff, 36 points. 11th place, 36 points. Grow Gaming and Shopify Rebellion merely separated by a tiebreaker. And it just means more Apex for any of these teams in that bottom 10. But look what it means to Supernova as another wry smile is cracked by Hardeki. The cheeky devil himself finds himself in yet another match point finals.
I mean, he's known as the Grim Reaper, but I'm down for a rebrand of the Grin Reaper. I think that smile is just, there's something about it. He's like, who's next? It just screams, who's next? Talk about excitement, talk about drama, leaving it to the last game and having to win it. That's exactly what Supernova found themselves having to do, and that's exactly what they managed to do. For other teams, though, a little bit of heartbreak, but at the same time, tough to kind of get out of that heartbreak as quickly as possible because they've got 6 more games to play.
The funny thing was, in that final zone, Supernova just needed 1 point. In theory, if they finished one of those knocks on the floor, they would have done it, but there is no way you would know that in the moment. So in their eyes, it was just focusing on the task at hand. Win the game, go to match point finals. Jobs are good. And Virtus.pro also found themselves in match point finals with a 16 points. Go Next put 15 points on the board to solidify not just match point finals, but second place in the POI draft as well.
You remember they were in 9th at the start of that game. That's a crazy jump up for them.
Great effort from both S8UL and Fnatic to try and keep their hopes alive, but sadly they will be competing in the elimination bracket. Falcons did solidify their spot as #1 seed in the POI draft for match point finals. Alliance also will be competing in them on Sunday as well. But as we look back at Supernova's journey, maybe it was looking a little bit dicey after the 17th place finish in match 5, but they got the job done. A 20-point game in match 6 to give them what everyone was searching for in this lobby, a chance at glory.
And you're looking at the EMEA representation once again, down. You're looking at match point finals and who's made it through, looking pretty healthy for the region, who may be under a little bit of pressure in the last few months. Those three gentlemen certainly will be enjoying the opportunity tomorrow to make it through and have a chance at winning the whole damn thing. This is the series results. Your top 10 on the left-hand side of your screen. They will be here tomorrow. They will be on that main stage. They will be in your match point finals. Team Falcons, Go Next, TSM, Hot Dog Mafia, VP, Alliance, Supernova, Gen G, Enter Force 36, and by the skin of their teeth, by the hairs on the chinny chin chin, Shopify Rebellion make it as well.
By a tiebreaker for Shopify Rebellion. Sadly, Grow Gaming miss out, as do all of the other teams on that right-hand side. But remember, they will be competing still here after this series in the elimination finals. And remember, Grow Gaming will go into those elimination finals as the #1 seed. They will get the #1 pick in the POI draft. Speaking of #1 pick, Team Falcons will have that in the match point finals as they discuss, they assess, and maybe start to begin planning, well, where do we want to be on every single map? Because remember, in match point finals, we're playing all of them.
We certainly are indeed. And as we take a look at Go Next as well, an org that's had a lot of success here in Sapporo with the different rosters, with different players. But certainly looking to do something very similar would go down very well with that organization.
Can you imagine?
I would believe. And certainly back in EMEA, it will be celebrated as well. But what a fantastic set of games that was. The fact that we had that incredible run for Supernova in that final game really just put the cherry on top of what was a very delicious cake for us to cast over. Fantastic stuff.
A very kind of difficult situation for a lot of those teams who were just desperate to clamber for a few more points. Fnatic so close in those moments as well. If you had been able to survive, get an extra couple of kills, maybe they could have been that team going to match point finals. But now they're going to have to dig deep, go into that elimination bracket and try it all over again.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like I mentioned previously, it's like the disappointment hits you like a, like a train. It's a tough one when you're so close to making match point finals, and then you have to deal with that disappointment. And then you've got like a few minutes, and then you're back on the main stage again, and you're playing for another opportunity to make it to match point finals. New teams, new POIs. It's a really quick turnaround to try and get over that mental hurdle and back into the game, so to speak, mentally. It's a really tough challenge for them.
On the flip side, for the teams that were able to progress from Elimination Bracket Round 1 earlier today, and now have had this, several hour period where they've had to wait in the wings to get back on the sticks again, or the keyboards, of course, and now they go into the POI draft. So you don't get much chance to kind of reset, really. You're going to have to stay in that moment, stay active, and be prepared to go yet again here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure, and again, it's one of those things in a tournament you just have to learn to adapt to, Dan. And after these games, after the 6 are done and dusted, we do have our 10 teams in our match point final. And if I'm not mistaken, Daniel Gaskin, I believe that everyone is ready to talk. Oh, we're back. Hello, everyone. Everyone on the desk is ready to break it down because that was a lot of fun. We got 6 games more to come today, but let's talk about what we just saw.
Thank you so much, Mark and Dan. It was a great closeout of a set that is going to be very, very important to a few teams, especially the ones who will find themselves sitting pretty on Sunday. And for the teams that have to keep on playing, narrow misses like Fnatic that we just saw as Supernova took that win. But as I welcome you back, we've got some new faces as well. Maybe not new to the ALGS scene. Of course, Knife Down is here, but I'm joined by Imperial Hal and Rambo. Guys, welcome.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Glad to be here. Glad to be here. It's good to have both of you. This is kind of a new thing we're doing, but we wanted to just jump right into it. Get your thoughts. Hal, this has been a big day for you. A lot of the stories coming into this was kind of you splitting and owning this IGL role with Falcons again. And now I feel like this is a moment that you probably are looking forward to to finally relax, I would say. You've made it to finals, but how do you feel coming out?
Definitely not relaxed at all.
Job's not done.
Yeah, job's not done. Very high expectations from everyone. I keep getting, like, it's kind of weird because before every set, the last 2 days, like even today, I've been having like the urge of throwing up, and I don't know if it's because I'm sick or because of the pressure. I think it might be the pressure. But you know, there's definitely no relaxing at all. I thought we were gonna lose first those last 3 games because it was like impossible, I feel like, most of those games. But we did farm enough on World's Edge to kind of just, I think we might have won, honestly, just off of World's Edge games.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Third, second place, then first place. You guys finished with a big banger. And I think ultimately, like, Snipe, we were watching that as well. The way that they approached these fights, just from our perspective, felt like there was a level of being dialed in that was hard to describe, but they just had it.
Yeah, I mean, this Falcons roster, we've obviously talked about how incredible they are, every single one of them. And for us watching, I mean, you guys started the tournament off as hot as you possibly could have. I mean, you had, what, 25-plus
27.
27 kills in that first series. Of course, you're going to correct me with that. But, yeah, you guys kind of slowed down a little bit in the second set and then into the third set. And then to come out here as an IGL, do you, like, now that you are having that IGL roll back, do you feel different going into these sets compared to having someone else take over now that you are back in the reins? Do you think that has anything to do with it, or how does that go for you now?
I think it's the same, honestly. Like, it's honestly more fun to me. I feel like I'm more invested because, you know, I'm the IGL now. Compared to taking a back seat, I feel like we win a game and now it's just like, okay, next game.
I was about to say, when we teamed, one of the number one things you always said is that you would rather be at the reign because if you lose, you want to, you know, take that yourself and be the one to, you know, hold the accountability rather than giving someone else the reins to do that and then feeling like you could have done more. Is that kind of why you kind of stepped back into this role in a sense as well?
Yeah, it's just, well, it was, I don't know, like the situation with Zero, it was like, you know, it wasn't working out, and I don't really trust anyone else except Zero to IGL. So I was like, okay, if he's leaving or whoever's leaving, I'm going to have to IGL again, right? So, and yeah, that's basically it. So I still had confidence in myself. I didn't really like join Zero because I didn't have confidence in myself to IGL anymore. I think it was just like the perfect opportunity, and the only way for it to make it work is someone has to step down. So that's what I did. But yeah, it's a double-edged sword with IGLing. It's, you know, sometimes it's really bad, sometimes it's really good. So.
Well, you get to own all of it, and I think we've seen that so far. You may not be relaxed, but I think can be at least happy that your results have gotten you where you are so far, sitting in match point finals. I want to turn our attention to our man sitting patiently at the end of the desk here, standing rather, Rambo. What a journey this has been. I remember seeing you guys make a run in the Open earlier on this year, thinking, is this going to be the resurgence of Rambo? Didn't quite work out in New Orleans, but now that we're here in Sapporo, things have more than worked out. You guys have clicked in a way that I think people keep going, can they do it again? Can they do it again? And yes, you guys can. What's working so well for you? And just what's the impact of knowing you're top 10, you're in winners, you're in match point finals tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, this has been like an absolute journey for me. You know, this is my first LAN finals in, golly, I think 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, I always have confidence in myself, but, you know, you get to a certain point where you wonder, man, can I still, like, do this, you know?
Yeah.
So, it's definitely a little emotional for me to get back there, but to answer your question about clicking, I really don't know, honestly. Like, we were not playing very good in scrims at all. I think Hal will tell you. We were definitely a troll team for a little bit.
Hot dogging a little bit?
Yeah. We were the meme team in scrims. So, yeah, I don't know. I think all of us, we don't really feel any pressure at LAN.
Yeah.
You know, I think definitely for myself, too, I don't ever have any nerves at LAN. I felt like I always play better when I'm, like, in front of people and stuff like that. So I think really just the clicking part is we're just playing in person now, really.
I want to dive deeper into that feeling of emotion that you brought up. What does this mean to you to be here? What part of your personal journey is colliding here with your professional journey? And put a few words on that for us.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you know, I think part of the emotion part is, you know, not to get like too, you know, sad or anything, but, you know, my dad passed away, you know, last year. And he was the one that, you know, bought me my, you know, PC to able to, you know, go pro in Apex and compete at the highest level. And I always wanted to get back to like a LAN finals, you know, for him, like, and so to finally be there, you know, I feel like I got like a guardian angel watching over me in a sense. So, yeah, it's very emotional. I'm very excited. You know, like Hal said, job's not done though. You know, I'm not just, you know, here to just make finals. You know, I wanna do well. So, you know, to be the best, you got to take out the best right here.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm just overall super excited, super happy, and, yeah, see everybody tomorrow.
That's an exciting, exciting feeling. Thank you both for sharing kind of what's on the minds here. I know the fans at home watching, we're excited to hear a little bit behind the scenes as well. Let's take a look at our standings and bring up where we stand after today's series results in our winners lobby. Falcons lead the group with 60 points. It was an early 3-2-1 finish in the first 3 games. It kind of was clear who was going to take the top spot then. But some late runners from Go Next to bump into second place. Not the Go Next who won last year, but Hyrka and Kinda, Hinchman, and Light doing a lot in those last few games. Maybe the biggest story, though, was Supernova having 20 points that they got in that final game, winning another Game 6, which they did yesterday to make it into 7th place, snipe down. And, of course, TSM, a very quiet but very effective game. Panic Apex having a couple of nice moments, and that team with Dupe and Gent just really meshing at the right time.
Yeah, I think that TSM roster specifically is incredibly fun to watch. If you guys haven't taken time, anytime the screen shows Panic's screen, him on Alter, him on Wraith, he's one of the most active players and aggressive players. You know, he's always looking for the kidnaps. He got a double kidnap at one point to get them a bunch of kills. And his Wraith plays, he doesn't use his Q defensively. He will use it to get into the fight, get behind a team, and then one-clip 1 or 2 people, and he just opens up the door for the rest of his team. And then Dupe's passion, everything about that team. You have Gent as the calm one, which is hilarious. The dynamic on that team is all over the place. But honestly, for them, it seems like they're picking up their stride right now. And overall, I mean, they've had a very successful weekend so far.
They certainly have. All right, before we get into what's coming up next, because we do have another set on the horizon, I want to get a few final words just from Hal and Rambo, what they're looking forward to. In terms of tomorrow, you get to sit back and relax. Anything you normally, you've been in winners in match point finals before, so you usually have this night off. Rambo, you're getting back to the first time. What's the plan? Just going to watch the games, relax? I'll start with you, Hal. What's the expectation?
Tonight, definitely going to watch the games, but more so probably like trying to plan for the draft. I think that's very important since we have first pick. We do have a little curse on first place winners bracket. Nobody has ever won match point.
That's right.
First place in winners bracket, but we've changed things before in the past.
You'd be the first.
Yeah, exactly. Like winning from loser bracket. So just prepare for draft, watch the games, and yeah, just nothing new. Honestly, like same thing as always, every other land.
Yeah, Rambo, more of the same?
Yeah, a little bit more of the same. Watch the games. Look up on the zones and stuff. Zones have been kind of similar lately, so just kind of see what is going on there, and then eat some good food, some good ramen. Maybe have an adult beverage or 2.
Easy to do in Sapporo, huh?
Easy to do here. Not too many though, because I still got to play tomorrow. But definitely enjoy myself a little bit with my girlfriend, and yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
Hey, birthday brothers as well, I got to say, at the end of the hall there. So I'm excited. We started the morning sitting next to each other at breakfast, and now ending my evening, at least, here as we close out the day. Okay, coming up for you, you guys do have one more set. It's been a long one. We started early on here in Sapporo. It's now nighttime fully, but the seats are almost as full as they could be. Believe it or not, tomorrow will be even more attendance here in the Daiwa House Premise Dome. But our elimination bracket round 2 will continue after just a little bit of a break. Get some food in these players' bellies. We will come back, and it will be our last chance to qualify for our match point finals. If you want to stay tuned with everything that we've got going on, remember to follow Play Apex on all of our socials: X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and of course twitch.tv/PlayApex, where many of you, I'm sure, are watching now. All right, the stage is set. We've got our elimination round 2 coming up very soon. And speaking of, we've got a really cool thing coming up tomorrow. You'll be able to see some, some new, I don't know, I can't give it away, but let's just say there's some musical elements involved, especially our brand new soundtrack, Stem Up, that has been released for the ALGS Championship. It's the second time we've released an official song for this event. So go download it, check out the QR code, and get stemmed up tonight. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching us. It's been rain day here on the desk with a multitude of talented people joining me by my side. We're going to close it out here, but in just a moment, Elimination Round 2 is coming up. So remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all right after this.
know I'm go to war, I'm shelling. Might get messy, but I'm like, yeah, I'm way too heavy. So let's get it, cause I'm nah, you're not ready. Never been ready, but you're my eyes on it. Every day I strive for it. Life could get like hydraulics. Ups and downs, but I thrive on it. I die for it. Look up, you see me at the top. 10 points play, that's big at the top. No one's there, that's big, I'm the boss. Put no fear now, I won't be stopped talking. I attack it, cause panic. I'll back it, let's have it. Turn it on, damage, then I'm gone. Like magic. Let's get it. Ain't nobody better, I said it. Top your phone up and give me some credit. And my game's all set, so hold steady. Cause I'm life for me to the belly. See, but I know I'm go to war, I'm shelling. Might get messy, but I'm like work, I'm way too heavy. So let's get it, cause I'm nah, you're not ready. Never been ready, but yo, I'm
Energy is absolutely electric, making me just want to go absolutely crazy, Dia.
We watch Apex, we go crazy. And I'm not exaggerating when I get goosebumps every single time we're here. I feel like we got something going.
And it's the Falcons, and they are playing to perfection here in the winners round. The Falcons get a win.
Gen G should be able to make light work of this, but this is panic we're talking about. This is panic we're talking about. He can't get it done. Gen G do close out.
Go to war, I'm shelling. Might get messy, but
we're gonna hug you, we're gonna find you, and we're gonna push you in the done NFL 36. Welcome to the final game of our winners bracket lobby. Supernova from 11th to match point finals. They make it happen.
Sony InZone, the official monitor and audio partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
This spells chaos for Rock, and now NIP playing Ring of the Round. The Rosie have taken up this high ground.
Gen G now left with Sicky. The slide down for two members. Try to finish him off. Gen G, it's Saucer on the low ground here. It's an all-out brawl.
Now moving up though, Saucer as a solo looking down at curve. NIP get eliminated as it's the 1v1. Saucer with Rock take game number 2.
这个打肉，这个打肉，来练吧。最后一个打肉的，打肉的，打肉的。
Going. Back one.
Flash on one.
Walk it up. On me.
Ridiculous.
Yep.
Banning.
Going.
Cut the roof. He's gonna drop.
Yep.
Jumping down. He's gonna drop. You miss? One baddie.
Going. Yep. On me. Then.
Shield.
Two.
Nice pass.
1v1.
Last one.
You have shield regen.
Yeah, it's fine. Chill. 1v1. He gets roof. He went inside. I'm batting. He's inside. Come in.
Yep.
Batting, shoot me. I can't. You have to walk in. Shoot me. Shield.
Swing out.
Nice.
Going forward. Alter weak.
One. Two. Pick the level.
Hit the one. Dead. Hold on.
Nice one. Hey, all the track. You're gonna kill it. Nice.
Really strong position extremely early on.
Okay.
You do have to be careful with the alters in play. You can see Unlimited trying to go for that spleef. Will not be able to abduct anyone off of Shopify Rebellion, but here comes another one. And I love this. They were scouting it out with the crypto the whole time.
你可以拍大招，给雷，塞雷，一把，走，接了， 头上有个机器人。我知道。100，走。第二，不，三个，超越了，上，牛逼！必须是 PK， 来，PK，
이 새끼 벽을 활용해. 하나, 둘, 셋. 앞에 와, 너. 빨리. 야, 올라. 나 베리. 나 세이브. 내공이야. 아, 씨발 껐어. 내 또. 아, 네, 제발. 앞에 잡아. 야, 어디 있어? 앞에. 나도. 혼자 할만한데? They're peeking. Dead! I'm peeking! I'm waiting. I'm coming. I'm gonna try and help you here. It's one guy. He's running at the end of the wall. It's one guy. Nice, Reese.
Very concerned about TSM, but reluctant. Oh, we see the abduction, but Cannon gets away. Panic's got that turbocharged Devo, so if anyone walks into his POV, there's another. They are going to get shredded! And that's exactly what happens. They get the finish as well, and you're probably wondering, why finisher? Well, it means that they can't recall him.
Fnatic resetting on the inside of the building. You can see Colonel Garcia trying to chase after these shots, but he gets taken out. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as CK goes down, and Fnatic will get eliminated.
Okay, right side, on the thing. Track, one. Yeah, I'm shooting up bullshit. Yeah, one all the way left, can you ult him? Yeah, no, kill him, I like it. Ulted him. He's going down. 80. Dead. Nice, one more here. Careful building. Dead. All dead. Did they kill the other team? Nope. No, downhill. I'm taking out. Yeah, I'm going roof. No. All US. Dead. Nice. No. I can watch the swing. Yep. Maybe you can grab. I got. Yep. They're gonna push. Nice. He's gonna have to drop. Hold him right. Bat him. Dropping. Good. One guy west. Bat. You can call me. I'm down. Fetal rest. I'm gonna die. Fetal rest. Okay. They nade on you. I got one. Keep in mind, I knocked one. Yep. He's gobbling in. Kill him! Help stop. Okay. He's weak. One guy. Spaz weak. Okay. He's popping back though. Give me knock. Dummy. Kill this guy. Nice. Go!
Wall down there from their own Catalyst will slow them down just a bit, allowing Alliance to go for the reset. We've seen the 2v3s out from Alliance, but this time around, they don't have the eyes in the sky for themselves. VK Gaming taking these a little bit too slow. There's the first knock quite yet from Effect.
Effect with the 9 KP, almost 4K, 3.5, and he is beaming right now with the R9. Gold extended mag here. He gets the next knock. He is dumping around. The Ash Dash is in the air, but it's a Newcastle that he's put up against, as a Kraber shot is more than enough to finish off that knock. No playing around these knockdown skills, but he's looking to get aggressive.
Oh my god, QQ! What are you doing? He's come down to 1v1. That mobile shield making it extremely difficult, but Effect is jumping it around like a spider monkey, and he doesn't know what to do. The shield swap, is it enough?
Car zone. Yeah. I'm full ratting. I have an Arc Star. Yeah, they're running. Ready to peek? Shut up. 3, 2, peek. 1, peek. Drop behind them, guys. Stay dead. Last guy. One more. Wait. Last guy, guys. He's dead. Chill. No, he's not. All right. He rest. I'm good. I live. Let's see. Take him on. Let's están acá afuera.
Hay uno acá abajo.
No tenemos zona.
Yo puedo por aquí, lo mateo. Sí, puede por izquierda, mi juego.
Está aquí adentro. Lo maté.
Bueno. Nos te ulti venga, les te ulti venga.
Hay que tanquearla. Van a pelear. Avanza. Voy con el techo. Ya se tradearon. Agarra el techo. Está. No, su guerrero. Me echó, actor, si puedes aguantar. Literal.
100 Thieves started off the day with a huge win.
Wow.
Boney playing all 10 games. Can he bookend this series with another win here on Broken Moon? Not unless rivals have anything to say about it. Try and put a stop to them right now. A lot of utility thrown out onto 100 Thieves, and they've got Sheila ready to go for this. Boney tries to go for kidnap. It's not going to quite work. No, it's successful. He gets off of this.
Oh no! Trying to close the distance of blue Evo shield here too. Everybody eats here for 100 Thieves.
Uno subió al tercer piso. Están subiendo.牛逼，我草水点。帮我，吃掉，没有，长野了，牛逼，捞。
We see the side-by-side of the action happening on the other side of this choke. NIP now forced to play that out as a duo. We hear the res out in the distance. Listen up, is trying to contest, but he has to reload at the same time. Fnatic get the first initial knock, and now Team Falcons come up, and it's cleanup on aisle 3.
All right. It's all 3.
Yeah, I gotta alter portal him.
Yeah. 1 HP, alter. Ultra's one dead.
We fight this.
Fight this, Trent. Crypto's crack. Crack crypto. He's trying to thirst. He's still on me, trying to thirst. He's literally one. Nice. Red. Come on,
got it.
You got him. Nice. 不是，剩下是他拉了2个，我跟你了，抢着，往我，帮不要，我拉 Q， 我接了，两个一，接了，别，不，慢慢来，我抓着，来，我发射了，再来，
We've got to be careful here because you saw Katia, they're very, very close to this fight and might be thinking about third party. Singapore goes down, and so does a member of Sentinels as well. MQuid try and swing off the back of this. Car's a little bit separated.
And if ALGS win this fight, they would essentially be knocking Movistar out of the tournament.
Strafe in flame with a great angle, but he'll be taken down. Pricey now, the first player to go down initially, now has the chance to clutch. For ALGS, it's a 1v1. Riley Mechanic, I don't think he's got the shields to work with here. He's trying to buy time, but I think he knows that his time is running out, and Sentinel's time is running out. Pricey down first initially, but now he clutches.
Can we 30 to me?
Yeah, we can do this.
Go on. Walking in.
Coming to you.
Come.
Inside.
Yep. One's on the left, one's on the right. They have gen. Can we pick left side?
Yeah, pick right.
I'm peeking right.
Kill one. I'm pick right.
Almost cracked one.
I'm seeing.
That Devo.
I kill one.
That's one. Put together. Give me a little. He's cracked. He got no spot. You gotta stop. He's on the cells.
Come my side, Guild defeating.
He's slow healing.
Here. I'm calling up. He's still playing lock.
Nice job. Rest quick.
Nice.
Yep.
Dead.
Nice. Come look at it.
1 HP.
I hit UAV. I kill on. Nice. First side. I'm getting shot. I'm batting.
You're probably have to kill Trade soon.
Put him out.
1 v3 batting.
What are we playing for? You're playing for this team?
Yeah.
What? One. I'm coming. Where are we going?
Where are we going? Break you. Hustle was cracked. I'm batting.
Almost
Oh my god.
We can't get up. We can't get up. We can't get up. I'm betting behind you. I'm betting. We're dead. It's just you two. It's just you. Just you. They're fighting to your left. They're fighting to your left. They're not pushing you. They're just AFK. They're hard AFK. They're hard AFK still down here. Enemy here. Nice.
Hut! Get up! Get up!
Look at him!
He's one!
Castle one on the left! Going!
Really good! He's one! He's on the wall!
Shoot the bottom of the queue!
I am! Hurt! Come on! Yeah! I'm gonna bat!
Q and 5! Q and 3!
Nice! They died! Kill off PCs!
Watch out on the open!
They're here! The solo's still alive, by the way. Yeah, I'm trying to kill the solo.
Watch under! Yep.
They're here, and then solo here! Solo here! Swing it! Down you! On you!
Under me!
Last one! You're good! You're dashing away! Hill! You're good!
Pop in! Pop it up!
Let's go!
Shop! They're in this one shot!
I can't do anything about it.
Whole team here.
One! I want to go! Can we just get the fin? Yeah, we can try to get the fin. I'm gonna go to bridge.
He got finned! But can we just wipe this? We can just wipe this, let's go!
Yeah, this team left, Yeah,
can we wipe this? In this small shop! I have so many dates! Walk in with the deets!
Dating. I think I leave it to you two.
No, come!
Oh, I just got headed. Hold on. They're back now. Just swing.
All dead.
They will always find a way to survive. One of the best fighting teams.
Fnatic now in this fight. Important to note as well, the 100 Thieves got back up to a 3. Wolves in front of him. Fnatic will fall as now we find ourselves with a lobby and half.
They're getting back up on southeast. Kill two. Nice. I'm watch out. Dead. Nice.
I'm gonna be bottom floor.
I'll push. Kick right. Let's go. Drop. One. Got it.
I'm swinging his back. Yeah. I'm doing a finisher because I need the Evo and ultimate kill.
우리 한테
야, 벽 붙는다. 여기.
안에 우리 안에.
레이자.
나 뺀. 왼쪽으로.
다섯 군데야. 이거 조심해야 되겠네. 폭로.
아, 타타 한번 갔어.
야, 담벼락부터.
맞아.
라스밍해.
나 힐.
어.
아, 갔다 오게. 오케이.
나이스. 야, 병 넘어 조심. 갔다 올 거진다 이거. 왼쪽. 자. 그다음 오른쪽.
저기.
야, 담벼락. 야, 발가락. 포기했어.
야, 담벼락 살리고 있어.
나 이거 있다. 뒤에. 잠깐만. 웨이자.
오른쪽 앞에.
바로 필.
펼쳐.
폭 넣게.
하나 탔다. 왼쪽.
나이스.
Grab one. Okay, what's the Milan? Yeah. I thought so. Chill.
Nice. I'm trying. Standing. Putting it down. Wait. I'm out. Come. Ready? Come.
On you.
Second ball. Another one. Picking. Second.
We zip up, baby.
Second.
Give in.
I fucking died. I'm down. You're good.
Weak.
Gas. Nice.
Genji were able to get the res though. Go next. We're not able to capitalize whatsoever. The Molo slowing them down for the time being as they are holed up inside of the building. Asia going for the peak now. Force off from that angle and now Go next are regrouping, but they're taking so much damage. Kind of forced back. No bats here as Asia pushes out.
Mouse still.
I'm ulting.
Okay, can you?
On me.
Good help him. I can't see you.
Back them. I'm dead.
Ash one. I'm nading it. Scanning it.
Him. All three down. Good nades.
Grab one.
Go. You're not doing.
That's
Look for
Get the movie on his body. Drop. One dead.
Nice.
Come on me, guys.
Come back.
Yeah.
One dead. 1 HP.
あ、俺なら勝てると思ってた。This team is gonna peek us.
I'll just sit on me.
I'm just trying to scan Nathan. Yeah, just sit on you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you just them hard!
Okay, can you kill them?
Maybe. I'm scanning again.
I'm nading.
36? I'm so charged, I'm not coming up.
Okay. Hey, 100 kan innan. Coming.
Come on, Ray. Come on, Gibby. Help him. Kill one. Place off. 90 on Watson. I did good damage. Oh my god. Don't do idiot. Slam, holy.
He gets underneath the bench. Look at the shot control there by Asia, and he's going to move in and clean up. Remarkable team. And we now have a Gen G versus 5 Fears fight to finish off game number 2. And Asia is cooking.
He is absolutely 5 Fears. They are the ones that are... Go Gaps will get to the low ground with F4 as well on his tail, but it's all down to the solo here. And as that fight started, it finishes with Asia.
Hit him, Matt. Yeah. Need it. I have monkey ball. Balling. Hit ball. Hey. One shot.
Go. 32.
やった。自分で。
ワンベ。
え？
乗っかって。
乗っかって。
相手のやつもある。投げてる。相手殴ってる。シャツ殴ってる。Nice!
Move forward.
Killing this team.
Kill!
Keep on a knock. I'm gonna gen. I just gen.
To the right. Hold.
Right there. Kill right side. Yeah, I did. He's in my fences. I got a new gen.
Let's see that team!
The castle's on. I killed the castle.
Last one on! Dropping off!
You got a face, Cody.
I don't have it.
Oh,
man, we got second. One pay.強すぎ俺！あーごめん俺が最強だからさ。
Get there, maybe. Nice. Play knock.
He's down. He's facing you. Nice boy! You're right.
All right, you should. Almost got one. If he go down, you can kill him. He's batting. You got a bat off. Start rising. Heads up, come. You have to kill soon, Koi, so you can reset. Still here.
Boy.
Back on you! I'm reloading, guys. Go. He's just running! Kill. Dead! I bubble again! Yeah, bubble. I can't, minus the fade first! Bombing! I'm kidding. I have slam in 5! Do you get it? Forward! I almost have slam, to show! They're fighting us! I saw my friend! My one in! 100! No. Yes! Yes! Kill these guys on me! Yeah, kill these guys on me!
Newcastle almost cracked.
Castle's weak! Castle's cracked!
Newcastle dead.
Castle's dead!
Alter 1!
Play the kill! Nice! Push him out!
Peek down. They're crazy.
I got read down, move the wall!
I'm trying to break it.
Just play through it, you can win the game!
Yeah, we are.
Dead, nice, play it! Nice! Last team!
Nading. I'm nading, go to the
He's in the knockdown.
I'm nading.
Keeping on me.
Let's
Baby, come on! Oh my god, I just went insane.
C-Toe didn't have beacon, so maybe they can't tell the zone. C-Note had beacon, but I don't know.
Go.
Going on at the moment, we'll see whether or not they're able to make anything of their position. As we can see, our Game 1 winners looking strong as a full team. Kraber online. Marquez, can he land the shot? Yes, he can.
Gets Craven in the head, and he's going to get way down as well. This is just Marquez's show right now, okay, man.
Yeah, they are looking so deadly with their sniper rifle in hand, but Wolves, they can't actually rotate out to get any of the picks. They're just getting harassed by so much utility that they go back to the low ground. CrazyCon gets knocked. Can they even get this reset off? I don't think they can, Stoney. They're just going to have to fight as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, he's just farming right now. He's getting so many picks right now, but the people are just dropping down and feeding him kills at the moment, and he's going to get another one here from Remarkable Team.
He was on 1100 damage before that fight kicked off. He's hit 400 damage with a Peacekeeper, and he's running out of ammunition. That's really the only thing that's going to stop him, Stoney, I'll be honest. As we can see, Donut is also going to get a knock. Wolves Esports are here. They are dominating. We can see they have got the reset as well. Donut goes aggressive, cleans up Remarkable Team. We have 3 spots left. NML, they're down to a solo, Stoney. I don't know what's happened on the other side of the map, but Rendang and NML have just taken each other out, and Wolves Esports are here to clean up.
Oh, this is disgusting. He's going to finish it off with one of the best end games by a single person I've ever seen. And Wolves take game number 2.
They're gonna give me all. They're gonna give me bubble. I'm walking forward.
Give me that.
Crack.
I died. Play me.
I'm dead. Batting.
Let's go.
Hold on. Batting.
He's on your left, on your back, where we came from.
Dead.
Res. Wait, you.
Okay, maybe I'll take. Just heal. Come to me. Not kidding. knock, give me knock. No knock.
This is so oh my god, Yuka aces. Yuka F is dancing on him, bro. Oh my god! Yuka F, baby, FBI god, that was a 3v3.
No, they went back. It's right team. Right team. Let's go. Ready? Ready? Can we go? Yeah, ready. Okay, over here.
The rest.
Come.
Yep.
Yes, son. On the cat. Set.
Cut, yep.
Nice. Move sweet. Stabilize also. We're getting 3 speed. We're getting 3 speed. I know.
Nice. I'm biting.
Yeah, now we've got to be careful here. They did manage to reset, and they do have an armor advantage over Alliance, but they've given up the high ground, and here's an EMP, which is going to slow everything down. Armor advantage negated. Doesn't exist. There's a Maggie Ball. Take that one in the forehead of Jacko, and there's a follow-up from Effect. The wingman snaps.
我去过，到底过。我没มาหรอกูเล่นอยู่ข้ามมาแล้วนะเรามันหลบขึ้นป่ะกูเล่นหลังคาใช่ไหมจะพิกผมเดี๋ยวถอยอยู่ก็กูอยู่ชั้นหนึ่งนะมันอยู่ไหนอ่ะขึ้นราคาขึ้นราคาโยนออกมาโยอะไรครับอะไรวะสวยเชียร์จุดป่ะนี่โลมาให้สแปมให้เดี๋ยวOn rock. No. Look at brother. Protect brother. Keep there. On me. Close it. Close us. Get there, maybe. Nice. Play knock.
He's lying down. He's facing you. You're right. I can drop down a Maggie Ball from the outside. Can I do it?
Yes, baby. Down the door, maybe. I'm a bubble.
Okay, I'm gonna Maggie Ball. Balling. 52.
What is he, right? Alright.
F1. I'm playing slow. I'm going up.
Betting. Yeah, go make it tonight. 動かない。来てる？いやまだノックだ。今来た。ノックなくなる俺も。お前俺強すぎやろ。This team went tunnel. Okay. There's something I think that's yeah, put out something back. Yeah. I think it's maybe bait. It's bait. Don't peek. It's bait. Okay. They are sliding down. Yeah. I'm pre-nading. Team them. I'm walking up a little bit. Might be good night. Good night. One shot. One down. I'm taking it. One. First guy. Dead. Nice. Heads up. Play buddy. Come on. Peeking. Crack rail. Listen, we're gonna get started. Can we kill Sarah? Can we chill? I'm killing Sarah. Other team's looking. Oh, no, look, the carry on. Reset. We should go Sarah. Let's go. I'm going top. I'm getting. Oh, no. Dead end. Monster killing. At the back. All right, you chill. Almost got cut. Cut one. On right. You have to go through and kill this guy. If he go down, you can kill him. He's batting. You got a bat off. He's not coming until you're Sarah. Well, he has a bat. Just bat and kill. I'm gonna guy. I have knock. If you drop here. Resing. Double knock. Still resing. Heads up. Come. Block up. He's not through. You have to kill soon, close. You can reset. Yeah. Still here. I'm at Gen again, maybe. Yes. We're fine. Come to me. Stay on me. They're swinging us. Guys. Okay. One shot. Come on. I'm dropping. I'm calling back to you guys. You have to go play here, Joe. Plays knock. Swing you in the open. Play knock and heal. You're fine.
Oh, Jelly clutches. Exterminator so on the back foot here. Vicky, it's a 1v1. Gets the battery off. It's a PK versus an R9. Kurev is going to fall, but Kurev can peek with that shotgun. Jelly trying to clutch it here for Exterminators, but no! They are gone! The lobby is open!
Let him bat, and then we go. You ready?
Okay. Moving yourself.
What's on the right?
3.
I'm ready.
Mind your
Queuing, just follow me, Kainer.
What's on?
Last one here.
I'm swinging.
Just get it.
Running.
You guys come out. Can you grip up?
I'm batting. I'm coming.
Yeah, one sec. I'm low.
I'm one, okay.
How's it 30?
What are they doing?
They're pushing me. No more cut up on me. I'll tell them else.
I'll come to you.
How's it 100? How's it 1? Keep me 100.
Give me one.
Hit another.
You cancel.
100. No.
Yeah.
Let's go. He was 1 HP. He was 1 HP before.
Nice, you got the big.
1 HP. Fuck, man.
Alright.
Nice.
Let's go, boys.
Take portal now. Come.
Okay. I still have MP.
Yes. Put barrels on the door.
They've laid traps.
I'm closing it.
Put barrels behind us. We're getting mirrored. There's people mirroring us.
Taking damage.
I'm playing
He's on the door. I killed him. What the f?
I'm carrying him out. Get behind. They're like fighting on this north side, Hal.
Okay, I'm looking. Can you keep...
Hold that door. Guild, hold that door. If they fight back here, it's worth 30. Okay, I gotta kill. Care the team top train, Hal.
Yeah. I did 300 damage with my nades.
On the door. They have a baggage on the door.
They just jumped off fight.
Okay. I'm running. Yeah.
Watch out. He's one.
I'm not got sick. It's one guy, just got sick. Alright, care the door.
We're just gonna cost the goal because they have to. They're just gonna die. Cost the goal down. They're gonna. Cost the goal down. They're gonna come out.
I'm back. Ulted it. I'm nading it. 110. 72. Dead. Over here.
They creeping high. One gonna creep on high.
Shoot the high.
Chill. Don't know the heat.
No, we need to kill this guy.
Take it, B. Wait, no, chilling.
Team on the low ground, just chill.
Take
height, Metro.
Take
right, come up right.
With your Raki.
I didn't see it. Take right, swing right.
Chill, bottom left.
Swing me.
I'm on. Dead. I'll stay.
Ash blue. They Redzy behind the box.
One dead. 3.
Dead. Last one.
Oh my god!
Let's go, boy.
My god! Oh my god!
Blawsy dismisses a couple of shields, but is it going to be enough for them to win this fight? I'm not sure it's going to be. A Shopify Rebellion will deal with not just TSM, but ROC as well. And then they go back inside, and Zainu goes nuclear in and around that bubble. Oh my goodness. Push, but this is Shopify Rebellion you're trying to do this to. Dead Juarez trying to hold with Yanya. That's dealt with. Yanya last alive. Shopify Rebellion will not die.
I mean, Koifo is on a slither of health, but Yanya's just thinking about surviving. Zainu will shut down that final player.
You gotta kill that. 100.
Yo.右下。
やった。
ダウン。3。待って。やった。自分。やる。乗っかって。相手のやつもある。殴ってる。相手殴ってる。シャツ殴ってる。
Blast doesn't have it here in his hands. An EMP would go even harder as the 120 rings out. There goes the EMP, and there goes the green light. As Aku has to be careful. He gets peeked by the PK. He gets sent down, and it's up to Lufka as Blast is incredibly low. Roadhouse looking to clean up as Navi gets taken out. The solo, by the way, they have to go in for the shield swaps. Lufka gets it, but the PK swap here as No tries to clutch it, and Roadhouse, they hold their footing.
I'm already one. Nice. I'm running the ball. Close with us. One dead, kill on 9. Sliding me up. Crack 2. Stay high. Oh, no. On the squad. Go. Easy. Back, chill. Right, stop. One more. Res maybe. Bad. Bad. Resing right now. Can you res? Res. Give me knock. Look to res me after, okay? We have it. Come here. Bang. Come now. They're gonna have to fight. I have a spare out, we win. Yep. Moving. Done. Just chill. We need to carry this team in the left. Just carry the left and I'm gonna ult me. Drop right, Corey. We're gonna drop right here when I ult. Okay, I'm gonna call you. I'm ulting. Just AFK, guys. AFK corner. We have to drop right corner. This is. Get all right under us, and drop. I'm dropping. I'm dropping. Drop. Good there. Dead. One. Somebody one. Sparrow. Somebody one. Dead.
I don't know how they hold off Fnatic, man. How do they hold off Fnatic?
That's
This spells chaos for Rock, and now NIP playing Ring of the Round. The Rosie have taken up this high ground.
Gen.G now left with Sicky. The slide down for 2 members. Try to finish him off. Gen.G. It's Saucer on the low ground here. It's an all-out brawl.
Now moving up to Saucer as a solo looking down at curve. NIP get eliminated as it's the 1v1. Saucer with Rock take game number 2.
这个打热，来电吧。最后一个打热的。
Going. Back one. Press on one. Walk it up. On me. Ridiculous. Yep. Manning. Going. Cut the roof. He's gonna drop. Yep. Jump is out. He's gonna drop. You miss? One baddie. One. Yep. On me. Dead. Shield. Yep. 1v1. Last one. 1v1. Chill. You have shield regen. Yeah, it's fine. Chill. 1v1. You get us roof. He went inside. I'm batting. He's inside. Come in. Yep. Batting, kill me. I can't. You have to walk in. Shoot me. Chill. Swing out. Nice. Going forward. Alter weak. One. You in. 2. Pick the level. Hit the one. Dead. Nice. Last one. Hey, all the track. You're gonna kill it. Nice.
Really strong position extremely early on.
Okay.
You do have to be careful with the altars in play. You can see Unlimit trying to go for that spleef. Will not be able to abduct anyone off of Shopify Rebellion, but here comes another one. And I love this. They were scouting it out with the crypto the whole time.
你可以拍大招，给雷，塞雷，一把，走，进了，头上有个机器人，我知道，一把，走，第二，不，三有，超越了，上，牛逼！必须是 PK， 大家是 PK， 走！이 새끼 벽을 활용해. 하나, 둘, 셋. 앞에 와라. 빨리. 야, 오나. 나 베리. 나 세 몸매. 내공이야. 아, 씨발 컸어. 내 또. 네, 제발. 앞에 잡아. 잡아. 야, 어디? 앞에. 났어. 손잘 맞네. They're peeking. Dead! I'm peeking! I'm waiting. I'm coming. I'm gonna try and help you here. It's one guy. He's running at the end of the wall. It's one guy. Nice, Reese.
very concerned about TSM, but reluctant. Oh, we see it!
The abduction, but Cannon gets away. Panic's got that turbocharged Devo, so if anyone walks into his POV,
there's another
they are going to get shredded! And that's exactly what happens. They get the finish as well, and you're probably wondering, why finisher? Well, it means that they can't recall him.
Fnatic resetting on the inside of the building. You can see Colonel Garcia trying to chase after these shots, but he gets taken out. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as CK goes down, and Fnatic will get eliminated.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back one more time to the ALGS Championship. It is day 3 where we are getting through the bracket stage of our competition in the beautiful city of Sapporo, live in Japan. And it has been a very exciting day of action as we have already sent 10 teams through to Match Point Sunday, and we will now determine the next 10 with our Elimination Round 2 bracket stage of the competition. This is it. This is the last moment our teams have to seize and try to make their way through to the final stage of the competition. It will all come down to this, and I cannot wait to see how it's going to play out. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I will be your host for this last series of the day, and I'm joined by a phenomenal desk. We have Snipedown, we have Graceful, and we have Jayhawk ready to get you through all of the action. It's going to be so cool. And well, okay, you know, hi. Okay. What's going on, Octane? You know what? This is what we're getting down to at this point. You look fantastic. Absolutely crushing it. Oh, I mean, only at ALGS Champs. Are you kidding me?
Had to get the photo there, you know.
Yeah, that's a good photo.
Get the selfies, Eric. While you've got the selfies, go and talk to me a little bit about your thoughts of the day here so far.
Yeah, I mean, we have 10 teams that we, like you said, are in the grand finals. 10 teams have already been sent home, so we are now in the later half of this tournament. This is where it all goes down to the line. Honestly, some of these teams we did not expect to see here. Some moved on that we also didn't expect. This is just the final example of how good this day has been. We had some of the most insane matches leading up into that first round of elimination, where it always comes down to those middle teams. It's been such a tight pack in every single, whether it's been a group stage or these Elim finals, and I think it's only going to get better as we go on.
I mean, we haven't even gotten to Match Point Finals yet, Graceful, and we've already seen some heartbreak. We've seen some insanely good success stories. Talk to me a little bit about your thoughts.
I mean, I think that all these teams right now have been figured out, essentially. As we've gone through the upper row now, as well as we sent a couple of teams home as well. Now I think it's literally the last stand, essentially, before you have to make it over there now. And I think that as we further go into the Match Point Finals, teams are already established the way that they are owning the lobby now. I don't think we'll see as much contention anymore. They'll most likely be playing around specific super strong teams, because we have seen, I think only one real team has stand out throughout the whole tournament so far, and it's been Falcons. And they have just been absolutely crushing it. And that's why predictions across the board have been leaning towards them as well. But I do truly believe we should see some national heroes potentially in the final lobbies.
Right, 100%. And Jayhawk, you actually got a chance to watch in the crowd in the middle of the day. Tell me a little bit about what that's like, kind of the progression through the day as we get closer and closer to Sunday.
You can feel the tension. There was a bit of a somber atmosphere every time Fnatic and Unlimit would die, because you know that this is where they're going to end up. But at the same time, I think that tension's even greater now. Almost every pro I've ever talked to over the years says that this is the hardest lobby in a tournament. Because at this point, to quote Graceful, every single team has tasted defeat, and so now it's do or die. And a lot of these squads, you're not going to have necessarily the POIs that you're happy with. You don't necessarily know where the bans are going to go. Teams are going to get very desperate in those final few games